Unexpectedly arriving in the continent of Douqi, Zhou Yu becomes a member of the Xiao family. Due to his innate inability to cultivate, he experiences a deep despair. Later, Zhou Yu discovers that the true golden finger lies within himself. An unparalleled talent for cultivation manifests, revealing the divine reservoir within his body. The collision of source fire and alien flames unleashes divine lightning, paving a distinctive path in alchemy. Within the icy embrace, he creates absolute zero, engaging in the realm of truth and illusion. He undergoes myriad transformations, reflecting his true self. Beneath the scorching sun, he subjugates the netherworld, transforming countless puppets. As the purple extreme dark embers arise, a fierce surge of energy is unleashed, merging thunder and fire. Years later, he attains enlightenment, earning the title of Dawn Alchemist Emperor. In the northwestern corner of the Douqi Continent lies the Jiamar Empire, in the city of Wutan, where within a secluded courtyard of the Xiao family, a young boy sits cross-legged in meditation. Countless surges of invisible Douqi converge around him, frantically assimilating into his being. Moments later, the Douqi settles into tranquility, and the boy opens his eyes, staring blankly ahead as he murmurs, 3 years have passed, and I have only reached the pinnacle of a 9-star Dome Master. I wonder when I will shatter the void and leave this place. I also ponder what the earth is like now. Has it also been 3 years? He muses. At this rate, it will take decades to reach the Dou Emperor realm. Even after several decades, returning may not be guaranteed. This wretched place is truly dull. I miss my phone, my computer, my gourmet food, and my 1 terabyte of seeds. The boy, named Zhou Yu, is one of the unremarkable many who have traversed to this world. For some unknown reason, after watching an episode of the anime Douqi Continent, he found himself transported the very next day. His current identity is that of Xiao Yu, the son of the family patriarch Xiao Zhan and his elder brother Xiao Ping. The original character Xiao Yu never appeared in the original work, and even Xiao Ping is not documented in any records. Zhou Yu, upon his arrival, once doubted whether he had truly entered the world of Douqi Continent. Yet the memories of the original character reveal that his uncle's name is indeed Xiao Zhan, and he has 2 cousins and 1 younger cousin, Xiao Ding, Xiao Li, and Xiao Yan. This essentially confirms that he has traversed to the continent of Douqi. Since Xiao Ping's death, Xiao Yu has been raised by Xiao Zhan. At the age of 4, while his peers began their cultivation, Xiao Yu naturally felt the urge to cultivate as well. However, for reasons unknown, he could not condense Douqi, remaining unable to step into the realm of Douqi. By the age of 5, Xiao Yu, still an ordinary person, had been deemed a waste by the family, destined to be sent out of the Xiao family's inner courtyard to be assigned to an external clan's enterprises. An ordinary person unable to cultivate, if discovered by outsiders while still within the family, would tarnish the Xiao family's reputation. Rumors would circulate throughout Wutan City, such as, have you heard? The patriarch's nephew cannot cultivate. He is a waste. This mirrors the infamous reputation of Xiao Yan as a waste that spread throughout Wutan City and even reached the imperial capital a decade later. Moreover, living as an unqualified Xiao Yu within the inner clan posed dangers. Any unexpected conflict with family members could inadvertently cost him his life. Therefore, the family planned to send him to an external clan for upbringing, ensuring that no information about him would leak out, while also safeguarding Xiao Yu from bullying in the external clan due to his inner clan origins. However, Xiao Zhan opposed this decision vehemently, wishing to keep Xiao Yu within the family. Despite the family's good intentions, he remained uneasy. Outside, he could not watch over Xiao Yu. And what if something untoward happened? Would he allow his brother's lineage to perish? This resulted in considerable discontent among many elders and influential figures, most of whom were deeply concerned about the Xiao family's reputation. Otherwise, Xiao Yan would not have faced such disdain during his 3 years of lost Douqi. Consequently, Xiao Zhan's position as patriarch became increasingly precarious. Many elders awaited Xiao Zhan's misstep, hoping to unite against him and remove him from the patriarchal position. This laid the groundwork for the ridicule and unrestrained belittlement Xiao Yan would face after his Douqi was absorbed and he became a waste. Regardless, the patriarch's son should not be subjected to such treatment. After becoming a waste, the resources for cultivation dwindled to nothing. If one were to claim that there was no elder's instigation behind this, it would be met with disbelief. Aware that many wished to see him fall, Xiao Zhan found it increasingly difficult to secure resources for Xiao Yan, knowing he could not heir. Losing his patriarchal position could lead to an even harsher existence for Xiao Yan than he currently endured. Xiao Zhan treated Xiao Yu exceptionally well, ensuring his needs were met. Until Xiao Yu reached the age of 12, he was attended to by servants, who were dismissed only after he attained that age. It was precisely at the age of 12 that Xiao Yu, for reasons unknown, met his demise, allowing Zhou Yu to arrive in this world. Initially, the act of traversing was merely a passage, Nothing remarkable, as many were doing so. He felt he was just another face in the crowd. However, upon his arrival, Zhou Yu discovered within the original character's memories that Xiao Yu was, in fact, a cultivator incapable of cultivation. Was this some sort of jest? At first, Zhou Yu believed he would follow a path of mediocrity. A time traveler without a golden finger is akin to the West lacking Jerusalem. Thus, Zhou Yu looked around, yet found no golden finger. After extensive contemplation, he confirmed he truly possessed no system or anything of the sort. Nevertheless, in the face of despair, Zhou Yu began his first attempt at cultivating Douqi, hoping to find a glimmer of hope in the enveloping darkness. To his astonishment, he indeed succeeded in cultivating. After much contemplation, Zhou Yu could only attribute this transformation in Xiao Yu's body to the arrival of his own soul. However, matters were far from as simple as he had envisioned. During the subsequent cultivation process, Zhou Yu discovered that his speed of advancement was astonishingly rapid. Within 6 months, he reached the 9th rank of Douqi. After a year, he became a 4-star Dou fighter, and 2 years later, he ascended to the status of a 5-star Dou master. Now, 3 years later, he has attained the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou master, a feat that is, in part, due to his negligence in cultivation following the initial fervor of his training. Had he maintained the same intensity as in the previous 2 years, he might have already become a Grand Dou master. This extraordinary talent left Zhou Yu himself in a state of shock. He had watched Dou Po Song Xiong numerous times and followed the anime adaptation closely, yet he had never encountered a cultivation talent as absurd as his own. Xiao Yan achieved the rank of Grand Dou master in 3 years through relentless dedication and a series of fortunate encounters, supplemented by elixirs. The ancient Dou emperor families of Zhongzhou also relied on their clan's resources and the bloodline of Dou emperors to attain remarkable cultivation speeds. Other prodigies, such as Nalan Yanran, benefited from the devoted guidance of Yun Yun. She took 3 years to progress from Dou fighter to Grand Dou master. How could she possibly be compared to Xiao Yan, let alone Zhou Yu? As for Zhou Yu, aside from his unremarkable appearance, he possessed nothing. He lacked elixirs, did not have any fortuitous encounters, had no mentor, and had never even glimpsed a cultivation technique. He reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou master solely through the prodigious innate talent of this body, entirely independent of any technique. According to the common knowledge of the Douqi Continent, after breaking through to become a Dou fighter, one must cultivate a technique. This technique determines the speed of one's cultivation and the rate of Douqi recovery, making it indispensable. Yet, Zhou Yu required none of it. Without ever having been exposed to a technique, he soared to the rank of Dou master as if the body of Xiao Yu inherently possessed a technique, reminiscent of those idle cultivation games that autonomously absorb Dou Qi for training. This is akin to a passive enhancement system. This realization led Zhou Yu to believe that his soul functioned as a key, unlocking the Pandora's box of Xiao Yu's body and releasing its terrifying potential. Thus, he pondered, could it be that the golden finger lies within myself? This thought occasionally resurfaced in his mind. It also explained why Zhou Yu ceased his diligent cultivation in the 3rd year. Firstly, his initial fervor had faded, and secondly, he found that merely lying down could lead to growth. As for his earlier boasting about being at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou master, it was entirely self-indulgent, a means to impress himself. 3 years as a Dou master was more than sufficient for him to feel a sense of pride. He had now come to terms with the reality of his transmigration and accepted the identity of Xiao Yu, having grown accustomed to it over the past 3 years. Just after finishing his cultivation, Xiao Yu remained in a daze. Today, he had surprisingly practiced for a while, because he felt he could no longer afford to languish in such a state, his sense of shame urging him onward. Ever since realizing his cultivation speed was accelerating, Xiao Yu had scarcely trained. Advancing too quickly is not necessarily a boon, as entering the next realm without fully comprehending the current one is evidently not beneficial. Of course, this was merely his perspective. The actual circumstances remained a mystery. Reaching the pinnacle of a 9-star Dou master is quite sufficient. It is time to venture out and explore. Remaining confined in this small courtyard will inevitably lead to complications. Xiao Yu cast a glance at the small courtyard where he had lived for 3 years, contemplating. 3 years is not a trivial duration. Even if he could remain indoors, he had grown weary of it. There was no harm in stepping outside to take a look. Having accepted reality, it was time to integrate into this world and continue his life. In the future, whether life is arduous or joyous, he must take that first step. Douqi Continent. I am coming. Xiao Yu murmured as he pushed open the gate of the courtyard, stepping out with both resolve and anticipation. This step would usher in an array of experiences for Xiao Yu, the impact of which on the Douqi Continent remains to be seen. Chapter 2. The Obsession Awakens. Young Master Xiao Yu, the clan leader has sent me to invite you. As Xiao Yu stepped out of the courtyard, he encountered a servant dispatched by Xiao Zhan. Grateful for Xiao Zhan's kindness, Xiao Yu held great respect for this uncle who was not his biological one, but had cared for him over the past 3 years. Understood. I will come immediately. You may go about your duties, Xiao Yu replied. Yes, young Master Xiao Yu. Watching the young man clad in white, with an air of elegance and charm, depart, the servant could not help but sigh inwardly. Young Master Xiao Yu remains as gentle as ever. It is a pity that such a promising youth cannot cultivate. Heaven truly seems blind. With a heavy heart, the servant left, often sent by Xiao Zhan to deliver necessities to Xiao Yu. He had come to understand the boy's character and felt a pang of regret for his plight. Relying on the mental map of the path to Xiao Zhan's quarters, Xiao Yu strolled leisurely. In the 3 years since he had last set foot beyond the small courtyard, having spent all his days there, he was unfamiliar with the layout of the Xiao family estate. The original Xiao Yu had lived in that courtyard since the age of 5, and in the 7 years that followed, had only visited Xiao Zhan's residence a handful of times with the very servant who had just spoken to him. As for why he did not ask the servant to lead the way, it was simply because Xiao Yu wished to take a stroll by himself. Though not well acquainted with the surroundings, the routes he remembered were still relatively clear. There were no dramatic encounters reminiscent of novels along the way. After all, few recognized Xiao Yu, and none approached him pretentiously. However, several young passers-by cast curious glances in his direction, perhaps intrigued by the strikingly handsome youth. Indifferent to their gazes, Xiao Yu walked on with a serene smile. The Xiao estate was sprawling, and it took him considerable time to reach Xiao Zhan's residence. Upon knocking on the door, a voice called from within, "Come in." Pushing open the door, Xiao Yu beheld a middle-aged man seated at a table. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized a piece of paper. This man was none other than Xiao Zhan, the clan leader and Xiao Yu's uncle. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, the frown on Xiao Zhan's face dissipated, replaced by a warm smile. "Ah, it is you. Come in and sit." "Yes," Xiao Yu replied with a smile as he took a seat at the table. "What matter brings you to summon me, uncle?" Xiao Zhan hesitated for a moment, a hint of bitterness flickering in his eyes, though he concealed it well as he replied, nonchalantly, "Oh, it's nothing much. It has been a while since I last saw you. I merely wanted to check on how you have been." Xiao Yu smiled with your care. "Uncle, I'm faring quite well." "That is good, that is good." Observing Xiao Yu's genuine demeanor, Xiao Zhan felt a sense of relief. Throughout his life, Xiao Zhan had never felt indebted to anyone, save for Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu. As the clan leader, he had failed to look after Xiao Yan, allowing him to become a pariah, and lacked the authority to secure resources for him. As for Xiao Yu, the son of his elder brother, he had confined him to the remote courtyard for a decade, unable to facilitate his return to the inner clan. Having lost his parents at a young age, Xiao Yu had endured solitude for 10 long years, leading him to believe he had not fulfilled the responsibilities of an uncle, further burdened by guilt towards his deceased brother. Yet, both Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu, and even the current Xiao Yu, harbored gratitude toward Xiao Zhan. They understood the sacrifices he had made for them. In their hearts, Xiao Zhan's efforts were deemed sufficient, for the Xiao family was not solely his to bear. Not wishing to disturb Xiao Zhan, who had fallen into deep thought, Xiao Yu remained silent. After a while, Xiao Zhan returned to the present, gazing at the smiling young man before him, filled with both comfort and nostalgia. Then, his expression grew somber as he remarked, Before we know it, you have turned 15. Understanding the implication, Xiao Yu inquired, "Are you concerned about my coming-of-age ceremony, uncle?" "You rascal, still as perceptive as ever. In just a year, you shall partake in the ceremony." "How swiftly time flies," Xiao Zhan lamented, troubled by the upcoming coming-of-age ceremonies for both Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu. This year, Xiao Yan had just turned 15, while Xiao Yu was slightly older, and thus they were to celebrate their rites of passage together. Hearing this, Xiao Yu chuckled, "Uncle, do not fret about this matter. Regardless of the outcome, I will accept it. It is merely a change of living circumstances." Change of living circumstances, Xiao Yu spoke lightly, yet the truth was that following the ceremony, clan members ranked below the 7th tier would be consigned to the family's enterprises, with little hope for advancement. The clan would no longer provide them with resources, and in such circumstances, many would spend their lives unable to attain the rank of fighter or master, relegated to the lower echelons. Xiao Yu's inability to cultivate was an unfortunate reality, and Xiao Zhan's concern lay in the potential hardships Xiao Yu might face in the outside world without any cultivation to protect him. In silence, as Xiao Yu appeared increasingly accepting, Xiao Zhan felt a wave of guilt. How could he not provide a better life for such an understanding nephew? While helplessly watching him suffer, sensing Xiao Zhan's continued self-reproach, Xiao Yu sighed internally and said, "Uncle, I have grown up. I cannot rely on you for everything." It is time for me to face my future on my own. Otherwise, I fear I might become a burden incapable of self-sufficiency. The latter part was said in jest, eliciting a smile from Xiao Zhan. Indeed, Yu is no longer a child. It is time for you to venture out. I cannot keep you confined to my side. After all, I cannot accompany you for a lifetime. Xiao Zhan mused with a hint of melancholy. Yet, in the next moment, Xiao Zhan's demeanor turned serious. Speaking of which, you are now 15. I believe it is time to find you a wife. This way, even when you are out in the world, you will have someone to care for you, alleviating my worries. At these words, cold sweat threatened to break out on Xiao Yu's brow. The abrupt shift in conversation to such a significant topic was jarring. He was not ready for marriage at this early age. Despite having been single for 23 years, he was only 15 now and possessed terrifying potential for cultivation. He wished to enjoy his youth a while longer. Such matters could certainly wait until he had reveled enough in freedom. Uncle, I'm still quite young, merely 15. Isn't it a tad too early for marriage? Did you not just claim to have grown up? How can you now say you are still a child? Besides, this is a matter of your lifetime. Discussing it now is not premature at all. Should I find you a few suitable candidates? I know of several lovely young ladies. Although their talents may be lacking, they are all beauties. Uncle, please spare me the jest. Haha, you rascal. Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhan conversed for an extended period, sharing a camaraderie they had not enjoyed in years, the estrangement between uncle and nephew rapidly dissipating. As evening fell, it was time for Xiao Yu to return home. Uncle, I shall take my leave now. I will come by to keep you company again soon, Xiao Yu said as he rose to depart. Xiao Zhan nodded with a smile. One grows talkative in old age. Return home early to rest. I shall not see you off. Once outside the door, Xiao Zhan's smile faded gradually, and he murmured somberly, Little Yu, I am truly sorry. Outside, Xiao Yu had not yet departed, with his current strength. Even though the words were spoken behind a closed door, they reached his ears with startling clarity. A gentle stir within his heart prompted Xiao Yu to smile from the depths of his being. This marked the first occasion in the 3 years since he arrived at the Douqi Continent that he experienced the warmth of familial affection. The care bestowed upon him by Xiao Zhan evoked memories of his parents back on Earth. It seemed that he could no longer remain idle. It was time to exert effort. 3 years hence, should misfortune befall the Xiao family and he lacked strength, it was likely that Xiao Zhan would, as depicted in the original narrative, fall prey to the Soul Palace and be imprisoned. Xiao Yu longed for his parents and siblings, yearning to return to Earth. Yet, strength was the foundation upon which all of this rested. If he could attain the rank of Do Wang within 3 years, he would be able to lead Xiao Zhan to evade Yunling's relentless pursuit, allowing them to hide away and spare Xiao Zhan from the torment of imprisonment by the Soul Palace. Achieving the status of Do Di sooner rather than later would enable him, even if he could not return to Earth, to venture into higher realms in search of the path home. Thus, cultivation became imperative. With a smile, Xiao Yu departed. Chapter 3. Divine Thunder and Origin Fire. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Xiao Yu tirelessly commenced his cultivation. However, the results of his efforts left much to be desired, primarily due to the time constraints he faced. Even with unparalleled talent, achieving the rank of Do Wang within 3 years felt exceedingly ambitious. Despite revealing his extraordinary abilities, the Xiao family could not provide the resources necessary for his ascension to Do Wang. Rather, such a display of talent might invite calamity upon them, drawing the attention of rival forces wary of the Xiao family. This included the Yunlan sect. Xiao Yu was uncertain whether Nalan Yunran had come to annul their engagement yet. Regardless, even if she had not yet arrived, it was likely imminent, which would complicate the relationship between the Xiao family and the Nalan family, as well as the Yunlan sect. The emergence of such a gifted youth within the Xiao family, already at odds with their rivals, would provoke a reaction. How would others respond? From the events following the 3-year agreement, when Yunling led his forces to annihilate the Xiao family, it was evident that even if Yun remained passive, what of Yunling and Yunshan, and Nalan Jia, who was far from benevolent? Thus, Xiao Yu could only rely on himself, and the sole means of rapidly advancing his cultivation lay in medicinal pills. As the most esteemed and sought-after profession on the Douqi Continent, alchemists commanded immense respect, not only for their powerful influence, but also for the benefits they derived from their craft. As long as one possessed the formulas and materials for the pills they required, it was not a matter of simply consuming them, provided one had attained a sufficiently high alchemical rank. A high-ranking alchemist, by virtue of their status, would have no shortage of formulas and materials, as many would eagerly present them. Yet, this posed a significant challenge for Xiao Yu. Firstly, he lacked the funds to purchase the medicinal pills. Even if he were to squander the entire fortune of the Xiao family, he would still not amass enough resources for the pills he needed. As for becoming an alchemist, it was not that he did not desire it. Rather, he was acutely aware of his own circumstances. Possessing both thunder and fire attributes, though exceedingly rare in the Douqi Continent, was of little use without the wood attribute to facilitate alchemical processes. Even a slight infusion of wood attribute was essential. Without it, the vital essence of plants could not coalesce, rendering the alchemical process futile, much like a chemical experiment lacking a catalyst. Currently, Xiao Yu found himself overwhelmed, struggling to conceive any additional means to reach the rank of Do Wang within 3 years. Over the ensuing days, aside from cultivating, he pondered how to procure the medicinal pills that would expedite his progress. One day, while seated at a small stone table in the courtyard, he furrowed his brow in deep contemplation over the matter of medicinal pills. What other options remained? The apothecary elder was not an option, and though he was cousins with Xiao Yin, they had not seen each other in years. The apothecary elder remained his greatest secret, one he had not even disclosed to his uncle. How could he possibly expect the elder to assist him? The Xiao family could not be relied upon either, as they coveted even the most basic gathering chi powder with scant resources available. Cursed be this dual attribute of thunder and fire. Why couldn't it have been fire and wood instead? It was quite the predicament. He lamented the misfortune of his beloved body. Nevertheless, Xiao Yu understood that continuing down this path was untenable. He needed to devise a strategy swiftly. As he contemplated, a bolt of lightning materialized in his hand. This bolt, shimmering in a silvery blue hue, emanated an overwhelming chill, permeating the courtyard with a destructive force that plunged the temperature to freezing levels. Xiao Yu remained unfazed. This phenomenon was born from within him and posed no threat. His fondness for this body was rooted in his awareness of the extraordinary nature of his soul. Since the fusion of his soul with Xiao Yu's body, not only had his cultivation speed become unprecedented, but he had also gained 2 additional abilities: Divine Thunder and Origin Fire. These 2 phenomena had automatically presented themselves in his mind, named according to their nature. Xiao Yu discerned the pattern of their emergence. With each breakthrough to a new realm, he would manifest a unique source fire and divine thunder within him, each accompanied by its own name and characteristics. Now, having reached the pinnacle of a 9-star Do Shi, he possessed 2 types of divine thunder and source fire: blue-silver cold lightning and extreme ice flame, as well as true return thunder and myriad transformation flame. The first 2, as their names suggest, were imbued with icy attributes, lacking any other distinctive features, yet they were devastatingly cold and possessed formidable offensive capabilities. For instance, the extreme ice flame represented a fusion of extreme cold and extreme heat. Aside from its icy blue color and the bone-chilling white of the cold fire, it bore a striking resemblance to the cold fire depicted in the original narrative. Conversely, the latter 2 were quite different. True return thunder, as its name implies, possessed a singular quality, returning all things to their truest essence. Its appearance was transparent, yet it exhibited a reflective characteristic, allowing one to glimpse their own reflection within the minuscule currents of lightning. With this ability, one could essentially disregard illusions and similar deceptions, as its clarity of heart and self-reflection made it the nemesis of all falsehoods and a formidable ally against inner demons. However, the potency of this ability was intrinsically linked to the strength of its wielder. Its efficacy depended upon the host's prowess. As for the myriad transformation flame, it stood in stark contrast to true return thunder, emphasizing the concept of transformation. It could morph into any entity within the natural world, whether stones or flora, merging with the elements, or even transforming into the stars above, illuminating the heavens. With this ability, Xiao Yu could assume the guise of an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation or instantaneously exude the aura of a formidable practitioner. This served as his best means of evading danger at this stage, though, regrettably, like true return thunder, its effectiveness relied on the host's cultivation level. Currently, Xiao Yu could only utilize it to mask his own aura. As for other applications, his cultivation was insufficient. Nonetheless, he did not underestimate it. The myriad transformation flame was not merely an illusion. It genuinely allowed the host to become one with all things. For instance, should Xiao Yu possess enough cultivation to transform into a stubborn boulder, he would indeed become indistinguishable from any other rock. This power rivaled even the famed 72 transformations. Gazing at the blue-silver cold lightning in his hand, Xiao Yu sighed. How splendid it would be if the thunder attribute could substitute for the wood attribute in alchemy. With that thought, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, and he began to seriously examine the blue-silver cold lightning. Perhaps, after all, thunder-based alchemy was not entirely out of reach, particularly since true return thunder inherently sought the genuine amidst the false. Could it not be employed in the alchemical process? With this new perspective, a torrent of ideas began flooding into Xiao Yu's mind. Thunder, a force of devastation, inherently conceals the essence of creation. Yin emerges from the depths of Yang, and Yang, in turn, gives birth to Yin. The interplay of Yin and Yang fosters life from the extremes of destruction. To dismantle the external, while nurturing the internal, to eliminate the superfluous and preserve the pure, ultimately reveals the true essence in its entirety. At this moment, he seems to have discovered an alternative path, abundant in insights and reflections, engaged in construction, innovation, and understanding. When one reaches a state of desperation, transformation becomes imperative. Through change, a pathway unfolds, and with that, longevity follows. In the absence of wood energy to catalyze the process, why not adapt and embrace the thunderous refinement? A myriad of ideas ceaselessly danced in Xiao Yu's mind, each unyielding thought replaced with another, relentlessly rehearsing. Time, unbeknownst to him, slipped away. Chapter 4. On the feasibility of alchemy with thunderfire. Ever since the notion of substituting thunder for wood energy in alchemy took root in Xiao Yu's mind, it became an unstoppable force. He even penned the first thesis of the Douqi world titled On the Feasibility of Alchemy with Thunderfire. To refine this concept, Xiao Yu commenced his experiments. Presently, he found himself devoid of funds, with a mere 500 gold coins accumulated over the years from the allowances sent by Xiao Zhan. While 500 gold coins were considerable enough to afford a comfortable life for an ordinary family, they were woefully insufficient for procuring medicinal herbs and magic cores. The scarce low-grade herbs began at least in the dozens of gold coins, while first-tier magic cores commanded prices of 400 or 500 coins. Most critically, the alchemical cauldron itself, basic models started at 1,000 gold coins, were entirely beyond Xiao Yu's means. Determined not to squander his 500 gold coins, he resorted to using the surrounding flora as substitutes for medicinal materials. After all, Xiao Yu was not aiming for genuine alchemy. He merely sought to validate the thunder-fire alchemical method, and the available plants would suffice. Spending the entire morning, Xiao Yu collected a substantial assortment of herbs, several branches, and a variety of fruits. As for the alchemical furnace, he intended to improvise with a pair of iron woks. He would invert 2 woks, weld them together using fire attribute Douqi, support them with 3 small iron pillars, and puncture 2 circular holes in the lower abdomen to serve as fire outlets. Thus, a rudimentary double cauldron materialized before him. Sighing in relief, Xiao Yu cracked his knuckles. All set, let the alchemy commence. With a flourish of his left hand, a surge of yellow flames erupted forth. Typically, to condense real flames with Douqi without the aid of an alchemical cauldron requires the prowess of a 4th-tier alchemist. But due to Xiao Yu's unique physique and his 2 source fires, which rivaled the strength of rare flames, he was exempt from such limitations. Cautiously, he directed the flames into the cauldron. A moment of inattention revealed signs of melting at the fire outlets, causing Xiao Yu to hastily temper the flame's intensity. After all, these were the only 2 cooking pots he possessed. Losing them would necessitate a trip to the market for replacements. Once the flames stabilized, Xiao Yu grasped a wild herb with his right hand and tossed it into the cauldron. The moment the herb made contact with the flames, it withered and charred, leaving naught but a layer of ash at the cauldron's base within seconds. Xiao Yu shook his head slightly. I did not anticipate failure on my first attempt. The flame's temperature was indeed too high. This was to be expected, as the materials were not true medicinal herbs and thus had poor fire resistance. Undeterred, he resolved to try again. One attempt failed. A second attempt met the same fate. The third attempt yielded no better result. The fourth attempt also fell short. Finally, on the 9th attempt, Xiao Yu successfully extracted a ball of pink essence from flour. Observing the essence within the cauldron, he couldn't help but smile. It took him 9 tries to achieve his first extraction. It appeared his alchemical talent was still somewhat lacking. He pondered this, acknowledging that every journey begins with challenges, and having successfully taken the first step, the subsequent extractions would be far simpler. Following the previous procedure, Xiao Yu began to extract one by one a grass, a piece of wood, a grape, a sweet potato. He tossed in whatever he had on hand, and with the experience from earlier extractions, this time proved to be considerably smoother. After completing the extraction of numerous plant essences, Xiao Yu proceeded to the next phase, refinement. A brilliant bolt of lightning manifested in his right hand, its violent energy surging forth, firmly contained within his grasp. Cautiously, he directed it into the cauldron. Drawing from his earlier experience with flame control, Xiao Yu was meticulous, minimizing the intensity of the lightning. Upon contact with the refined essences, they crackled and emitted dark smoke. Xiao Yu paid no mind, for the black smoke was merely the impurities lingering within the essences. Once all the essences had been refined, Xiao Yu noted that, compared to before, they had become significantly clearer, their luster increasingly radiant. This step could be likened to electrolysis for purification, a process of eliminating impurities to reveal the true essence. As he reached the final step, the melding of the essences, the most arduous task awaited him. Given the differing properties of the materials, improper flame control could lead to the essence being instantaneously reduced to ash, with the energy from the materials potentially causing an explosion. This was precisely why wood energy was utilized as a catalyst, as a material of the wood element. It could neutralize the medicinal properties and facilitate the fusion of the elixir. Xiao Yu carefully drew the refined essences together, nervously observing the cauldron's interior. As the essences touched, Xiao Yu's spiritual perception detected a slight resistance, albeit not significant. He quickly deduced that these were not true medicinal essences. There was no conflicting medicinal nature, only a faint characteristic barrier. With this understanding, Xiao Yu considered forcibly merging them, yet he refrained. After all, the crux of this experiment lay in determining whether thunder could indeed substitute for wood energy, thus resolving the issue of conflicting medicinal properties. Once more, he introduced the lightning into the cauldron, commencing with a minimal force, gradually testing, yet the essences seemed unwilling to merge, and evening approached. Xiao Yu, however, did not lose patience, continuing the tedious process of fusion. At long last, upon increasing the lightning's intensity to 1/10 of his maximum output, the essences within the cauldron trembled and swiftly fused together. The lightning finally broke through the barriers of the floral essences, allowing them all to blend harmoniously. Just as the properties of matter are dictated by molecules, which are in turn composed of atoms. Merging two substances of differing properties requires the reconfiguration of their atomic structures into new molecules, thereby forming a novel material. Alchemy operates similarly, reshaping different materials at the molecular level, combining the atoms of various herbs to create new molecules. The nature of substances is determined by their molecular composition. Thus, the arrangement of new molecular combinations results in the creation of new materials or elixirs, like water, which consists of water molecules formed by 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. The role of lightning is to disrupt the original molecular structure of the essences, facilitating their reconfiguration into stable new molecules, which collectively form a cohesive substance, culminating in the creation of an elixir. The most arduous yet pivotal step in the alchemical process has been successfully completed by Xiao Yu. The subsequent phase, the formation of the elixir, is remarkably straightforward. One merely needs to await the stabilization and cooling of the integrated essence, which will then solidify into a pill. This step did not consume much of Xiao Yu's time. Shortly thereafter, a freshly forged pill appeared in his hand. Haha, I've done it. Damn it, I actually did it. Gazing at his own creation, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile, his joy palpable. Even during his 23 years on Earth, he had never approached a task with such dedication and fervor. Yet, in the world of Douqi, he had shattered the age-old convention that alchemists must incorporate firewood into their craft, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Were there an academic system in this world, Xiao Yu would undoubtedly earn a Lifetime Achievement Award for his treatise on the feasibility of Thunderfire alchemy. In Chapter 5, The Miter Auction House, in his quest to master the Thunderfire alchemy technique, Xiao Yu meticulously transformed every herb and plant he had gathered into pills, further refining his skills in the art. By the time he had concluded his endeavors, the night had turned deep, yet fatigue eluded him. The exhilaration of his success still coursed through his veins. Now, reclining on a wooden bench in his courtyard, he gazed at the star-laden sky while leisurely munching on the elixirs he had crafted that day. These pills, made from various herbs, bore no medicinal properties and were merely a snack, though they were quite palatable, crunchy, and reminiscent of chicken flavor. With the success of Thunderfire alchemy, the next steps involved sourcing medicinal materials and acquiring a cauldron, which would entail considerable expense. The joy of his achievement quickly dissipated upon the realization of the financial burden required for alchemy. After much contemplation, he concluded that borrowing money was his only option. Lacking acquaintances, he decided to approach Xiao Zhan. To be honest, Xiao Yu was reluctant to trouble his uncle. After 3 years of being supported by him, he felt a deep sense of indebtedness and genuinely wished to avoid imposing further. However, he had no alternative but to seek his uncle's assistance. Rising, Xiao Yu returned to his room, intending to rest well, for he felt fatigued and needed a good night's sleep before borrowing money for the materials the following day. Early the next morning, Xiao Yu awoke, for he had much to accomplish and could not afford to linger in slumber. On ordinary days, he would not leave his cozy bed until noon. Exiting the courtyard, he made his way directly to Xiao Zhan's residence. Upon arrival, he happened upon his uncle just as he was preparing to leave. "Uncle, where are you headed?" Xiao Yu inquired. Noticing his nephew, Xiao Zhan smiled and replied, "Oh, just a trip to the account's office." "Xiao Yu, do you need something from your uncle?" Feeling somewhat bashful, Xiao Yu hesitantly asked, I was wondering if you could lend me some money." Xiao Zhan unfazed chuckled, "What do you need? How about 20,000 gold coins? Is that sufficient?" "Huh?" Xiao Yu was taken aback. He had intended to borrow only a few thousand gold coins. When had his uncle become so affluent? Observing Xiao Yu's astonishment, Xiao Zhan laughed. "What else with that look? This was originally set aside for you. I had planned to give it to you after your coming-of-age ceremony, but since you need it now, you can have it. With your temperament, I have no worries about you squandering it. Prepared for me?" Xiao Yu was puzzled. Why would his uncle have set aside such a substantial sum for him? Not just for you. Yenner is included as well. You two young ones will need money when you're out in the world. One to you? Without some gold coins. When will your uncle ever get to hold his grandchildren? Sighing, Xiao Yu realized that no matter the world, elders always seem eager to push for marriage. Noticing Xiao Yu's resigned expression, Xiao Zhan playfully scolded, "You're just like Yenner. What's wrong with starting a family? With someone to share your life. I do feel much more at ease." Yes, uncle is right, Xiao Yu replied, wishing to steer clear of the subject. The pressure of marriage was always a vexing topic for him, having heard from his parents before and now from Xiao Zhan. He could only feign agreement. Understanding that his nephew was unlikely to heed his words, Xiao Zhan refrained from further discussion and produced a crystal card, handing it to Xiao Yu. "This card contains 20,000 gold coins. Make sure not to squander it. Your starting capital is all within." Xiao Yu accepted the card, nodding earnestly, Yes, uncle. Rest assured." "Well, I must head to the account's office now. There are matters to attend to." "All right, uncle, take care." After bidding farewell to Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yu held the crystal card tightly, his worries alleviated. With sufficient funds now at his disposal, he could venture forth. Exiting the Xiao residence, he made his way directly to the bustling market, where the streets were alive with activity, and the sounds of commerce filled the air. Wandering aimlessly, Xiao Yu glanced at various stalls, contemplating the vital need for alchemical formulas in his pursuits. However, even a basic formula was beyond his current means, leading him to explore the stalls, hoping to find hidden treasures akin to the characters in novels. Initially, he planned to purchase some easily obtainable herbs and a cauldron to experiment with his own formulas. Yet, after yesterday's study of Thunderfire alchemy, he had come to doubt his alchemical prowess, thus abandoning that notion. Resolute in his belief that a path would reveal itself, he arrived at the market. However, after an hour of searching, he found nothing of worth. Not even a single formula graced his sight. With his innate affinity for the true thunder, Xiao Yu felt no fear of treasures gathering dust, confirming that the wares here were indeed subpar. It seemed he had been overly optimistic. Disheartened, Xiao Yu departed the market. If Xiao Yin could find valuable items, why was he met with nothing? Perhaps the market where Xiao Yin discovered treasures was not the same as this one. After walking for a while, Xiao Yu spotted the grand auction house at the end of the street. It must be the Mitre auction house. He walked straight in, and the stifling heat dissipated upon entering the opulent hall, replaced by a refreshing coolness. Truly, the Mitre auction house was impressive. Equipped with its own air conditioning, no wonder it stood as the foremost in the region. Upon his entrance, a petite and graceful attendant approached to inquire, "How may I assist you today?" Casting a glance around, Xiao Yu observed the myriad of items displayed on the counters. Though the Mitre was an auction house, it also sold various goods, none of which were ordinary. "I wish to purchase a cauldron. Do you have any recommendations?" "A cauldron? Are you an alchemist?" The attendant regarded the handsome youth before her with surprise. In Wutan City, alchemists were a rare sight, often of advanced age. A young alchemist like him was a novelty. Realizing that she had mistaken him for an alchemist, Xiao Yu shook his head. "Not quite. I have yet to achieve that distinction. I am merely an alchemist apprentice." He had no desire to feign superiority. He preferred to be genuine. The attendant, not daring to be dismissive, understood that even an apprentice should be treated with respect, as they typically had a master alchemist backing them. "A young customer like you will likely become a full-fledged alchemist soon," she complimented, recognizing his potential. Subsequently, he gestured politely, saying, "Please, esteemed guest, this way. Given the considerable price of the medicinal cauldron, I am unable to make unilateral decisions. So I kindly ask you to wait in the lounge while I summon the person in charge." Xiao Yu nodded and followed the maid to the lounge. After a brief wait, A slightly plump middle-aged man entered the room. "Ha ha ha, my esteemed guest. I apologize for the delay in my hospitality." His hearty laughter exuded a sense of approachability, and his manners were impeccable. Xiao Yu smiled and replied, "Not at all. I appreciate your efforts." The middle-aged man was pleased to see such courtesy from a young guest. After all, who wouldn't appreciate a gentle-natured visitor? The man inquired politely, "May I ask your esteemed surname?" "My surname is Xiao. You may call me Xiao Yu," he replied. "Xiao, might you be from the Xiao family?" the man asked. "Indeed. And may I ask your esteemed surname?" "Forgive my oversight in not introducing myself. My surname is Liu." After a brief exchange, the man recalled his responsibilities and said to Xiao Yu, "Please follow me. The medicinal cauldron is quite valuable and is kept in a separate room. I shall take you to see it." "Thank you very much, Mr. Liu." In Chapter 6, Formulating the Elixir, Xiao Yu, alongside Mr. Liu, selected a two-horn cauldron, which reduced his funds by a quarter, totaling 5,000 gold coins. Additionally, he spent over 10,000 on various herbs beneficial for cultivation, along with 10 first-tier magic cores, thus concluding his current endeavor. However, fortuitously, on his way back, Xiao Yu stumbled upon a street vendor selling a compendium of herbs authored by a physician. The physician had encapsulated his lifetime of pharmacological knowledge within this tome, with the mindset that any knowledge is better than none. Xiao Yu purchased it for a few hundred gold coins. Upon returning to his abode, the night had already fallen. Xiao Yu sighed, lamenting how swiftly time passes. To avoid being seen lugging a cauldron and a large sack of herbs, he lingered outside for several hours. Ultimately, he relied on the Wanhua Yin to conceal his presence before returning home. "If only I had a storage ring, such inconvenience could be avoided." Rubbing his sore shoulders, he resolved that once he amassed sufficient wealth, he would definitely procure a storage ring, even if it were the most basic model. However, he mused that the lowest price storage rings cost around 100,000 gold coins, and he currently had but a few hundred remaining, making the prospect of acquiring one seem distant. As night deepened, Xiao Yu found no time for alchemy. He had not acquired the desired elixir formula, and his gold coins were nearly depleted. Thus, his only recourse was to rely on the herbs he had purchased to formulate a remedy. The compendium was precisely what Xiao Yu had bought to understand the properties of the herbs. He prepared to rest, rejuvenate, and gather his energy, reminding himself that haste would not yield results. The following day, Xiao Yu rose early and organized the herbs he had acquired before delving into the compendium. The orchid flower possesses a balanced medicinal property. Consuming it can soothe the mind and invigorate the spirit. The flame tail grass, on the other hand, is fiery in nature and can be used medicinally to slightly accelerate the flow of fighting energy. Each herb detailed in the compendium was etched into Xiao Yu's mind, and he became increasingly engrossed in his studies. This was the first time in many years that he had approached a book with such seriousness, particularly one concerning pharmacology. Days turned into weeks as the sun rose and set, and despite the tedium of studying pharmacology, Xiao Yu found joy in it. Perhaps it was the extraordinary talent of his body, or perhaps Xiao Yu's formidable spirit endowed him with exceptional memory, enabling him to absorb knowledge at an astonishing rate. This fervent pursuit of knowledge was indeed his greatest source of happiness. 7 days swiftly passed. During this time, Xiao Yu, consumed by his studies, neglected meals, intent on mastering the compendium. His diligence bore fruit as he memorized the contents thoroughly. Fortuitously, the herbs he had purchased were all accompanied by annotations, which he found quite serendipitous and advantageous. After organizing the annotations, Xiao Yu took the cauldron and herbs to a spacious courtyard, preparing for his first genuine attempt at alchemy. "I hope for success. If I cannot formulate an elixir within 6 months, I shall have to venture out and seek my fortune." Xiao Yu did not intend to invest excessive time in formulating the elixir. He maintained a mindset of cautious optimism, resolving to abandon his efforts if unsuccessful within that time frame. Without further ado, he resolutely commenced his endeavor. First, he prepared paper and pen. Then, utilizing his knowledge from the compendium, he began pairing the herbs he had acquired. The soul-cleansing flower, capable of refining the bones, combined with the iron skin grass for skin enhancement and the blood essence vine for flesh refinement, could yield a potion that fortifies the body. The chi-gathering grass, paired with the chi fruit and the spirit refining crystal, alongside a first-tier magic core, might accelerate cultivation. He decided to proceed with this combination, adjusting later if necessary. Each herb was allocated to distinct sections, with varied ratios documented on paper, marking the initial step in his quest to formulate an elixir. Ultimately, the herbs were divided into 3 portions, 20 for accelerating cultivation, 6 for body refinement, and 4 for restoring fighting energy. To maximize the possibility of success, Xiao Yu resolved to first focus on the elixir for restoring fighting energy. For the time being, he set aside the 10 magic cores, as low-tier cores primarily serve to provide energy. Taking out 2 cauldrons, Xiao Yu began to refine the herbs. He first added the purple leaf orchid grass, followed by the chief fruit, and lastly, the 10-year-old spirit gathering grass. As he placed each herb into the cauldron, he remained utterly focused, documenting even the slightest changes. The refining stage required precise control of heat, and equipped with prior experience in refining herbs. Xiao Yu managed this aspect well. After a vigorous refining process, the essence of the herbs became as pure as that of the flowers, devoid of impurities. Soon, he reached the critical step of fusion, with the lightning he had prepared at the ready. As he began to merge the various elixir essences, the cauldron erupted with a tempest of lightning. It was indeed a true medicinal cauldron, impervious to even such intense heat and chaotic energy. However, Xiao Yu's expression soon shifted as he sensed an increasing resistance to the fusion of the herb essences within the cauldron. Boom! In the next moment, an explosion resonated, and a cloud of black smoke billowed from the cauldron. The furnace has exploded. Fortunately, Xiao Yu had not incorporated any magic cores. Even a first-tier core could have unleashed enough energy in an explosion to crack the cauldrons, while it would not have rendered them completely unusable. Even a crack would surely cause Xiao Yu some distress, considering the 5,000 gold coins he had spent on them. Regarding the failure, Xiao Yu felt no despair. If he succeeded in his first attempt at alchemy, then every alchemist in the continent would have no purpose, as such a feat would be too embarrassing. With a casual flick of his wrist, the wind swept away all the remnants within the alchemical cauldron. Xiao Yu retrieved the paper and pen he had meticulously prepared, beginning to reflect on the myriad changes experienced during the fusion process, and commenced documenting. The essence of the purple leaf orchid was too inert, while the essence of the vitality fruit was excessively active, making their amalgamation difficult. The proportion of spirit gathering grass was insufficient, rendering it incapable of accommodating the two extremes of essence activity. If the intensity of the lightning were too high, it would annihilate the 3 essences before they could be disrupted and restructured. The heat also needed to be moderated. Otherwise, the activity of the 3 essences would become unstable, hindering their reconstruction. Recording the numerous transformations of the medicinal materials throughout the alchemical process, Xiao Yu began to redesign the ratios of the materials and the intensity of the lightning and fire. The refinement of the materials and the fusion of the essences consumed the majority of his day, coupled with the need to document the changes and recalibrate the new formula. An entire day slipped away. Thus, it can be said that developing an alchemical formula is an exceedingly intricate endeavor. Without a teacher and a formula, aspiring to become an alchemist is a task more arduous than traversing the treacherous roads of Shu. After completing the revision of the formula, Xiao Yu refrained from further work, tidied up, and soon retired to bed. For an extended period henceforth, he would need to spend his days as he did today, replenishing his energy to face each alchemical endeavor. If he were to miss any nuances in the process, it would result in the waste of precious materials and time. A loss not worth the gain. Chapter 7. Successful Development. 1 month later. Over the course of a month, Xiao Yu repeated the alchemical process daily, recording changes, making improvements, and practicing anew. Each day required the expenditure of 1 set of medicinal materials, averaging a cost of 500 gold coins per day, a staggering sum in a place like Wutan City. The Xiao family's annual profit was merely 100,000 gold coins, thus illustrating the exorbitant costs associated with being an alchemist. This was to be his final attempt at alchemy. He hoped there would be no mishaps. Today, Xiao Yu intended to concoct his last batch of medicinal materials. A substantial stack of paper lay upon the stone table behind him, filled with his data on the transformations of the materials over the month. Each practice session necessitated meticulous documentation, paying heed to even the slightest changes. This diligence had significantly enhanced his understanding of the lightning fire alchemy. As the alchemical process commenced, Xiao Yu adeptly began to refine each medicinal material. Under his precise control of the heat, within less than an hour, the spirit gathering grass, vitality fruit, spirit crystal, and a first-tier fire attribute magic core were thoroughly refined. Subsequently, the cauldron erupted with arcs of lightning as the essences began to merge. The fusion was slow, yet Xiao Yu remained cautiously vigilant. This step was crucial. Without patience, success was unattainable. Every alchemist is endowed with patience, particularly the advanced practitioners. For some high-tier elixirs require several days of meticulous crafting. An hour later, the essences had completely fused into a new amalgamation. Xiao Yu carefully controlled the flames to temper the mixture, gradually reducing the heat. The temperature within the cauldron began to decline, and the elixir began to take shape, ultimately solidifying. Observing this, Xiao Yu struck the cauldron, and the force expelled the elixir from within. With a swift motion, he grasped a round, plump elixir that shimmered faintly in his palm. A smile graced his face as he retrieved a jade vial from his robe, placing the elixir inside. Within the vial, another identical elixir lay nestled. Setting the jade vial upon the stone table, he produced another vial containing a single elixir and placed it beside the first. Gazing at the two vials before him, even Xiao Yu, typically composed, could not suppress his joy. One vial contained 2 elixirs for accelerating cultivation, while the other held an elixir for body refinement. These represented the fruits of his labor over the past month. Though scant, they did not diminish Xiao Yu's elation. However, a tinge of regret lingered for the elixir designed to restore fighting spirit, which had not come to fruition due to the limited materials. Yet, it was precisely because of those 4 sets of materials that Xiao Yu had fortuitously succeeded in refining 1 elixir from his 6 sets intended for body refinement. Xiao Yu found himself secretly reveling in his own talent. Surely, even the likes of Gu he could not compare. 30 sets of materials yielded 3 elixirs, a success rate of 1/10, all while developing the formula in just 1 month's time. Were Elder Yao to discover this, he might very well devour Xiao Yu whole. Such talent surpassed even Elder Yao's alchemical prowess, and that was saying something, for Elder Yao hailed from a distinguished lineage of alchemists. After stowing the jade vials and organizing his extensive notes on alchemy, Xiao Yu prepared to retire to his quarters for a well-deserved rest. Even though it was still midday, after a month of relentless practice, he surely deserved a moment of respite. He intended to sell the 3 elixirs the following day in exchange for gold coins, allowing him to procure the necessary materials for his next concoction. With elixirs in his possession, his extraordinary cultivation speed would reach new heights. The next day, Xiao Yu awoke around noon, having indulged in a 12-hour slumber, a much-needed recuperation from the mental fatigue of the past month. Ah, what a delightful sleep it had been. Stretching lazily, he rose and freshened up, taking 10 minutes to prepare himself before stepping out of his small courtyard, aiming for the Maitel auction house. The sooner he sold the elixirs, the quicker he could begin crafting those he required, with the elixirs in hand. His already formidable training speed would ascend to yet greater heights. Without lingering along the way, Xiao Yu swiftly arrived at the Maitel auction house. Upon entering, the hall attendant recognized him as the young man who had purchased an alchemical cauldron over a month prior and promptly escorted him to the lounge, summoning Manager Lu. "Ah, it's Brother Xiao. Long time no see. What brings you here today?" Manager Lu greeted warmly, his enthusiasm palpable. He was no fool. A future alchemist warranted such cordiality. Xiao Yu, no longer a naive youth, was well aware of Manager Lu's intentions. "Manager Lu, I come not to buy, but to sell," he replied with a smile, producing the 2 jade vials he had brought along. "Oh, selling something?" Manager Lu accepted the vials. Curiosity piqued regarding what Xiao Yu had to offer to the Maitel auction house. However, as he examined the contents of the vials, his expression shifted slightly, and he cautiously inquired, "Brother Xiao, are these elixirs?" Xiao Yu maintained his smile, glancing at him and nodding. Gasp! Manager Lu inhaled sharply, astonishment evident in his eyes. He could scarcely fathom that a youth had transformed into an alchemist in just over a month. Observing Manager Lu's reaction, Xiao Yu understood his thoughts and clarified, "Manager Lu, please do not misunderstand. These were not concocted by me, but crafted by my master. I am not yet capable of refining elixirs." He was keen to keep his alchemical identity under wraps. Should anyone delve deeper, it could spell trouble. After all, a 15-year-old alchemist was a rarity throughout the entirety of the Gamma Empire, and the quality of his elixirs remained uncertain. If they were indeed of top-tier quality, it could lead to significant complications, not to mention the multitude of individuals who would seek to uncover his background. Once the upper echelons of the Xiao family discover his ability to cultivate and his prowess as an alchemist, they would undoubtedly inundate him with inquiries, potentially disrupting the life he currently cherishes. As he articulated, he has no desire to flaunt his abilities, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, Manager Lu regained his composure, reflecting that it was indeed improbable for one so young to be an alchemist. Without further suspicion, Manager Lu nodded in understanding, stating that, regardless of Zhao's intention to sell the 3 elixirs, they would need to pause briefly, as Lu was not an alchemist himself and lacked the expertise to assess the potions. He would summon Master Gunyi for a proper evaluation. Xiao Yu nodded in acquiescence, indicating that he would not mind waiting a while. Manager Liu instructed a maid to attend to Xiao Yu's needs before taking his leave from the lounge. Shortly thereafter, Manager Liu returned, accompanied by an elderly gentleman clad in azure robes, his hair slightly gray. The elder's complexion was rosy, and although his attire appeared unremarkable, a subtle luminescence emanated from it, suggesting it had been imbued with some form of magical protection. The ordinary features of his aged face bore an unmistakable air of pride. Xiao Yu's gaze swept over the elder before settling on an emblem resembling a medicinal furnace emblazoned on his chest, adorned with two shimmering silver waves that radiated a noble brilliance. Could this be the insignia of a second-tier alchemist? Quite impressive, Xiao Yu mused internally. This alchemist's robe was presumably the exclusive attire distributed by the Alchemist Association of the Jayamar Empire to each registered alchemist, signifying commendable quality. Master Gunny, this is the young brother Xiao who wishes to sell his elixirs. Hence I have requested your expertise for their appraisal. Manager Liu respectfully explained to Master Gunny. He then introduced Xiao Yu. Young brother Xiao, this is Master Gunny, a second-tier alchemist and a 3-star Dome Master. Master Gunny was the only second-tier alchemist in Wutan City and served as the head of the elixir department at the Middle Auction House, a position far beyond that of Manager Liu. Gunny scrutinized the young lad before him, but apart from his handsome visage, he discerned nothing else. Young friend, may I inquire about the elixirs? Once I have completed my assessment, I shall offer you a fair price. Xiao Yu retrieved the 2 jade vials from within his robe and handed them to Gunny, stating, "These are the elixirs I wish to sell. I appreciate your assistance." Master Gunny. Gunny nodded, accepting the vials, and carefully extracted the elixirs, enveloping them in Douqi as he began to perceive their properties. Assessing the efficacy of an elixir is a fundamental skill for every alchemist. However, since Xiao Yu had no formal training or mentorship in alchemy, the elixirs he crafted were entirely the result of his own experimentation. Consequently, he was unaware of the classification of elixirs, only understanding their effects. Under his perception, the 3 elixirs he had concocted were extraordinarily pure, and even with frequent consumption, they would not leave any toxic residues in the body, likely due to his use of lightning in the refining process. Their efficacy was remarkably potent, albeit of little use to him at the pinnacle of the 9-star Dome Master level. Thus, he surmised that these 3 elixirs were at least first tier, potentially reaching the mid-tier or even the top tier. As Gunny continued his evaluation, the pride on his face gradually faded, replaced by astonishment. These 3 elixirs were of such purity? What caliber of alchemist could achieve such a flawless result? After a moment of incredulity, Gunny became convinced that the alchemist responsible for these elixirs must be at least a 4th tier, if not a 5th tier, for only alchemists of such rank could refine second-tier elixirs to such a level of refinement. No, even a 4th-tier alchemist would struggle to reach this pinnacle. Indeed, Xiao Yu's elixirs belong to the 2nd tier, crafted from materials typically reserved for 1st-tier elixirs, a feat far more formidable than Gunny had anticipated. Noticing Xiao Yu's gaze fixed upon him, Gunny regained his composure, allowing a rare smile to grace his features. Young friend, your 3 elixirs, achieving the 2nd tier, can be appraised at 40,000 each in the auction house. What say you? 40,000 each? Xiao Yu was taken aback, realizing that he had managed to refine 2nd-tier elixirs from some low-grade materials, commanding such a price. In his original estimation, selling an elixir for 15,000 would have been an exceptional outcome. Never did he expect such delightful fortune. He was thoroughly content with the price of 40,000. After all, even the Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid crafted by Yao Lao had only fetched 40,000 gold coins at auction. What more could he desire? The Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid was a 2nd-tier liquid usable in the Douqi stage, while Xiao Yu's 2 elixirs designed for accelerated cultivation were only consumable by fighters, and their efficacy would diminish significantly at the Dome Master level, becoming nearly negligible beyond 6 stars. Certainly, Xiao Yu readily accepted this exceedingly reasonable offer. Gunny smiled and nodded, discreetly signaling to Manager Liu. Liu, understanding the cue, promptly instructed his subordinates to prepare a crystal card worth 120,000 gold coins. However, Xiao Yu quickly interjected. Manager Liu, I wish to procure some items. Let us settle the accounts once I have completed my purchases. Gunny's interest piqued. This was an excellent opportunity to foster a relationship with Xiao Yu, and he would not let it slip away, especially considering the formidable alchemist who stood behind him. A figure deserving of the utmost respect, even at the Imperial Capital's headquarters. May I inquire what young friend intends to purchase? Perhaps materials for alchemy? Xiao Yu nodded, responding, Indeed, I wish to acquire some medicinal materials and also inquire about elixir formulas, as well as procure some literature on alchemy. The auction house possessed all these items. Yet, Guni found himself puzzled. Given that there was a fourth-tier alchemist backing Xiao Yu, why was he still seeking formulas? Each high-tier alchemist was a living repository of alchemical knowledge, and the desire for books on elixir knowledge suggested that his mentor had not imparted this wisdom to him. Perceptive to Guni's skepticism, Xiao Yu decided to quell his curiosity with a fabricated tale, claiming, "My mentor has yet to teach me anything about alchemy. He merely provided me with 3 elixirs as capital." He stated that only by becoming a first-tier alchemist independently, without anyone's assistance, would I be worthy to be his disciple. And with that, Xiao Yu feigned a wry smile, fully immersing himself in the act. Guni was taken aback, marveling the arduous nature of self-teaching to become an alchemist without any guidance. Such talent was requisite to gain admission under a mentor of that caliber. Thus, he pondered the true rank of the alchemist behind Xiao Yu. The more he thought about it, the more daunting it became. That alchemist could very well be someone the entire middle family would not dare offend. Indeed, the requirements set by that esteemed individual are stringent. Yet if they have taken notice of you, young friend, it is evident you possess exceptional qualities. I have faith you shall surely gain admission under their tutelage. Guni reassured him. To be subjected to such exacting standards by a mysterious high-tier alchemist indicated that Xiao Yu was undoubtedly extraordinary. Establishing a rapport early on could yield no detriment. Xiao Yu feigned a renewed sense of confidence, replying, "Thank you for your kind words, Master Guni. I shall strive diligently to become my mentor's disciple." Gu and I smiled and nodded. "It is commendable that you possess such determination, Xiao. As for the medicinal herbs, elixirs, and alchemical texts you require, I shall promptly arrange for their procurement. Please, bear with me for a moment." "Thank you, Master Gu and I," Xiao replied. "By the way, may I inquire about the names of these 3 elixirs?" "These 2 are the vitality-enhancing pills, crafted by my esteemed teacher, which accelerate one's cultivation. This one is the body refinement pill," Gu and I explained. After waiting for an hour, Xiao Yu received a spatial ring. "Master Gu and I, what is this?" Gu and I stroked his beard and chuckled. "This is a gift from the auction house for you, my young friend." Xiao Yu quickly declined. "This is far too precious. I cannot afford it. I must insist that you take it back, Master Gu and I. There is no need for such modesty, my young friend. It is merely a low-tier spatial ring. Consider it an investment from the auction house in your future endeavors. Your potential is boundless, and this is merely an effort to cultivate a favorable relationship. Should you find it inappropriate, there will always be elixirs for sale, and I hope you will prioritize the middle auction house. This ring can serve as a reservation fee." Gu and I had previously inquired about Xiao Yu's circumstances from Manager Liu and learned that Xiao had once left carrying herbs and an alchemical cauldron, noting that he possessed no spatial ring. This had sparked an idea in Guni's mind. A low-tier spatial ring costs merely 100,000 gold coins, a trivial sum for him. In fact, each of the 3 prominent families in Wu-Tan City pales in comparison to his wealth. However, spending 100,000 gold coins to befriend a future alchemist of at least the 3rd rank is a worthy investment. And it also serves to express goodwill towards that mysterious high-ranking alchemist. Even if the ring proves ineffective, the middle auction house can bear the cost. Such investments come with risks and rewards. Should one misjudge, it is their own misfortune. Hearing this, Xiao Yu ceased his refusals and clasped his fists in gratitude. "In that case, I shall gratefully accept this. Should I come into possession of surplus elixirs in the future, I will certainly prioritize the middle auction house." After Xiao Yu departed, Manager Liu approached Gu and I and whispered, "Master Gu and I, should we investigate this matter? After all, it is a spatial ring." Heuni, understanding the implication, immediately shook his head. "There is no need for that. The quality of the elixirs he possesses indicates that the alchemist behind him is someone we cannot provoke, even at headquarters. Our priority should be to foster goodwill. Even if it yields no benefit, we must avoid enmity." Manager Liu, not being an alchemist himself, was unaware of the significance of these elixirs. Even Gu and I found it challenging to create elixirs that achieved half the purity of those 3. Xiao Yu could not have imagined that the Thunderfire alchemy could purify elixirs to such an extent. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Gu and I to misconstrue his teacher as being of at least the 4th rank. Chapter 9. Diligence, Learning, Progress. Upon returning to his courtyard, the sky darkened. Xiao Yu began to tally his gains, for this time had truly been profitable. Not only had he acquired what he desired, but he had also received a spatial ring without cost. He unearthed Qingling grass, Lingqi red blood grass, scorpion flower, fire spirit crystal, 2nd tier earth magic core, fire magic core, Inwood magic core. He also obtained the formulas for the spirit enhancing pill, chi replenishing pill, and rejuvenation pill, along with the alchemist's basic handbook, great identification manual, and herbal compendium. One by one, These items emerged from the spatial ring, and with each addition, the light in Xiao Yu's eyes grew brighter. These were precisely what he needed at present, and they underscored how much he owed Gu and I a significant favor. Excluding the herbs and alchemical texts, just the 3 second-tier formulas alone could consume Xiao Yu's 120,000 gold coins entirely. The spatial ring, herbs, and alchemical texts likely amounted to 200,000 gold coins, meaning Gu and I had effectively gifted Xiao Yu this sum as a preemptive investment. This favor was monumental for Xiao Yu at this stage. Truly, I must express my gratitude to that old man Gu and I, Xiao Yu mused. How did I not notice his generosity in the original work? This was not surprising. In the original tale, the black-clad figure impersonating Xiao Yin produced merely a second-tier foundation spirit liquid. Gu and I regarded him only as an alchemist of equal or one rank higher, deserving of respect. But nothing more. Xiao Yu, however, was different. The elixirs he crafted were produced with thunder fire, surpassing those made by ordinary alchemists in purity. It was precisely this terrifying, purifying ability of thunder that maximized the efficacy of the herbs, thereby elevating the grades of the elixirs. This was why Xiao Yu could produce second-tier elixirs using low-tier herbs. Furthermore, the near-perfect purity of the elixirs meant they had almost no side effects, eliminating the existence of pill toxins, which led Gu and I to mistakenly believe that Xiao Yu's fictitious teacher was an alchemist of the 4th rank or higher. Such alchemists were exceedingly rare even within the Garma Empire, and Gu and I had little opportunity to encounter them, let alone compare himself to their disciples. Given Gu Ni's age, he was likely to make no further progress in his lifetime. Thus, when the chance arose to befriend such an alchemist, he was determined not to let it slip away. Even a few words of guidance from Xiao Yu's enigmatic teacher could yield lifelong benefits, perhaps even a step further in his own career. Moreover, while 200,000 gold coins was not an insignificant amount, it was not so crippling as to be beyond his means. Over the years at the Middle Auction House, he had amassed a considerable fortune. After all, alchemists were renowned for their ability to accumulate wealth, and even a second-tier alchemist could amass a substantial sum over time. Yet, this was a different situation for Gu and I compared to Xiao Yu. What did Xiao Yu currently lack the most? Herbs, formulas, and books to systematically learn alchemy. The spatial ring solved the inconvenience of carrying these items. It was akin to providing timely assistance during Xiao Yu's time of need, regardless of Gu Ni's intentions. He had genuinely aided Xiao Yu, and Xiao Yu would gladly acknowledge this debt. Should Gu and I require assistance in the future, Xiao Yu would certainly do what he could to help. After organizing the items and planning their placement within the spatial ring, Xiao Yu casually consumed a light meal before commencing his cultivation. With some time before sleep, he could not afford to waste it, lacking other forms of entertainment. He chose to spend the time cultivating. Waves of intangible fighting spirit were drawn into his body, circulating through his natural pathways, transformed into thunderfire fighting spirit, and settled into his dantian, fortifying Xiao Yu's strength. The spirit-enhancing pill required spirit crystals, qingling grass, nurturing spirit mushrooms, and red fruits, as well as second-tier magic cores. The chi-replenishing pill and rejuvenation pill also awaited his attention. The following day, Xiao Yu began studying the 3 pill formulas. For the Thunderfire alchemy method differed from the traditional alchemical techniques of the Douqi Continent, necessitating his modifications to adapt the formulas for Thunderfire refinement. However, the difficulty was significantly less than creating his own formulas, requiring only the substitution of the wood element catalysis with thunder-based refinement and fusion. In the meantime, he also revised the previous chi-replenishing and body refinement pills to allow for traditional fire and wood alchemy, and with 3 second-tier formulas for reference. This was no daunting task for him. On the basis of prior endeavors, he meticulously refined his techniques, elevating the originally modest first-grade chi, nourishing, and body-tempering pills to the esteemed second grade. This was merely accomplished by enhancing the age of the medicinal herbs and the quality of the magical cores, followed by rigorous experimentation and improvement. For over 20 days hence, Xiao Yu immersed himself in the art of alchemy, tirelessly concocting pills day after day. Each day brimmed with fulfillment. Even his moments before slumber were spent perusing alchemical manuscripts. His progress was evident, incremental yet substantial. The joy of learning he experienced was unparalleled, a sensation he had never encountered during his 23 years on Earth. The myriad forms of entertainment available on Earth often led to indulgence, unlike the Douqi Continent, which lacked the distractions of the internet and smartphones. Focusing instead on the pursuit of strength, as the adage asserts, might makes right. After more than 3 years, he had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, no longer tormented by nostalgia for Earth as he once was. This echoed the saying, The sharpness of a sword comes from its honing, and the fragrance of plum blossoms arises from bitter cold. He now traversed a long and arduous path, earnestly seeking the truth. The future lay beneath his feet. The current Xiao Yu was no longer the aimless recluse from Earth, but rather a vigorous young man embodying the spirit of self-improvement. After more than half a month, Xiao Yu once again completed his arduous training, reaping rewards far greater than before. 8 spirit elevation pills, 4 chi recovery pills, and 3 rejuvenation pills. Thanks to the alchemical manuscripts, his understanding of pill categorization had matured, no longer resembling a headless fly. Under the Thunderfire alchemy method, the 3 types of ordinary second-grade pills had ascended to the 3rd grade, though they remained at the bottom tier among 3rd-grade pills. Nonetheless, this achievement was significant, for the technique to elevate pills was a closely guarded secret exclusive to the Central Continent, akin to the method of spirit elevation employed by the renowned alchemist Yao. However, the intricacies of the spirit elevation technique were formidable. Without a potent spiritual force, one could not harness it. Such secrets were typically reserved for high-ranking alchemists, defined as those of the 7th grade or above. Thus, Xiao Yu's mastery of the Thunderfire alchemy method was deemed extraordinary. A single 3rd-grade pill commanded a price exceeding 60,000. Thus, Xiao Yu's 15 3rd-grade pills, priced at a minimum of 60,000 gold coins each, amounted to a staggering 900,000. Holding over 1 million in medicinal treasures, Xiao Yu felt an overwhelming sense of elation. In strict terms, he remained merely a 2nd-grade alchemist, as his ability to concoct 3rd-grade pills stemmed solely from the unique characteristics of the Thunderfire alchemy method. Over these 20 days, he had palpably sensed the resistance in alchemy, finding it far less effortless than the earlier concoction of chi-nourishing and body-tempering pills. Whether it was the control of flames and lightning or the exertion of spiritual power and perception, he could only sustain the crafting of 2nd-grade pills. To advance further, considerable effort lay ahead. Chapter 10, Yafi. At the break of dawn, Xiao Yu began his preparations. This time, he intended to approach the Mitre auction house under a different guise. The previous 2 instances had been manageable, but if he continued to present himself as Xiao Yu, suspicions would inevitably arise. Moreover, he was to sell 3rd-grade pills and seek 3rd-grade pill formulas at the auction house. The spirit elevation pill was currently of use to him, yet its effectiveness would significantly diminish upon reaching the 6-star Great Dome Master rank, as it would only yield 3rd-grade results at best. Procuring 3rd-grade formulas and materials while masquerading as Xiao Yu would present numerous inconveniences. A mere youth yet to attain the rank of alchemist seeking 3rd-grade formulas would certainly raise eyebrows, even if he fabricated a tale about his master's interest. Carrying over 1 million in pills bore considerable risk, should word of his wealth reach others, viewing him merely as a junior member of the Xiao family. It could provoke malicious intent, thereby exposing his cultivation. After all, not everyone possesses the wisdom to remain rational when confronted with such a fortune. Adopting the guise of a mysterious alchemist mitigated those fears. Even if he encountered individuals with ill intentions along the way, he could easily dispatch them. Most importantly, this would allow Gunny and others to verify the existence of a genuine alchemist behind Xiao Yu, facilitating future dealings at the Mitre auction house. As for the disguise, Xiao Yu was unconcerned. He possessed the Wan Hua flame, capable of masking his aura. Although he could not yet achieve complete transformation, altering his presence was a trivial matter. Donning a flowing white robe with a hood that obscured his face, he further employed the Wan Hua flame to envelop his visage, transforming into an entirely different persona. Gazing into the copper mirror, he beheld a middle-aged man, poised and mature, his elegant white attire enhancing a demeanor of refined grace. Pleased with his altered appearance, Xiao Yu touched his smooth skin, only to lament the limitations of the Wan Hua flame, which could not yet alter physical objects, only create illusions. With a wry smile, he departed, confident that no one would find it amusing to touch his face. Unlike previous visits, upon arriving at the Mitre auction house, he noted a significantly larger crowd than usual. No longer presenting himself as Xiao Yu, he strode confidently to the entrance. Esteemed guest, please wait. The auction will commence in 2 hours, and entry is not permitted at this time. A maid approached, halting his advance. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yu understood the influx of people outside. An auction was indeed taking place. 2 hours? I fear I cannot wait that long. For hours of idle waiting would surely bore him. He had no desire to make a round trip. I am not here to attend the auction. I have business with Manager Liu. Kindly relay my request. Please hold for a moment. The maid, noting the obscured face and extraordinary aura of the individual, surmised that he must be someone of significance and did not question further. Shortly thereafter, Manager Liu arrived. Upon seeing a man clad in white robes with a concealed face, he felt a tinge of confusion. He did not recognize this individual, yet sensed an air of distinction, leading him to believe he was no ordinary person. "What business do you seek with me, esteemed guest?" Glimpsing Manager Lu's lack of recognition, Xiao Yu spoke. "I wish to sell some pills. I would appreciate your assistance in arranging this." It was entirely normal for Manager Lu not to recognize Xiao Yu. Had he done so, it would have indicated Lu's exceptional acuity. Moreover, Xiao Yu had altered his voice, likely rendering it unrecognizable even to Xiao Zhan. Manager Lu's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated another alchemist wishing to sell pills. Given his previous encounter with Xiao Yu, Manager Lu had gained favor with Gunny, enhancing his status at the miter auction house. Now, most managers greeted him warmly, a stark contrast to the past when he was largely ignored due to his lack of connections. Savoring this newfound recognition, Manager Lu promptly replied, "Ah, so you are an alchemist. My apologies for the oversight. Please this way." And thus, Xiao Yu was escorted by Manager Lu to the appraisal room. Before long, Master Lu summoned Gu Enai, accompanied by a woman. The woman possessed a cascade of wine-red hair and donned a black dress adorned with golden patterns. Her voluptuous figure and statuesque height, coupled with a captivatingly mature allure, rendered her irresistibly enchanting to any man who beheld her. Xiao Yu, being an aficionado of anime, instantly recognized her as Yafei, the esteemed chief auctioneer and overseer of Wutan City. For a 26-year-old virgin, such a dangerously alluring woman was nearly lethal, especially as he gazed upon her long, alluring legs clad in black stockings. A flush crept onto Xiao Yu's face. However, the present Xiao Yu was no longer the hapless individual he once was. He had expended considerable effort to suppress his body's unusual reactions to avoid revealing his true feelings. This woman, who had failed to evoke much in him while he observed her in novels and anime, now felt utterly captivating in reality, truly a bewitching enchantress. After ushering Gu Enai to the rear, Master Lu smiled and inquired of Xiao Yu, might the guest present the medicinal pills intended for sale for Master Guni's appraisal? Master Gu Enai was the head of the medicinal pill department and a second-tier alchemist. To ensure Xiao Yu was aware of Guni's identity, Master Lu provided this introduction. Xiao Yu waved his hand, indicating he was already informed, and then produced 3 jade vials. One contained 4 ascension pills, another held 4 restoration pills, and the final vial housed 3 rejuvenation pills, which he offered to Gu Enai. Xiao Yu retained 4 ascension pills for his own cultivation, as they were still beneficial to him. Thus he need not part with them all. Moreover, the pills he presented were sufficient to exchange for the gold coins he required. As Gu Enai accepted the jade vials and began his appraisal, he was taken aback upon examining the first pill, gazing at Xiao Yu with wide eyes. Ascension pill. My lord, are you perhaps the esteemed teacher of Xiao Yu? Upon encountering the first ascension pill, Gu Enai sensed something amiss. This particular ascension pill was of unparalleled purity, elevating its efficacy to the 3rd tier, despite its original classification as a 2nd-tier pill. The striking similarity to the qi-nourishing pill Xiao Yu had sold over a fortnight ago was astonishing. The purity was identical. Moreover, it was quite fortuitous that the recipe Gu Enai had sold to Xiao Yu included the ascension pill. All of this pointed to the undeniable conclusion that this mysterious figure clad in white robes was likely the teacher Xiao Yu had spoken of. Beside them, Yafei's delicate brows arched in intrigue. Having heard Gu Enai speak of Xiao Yu, she was aware of the identity of Xiao Yu's enigmatic alchemist mentor. Could this white-robed gentleman truly be the revered alchemist Gu Enai held in such high esteem? Xiao Yu understood that once Gu Enai appraised the pills he had presented, his concealed identity would be deduced, so he did not shy away and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that rascal is my registered disciple and has mentioned you, Master Gu Enai. I must express my gratitude for your care of him. Upon receiving confirmation, Gu Enai was elated, though he restrained his excitement in the presence of others. He replied with a smile, I foresee that Xiao Yu will undoubtedly become a remarkable figure. This is merely an opportunity for us to forge a beneficial connection, and thus, no thanks are necessary. I cannot accept such titles. It would be too much for one of my humble standing. If you do not mind, simply refer to me as Gu Enai, he continued. That is of no consequence. That lad is my sole disciple, and your kindness towards him warrants my thanks. Xiao Yu responded, shaking his head. To avoid raising suspicions, he endeavored to express his gratitude with nonchalance. Subsequently, he presented Gu Enai with the improved recipes for the qi-nourishing pill and the body-refining pill, saying, My disciple has indeed benefited greatly from you. So this is a small token of appreciation from Master Gu Enai on his behalf. He has nothing of value to offer, so I, as his teacher, must step in. It is not particularly precious. Please accept it. Sensing that Gu Enai was reluctant to accept, Xiao Yu urged him further. Upon hearing this, Gu Enai found it difficult to decline and took the recipes. His spirits lifted at the sight of them. A renowned alchemist had bestowed upon him recipes. And even if they were of lower tier, it was still a significant gesture. It was well known that alchemists seldom shared their recipes with others, signifying the acknowledgement of his abilities and a bond of goodwill. Chapter 11. The Auction of Medicinal Pills. At this moment, Yafei stepped forward with a radiant smile. The medicinal pills offered by the guest are of the 3rd tier. Why not participate in the auction? I believe the guest will receive a most satisfactory price. Oh! Gu Enai exclaimed, slapping his forehead. In his excitement, he had forgotten to introduce Yafei. My lord, this is Yafei, the chief auctioneer and overseer of the Maitel auction house. Yafei's assertion held weight. Today's auction was indeed extraordinary, as it was centered around the high-level Xin-tier combat skill, Windstorm technique. Virtually all prominent figures in Wu-Tan City had gathered, and it was certain they would show keen interest in 3rd-tier medicinal pills, sparing no expense to acquire them. Windstorm technique? Xiao Yu recalled that this was the auction where Xiao Yan had sold the Foundation establishment liquid. Thus, it was indeed prudent to auction the medicinal pills, maximizing potential profits. With financial gain in sight, Xiao Yu was eager to proceed, as money was his most pressing need. He nodded in agreement. Very well. Yafei was delighted. With the addition of 11 3rd-tier medicinal pills, this auction would undoubtedly be even more successful, enhancing the Maitel auction house's influence in Wu-Tan City. Upon her return to the Imperial Capital headquarters, her record would boast yet another achievement. Yafei took the jade vials, her eyes shimmering with delight as she remarked, Rest assured, I will organize the auction forthwith, ensuring the guest is not disappointed. Should the guest wish to observe the auction, I will be pleased to arrange a private viewing room, she added. Her every gesture radiated an entrancing charm, and Xiao Yu, wishing to avoid excessive interaction, consented. Very well. I shall take a look. Thus, the group exited the appraisal room. And Yafei arranged for Xiao Yu to have a private room, equipped with a transparent barrier to observe the auction. Once everything was settled, Yafei departed to prepare for the auction, while Gu Enai remained behind, intent on personally attending to Xiao Yu's needs. Xiao Yu did not decline, recognizing that Gu Enai had rendered him considerable assistance, and it would be ungracious to dismiss him. After a lengthy wait, the auction finally commenced, and a throng of attendees surged into the venue, swiftly filling every seat. 3 sections had been designated for the 3 prominent families of Wu-Tan City. From his vantage point above, Xiao Yu could clearly see Xiao Zhan and the elder members of the Xiao family seated in their designated area. Just as Xiao Yu began to feel bored, there was a knock at the door. Enter, Xiao Yu called out, for Gu Enai would likely hesitate to admit anyone without permission. Upon entering, the appraiser from the Maitel auction house's appraisal room bowed respectfully to Xiao Yu before approaching Gu Enai and whispering in his ear. Xiao Yu paid little mind, as he held no interest in the affairs of the Maitel. After listening, Gu Enai nodded and turned to Xiao Yu, bowing respectfully, my lord. There are matters in the appraisal room that require my attention. Feel free to attend to your business, Gu Enai. Do not mind me, Xiao Yu replied. Excuse me. I shall take my leave, Gu Enai said as he stepped toward the door, careful not to appear neglectful toward Xiao Yu. He instructed the attendant on duty. If the esteemed guest requires anything, do your utmost to accommodate him. Be attentive. Of course, Master Gu Enai, the attendant replied, and Gu Enai left, satisfied. Within the confines of the private chamber, Xiao Yu suddenly recalled that, at this juncture, the appraisal room was occupied and Gu Enai was required to attend. It was highly probable that Xiao Yan had arrived with that substandard Foundation establishment liquid. It turned out that during the auction, that inferior Foundation establishment elixir had indeed been purchased by Xiao Zhan, making Xiao Yan's actions akin to extorting from his own father. A rather distressing predicament, to say the least. Xiao Yu pondered how the auction would unfold with his elixirs in the mix. He could already envision the scene during the auction of the elixirs. After all, third-grade elixirs were a rarity in Wu-Tan City. The Ascending Spirit Pill could significantly expedite the cultivation of a great fighter. Thus, it would undoubtedly incite a fierce competition among the 3 prominent families. The Qi Supplement Pill might be slightly less sought after, while the Revitalization Pill, capable of healing ailments and eradicating the hidden injuries accumulated by great fighters and those below, was truly a precious commodity. Half an hour later, the auction officially commenced. The clamor gradually subsided, and anticipation filled the air as everyone awaited the forthcoming items for bidding. Yafei gracefully ascended the central auction stage through a side passage. As soon as she took the stage, she instantly became the focus of attention, with fervent gazes converging upon her. Even those of less steadfast disposition found their cheeks flushed crimson. Xiao Yu recalled that in the novel, Xiao Yan had seen individuals at the auction gazing at Yafei's alluring red lips, engaging in rather unsavory thoughts. It was clear that Yafei possessed a remarkable charm. "Welcome, everyone, to this auction. It is my utmost honor to have you here," Yafei proclaimed. "I shall preside over this auction, which features an array of treasures that I am certain will pique your interest, ensuring that you leave with your arms full." With that, she announced the first item for bidding. Under the influence of her melodious, yet slightly seductive voice, the auction commenced with fervor. One item after another was presented on the auction stage, each fetching commendable prices under Yafei's guidance. Smaller factions were visibly excited, yet the three prominent families remained stoic, as they were primarily there for the windstorm decision and had no need to squander gold on mediocre items. Xiao Yu had never attended an auction before and found it somewhat novel. However, his interest waned after a short while, as the proceedings were merely a display of petty squabbles among lesser families, hardly riveting. In his boredom, he caught sight of a figure clad in a black cloak in a remote corner. Although the face was obscured, it was likely Xiao Yan. This marked Xiao Yu's first encounter with his cousin, the future Emperor Yan. Despite being Xiao Yan's cousin, Xiao Yu had moved away from the Xiao family estate at the tender age of 4, and having spent only 3 years in this world, he held little recollection of Xiao Yan. After all, who truly remembers events from their early childhood, especially if they are the recollections of another? After observing for a spell, Xiao Yu turned his attention back to the auction. The portrayal of Xiao Yan in novels and animations painted him as a person of deep loyalty and decisiveness, exceedingly kind to family and friends, yet fiercely antagonistic towards foes. His moral compass seemed largely intact. He would never harm the innocent, having grown up under the banner of righteousness. Even after living for over a decade in the Douqi Continent, his modern memories would inevitably influence his character and values. The only criticisms leveled against him were regarding an incident in his youth involving Xiao Suner, which had led to whispers of pedophilia, as well as his relationships with several beautiful confidants and 2 wives. Xiao Yu felt no aversion towards these matters. Whether one viewed them as pedophilia was subjective. The narrative had clarified Xiao Yan's intentions, and with Xiao Suner under the protection of Ling Ying from a young age, if Xiao Yan had truly acted inappropriately, he would have met with dire consequences long ago. As for the affairs with his confidants and wives, such matters were open to interpretation. Overall, Xiao Yan appeared to be a friend worth cultivating, as one could engage with him without fear of betrayal and might even reap benefits from their association. After the Foundation Establishment elixir was auctioned, Yafei finally unveiled Xiao Yu's elixirs. With a charming smile, she remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, this next item is truly a rare find." The audience's curiosity was piqued. Anything deemed rare by Yafei was surely extraordinary. The forthcoming auction featured 3rd-grade elixirs, to be auctioned in 11 portions. After explaining the auction process, Yafei presented 4 jade vials containing ascending spirit pills and began her introduction. These 4 vials contain 3rd-grade ascending spirit pills, capable of doubling the cultivation speed of a great fighter for a duration of 3 months. For those below the rank of great fighter, the effects will be even more pronounced and prolonged. Chapter 12. The auction concludes. 3rd-grade elixirs, capable of accelerating the cultivation of a great fighter. Yafei's introduction astonished everyone present at the auction. 3rd-grade elixirs were indeed a rarity in Wutan City. Those seeking to procure such elixirs had only 2 options: either spend exorbitantly at the Mitre auction house, where long-term stock was often unavailable, necessitating shipment from the headquarters, or venture to larger cities to purchase them, which was laborious and costly. Moreover, elixirs that enhance cultivation speed were exceptionally hard to come by, as most alchemists reserved these for their own use rather than selling them. Seeking an alchemist to concoct them was no simple matter either. One needed to prepare the formula, gather ample medicinal materials, and pay sufficient refining fees, all of which could yield little interest from the alchemist. Thus, it was no surprise that the crowd was astonished. Their current concern revolved around the price of the ascending spirit pills, each eager to claim them as their own. Yafei, fully aware of their thoughts, skillfully heightened their anticipation. Recognizing the opportune moment had arrived, she gradually announced, "There are 4 ascending spirit pills to be auctioned in 4 rounds, with a starting price of 50,000, and each bid must exceed 1,000 gold coins." Upon hearing this price, a hush fell over the crowd, not because the elixir was exorbitantly priced, but because most were waiting for the first bid to be placed. Jafei Mandunurith. Having spent considerable time in Wutan City, she understood the allure of 3rd-grade elixirs to these individuals. This temporary silence was merely the calm before the storm. This was also why she had proposed the auction of the elixirs to the mysterious alchemist. Yifei was confident that she could sell them for a price exceeding their intrinsic value. 50,000. At that moment, a patriarch of a small family shouted through gritted teeth from the auction stage. 50,000 was a significant sum for this small family, representing years of hard-earned income. Nevertheless, disdainful glances converged upon him from those nearby. 50,000? Are you jesting? This is a third-grade elixir, and you can't even muster an additional 1,000 gold coins. Indeed. Indeed. What a miserly patriarch. Some gossipers began to mock him mercilessly. The patriarch could only offer a wry smile. It was not that he lacked the desire to bid higher, but rather that he simply lacked the funds. He desperately coveted the ascending spirit pill. Do not underestimate this single ascending spirit pill. It could enable him to break through to the rank of great fighter within the next year, thereby elevating his family's standing in Wutan City. A single spirit ascension pill could undoubtedly grant a modest family in Wutan City a greater voice, its value far exceeding a mere 50,000 gold coins. This is precisely the allure of an alchemist. With a young clan leader setting the bidding in motion, others began to follow suit. 51,000, 72,000, 83,000. The prices surged higher and higher, escalating rapidly. However, the three dominant families of Wutan City remained silent, fully aware that acquiring the Spirit Ascension Pill for 70 or 80,000 was nothing short of a pipe dream. Finally, after the price reached 90,000, the only silence came from the three great families. 90,000 gold coins represented the final threshold for these smaller families. Beyond that, they could not afford. 95,000. At this moment, an elder seated at the same bidding table as Xiao Zhan spoke up. This elder was the patriarch of the Zhenli family, Zhenli Bai. Oh, Patriarch Zhenli is indeed extravagant, bidding 5,000 gold coins right off the bat, remarked a middle-aged man nearby, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Fit, Obapa. If you desire it, feel free to bid. The illustrious Uba family surely wouldn't be stingy, Zhenli Bai retorted with a sneer, clearly at odds with the middle-aged man. Uba Pa, of course, was not one to shy away from bidding. After all, who would turn down such a fine item? He promptly countered with a bid of 96,000. He was not foolish. In an auction, raising the bid incrementally was prudent, as losing money would ultimately be his own folly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Zhenli Bai continued to interject sarcastically, relishing the opportunity to irritate Uba Pa given their strained relationship. Xiao Zhan remained silent, quietly observing the unfolding drama between the two. 97,000, 98,000, 99,000, 100,000. The competition between the two intensified, and the price broke the six-figure mark. Yifei watched with a smile as Zhenli Bai and Uba Pa clashed. Noticing that the moment was ripe, Xiao Zhan boldly declared, 105,000 gold coins. The two adversaries were momentarily taken aback by Xiao Zhan's bid, casting him fierce glances before falling silent, refraining from further bidding. 105,000 gold coins was, truthfully, a steep price. Although reasonable, there were still 3 more Spirit Ascension pills to be auctioned, and they did not wish to rush into purchasing. Moreover, there was the main event, the advanced Xian-tier martial arts technique. It would be unwise to squander gold coins at this juncture. Seeing no one else willing to bid, Yifei smiled and announced, Patriarch Xiao Zhan bids 105,000 gold coins. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? With no further bids, the first Spirit Ascension pill was declared to belong to Patriarch Xiao Zhan. With a gentle tap of her small hammer on the table, she concluded this round of bidding. Uba Pa, witnessing the outcome, scoffed disdainfully. Patriarch Xiao Zhan is indeed generous. I wonder if there will be any gold coins left for future auctions, he remarked, his tone laced with mockery. Xiao Zhan, fully aware of Uba Pa's intent, chose to disregard him. Engaging with such a man would only waste breath and diminish his dignity. Noticing Xiao Zhan's indifference, a fleeting anger flashed in Uba Pa's eyes, but he held his tongue, waiting for the next round of bidding. Yaliabi, observing the interplay between the two, felt a sense of satisfaction seeing Uba Pa at a disadvantage. After all, Uba Pa was undeniably bothersome, and even Xiao Zhan, whom Zhenli Bai held grievances against, earned his reluctant admiration. As the second round of bidding commenced, the auction item was once again the Spirit Ascension pill, starting at the base price of 50,000. The enthusiasm among the attendees did not wane due to the first round. Bidding fervor persisted. After half an hour, 11 pills were auctioned off in total. The Xiao family secured one for 105,000 gold coins, while the Zhenli family acquired 2, both at 110,000, aided by Uba Pa's inflated bids. The most unfortunate was Uba Pa, who ended up paying 12,000 for the last Spirit Ascension pill. After all, one must reciprocate kindness. Zhenli was not one to suffer losses, for every villain meets their match. The Qi recovery pill and rejuvenation pill were significantly less valuable, with each Qi recovery pill costing 60,000, which was reasonable, as it could only restore a greatly exhausted Dome Master's energy in a very short time, certainly inferior to the Spirit Ascension pill. The rejuvenation pill was priced at 70,000. However, Xiao Zhan managed to acquire one for 60,000. As other smaller families dared not contest the Xiao family's standing in Wutan City. With the 11 pills, Xiao Zhan garnered over 800,000 in profit, a considerable return on his 12,000 investment. Ah, the alchemist truly reaps wealth, he mused, marveling at the lucrative nature of the profession. As for the competition for the Feng Wanju, he paid it no mind. He had no need for it, indifferent to who claimed it. Instead, he leaned back in his chair, contemplating the Thunderfire alchemy method, for there were numerous aspects requiring his refinement. With no pressing matters at hand, he deemed it best to ponder how to elevate his alchemical skills further. Chapter 13. The first encounter with Xiao Yin and childhood embarrassments. By the time the auction concluded, the afternoon had arrived. Xiao Zhan stepped out of the private room and into the reception area to await his 80,000 gold coins. It wasn't too long before Yafei approached, her small waist swaying as she greeted him with a radiant smile. "Thank you for your patience, sir." Personally pouring him a cup of tea, she then produced a crystalline card from her bosom and handed it to Xiao Zhan. "This is your auction earnings of 885,000 gold coins. I hope you're satisfied." Receiving the crystalline card brought immense joy to Xiao Zhan. Truth be told, had he earned such a sum back on Earth, he would have leapt with joy. "I am quite satisfied. Miss Yafei's auctioning skills are truly remarkable." Yafei giggled, covering her mouth. "You flatter me, sir. It was merely a trivial technique." As they conversed, Gu and I arrived, having completed his tasks. "Apologies, my lord. I was delayed attending to an alchemist." "No matter. Since the auction has concluded, I should take my leave." Rising to depart, Xiao Zhan felt he had accomplished his goal and had no reason to linger. Yafei and Gu and I exchanged glances, both smiling as they escorted Xiao Zhan out. "If you have any surplus pills to sell next time, please consider the Maitel auction house first. Yafei will personally ensure you receive a fair price," she stated earnestly at the door. "Indeed, should I sell pills next time, I will instruct that young fellow to contact the auction house. Until then, I must take my leave." Xiao Zhan did not refuse Yafei's request. After all, in the small locale of Wutan City, there was no other venue capable of absorbing his pills apart from Maitel. Yafei and Gu and I watched the figure in the white robe blend into the crowd until he vanished before returning. Back at the small courtyard, Xiao Zhan felt fatigued and lay on his bed, quietly gazing at the crystalline card worth 885,000. Now that he had the resources for cultivation, it was time to focus on becoming stronger. The 4 remaining Spirit Ascension pills would suffice for a considerable duration, and at this stage, there was no need to continue refining pills. The sum of 880,000 is allocated as funds for his future cultivation, which will sufficiently cover his search for third-grade alchemy recipes and the purchase of necessary materials. Early the next morning, Xiao Yu made his way to Xiao Zhan's residence. Having acquired such a substantial fortune, he intended to return the 20,000 gold coins to Xiao Zhan. Considering that the recent auction had consumed nearly a year's worth of the Xiao family's income, and Xiao Zhan had also spent 40,000 gold coins on foundation-building spiritual liquid for Xiao Yan, it was likely that he was currently overwhelmed by the elders' incessant inquiries. Thus, the return of 20,000 gold coins would certainly alleviate some of Xiao Zhan's burdens. Xiao Yu wished to provide more, but he was reluctant to disclose the origin of this money. After all, the third-grade elixirs were produced by him, a revelation that might be too shocking for Xiao Zhan to accept all at once, and he feared the elders would become a nuisance. The matter of his own cultivation of fighting spirit needed to be approached with caution. The upcoming coming-of-age ceremony in over half a year would present the ideal opportunity. By that time, he would at least be a great fighter, possessing sufficient strength for self-preservation, allowing for a slight exposure of his capabilities without concern. After all, following the ceremony, he would embark on his own adventures, rendering him less vulnerable to the meddling of those old codgers among the elders. Upon arriving at Xiao Zhan's residence, Xiao Yu sensed that there were others present within, even before he knocked on the door. He contemplated not disturbing Xiao Zhan and decided to return later that evening. However, Xiao Zhan, sensing another's presence, opened the door first and found Xiao Yu just as he was about to leave. "Ah, it's you. I see you don't intend to come in. What brings you here?" Xiao Zhan inquired. With Xiao Zhan's appearance, Xiao Yu abandoned his notion of leaving and turned back, explaining, "I heard that second uncle had guests, so I didn't want to intrude and planned to return later." "When did you become so perceptive?" "There are no guests. Just Yinner and me." Come in and have a seat. It has been quite some time since you and Yen last met. Yan? Xiao Yan? Indeed. It had been ages since he had seen Xiao Yan. In fact, he could scarcely recall having met him at all, save for a few vague impressions. Nodding, Xiao Yu followed Xiao Zhan into the room. Upon entering, he beheld a refined young man clad in black seated at the table, holding a bottle of luminescent green liquid. So this is Xiao Yan? He truly resembles the character from the animated series. Who might this be? As Xiao Yu scrutinized Xiao Yan, the latter was equally puzzled, wondering who this handsome youth was standing beside his father. Could he be a secret, illegitimate child of his father? As thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiao Yan could not recall ever having encountered this young man, which prompted a daring notion to surface. Surely, this is not some melodramatic reunion of lost kin. Xiao Zhan was about to introduce Xiao Yu when he noticed Xiao Yan's peculiar expression, one that seemed to say, "So this is the kind of person my father is." Knowing his son well, Xiao Zhan surmised Xiao Yan's thoughts and playfully scolded, "You rascal, this is your cousin." Cousin? Realizing he was not an illegitimate child, Xiao Yan breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that his father had not betrayed his mother. When did I get a cousin? I have no recollection of this. However, he soon felt puzzled. The name Xiao Yu did ring a bell, albeit faintly. He is your uncle's son. You two used to sneak peeks at women bathing together when you were little. Don't you remember? Both Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu were taken aback. Is that even possible? I have no memory of that at all. Second uncle, you can't unjustly accuse me. I am a paragon of virtue. Xiao Yu vehemently denied the accusation, adamantly stating that he had never engaged in such behavior. Indeed, father, Xiao Yan also attempted to interject, but abruptly paused, as if recalling something. At the age of 3, he seemed to have inadvertently witnessed someone bathing, though technically, it was not truly spying. Rather, it was during a playful outing to a natural hot spring with friends that he caught a glimpse. He vaguely remembered that friend, someone quite dear to him. Xiao Yu. Cousin? Hearing Xiao Yan call out his name, Xiao Yu was momentarily stunned. How did Xiao Yan know his name? Observing Xiao Yu's continued lack of recognition, Xiao Zhan had to remind them, "You two little rascals, back when you were 3, you frolicked on the back mountain and happened to see a female member of the clan bathing. You shamelessly peered for quite a while. When discovered, you both fled. And it was you who came to confess to me, admitting everything and even implicating Yenner." Xiao Yu looked perplexed. Had he truly been such a scoundrel as a child? No, rather, was it Xiao Yu's youthful self who had been so scandalous? He desperately rummaged through his memories until he finally unearthed that recollection. Back then, he and Xiao Yan were quite close, two little boys exploring the back mountain together, incidentally witnessing a woman around 20 years of age bathing. Out of curiosity, they had watched for a while until they were discovered and hastily scurried down the mountain. Fearing repercussions from the woman, he had thought it wise to confess to Xiao Zhan first, believing it would result in a lighter punishment, and had even unhesitatingly implicated Xiao Yan. Now, he found himself without a chance to defend himself, since he had been the one to confess. There was no room for rebuttal, and thus the blame fell squarely on Xiao Yu. Xiao Yan's eyes widened as he gazed at the handsome young man before him, realizing that it was this cousin who had caused their misfortune when the incident came to light. He had never expected someone with such striking features could be so mischievous. He vividly recalled the punishment he received from his father, enduring several lashes that left him gritting his teeth in agony. Seeing Xiao Zhan grinning at him, and Xiao Yan's astonished expression, Xiao Yu awkwardly laughed. It was so long ago, I can hardly remember. Unable to escape, he chose to feign ignorance. Ha, you rascal. Xiao Zhan chuckled, delighted to witness his nephew's embarrassment, as he typically bore himself with the composure of an adult. Yanya. Don't look at me like that. I distinctly remember you being the most captivated by the scene. Realizing his attempts to feign ignorance were futile, Xiao Yu ungraciously tossed the hot potato back to Xiao Yan. As he noticed Xiao Zhan's surprised gaze shift toward him, Xiao Yan's expression darkened, feeling utterly mortified. Of course, he had been captivated. At that time, he was already over 20 in his heart, and naturally, he would be intrigued by the sight of a beautiful woman in her 20s. He was a man, after all. How could he not be interested? Even though he had traversed to the Douqi Continent, he still bore the soul of an adult man, and his preferences remained unchanged. He was drawn to young, attractive females. Not to mention, he had no interest in 3- or 4-year-old children. Chapter 14, 6-Star Great Fighter, the eve of the coming-of-age ceremony. Well, putting that aside, I came today to give second uncle some money. Swiftly changing the subject, Xiao Yu produced the prepared crystalline card containing the 20,000 gold coins and handed it to Xiao Zhan. Money? Xiao Zhan was taken aback as he received the card. Examining it closely, was this not the same 20,000 gold coins he had given Xiao Yu earlier? Confused, he inquired, "You didn't spend it?" After all, Xiao Yu had initially come to borrow money, knowing that his nephew would not return for such a purpose if there were no pressing matters. Thus, he was perplexed as to why Xiao Yu, despite having urgent affairs, had not touched the 20,000 gold coins and insisted on returning them. Xiao Yu shook his head. "It is of no use. I merely intended to borrow some funds to embark on a business venture, as I must also consider my future. However, I have not yet commenced, and I believe that my second uncle is in greater need of these funds at present." Xiao Zhan was about to refuse, handing the car back, but Xiao Yu interrupted him. "Please accept it, second uncle. While I was out shopping yesterday, I overheard discussions about the auction. You are in urgent need of money now. Although 20,000 gold coins may not suffice, any assistance is better than none. If it comes to it, you can repay me when you have surplus funds next time. After all, I am in no rush, as there is still a year left, correct?" Listening to Xiao Yu's words, Xiao Zhan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His nephew remained as considerate as ever, now even willing to share his burdens. The more he pondered, the more sorrowful he felt, a glimmer of tears welling in his eyes, though it quickly vanished. "All right, then, second uncle shall accept it. On the day of your coming-of-age ceremony, I will certainly repay you." Seeing Xiao Zhan accept the offer, Xiao Yu smiled and turned to Xiao Yin, saying, "Brother Yin, if you have the time, do visit me in my residence. Second uncle knows where I reside. I shall not intrude on your father-son conversation any longer. Second uncle, I will come to visit you again when I have the chance." Xiao Zhan, seeing Xiao Yu preparing to leave, naturally objected, as it was rare for him to have time like this. Stay for dinner. It has been a long time since we dined together. Perhaps next time. I still have some matters to attend to." Xiao Zhan understood that he wished to leave some space for him and Xiao Yin to converse as father and son, so he refrained from insisting further. "Yinner, see your cousin off." Xiao Yin nodded and escorted Xiao Yu out. "Brother Yin, it has been many years since we last met. It feels as though we are strangers. Do come to visit me sometime. We can reminisce and share a meal together." Xiao Yin chuckled, scratching his nose. "Yes, I will certainly take the opportunity to bother you, cousin. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, cousin." After parting with Xiao Yu, Xiao Yin felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he reflected, "Time indeed flies. I had not expected my little cousin to have grown into such a handsome young man." He sighed, recalling how inconsiderate he had been as a child, before returning to Xiao Zhan's quarters. For a considerable period thereafter, Xiao Yu dedicated himself to rigorous training, yielding impressive results. With the aid of the ascending spirit pill, he broke through to the great fighter level in less than 10 days. He did not pause to relax and continued with the arduous training. During this time, Xiao Yin visited several times, and the two brothers engaged in lively conversations, their bond gradually strengthening, reminiscent of their childhood. In Xiao Yan's presence, Xiao Yu felt no awkwardness. Rather, it was a source of ease. They shared striking similarities, naturally fostering a friendship, further enhanced by their cousinly connection. Xiao Yin had not anticipated that his cousin, after all these years, would still resonate with him as he did in their youth. Compared to other relatives, Xiao Yu's company was far more comforting, with his gentle demeanor and playful antics allowing their interactions to feel like a breath of fresh air. This became an ideal retreat for Xiao Yin amidst his intense training, especially considering Xiao Yu's culinary skills far exceeded those of the chefs at the Xiao family kitchen. Xiao Yu was equally pleased, for although he cherished solitude, being alone was rather dull. Having someone with whom he could converse added color to his otherwise monotonous life, and Xiao Yan's presence was not overwhelming. Thus, unbeknownst to them, over half a year slipped by. In the secluded courtyard of Xiao Yu's training grounds, he was immersed in practice, drawing in countless strands of fighting spirit from the world around him and channeling them through a unique meridian pathway within his body, ultimately transforming them into both thunder and fire energies before entering his dantian. With a deep exhale, he expelled a cloud of turbid energy that shot forth like a sword, dissipating after several meters. Upon inspecting his dantian, he found a diamond-shaped crystal radiating a golden-red glow, a hallmark of the great fighter level known as the fighting crystal. Possessing this crystal enabled the external manifestation of fighting spirit and was the secret to forming battle armor. Xiao Yu's golden-red fighting crystal was crystal clear, shimmering with brilliance, and both its size and energy content had reached the level of a 6-star great fighter. Already a 6-star great fighter, how swift, he mused with a grin. With the support of the ascending spirit pill, his progression from the pinnacle of the fighter level to 6-star status in merely half a year was nothing short of extraordinary. However, the ascending spirit pill was now depleted, and without acquiring a new formula or materials, Xiao Yu would have to rely on his own efforts for training, which would inevitably slow his pace. Moreover, given that the ascending spirit pill was merely a low-tier third-grade pill. Its effectiveness had diminished considerably for someone of Xiao Yu's current stature. After all, he was no ordinary great fighter. He could discern that even his second uncle, Xiao Zhan, a 5-star great fighter, only possessed half the energy content and purity compared to him. This might be attributed to the divine thunder and source fire refining his fighting spirit. With such an extraordinary physique, if he were to fall short of an average great fighter, it would hardly be deemed remarkable. Indeed, at this juncture, he was fully capable of overpowering the top experts of Wutan City, with the exceptions of Ling Ying and Yao Lao. As he calculated the time, the coming-of-age ceremony loomed near. Following the ritual, he would venture outside. Remaining in Wutan City was not a viable option, as the place was too small, lacking opportunities and resources, making it challenging for his continued cultivation. When he departed, he could perhaps visit Miter to seek out any third-grade pill formulas that might enhance his cultivation, though he held little hope, as even in the imperial capital, acquiring such formulas without spending a fortune would be difficult, let alone obtaining pills that could elevate one's cultivation. He could only rely on luck. If unsuccessful, he would have to wait until he left Wutan City to search elsewhere. Thankfully, he had over 800,000 gold coins, which should suffice. With plans for his upcoming journey laid out, Xiao Yu reclined on a bench in the courtyard, deciding to take a break from his training for the next few days, allowing himself to relax before the flurry of activity following the coming-of-age ceremony. As the ceremony approached, the Xiao family grew lively, with many younger members eagerly anticipating the test. It was a golden opportunity for them to make a name for themselves within the Xiao family, imagining themselves basking in the spotlight on stage. Those juniors who typically exhibited remarkable training speeds were, of course, thrilled. Conversely, those who had yet to reach the 7th stage of fighting spirit wore frowns, some even cursing their higher-ranked peers for attaining the 7th stage, while they could not. In any case, there were those who rejoiced and those who lamented, with Xiao Zhan being the most troubled, as his youngest son was still a mere 3-stage fighter, and his nephew could not cultivate. How could he not be distressed? Chapter 15, Predictions. In the Xiao family's training grounds, the expansive bluestone arena was filled with hundreds of youths, brimming with anticipation. In the center stood a stone staircase of azure rock, upon which loomed a massive black monument, accompanied by a member of the Xiao Clan at the level of a battlemaster. This was the stone tablet used to gauge the prowess of battle chi, and the individual beside it served as the examiner. The higher echelons of the Xiao family had congregated in the central spectator area, while the surrounding spaces were filled with members of the inner clan. As the time for predictions drew near, anticipation hung in the air, with young men and women exhibiting varying degrees of tension, uncertainty, and excitement. Soon, the gaze of the crowd converged upon the recently arrived figures of a young man clad in black and a young woman adorned in green, Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner. This worthless one, I wonder what face he will have left to remain by Suner's side after today. It seems this son of our clan leader will soon bid farewell to the Xiao family, came the scornful whispers. TSK, after 4 years. He must still be at the 3rd stage of battle chi. As Xiao Yin stepped onto the scene, a torrent of mocking glances and derisive remarks assailed him. However, he remained unfazed. The past 4 years had not been spent in vain, and the malicious gossip was insufficient to disturb his inner peace. He led Xiao Suner to a relatively secluded spot as they awaited the assessment. "Brother Yin, are you all right?" she inquired with concern. Xiao Yin shrugged nonchalantly. "What could possibly be wrong? I've heard these words too many times over the past 4 years. I've long grown accustomed to them." Seeing the young man's indifferent expression, Xiao Suner realized he genuinely did not care. She smiled. "I wonder what expressions those people will wear when it's your turn to be tested. It should be quite amusing." Xiao Yin casually plucked a blade of grass and chewed it, calmly observing the proceedings. "I do not concern myself with their future reactions. Some things, once lost, cannot be regained. In this family, there are but a few individuals worthy of my regard." "Does that include Suner?" she asked. "Of course," he affirmed. At his words, a radiant smile blossomed on her face, akin to a blooming orchid. Just then, a gentle voice interjected, laced with a hint of playful teasing. I wondered where you had vanished to, young man. Turns out you were here on a rendezvous with your little girlfriend." A handsome young man clad in white approached them, a smile gracing his features. Xiao Yin felt a twinge of embarrassment at the white-clad youth's words and retorted, "Brother Yu, what nonsense are you spouting? This is my sister, Xunia." Observing Xiao Suner's bashful demeanor, Xiao Yu remarked, "Sister, I was unaware that my uncle had a daughter. She seems more like a romantic interest, doesn't she?" Xiao Yan's face flushed crimson at the insinuation, and he hurriedly clarified, "Brother Yu, please stop. Allow me to introduce her properly. This is my cousin, Suner." Xiao Yu interjected, There's no need for introductions. Everyone knows of the Xiao family's renowned genius. I'm sure her suitors could circle around Wutan City multiple times. How could I be unaware? He then threw an arm around Xiao Yan's shoulders and whispered, Brother Yan, if you wish to win over cousin Suner, it seems you have quite the challenge ahead of you. Brother Yu, Xiao Yan replied, exasperation evident in his gaze. His cousin was amiable enough, but he had a penchant for meddling in others' affairs. All right, I shall cease my teasing, but you certainly have a knack for getting flustered. Xiao Yu chuckled, noting Sun E's crimson cheeks. Youth truly is delightful. He mused to himself, feeling somewhat old despite his own youth. Observing the restless crowd, Xiao Yu inquired, Brother Yan, do you feel confident about today's predictions? Xiao Yan's face shone with determination. After today, I shall render them all speechless. Taken aback, Xiao Yu regarded him with surprise. Oh, you're that confident? Indeed. Care to take a guess at my current stage of battle chi? Xiao Yu scrutinized Xiao Yan, noting the proud demeanor he seldom displayed in front of others, and replied with a smile, given your confidence, I wager you've reached the 7th stage of battle chi. Though Xiao Yan was not one to boast, he found himself inadvertently showcasing a youthful bravado in front of his cousin. Disappointed that Xiao Yu had guessed his strength so easily, he had hoped for a chance to impress. Indeed, it is the 7th stage. Quite remarkable indeed. No wonder you are my uncle's son, a prodigious talent. After this year, you will surely bring joy to your father, Xiao Yu remarked. Xiao Yan nodded. I have burdened my father with too much. Today, I shall bring him some honor and joy, and I hope he shall not have to toil so hard for me in the future. Xiao Yu patted Xiao Yan's shoulder in agreement. Well said. You are indeed my cousin. Just ensure you do not become a source of trouble for my uncle. As I have. A sigh escaped his lips as he turned to gaze at the figure of Xiao Zhan atop the stage, his silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn. A tremor coursed through Xiao Yan as he observed the despondent youth, a pang of sorrow welling within him. Xiao Suner, puzzled by the sudden shift in mood, wondered why the atmosphere had turned so poignant. Unbeknownst to them, the young man with his back turned wore an expression of suppressed laughter, his lips twitching as he fought to maintain composure. Master, are there truly no medicinal pills available that could aid Brother Xiao Yu in his cultivation? Xiao Yan inquired telepathically to the elder within his ring. There are, indeed. A 7th grade pill, the Great Rebirth Pill, could transform one's abilities and bestow extraordinary talent for cultivation. But it is far beyond your reach at present. By the time you can refine a 7th grade pill, it may be too late. The elder's voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. Hearing that even the elder could not assist, Xiao Yan's hands clenched in frustration. He longed to aid his cousin, not merely out of familial affection, but for deeper reasons. After Xiao Yu's departure, Xiao Yan had sought information from Xiao Zhan regarding his cousin's circumstances. Years ago, Xiao Lin had been ambushed while away from home. Though he managed to eliminate his assailants, he sustained grave injuries and succumbed shortly thereafter. Subsequently, the son of the assailants sought vengeance against the Xiao family. With the loss of Xiao Lin, the clan was deprived of a formidable protector, and numerous masked assailants plundered the family's resources. To safeguard their legacy, the core members of the clan suffered devastating losses, leaving only a handful of lesser fighters. Thus, the Xiao family had no choice but to relocate from the imperial capital to Wutan City. The enemy's son followed them, attacking the Xiao family convoy en route to Wutan City. Caught completely off guard, chaos ensued within the Xiao ranks. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Zhan charged forth. But faced with a 1-star battle master and a clan bereft of strong defenders, the situation was akin to lambs among wolves. Xiao Zhan had to confront the foe head-on, and being an 8-star battle master, he was soon severely injured. Xiao Yan's mother was also wounded during this encounter, and she eventually succumbed to her injuries when Xiao Yan was merely 4 years old, leaving him with a frail existence. In a moment of life and death, the pinnacle of the 9-star battle master, Xiao Ping, finally arrived to rescue Xiao Zhan, engaging the adversary in combat. Due to the disparity in strength, Xiao Ping was compelled to exchange injury for injury, ultimately exhausting the Great Dome Master, but at the cost of his own life. Following this battle, the Xiao family established their residence in Wutan City, and Xiao Zhan officially ascended to the position of family patriarch. With the loss of his father, Xiao Zhan took Xiao Yu under his wing as if he were his own son. However, as Xiao Yu was unable to cultivate, he was later relocated to a secluded area in the back mountains of the Xiao estate. It can be said that had it not been for Xiao Ping's sacrifice, Xiao Zhan would have perished on the spot. Over the course of the ensuing years, Xiao Zhan endeavored to repay the debt he owed to Xiao Ping through his care for Xiao Yu. This was not merely an act of fraternal support. It was also a means of alleviating the anguish his father had borne for over a decade. Chapter 16. The Impending Shock. Moreover, The vendetta from the near annihilation of the Xiao Clan must be avenged by Xiao Yan. Although the formidable assailant who attacked his grandfather has since died, and his son was exhausted to death by his uncle, there remain the masked intruders who invaded the Xiao family. Previously oblivious to their identities, he is now aware, and once he possesses sufficient strength, Xiao Yan will journey to the imperial capital to settle the score. His only regret at present is his inability to aid his cousin in acquiring the gift of cultivation. Brother Xiao Yan? Noticing Xiao Yan lost in thought, Xiao Suner gently nudged him with concern. Xiao Yan waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, merely reflecting on certain matters. Upon hearing this, Xiao Suner glanced at Xiao Yu's silhouette and surmised that whatever was on Xiao Yan's mind was undoubtedly related to his cousin. The time had come for the anticipated testing. You are all the fresh blood of the family, the hope for the future, and you should be aware of the significance of today's examination. Allow me to clarify the rules for the assessment. Those who achieve a Douqi level of 7th segment or higher will be considered qualified. Conversely, those who do not will be deemed unqualified. Following the assessment, in accordance with past customs, those who score below the 7th segment will have one opportunity to challenge a qualified individual. A victorious challenge will elevate them to the ranks of the qualified. With the rules clearly articulated, Xiao Zhan rose to announce the commencement of the examination, marking the official beginning of the coming-of-age ceremony. As Xiao Zhan's commanding voice resonated, the youths grew increasingly tense, and the examiners began to call out names, summoning the clansmen to step forward for their assessments. Xiao Su, present. Xiao Su, Douqi, 6th segment, intermediate. Wah. Xiao Ku, Douqi, 6th segment, intermediate. Damn. Xiao Ji, Douqi, 7th segment, advanced. Hooray. The young men and women took turns stepping onto the stage, showcasing the fruits of their years of cultivation. Some unqualified individuals covered their faces in despair, cursing under their breath, while the qualified ones rejoiced, bursting into tears of joy. Amidst the mingled emotions of happiness and sorrow, only Xiao Yu and a few others remained unperturbed. Xiao Mei, Xiao Ning, Xiao Shan. Time passed, and the number of clansmen yet to be tested dwindled. Soon, it was Xiao Suner's turn. Brother Xiao Yan, don't be surprised later. The immaculate and charming young girl winked playfully at Xiao Yan before stepping onto the stage for her assessment. Could she have already advanced to the level of Douqi? Xiao Yan pondered aloud. Naturally, Xiao Yu was aware of Xiao Suner's prowess and remarked, "Your younger sister is quite remarkable. Just hearing about her innate talent in cultivation, it's no surprise that she would advance to Douqi with ease. Thus, I say you must strive harder, not just for yourself and your uncle, but also to win her heart. You currently stand at the 7th segment, which pales in comparison to cousin Suner, without comparable strength. You lack even the qualification to stand beside her. Just look at those who mock you. Most of them are envious of your close relationship with her. Why the envy? It is simply due to your previous 3rd segment of Douqi." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan unintentionally nodded. He was well aware of this, which is precisely why he had been so diligent in his cultivation, not only due to the 3-year agreement, but also because of Suner's influence. "Brother Yu, what about you? What are your plans moving forward?" Xiao Yan inquired. "Today, my cousin is undoubtedly unqualified. After the coming-of-age ceremony, I intend to leave the Xiao family," Xiao Yu replied. Glancing at Xiao Yan, "Leave Wutan City?" Xiao Yan was taken aback and asked, "Has our Xiao family already made its mark beyond Wutan City?" Xiao Yu shot him a look of exasperation. "What are you thinking?" "Of course not. I simply wish to explore the outside world. After spending over a decade within the Xiao family, it is time for me to venture out." Xiao Yan was astonished. "What? Are you saying you plan to embark on a journey of experience?" "Brother Yu," Xiao Yu interrupted, "you need not dissuade me. I have made my decision, and I have my reasons." Xiao Yan wished to say more, but ultimately held his tongue. After spending half a year together, he understood that his cousin was resolute. Once he made a decision, even their father would find it challenging to sway him. Reluctantly, he resolved to wait until the examination concluded to inform his father, hoping he could persuade his cousin. Xiao Suner, a 1-star Douqi, gasped. The examiner announced the results in astonishment, exclaiming, "Miss Suner, you truly are the 2nd most outstanding genius of the Xiao family in nearly a century." With a soft smile, Xiao Suner said nothing and returned to where Xiao Yan stood. All present in the training ground gazed in disbelief at Xiao Suner, the most dazzling jewel of the Xiao family, collectively inhaling sharply. Xiao Zhan and the elders, after recovering from their initial shock, wore expressions of delight. As they watched Xiao Suner descend, her face beaming with pride, Xiao Yan teased, "Little girl, don't get too cocky with your talent. Had you not advanced to Douqi, I would have found it astonishing." In response, Xiao Suner shot Xiao Yin a glare and sulked beside him, resembling a pouting young bride. The assessment continued unabated, undeterred by Xiao Suner's remarkable achievement, as one clansman after another stepped onto the stage. Xiao Yin. Soon, it was Xiao Yin's turn to undergo testing. A slight smile graced his lips as he gazed upon the black stone tablet that had been the source of his ridicule for the past 4 years. He strode towards it with purpose. Today, I shall reclaim the title of waste. He placed his right hand upon the stone tablet and murmured, channeling his Douqi. The tablet blazed with brilliance. Douqi, 7th segment. What the hell? Gasp. How is this possible? As the crowd beheld the large characters materializing on the tablet, their minds momentarily spiraled into chaos, with gasps echoing throughout the assembly. Xiao Zhan, in a fit of excitement, crushed the teacup in his grasp and leapt to his feet. His face a tapestry of surprise, shock, and incredulity, swiftly morphing into euphoric elation. The other elders were left agape, their jaws nearly dislocating as they stared fixedly at the stone tablet. Below, Xiao Suner beamed with joy, her gaze fixed on the spirited young man on stage. Her tone a mix of happiness and bittersweet nostalgia. The Xiao Yin of old has finally returned. Xiao Yu had long anticipated such a scene, exhibiting no discernible reaction. Tisk, having been shocked, what would he do next? Would he faint from the overwhelming circumstances? A mischievous inclination surged within him, and a smile crept across his lips as he pondered the expressions of those present during his upcoming test. Well, truly deserving of being Xiao Zhan's son. Ha ha ha. Xiao Zhan's exuberant laughter jolted everyone back from their stupor, especially the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, who gazed at the young man in black with a complex mixture of emotions. Xiao Yin offered a respectful bow to Xiao Zhan before returning to his original position. He chuckled to himself, thinking, hey, how about that? You've put on quite a show, haven't you? How does it feel to be the center of attention? Just look at those who once mocked you, now utterly bewildered. Doesn't that feel particularly satisfying? Rubbing his nose, Xiao Yin glanced at his somewhat cheeky cousin beside him, feeling quite speechless. This cousin could be rather insufferable at times, yet even when displaying such impudent expressions, his handsome visage retained an undeniable charm. This sensation was one he had first experienced 4 years prior, but witnessing the astonished faces of others now undeniably brought him a sense of delight. Xiao Yin rarely allowed a proud smile to surface. Xiao Yin nodded. Don't even mention it. Merely watching is exhilarating. I wish I could personally experience this feeling. Xiao Yu. As he continued speaking, he heard the examiner calling his name. It's my turn. I shall go ahead. We can converse later. Brother Yu. Xiao Yu waved his hand as he strode towards the stage, embodying a spirit reminiscent of the wind that sweeps through the cold waters of the Yi River. A hero departing never to return. The sight tugged at Xiao Yan's heartstrings. Chapter 17. The 3-star fighter, a shock to all. Xiao Yu? Is there really someone by that name among our generation? I've never heard of him. Neither have I. Strange, yes, rather handsome. What does being handsome matter? A nameless nobody, without strength, is worth nothing. TSK, I see you're just envious. Envious? I'm at the 7th stage of fighting spirit. Why would I be envious of him? As Xiao Yu stepped onto the stage, murmurs erupted from the crowd. After years of seclusion, the younger generation naturally did not recognize him and were curious about this sudden emergence. Xiao Yu? The Grand Elder and the Second Elder in the audience were momentarily taken aback before falling into contemplation. Alas, the Grand Elder sighed heavily. This poor child. If only we had sent him out years ago, we wouldn't find ourselves in this predicament today. The Second Elder, suddenly furious, directed his ire at Xiao Zhan. And whose fault is that? If you had agreed to let us send Xiao Yu away back then, he would be able to partake in today's coming-of-age ceremony. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan retorted angrily. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? Regardless, Xiao Yu is my elder brother's son. How could you send him away from the Xiao family? Do you think we have forgotten the events of those years? We have not forgotten the contributions of clan leader Xiao Ping to the Xiao family. I remember it better than anyone. Do you think we genuinely wish to expel this child from the Xiao family for the sake of our reputation? This child cannot cultivate. You know this. Cannot cultivate? Do you have any idea what fate awaits him if he remains in the Xiao family? Is a decade of solitude not enough? Must you also desire for him to endure such mockery and humiliation at this moment? The Second Elder nearly shouted these words, vividly recalling the day he, still a 5-star fighter, witnessed Xiao Ping perish alongside a formidable fighter. He could never forget the sight of that mangled corpse lying before him, nor the smile that emerged after death, a smile that celebrated the triumph over a future adversary and safeguarded the bloodline of the Xiao family. Tears welled in the second elder's eyes as he spoke. Xiao Zhan fell silent, knowing that sending Xiao Yu out years prior might have allowed him to lead a normal life, avoiding the loneliness that had plagued him for over a decade. Yet, he understood this world all too well, one governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Without strength, there is no guarantee of self-preservation. A mere formidable foe could take one's life without reason, simply because they are stronger. He could not bear the thought of Xiao Yu encountering any misfortune outside. He could not let his elder brother's only child perish. Was this not how his own father had met his demise? Without reason, he had fallen victim to an ambush, ultimately succumbing to his injuries. His elder brother, kind and upright, had met a similar fate, all because that person was a powerful fighter. His elder brother was gone, and his wife had suffered an unjust fate, ultimately passing away due to illness. At this moment, the Grand Elder interjected to halt the quarrel. Enough. If you wish to argue, at least consider the surroundings. There are so many younger generations present. Do you want to provide them with a spectacle? Humph. The second elder snorted coldly and ceased his retort. While the three argued, Xiao Yu had already ascended the testing platform. Is it enough to place my hand here? Gazing at the stone tablet, he inquired of the examiner beside him. The examiner nodded, yes. Just place your hand on it and channel your internal fighting spirit with all your might. Nodding in response, Xiao Yu placed his right hand upon the tablet. How much should he reveal? A fighter? No, that would be too ostentatious. Perhaps a 3-star fighter would suffice, enough to hint at innate talent without drawing the attention of those formidable beings. After contemplating the level of strength to display, Xiao Yu ultimately decided on being a 3-star fighter. At 16, such a designation in the Gamma Empire would be considered exceptionally gifted, yet not so extraordinary as to attract the scrutiny of the powerful. With his decision made, Xiao Yu channeled his internal fighting spirit, exuding an aura characteristic of a fighter. The examiner, sensing the fighting spirit, stared in astonishment at the young man before the stone tablet. This aura of a fighter? And not merely a novice? How is this possible? Since when had the clan acquired such a young prodigy? As the stone tablet glowed, its radiance instantly captured the attention of Xiao Zhan and others in the audience. The Grand Elder was momentarily bewildered, questioning why. Why does Xiao Yu's contact with the stone tablet produce such a dazzling light? Does Xiao Yu possess fighting spirit? Judging by the intensity, it seems quite formidable. How can this be? The second elder also gazed at the black stone tablet in disbelief. Years ago, he had tirelessly sought a remedy for Xiao Yu's inability to cultivate, even traveling to the imperial capital, yet no solution had ever been found. Could it be? After recovering from a shock, Xiao Zhan contemplated a possibility, excitement surging within him as he clenched his fists, rising to his feet. His gaze fixed intently on the young man in white. 3-star fighter. After the brilliance subsided, the 4 characters materialized upon the stone tablet. Upon witnessing the result, Xiao Yu smiled and glanced at the examiner beside him. Feeling the weight of the stare, the examiner snapped back to reality, hurriedly recording the test results in his book before exclaiming loudly, Xiao Yu, 3-star fighter. Those 4 words, as if imbued with the weight of 1,000 pounds, rendered everyone present utterly speechless. As everyone gradually regained their composure, a cacophony of voices erupted. How could this be possible? There exists someone within our clan with greater talent than Miss Sunner. Who is he? Why have I never heard of him? How can this dandy be a 3-star fighter? Among the crowd, there were those who were astonished, others who were filled with doubt, and some consumed by jealousy to the point of disbelief. Wonderful, wonderful, Yue. It turns out Yue is not a waste after all. Ha ha, sob sob sob. In the audience, Xiao Zhan repeatedly examined the results displayed on the stone tablet, and upon confirming that it was not merely an illusion, he burst into joyous laughter, ultimately moved to tears. The Grand Elder and the second elder exchanged no words, their gazes oscillating between Xiao Yu and the stone tablet, the shock in their eyes lingering unabated. No one understood the former Xiao Yu better than they did. Now, the Xiao Yu who was once unable to cultivate had become a 3-star fighter. How could this not be astonishing? Subsequently, the second elder cast a complex look at Xiao Zhan, who was laughing and crying in tandem. It appeared that the clan leader's decision from years past was indeed correct. The mistake had always been ours. Cousin is a 3-star fighter. Below the stage, Xiao Yan was equally taken aback by the revelation. He murmured to himself, could it be that father has deceived me? Cousin is actually capable of cultivating fighting energy? No, that's impossible. How could father possibly lie about this? Then, does that mean cousin has deceived father, deceived me, deceived everyone? Goodness, this cousin, who appears so harmless, is actually so adept at hiding. Beside him, Xiao Clan was equally perplexed. What on earth? Is he not just a three-star fighter? The excitement of others could be understood, but logically speaking, given Xiao Yan's temperament, he should merely have been surprised. Why did he wear such an incredulous expression? An elderly voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. You little rascal. Your cousin is no ordinary individual. If nothing unexpected occurs, he is destined to dominate one day. Huh? Xiao Yan was taken aback, gazing at his cousin on the stage, and then nodded in agreement. Brother Yu is indeed extraordinary. Managing to conceal his ability to cultivate for so many years while remaining in that small courtyard alone for over a decade. This level of restraint is beyond what ordinary people can achieve. Even I find it difficult to compare. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao chuckled, You little brat. Do not flatter yourself. What do you mean difficult to compare? This is simply incomparable. The level of forbearance and temperament displayed by your cousin is something even I, in my youth, would find hard to equate. If you can comprehend this, you will realize just how formidable your cousin truly is. If your father did not mislead you, then to be declared incapable of cultivating fighting energy at the age of 5. Living in seclusion for over a decade without any guidance from cultivators or access to any resources, and yet relying solely on his innate ability to absorb fighting energy. He has achieved the status of a 3-star fighter in just 11 years. What a terrifying talent. Moreover, he has not even come into contact with any cultivation techniques, meaning he has reached the level of a 3-star fighter without practicing any techniques. This leaves us with two possibilities. One, he encountered some fortuitous event and obtained a technique. The second, he has independently devised a set of techniques based solely on his innate talents. Regardless of which it is, it demonstrates that your cousin is a true genius, rivaling the prodigies of the grand sex and noble families. Furthermore, from what I have observed over the past half year, your cousin is someone who prefers to conceal his prowess. His strength may very well exceed that of a mere 3-star fighter. Gasp! Upon hearing Yao Lao's words, Xiao Yan inhaled sharply, now realizing just what kind of prodigy his cousin truly was. Chapter 18. Midnight Conversations. Wait a moment, master. Can you not see through Brother Yu's strength as well? Suddenly pondering this question, Xiao Yan asked with some confusion. Yao Lao was momentarily speechless. Logically speaking, with his soul power, it should have been impossible for him not to perceive Xiao Yu's disguise. After all, he was the continent's foremost alchemist, possessing the peak strength of a 9-turn Dozun. He could not articulate a clear explanation and could only say, This lad is quite peculiar. Previously, in my perception, he indeed appeared as an ordinary person, but now I can sense his strength as a 3-star fighter. And this aura is considerably stronger than that of an average 3-star fighter. The only ways to conceal one's strength from my perception are either to possess soul power that surpasses mine or to wield a treasure that obscures one's cultivation. It is evidently impossible for someone his age to exceed my soul power, so the only explanation is that he possesses such a treasure, which is why I speculate his strength is beyond what he has shown. Xiao Yan listened intently, contemplating, and suddenly asked, So, master, do you possess such a treasure? Me? I do, but it is somewhat different. That treasure of mine can only suppress your fighting energy, rendering your combat capability weaker, but it does not change your actual strength. After hearing this, Xiao Yan rolled his eyes. Is that truly considered a treasure? Master, you really collect all sorts of rubbish. Hey, unappreciative little brat. Once you advance to a fighter, you will understand the merits of my treasure. At that moment, Xiao Yu had already descended from the stage and approached Xiao Yan. Wait a moment, Yener, shouldn't you be wearing an expression of utmost shock? Shouldn't you be looking heartbroken and betrayed? What is with that eye roll? Noting Xiao Yan's eye roll, Xiao Yu was somewhat bewildered. This shouldn't be the case. Is my display of 3-star fighter strength too weak to astonish Yenna? Glancing at the complex, shocked, and incredulous gazes cast upon him from the audience, he wondered, shouldn't Yenner also be wearing a similar expression? Xiao Yan rolled his eyes once more. I say, Brother Yu, why are you so delightfully mischievous? If you keep this up, you might lose my affection. Cough, cough. Xiao Yu was indeed feeling a bit proud. After all, he was still a young lad and not as composed as he might have wished. It was also due to the bad habits formed in the past. Whenever something good happened, he loved to show off to his brothers. Congratulations, Cousin Xiao Yu. Sun never expected Cousin Xiao Yu to be a fighter. Beside him, Sun, perhaps due to a sense of affection for the family, unexpectedly offered compliment. I must remain humble. I am not one to seek the limelight. And besides, Cousin Sun is no less impressive herself. Xiao Yu waved his hand, adopting a modest demeanor. Uffed. Observing Xiao Yu's somewhat goofy expression, Sun couldn't help but let out a rare laugh. She was beginning to understand why her brother Xiao Yan had such a close relationship with Cousin Xiao Yu. As the three engaged in casual conversation, time gradually passed, and the predictions culminated in Xiao Zhan's announcement. Today is a rare occasion for joy. Yinner, cousin Sunner, shall we go out for a stroll and relax? It's rare for brother Yu to express such enthusiasm. Usually, you would prefer to hide away in your room and sleep. What do you mean? Can my cousin go out for a stroll? Of course he can. Are you going or not? Of course I'm going. Why wouldn't I? It's been ages since I had a break. You have no idea how hard I've worked this past year just to reach the 7th stage of fighting energy. What about cousin Sunner? As Xiao Yin departed, Xiao Sunner naturally accompanied him. The sight of you two so perfectly in sync is utterly nauseating. Away with you. After Xiao Yin triumphed over his challenger, the trio made their exit. As for Xiao Yu, one could only wonder what had possessed him to challenge someone of such caliber. A 3-star warrior, what folly. He was merely courting suffering. The three of them paid no heed to the eager crowd of boys and girls that sought to surround them, striding directly out of the training grounds towards the Xiao family gates. After meandering through the marketplace for quite some time and acquiring various trinkets, Xiao Yu watched in envy as Xiao Yin indulged Xiao Sunner with a myriad of purchases. The joy of the day left Xiao Sunner elated. For it had been ages since she had strolled the streets with her brother Xiao Yin. Her radiant smile remained unwavering throughout the day. Alas, poor Xiao Yu was left to suffer in silence, overwhelmed by the display of affection. He now regretted his decision to invite both Xiao Yin and Xiao Sunner, wishing instead to enjoy the outing alone. Upon separating from Xiao Yin, Xiao Yu returned to his small courtyard, only to find Xiao Zhan seated at the stone table in the yard. Uncle? Upon noticing Xiao Yu's return, the smile that once graced Xiao Zhan's face vanished, replaced by a stern gaze. Uncle, what is this about? Xiao Zhan's piercing eyes scrutinized Xiao Yu, yet he remained silent. Feeling the intensity of the stare, Xiao Yu nervously murmured, Uncle, please don't look at me like that. It frightens me. Humph, you little rascal, you no fear now? Xiao Zhan slammed the stone table, his tone laden with displeasure. You've concealed things from me for years, and now you speak of fear. Quite audacious of you. Noting Xiao Zhan's serious demeanor, Xiao Yu felt a twinge of guilt. After all, he had only been secretive for 4 years. He was relieved, however, that Xiao Zhan was unaware of his status as a 6-star fighter, which would surely incite an explosive reaction. Come now, I merely thought to surprise you with my coming-of-age ceremony, Xiao Yu replied, attempting to lighten the mood. Xiao Zhan, however, responded with a knowing tone. A surprise? More like a shock. I nearly lost my breath in the audience. Surely not. It wasn't that severe, Xiao Yu retorted, waving his hand dismissively. Ha! Did I scare you, you little rascal? Suddenly, Xiao Zhan's expression brightened, and he laughed heartily. Observing the jovial Xiao Zhan, Xiao Yu realized his uncle was merely teasing him, and with a resigned tone, he replied, Uncle, you're just like Yin, always finding ways to jest. Can't I have a little fun with you? After all, you've been teasing me for over a decade, Xiao Zhan remarked. Xiao Yu could only acquiesce, of course. Uncle, whatever brings you joy. Xiao Zhan shook his head with a smile and beckoned. Come sit beside me. Xiao Yu obediently settled next to Xiao Zhan, who regarded him with admiration, occasionally breaking into warm smiles. It wasn't until Xiao Yu began to feel uncomfortable under his gaze that Xiao Zhan ceased. His voice filled with joy as he exclaimed, Excellent, truly remarkable. You are indeed my brother's son, exhibiting such restraint and managing to deceive everyone. Uncle, that's not. Xiao Yu attempted to interject, but Xiao Zhan waved him off. No need for explanations. Your demeanor is commendable. I assure you, I am not mocking you. Seeing you now, I am genuinely at ease, no longer worried about your future. You are now capable of cultivation and possess an uncommon fortitude. You will navigate the continent with greater ease, and for that, I am proud. I do not wish to pry into how you attained such high talent. That is your secret, one I shall not pursue. Remember, no matter who it is, even me, you must never disclose your greatest secret, for it could invite considerable trouble, even peril to your life. Xiao Yu remained silent, listening intently to his uncle's earnest counsel. That night, the two relatives conversed extensively, and Xiao Yu shared his intentions of venturing out for training after his coming-of-age ceremony, which Xiao Zhan readily approved. In the past, he would have vehemently opposed such a notion, having been unaware of Xiao Yu's status as a warrior. But times had changed. Xiao Yu's prowess now surpassed that of his peers, endowed with extraordinary talent, unwavering resolve, and a meticulous nature. Such a young man was no longer suited to remain in a sheltered environment. He must face the storms of life. Only through trials can one emerge as a true champion. In this world, the notion of desiring one's offspring to lead an ordinary life is utterly foreign. For mediocrity is a sin. No elder wishes for their descendants to remain weak. Their conversation continued deep into the night before Xiao Zhan finally departed the courtyard. Chapter 19. the ceremony reassessment. A month later, the coming-of-age ceremony was held as scheduled, creating quite the spectacle. Nearly all the factions allied with the Xiao family in Wutan City were present, including a few elders from the Uba and Jiala families, likely there to gauge the overall strength of the new generation within the Xiao clan. Xiao Zhan had also extended invitations to Miter Yafei and Gu Enai, two prominent figures in Wutan City, whose attendance was essential. Whether they would come, of course, depended on their own volition. Their presence would be a mark of respect. Should they choose not to attend, no one could hold it against them. Given their prior interactions, it was initially only Yafei who planned to attend, but Gu Enai, eager to forge a stronger connection with Xiao Yu, decided to accompany her. This surprised Xiao Zhan, as previously, only Yafei would occasionally accept such invitations, while Gu Enai had never attended before. On this day, Xiaoyan also arrived at the courtyard, pulling Xiao Yu along to the arena. Why aren't you with cousin Suner? Instead, you come looking for me? Do you have some peculiar preference? Xiao Yu disdainfully swatted Xiao Yan's hand away. Xiao Yan cast him a dismissive glance. Spare me. I merely thought you looked like a lonely old man, and kindly came to invite you. My preferences remain firmly with the fairer sex, regardless of your dashing looks. That's a relief. Now hurry, we mustn't be late. Upon arriving at the arena, it was already teeming with people, the audience seats filled to capacity. This was the first time Xiao Yu had encountered such a throng since arriving in the Douqi Continent. And given his naturally quiet disposition, the cacophony was overwhelming. He grumbled, there are far too many people, it's giving me a headache. Xiao Yan, sharing his distaste for such gatherings, replied, bear with it. You'll find the ceremony even more unbearable. They eventually found a relatively quiet spot to sit and await the commencement of the ceremony. Bored to the point of drowsiness, Xiao Yu succumbed to sleep. Much to Xiao Yan's bemusement, he couldn't help but chuckle at how his cousin could sleep through such noise. Choosing not to disturb him, Xiao Yan settled into a meditative posture, closing his eyes to recuperate. The younger members of the Xiao clan, of course, recognized the two. They were now the most talked-about figures in the family. One had rapidly ascended 4 ranks in the Douqi, while the other was a 16-year-old 3-star warrior. Such remarkable talent had stirred considerable discussion in Wutan City, especially among those who had witnessed their predicted successes firsthand. A multitude of young admirers had gathered around the two, with a notable number of young ladies drawn to Xiao Yu. For who could resist the allure of a dashing and talented young genius? Conversely, many young men favored Xiao Yan, particularly since the tales circulating about him following his annulment a year prior had been embellished by gossip mongers into captivating narratives. The unwavering resilience of youth, having endured tribulations, culminating in a triumphant return as a prodigy of unparalleled prowess, ignited a fervor within these young hearts. The adage 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty had nearly become a motto among them. The audience, too, had taken note of the two figures, as discussions about them echoed through the streets of Wutan City, and they were eager to witness the truth behind the rumors. Yafei and Gu Enai, observing the commotion, also turned their attention to Xiao Yu. Patriarch Xiao is truly fortunate. Young Master Xiao not only has his talents restored but has surpassed his former self. The Xiao family has produced a 16-year-old genius who has already attained the rank of a 3-star Do fighter. Yafei remarked with a smile, congratulating Xiao Zhan. Hearing her words, Xiao Zhan beamed with joy and humbly replied, Miss Yafei, you flatter me. These two rascals are merely a tad more gifted. It is nothing extraordinary. Yafei covered her mouth with a gentle laugh. Patriarch Xiao is too modest with these two young masters. It is likely that the Xiao family will soon be graced with champions, perhaps even a Do King or Do Emperor in a few decades. Let's hope so. These little rascals are indeed formidable, especially Yen Heir. One can only wonder when his talent might vanish again. At that moment, Gu Enai interjected, Patriarch Xiao, your young friend Xiao Yu will certainly carve out a place for himself in the imperial capital in a decade or so, especially with the presence of young Master Xiao. Xiao Zhan's expression shifted slightly at the mention of Xiao Yu, a flicker of suspicion crossing his mind. Could it be that Gu Enai knows you? However, he refrained from inquiring further and continued to engage in pleasantries with the two. Soon, the adult ceremony commenced. Following Xiao Zhan's opening remarks, the first and second elders joined in, offering various blessings and expressions of gratitude to the guests. The elaborate ceremony was overseen by the second elder, who personally presided over the rites for each young participant, each enveloped in the scent of various spices. Xiao Shan, Xiao Su, Xiao Omei, Xiao Xunia, Xiao Yan, Xiao Yu. As Xiao Yu was called, he stirred from slumber, awakening amidst the throngs of people. Despite his ability to sleep soundly, his slumber was light, and he readily roused. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed Xiao Yin gesturing toward the massive wooden platform at the center of the arena, indicating it was his turn. Thus, he sauntered towards the distant platform at a leisurely pace. The crowd observed Xiao Yu's drowsy demeanor upon awakening, yet no one dared to comment, for he was a mere 16-year-old 3-star Dou fighter. A soft chuckle escaped Yufei as she beheld his endearingly lazy appearance. This was her first encounter with Xiao Yu. Previously, he had attended the middle auction house under the guise of a mysterious alchemist. The second elder, his eyes reflecting a mix of complexity and delight, began the adult ceremony for Xiao Yu. An abundance of spices was lavishly sprinkled upon him, the overwhelming sense compelling Xiao Yu to channel his Douqi into a filter within his nostrils to block the intrusive aromas. The half-hour adult ceremony proved to be an arduous ordeal for Xiao Yu, who had not anticipated the extensive nature of the proceedings, finding it akin to self-inflicted torment. At long last, as the ceremony reached its conclusion, he exhaled in relief, eager to descend from the platform, only to be halted by the second elder. Xiao Yu, do not rush off just yet. You are the final participant in the adult ceremony. Next comes the re-evaluation of your abilities. You might as well undergo the assessment now. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Yu thought it wise to expedite the process and followed the second elder to the verification blackstone tablet. With a call from the elder, the re-evaluation commenced. After a moment, he placed his hand upon the stone tablet, initiating the assessment. As the light faded, several luminous characters materialized upon its surface. 4-star Dou fighter. Chapter 20. Xiao Yin's shock. What? I distinctly remember that last month. Xiao Yu was merely a 3-star Dou fighter. Gulp. Hiss. A month to advance by 1 star? The collective astonishment was palpable. To ascend from a 3-star to a 4-star Dou fighter in just 1 month was nothing short of astounding. Goodness, the Xiao family has truly produced a dragon this time. If only my family could boast such a young genius. Such talent is a rarity in the Jiangma Empire, and even more so in Wutan City. What immense virtue must the Xiao family possess in their ancestry? The audience buzzed with admiration, marveling at Xiao Yu's extraordinary gifts. Yufei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she smiled broadly. Patriarch Xiao, it appears that young Master Xiao Yu's talent exceeds our expectations. At this rate of cultivation, it won't be long before the Xiao family produces a Dou emperor. Xiao Zhan's joy was uncontainable as he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your kind words. Ms. Yafei, my nephew continues to surprise me time and again. Beside them, Gu and I was equally amazed. Initially, he had hoped to establish a connection to the enigmatic alchemist through Xiao Yu, but now it was clear that Xiao Yu was a worthy investment in his own right. Is my cousin's talent not exceptionally monstrous? Even Xiao Yin, known for his extraordinary mindset, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, in the context of a Jiangma empire, my cousin Xiao Yu's talent is nothing short of a prodigy. Xiao Xun and nodded in agreement. She had encountered numerous prodigious talents, many of whom surpassed Xiao Yu, yet for a place as modest as the Jiangma Empire. Labeling Xiao Yu as a prodigy was not unwarranted. At that moment, the voice of Yao Lao resonated in Xiao Yin's ear. TSK, truly a prodigy. This little fellow far surpasses my expectations. Even among the scions of the continent's foremost families, few can rival your cousin. While it is indeed remarkable that UG advanced a star in a month, I find it hard to believe you would express such sentiments. Of course, I have encountered many prodigies. A 16-year-old 4-star Dou fighter would merely elicit a remark of decent talent from me, but it would never earn my admiration. Xiao Yin, perplexed, inquired, if that is the case, why do you regard my cousin as a prodigy? Is not a 16-year-old Dou master, or even a great Dou master worthy of such praise? Xiao Yin's mind momentarily faltered, his expression shifting dramatically, while Xiao Sunair looked on in confusion at her brother's sudden incredulity. Wait, teacher, are you saying that Yuji's true strength is that of a Dou master, or even a great Dou master? Why else would I say so? How is that possible? A Dou master, or even a great Dou master at 16? This is utterly outrageous. It was the first time that Yao Lao witnessed Xiao Yin in such a state of shock. He had expected the young lad to remain unflappable in the face of any situation. With a teasing grin, he remarked, "What's the matter? Feeling incredulous? Shocked, are we? How utterly exaggerated. How can I not be astonished?" He chuckled. "You've been struck, haven't you? It's quite beneficial, otherwise. With your annual cultivation speed of 5 segments of fighting spirit, your little tail would be soaring to the heavens." Unperturbed by Yao Lao's jests, Xiao Yin hastily inquired, "Master, how did you discover this?" "Well, to put it simply, Ever since I sensed that your cousin might be concealing his true strength, I became curious about his actual realm. Thus, this time I remained vigilant. When your cousin approached the testing stone tablet, I utilized my soul power to perceive him from a close distance. The moment he infused his fighting spirit, I detected a powerful aura emanating from his dantian. The energy radiating from his dantian was incredibly dense and pure, likely indicative of peak Douqi or even Douqi prowess. However, in an instant, that aura was concealed, leaving me uncertain about whether your cousin is indeed a Douqi. Nonetheless, I can affirm that his strength is certainly at the peak of Douqi or even beyond. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but draw in a sharp breath, contributing a slight warmth to the chilly atmosphere of the Douqi Continent. Xiao Clan, intrigued by her brother's fluctuating expressions, asked, "Brother Xiao Yan, what's wrong?" Recovering from the shocking revelation, Xiao Yan, upon hearing Sun'er's question, could only respond with a wry smile. "It's nothing, merely the discovery of a significant secret." Oh, Sun'er, upon learning it was a secret, did not press further. Her concern was solely for Xiao Yan, showing no curiosity about the nature of his revelation. At the very moment Xiao Yu infused his fighting spirit into the stone tablet, he felt a formidable soul wave surge toward his dantian, startling him into immediately employing the Wanhua Yin to conceal his dantian. Reflecting now, he realized that among those present, only Yao Lao, residing within Xiao Yan's ring, possessed such remarkable soul power. He also observed Xiao Yan's continuously shifting expressions, deducing that Xiao Yan had received some news from Yao Lao. However, Xiao Yu was not overly concerned, despite Yao Lao having sensed his dantian during his moment of relaxation. The soul power bore no malice, and he had promptly hidden his dantian, meaning Yao Lao likely did not comprehend the full extent of his strength. Moreover, given Yao Lao's current soul power, he was more than capable of dealing with Xiao Yu. Whether Yao Lao had discovered his strength was of little concern. Once the second elder regained his composure, he suppressed his astonishment and called out according to protocol. The ceremony retest for Xiao Yu has been completed. As per tradition, he will now face a challenge, limited to those of 4-star Douqi or below. Who dares to step forward? The younger generation present fell silent, with not a single individual willing to step up. Even if Xiao Yu were merely a 3-star Douqi, no one in their right mind would challenge him, let alone now that he was a 4-star Douqi. After surveying the crowd, the second elder proclaimed, "Since there are no challengers, Xiao Yu's coming-of-age ceremony is now officially concluded." He then turned to Xiao Yu, saying, "Xiao Yu, you may return to rest or remain to observe the retests of others." "Thank you, second elder. I shall take my leave," Xiao Yu replied, expressing his gratitude before descending from the stage. Upon returning to his original position, he noticed Xiao Yan regarding him with a complex expression, prompting him to exchange a meaningful glance with Xiao Yan. "You little rascal, it seems your cousin has noticed my probing." The astute Yao Lao instantly grasped that Xiao Yu had perceived his investigation moments ago. "Your cousin's soul power is likely formidable as well, capable of sensing my inquiry." Yao Lao marveled, recognizing the young man's exceptional talent in cultivation and impressive soul power, a truly formidable young lad. Xiao Yu chuckled softly and sat beside the silent Xiao Yan. "You're quite extraordinary, aren't you?" Xiao Yan, upon hearing this, retorted softly, "You're the one who's extraordinary." Their eyes met in a shared understanding, and the perplexed Xiao Sun'er stood by, baffled by their peculiar exchange. The coming-of-age ceremony continued as in the original narrative, with Xiao Yan stepping onto the stage and revealing an 8-segment fighting spirit, subsequently accepting a challenge from Xiao Ning, whom he decisively defeated, leaving her bedridden for several days due to the effects of the chi-boosting powder. After the ceremony concluded, Xiao Yu intended to return to his small courtyard to prepare for his upcoming training journey, but was called by Xiao Zhan. "You are inner, come here quickly." Xiao Zhan approached with Yufei and Gu Ni, aiming to foster a beneficial relationship with these two individuals from Wutan City, and beckoned Xiao Yu and the others. "Second uncle, father, Uncle Xiao Zhan." The three greeted respectfully. Xiao Zhan approached them with a grin. "You three have truly made me proud today. Others are saying that our Xiao family will certainly have a Do Huang powerhouse within 20 years. Xiao Yan and Xiao Yu exchanged smiles, brushing off the compliment. Xiao Zhan then turned to Yufei, introducing her to the trio. "Allow me to introduce this lady, Miss Yufei from the Miter Auction House. And this individual beside her is Master Gu Ni, a second-grade alchemist. Pleased to meet you, Miss Yufei. Pleased to meet you, Master Gu Ni." Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan, as younger members of the Xiao family, naturally adhered to proper etiquette, while Xiao Sun'er stood aside, smiling without needing to defer to anyone. Xiao Zhan paid no mind to Xiao Sunare's demeanor, well aware of her background. Even the Miter family would not dare to provoke her. As for Yafei and Gu and I, their focus remained on Xiao Yu. Hee, if the two young masters do not mind, just call me Sister Yafei. Referring to me, as Miss Yafei feels too formal, Yafei said with a light laugh, wishing to cultivate a closer relationship with them. Goni smiled in silence, feeling that social interactions were best left to Yafei. Sister Yafei, the two complied, calling her, as requested. Ah, if you two young gentlemen have the time, do come visit me at the Miter auction house. If there is anything you wish to purchase, feel free to let Sister Yafei know, she added. Thank you, Sister Yafei, they replied in unison. Sister Yafei, you're being too courteous to these two young lads, Xiao Zhan remarked. Hee. Two future powerhouses are certainly worth my courtesy. You flatter me, clan leader Xiao, Yafei replied with a charming smile. I have some matters to attend to at the Miter auction house, so I want to intrude on you two young gentlemen and clan leader Xiao any longer. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan gestured, allow me to escort you both. After Yafei departed, Xiao Yu and the others returned home. Chapter 21, Farewells. With the coming-of-age ceremony concluded, Xiao Yu returned to his previous life. During this period, the elders visited once. But they were well aware that after more than a decade of solitude, Xiao Yu would undoubtedly prefer to be undisturbed. Thus, after their initial visit, they refrained from coming again. Xiao Zhan also paid a few visits, merely to engage in casual conversation and provide some daily necessities and cultivation resources. However, Xiao Yin frequently dropped by. Ever since he uncovered Xiao Yu's true strength, he has been filled with curiosity about his cousin. He would often attempt to glean the secrets behind Xiao Yu's rapid advancement in cultivation. He was still preoccupied with their 3-year pact. And if he could cultivate at such an impressive pace as his cousin, he would have no worries. He could charge ahead without hesitation. Nevertheless, he held little hope. Knowing well the exceptional environment in which his cousin cultivated, aside from unparalleled talent, there seemed to be no other explanation. Their relationship had not altered significantly. Rather, upon discovering each other's secrets, they felt more at ease in one another's company. Xiao Yin believed that after the last encounter, when his cousin sensed the presence of a mysterious powerhouse behind him, Xiao Yu was aware of his connection with a formidable figure. However, they never explicitly addressed this knowledge. It was understood between them, as everyone harbors secrets that do not require probing. Shattering that thin veneer might inadvertently change the dynamic of their relationship, leading to unintended consequences. Xiao Yu was also preparing for his departure. Initially, he assumed the guise of a mysterious alchemist and journeyed to Middle to seek third-grade pill formulas and ingredients. Under the pretext of Xiao Zhan's affairs, he approached Middle, promising to concoct a batch of pills for the auction house, provided they prepared the necessary materials and formulas. Naturally, Yafei agreed with enthusiasm and, a week later, presented Xiao Yu with the formulas, materials, and a substantial fee of 700,000. The formula pertained to the third-grade pill, condensation pill, which could elevate a great fighter's rank. One condensation pill boasted a 50% success rate in enhancing a great fighter's prowess by 1 star, with no adverse effects. This was a replica that Yafei had procured through significant connections and expense from the Imperial Capital's Alchemist Guild. After dedicating half a month to his craft, Xiao Yu successfully refined 12 condensation pills, 8 of which were top-tier 3rd grade, while 4 were 4th grade. He intended to keep 3 4th-grade pills for himself and distribute the remainder. Today, Xiao Yu arrived at the Middle auction house not as the mysterious alchemist, but in his original identity, aiming to bid farewell to Yafei. Over the past few weeks, she had been of considerable assistance to him. Upon reaching the entrance of the Middle auction house, he was promptly ushered into the VIP room by a maid. Yafei had specifically instructed that if Xiao Yu and a mysterious figure in white arrived, they should be escorted directly to the VIP area, even providing portraits for identification to ensure no negligence occurred. Not long after settling in the VIP room, Yafei approached, swaying her alluring figure, exuding an undeniably enticing charm. "Little brother Yu, what brings you to see Sister Yafei today?" she inquired as she gracefully took a seat beside him, resting her delicate hand on her exquisite face, her eyes sparkling with a smile directed at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu smiled back at Yafei, now accustomed to her demeanor. He recalled feeling shy during his first visit. However, he soon realized that she relished his bashful demeanor, prompting him to maintain a smile during each visit to thwart her attempts at teasing him. Observing Xiao Yu's steadfastness, Yafei rolled her beautiful fox-like eyes. "Brother Yu, you are quite dull." With a resigned smile, Xiao Yu replied, "Sister Yafei, please, today, I am here at the behest of my teacher." Upon hearing of the mysterious alchemist, Yafei's demeanor shifted slightly. "Does the esteemed gentleman require anything of me?" Xiao Yu waved his hand, revealing the prepared pills. No, I merely came to deliver the pills that you requested my teacher to refine last time. Yafei's eyes lit up as she beheld the 2 jade vials on the table. Condensation pills? Indeed, my teacher refined a total of 10 condensation pills, 9 third grade, and, by fortunate chance, 1 fourth grade. Xiao Yu confirmed with a nod. Yafei immediately grasped the pills, her eyes sparkling as she examined the vials. 1 fourth grade. Her surprise was palpable. She had not anticipated that the mysterious alchemist could elevate a 3rd grade pill to 4th grade. Although not an alchemist herself, she possessed enough knowledge to understand the absurdity of such an upgrade, something even the Pill King Gu he could not achieve. It was evident how formidable this mysterious alchemist truly was. Moreover, 4th grade pills, capable of directly enhancing one's rank, were highly coveted even in the imperial capital. She could easily imagine the uproar that such a pill would create in Wutan City. After securing the pills, Yafei turned to Xiao Yu. Brother Yu, please convey my gratitude to the esteemed gentleman. These 2 vials of pills will greatly aid me. Xiao Yu waved his hand dismissively. This is what Sister Yafei deserves. Besides, my teacher has already accepted your fee for the refinement. Even so, I must still thank the esteemed gentleman, and I owe my brother a debt of gratitude. Yafei said, suddenly leaning closer to Xiao Yu, her lovely face mere inches from his. Xiao Yu was taken aback by her unexpected proximity. The intoxicating scent of her floral perfume enveloped him, and her mature allure left him momentarily dazed. The atmosphere between them became charged with a certain tension. Ahem. Sister Yafei, you're being too polite. I am merely assisting my teacher. It is the least I could do. Sensing the peculiar ambience, Xiao Yu quickly retreated. Standing up from his chair, awkwardly clearing his throat. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit, and promptly added, actually, I am here for another reason, to bid farewell to Sister Yafei. Bidding farewell, Yafei resumed her seat, a look of confusion crossing her face. Xiao Yu nodded, yes. In a few days, I shall be embarking on an expedition with my teacher. Indeed, this small place of Wutan City cannot accommodate a talent such as Brother Yu. Your future lies across the entire Douqi Continent, Yafei remarked, a hint of melancholy in her tone, the joy brought by the pills somewhat diminished. Yes, it is indeed a good thing for you to venture forth, as Wutan City cannot offer you a brighter future. Yet, I must admit, I shall miss you, dear brother. Feeling the intensity of Yafei's gaze, Xiao Yu grew uneasy. Having already bid farewell, he resolved to take his leave. Sister Yafei, I shall take my leave now. I still have preparations to make before departing. Allow me to see you off, Yafei replied, nodding as she accompanied him outside. Upon reaching the door, Yafei noticed that Xiao Yu's collar was somewhat disheveled, and instinctively reached out with her delicate hand to straighten it. Brother, do come to visit your sister whenever you have the time, all right? Xiao Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment, as Yafei now resembled a wife tidying up her husband's attire before a business trip. Yes, when I have the opportunity, I shall certainly return to visit you. Si stated Yafei. Farewell. With his collar adjusted by Yafei, Xiao Yu hurriedly exited the auction house. Hee, Yafei chuckled, covering her mouth. This little fellow is still so easily flustered. Sighing softly, she watched him leave. As she gazed at the receding silhouette, Yafei let out a gentle sigh, turning away with a lingering reluctance. Chapter 22. Farewell. Outside the city of Wutan, at the city gates, Xiao Zhan and other senior members of the Xiao family were present. Alongside Xiao Yin and Xiao Suner, all gathered to bid farewell to Xiao Yu. After parting with Yafei, Xiao Yu had spent 2 days at home discussing his plans for external training with Xiao Zhan and the elders. Now, he was ready to leave, having shared a final meal with everyone. You must take good care of yourself out there. Do not trust others easily. The outside world is unlike the Xiao family. You must tread carefully, harbor no malice, but always be vigilant, Xiao Zhan earnestly advised. He was deeply concerned for his nephew, who had spent so many years sheltered within the Xiao family, knowing little of the world's dangers. The thought of any harm befalling him was unbearable. Xiao Yu listened patiently to Xiao Zhan's counsel, aware that this farewell might stretch into a long absence. The next time he returned to the Xiao family was uncertain, and thus he savored Xiao Zhan's well-meaning admonitions. I understand, second uncle. I will take care of myself. It will be no more than 2 years. I promise I will return, Xiao Yu assured, a smile gracing his face as he looked at Xiao Zhan. His nephew was a person of great character. However, lacking experience in the harsh realities of the world, Xiao Zhan worried that the deceitful nature of others might render Xiao Yu's journey arduous. Yet, confining him to Wutan City was not a long-term solution. With such talent, Xiao Yu was destined to outgrow this place. The wider world was his true stage. Hence, despite his reluctance, Xiao Zhan did not oppose Xiao Yu's quest for experience. With a pat on Xiao Yu's shoulder, he took one last wistful glance before stepping back, making way for others. Over the past year, he had observed the close relationship between Yuer and Yin'er with great satisfaction, and thus he encouraged them to converse. Xiao Yin stepped forward, his expression somewhat somber. Brother Yu, please be careful out there. I hope that when we meet again, you will return as the same intact cousin I know. Xiao Yu nodded with a smile, patting Xiao Yan's shoulder. You too, Brother Yin. I know you will also leave Wutan City. After all, it is here that you cannot catch up with Nalan Yinran. When we meet next, I hope to see you renowned throughout the Jiama Empire. Farewell. I will await you in the imperial capital. Goodbye, second uncle. Farewell, cousin Xune. Goodbye, esteemed elders. With a wave, Xiao Yu embarked on his journey of experience. In the distance, beneath a towering tree, stood a captivating woman clad in a black dress. Her bright eyes fixed intently on Xiao Yu's departing figure. Alas, Brother Yu, farewell, she whispered softly before turning to leave. This parting was laden with uncertainty about when they would meet again. Would he still be her Brother Yu upon their next encounter? Would she still be able to call him brother as freely as before? Upon exiting the confines of Wutan City, Xiao Yu followed the map northeast, heading towards the largest mountain range in the Jiama Empire, the Monster Beast Mountain Range. This region was renowned as the Empire's greatest repository of medicinal materials and magic cores, serving as a vital economic resource for countless mercenaries. The area teemed with beasts and peril, yet it also presented the greatest opportunities within the Jiama Empire. Here, one could acquire rare treasures and magic cores, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even discover the tombs of powerful beings, replete with techniques, combat skills, and alchemical recipes. Every day, throngs of individuals entered the Monster Beast Mountain Range, driven by dreams of sudden wealth. Xiao Yu chose this as his first destination for cultivation, primarily for the medicinal materials and magic cores. Far from the city, he could practice without reservation. He could indulge in his training and focus intently on perfecting his Thunderfire alchemy. Whether it was researching formulas or obtaining medicinal materials, this was undoubtedly the best locale. His goal was clear. He would not leave the Monster Beast Mountain Range until he reached the Dou Ling level. Following the designated route, Xiao Yu passed through Qingshan Town, officially entering the Monster Beast Mountain Range. He had no intention of seeking out the little doctor or engaging excessively with the denizens of the Douqi Continent, particularly not with individuals closely linked to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was his cousin, and he did not wish to emulate those characters he had encountered in fanfiction, competing for opportunities or women. He intended to ascend solely through his remarkable cultivation talent, inching his way upward until he stood atop the summit, seeking the elusive path home. Moreover, he cherished his relationship with Xiao Yan and did not want to jeopardize Xiao Yan's chances of becoming a Dou Emperor in this realm devoid of source energy. He could not claim that monopolizing Xiao Yan's opportunities would yield better results than what Xiao Yan could achieve. Even if Xiao Yu was not originally a member of the Xiao family, he would not see Xiao Yan's chances out of foresight. He could not guarantee that he would possess the strength to contend with the sole emperor when the time came. If, due to his actions, Xiao Yan failed to become an emperor, leaving the realm without an emperor to counter the sole emperor who would stand against him. Such a gamble would wager the lives of everyone in the Douqi Continent, a risk Xiao Yu was neither willing nor prepared to take. To become an emperor, he need not steal others' opportunities. He merely had to wait for Xiao Yan to ascend, opening the dimensional passage and allowing source energy to flow into the Douqi Continent. With his talent, he believed that once source energy was introduced, becoming an emperor would not pose a challenge. Finally, after 7 days of relentless travel, Xiao Yu arrived at the outskirts of the Monster Beast Mountain Range. He surveyed the surrounding flora and smiled before stepping inside. As he ventured deeper into the mountain range, the trees receded behind him. However, he did not dare to delve too far within, aware that high-level magical beasts lurked there, beyond his current capability to confront. Without having fought, he was uncertain of his own combat power, and should he encounter a peak 3rd or 4th tier beast, he would be at a disadvantage. Thus, he confined his activities to the periphery, near the border between the outer and inner regions. Settling into the Monster Beast Mountain Range, Xiao Yu devoted his days to consuming medicinal herbs, cultivating, seeking materials, and refining pills, immersing himself in the study of source fire and divine thunder. His schedule was meticulously filled, leaving little room for idleness. As time passed, Xiao Yu collected numerous medicinal materials, seizing every promising specimen that brimmed with energy. For he had no new formulas to pursue at the moment. He gathered whatever he encountered, planning to compile formulas once he exited the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Moreover, The Qi recovery pills, rejuvenation pills, and the body refinement pills he had developed were invaluable in this wilderness. He transformed the relevant materials into pills for emergency use. The body refinement pills were consumed like candy. A healthy body was the foundation of well-being, and the benefits of body refinement were manifold, ensuring that Xiao Yu would not be negligent in this regard. Thanks to his alchemical pursuits, the purity of his Dou Qi improved daily, and his Qi circulated faster than usual, effectively translating to continuous cultivation and a noticeable enhancement in strength. Additionally, with the aid of 3 fourth-grade source gathering pills, his cultivation speed was astonishing. Each pill consumed allowed Xiao Yu to ascend a level. However, he needed time to refine the energy, preventing him from consuming all 3 in quick succession. According to common knowledge, such medicinal pills for enhancing cultivation should only be consumed 1 at a time per tier. However, the condensing origin pill refined by Xiao Yu is somewhat exceptional. His condensing origin pill is remarkably pure, possessing an unparalleled potency with no side effects, ensuring a 100% success rate in enhancement. This peculiarity allows him to consume 3 of these pills consecutively during the Great Fighter stage. Only after the 3rd does the body begin to develop resistance to the pill's effects, thus hindering further strength enhancement. With the aid of the condensing origin pill, Xiao Yu has ascended 3 stars in just 1 month, reaching the pinnacle of a 9-star Great Fighter. Chapter 23. Pei Yuan Fruit, Crimson Flame Python, Zhilan Flower. Bewitching Grass. What is this? Never mind, I shall collect it for now. It appears quite refined and abundant in energy. Another unremarkable day unfolds as Xiao Yu diligently gathers herbs. During his days in the Monster Beast Mountain Range, he has consistently harvested 4 to 5 decent specimens daily. Consequently, his spatial ring is now brimming with herbs. Fortunately, he had purchased several additional rings before departing. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to store his finds. Today's haul has been commendable, and it is time to return. Observing the sky, Xiao Yu decides to head back, having allotted himself 2 hours for herb gathering, and it is nearly time to resume his cultivation. Humming a cheerful tune, Xiao Yu leisurely makes his way back to the camp. However, as he walks, he suddenly becomes ensnared by an alluring fragrance. It is a rich aroma, potent yet not overpowering, reminiscent of fruits. He inhales deeply, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him, and notices his internal energy surging slightly, astonished by the source of this remarkable effect. It seems yet another beneficial herb for cultivation has ripened. I must investigate further. If it is unclaimed, I shall take it. Following the scent, Xiao Yu embarks on a quest for its origin. This must be a rare treasure. Having encountered it today, I am determined to take a look. Should it be unguarded by monster beasts, I will certainly seize it. However, if a beast is present, I shall refrain. I have little interest in confrontation, and it seems a bit excessive to claim something that was discovered and guarded by a beast. Should others learn of this mindset, they would undoubtedly deem him foolish. After all, in this world, the principle of survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Those like Xiao Yu, as his mother would say, are akin to those who would starve even while surrounded by food. Nonetheless, Xiao Yu remains undeterred by the opinions of others. Perhaps his disposition is ill-suited for this world that venerates strength, but it is simply his nature. Unambitious and non-contentious, he embodies a sense of tranquility and effortless existence. Before long, Xiao Yu arrives at the source of the enticing aroma. Before him lies a clearing where a vine stretches upwards, bearing a red-yellow fruit that radiates a phosphorescent glow. The translucent skin allows him to see the intricate pathways within, where energy flows back and forth. Pei Yuan Fruit. Xiao Yu's eyes spark with recognition. He had encountered this fruit in the extensive herb identification texts he had purchased in Wutan City before venturing into the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Over the past 2 months, he has diligently read through them whenever he had the chance. The Pei Yuan fruit is renowned for its ability to consolidate one's foundation and enhance one's cultivation base. Consuming it can solidify the dantian, bolster vitality, nourish yin and yang, and even promote beauty and youthful appearance. It is also a key ingredient in the crafting of the Pei Yuan pill. Although he lacks the formula, he has read about its benefits in the texts. The Pei Yuan pill, when consumed, solidifies one's foundation and enhances the body subtly, offering slight improvements to innate talent, categorizing it as a 4th-tier pill. While many are drawn to its potential for improving cultivation aptitude, what matters most to Xiao Yu is its foundational benefits. Of course, it is not out of vanity. He jestingly considers himself quite formidable upon rising each morning. Nevertheless, who would object to an enhancement in that regard? After scanning the surroundings and finding no monster beasts, Xiao Yu smiles, It appears fortune is on my side today. He then approaches to pluck the fully ripened Pei Yuan fruit, which continuously emits its enticing aroma. He wishes to avoid any unforeseen complications and hastily gather it before departing. Just as his hand reaches for the Pei Yuan fruit, a sudden sense of danger washes over him from deep within his soul. In an instant, he swiftly retreats 10 meters, a flash of lightning surging beneath his feet. Suddenly, a massive, scaled tail crashes down where he had just stood. Hiss! A menacing hiss reverberates through the air. Upon focusing his gaze, Xiao Yu sees a colossal figure emerge behind the Pei Yuan fruit, a crimson giant python, stretching approximately 20 meters in length. Frowning slightly, Xiao Yu begins to back away. A crimson flame python? I wondered how such a valuable herb could lack a guardian. It seems the beast was merely away from its post. Prior to entering the monster beast mountain range, Xiao Yu had gathered intelligence about various beasts in Qingshan town, and this giant serpent is indeed the crimson flame python, a fire attribute monster. Each increase of 5 meters indicates a tier, and it appears this serpent has reached the 4th tier. To be honest, the Pei Yuan fruit holds little significance for him. It is not something he desperately needs, and it is hardly worth provoking a 4th tier monster over. My dear serpent, I did not realize this was your treasure. I meant no offense. Since you discovered it first, I shall not encroach upon your claim. Farewell. Noticing that the crimson flame python has not immediately attacked, Xiao Yu slowly retreats, placing his right hand over his chest in a defensive posture as he speaks calmly. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, the previously dormant crimson flame python lunges forward, its massive maw wide open, filled with fury and bloodlust. How dare you? Xiao Yu is taken aback by the sudden aggression of the beast. Truly, a 4th-tier monster has awakened its intelligence, while it cannot speak. Its intellect rivals that of a 10-year-old human, capable of executing ambushes. Caught off guard by the crimson flame python's sudden assault, Xiao Yu rapidly channels lightning attribute energy into his legs and forcefully retreats. How long will you pursue me? Haven't we covered 2 kilometers already? Are you not concerned that your Pei Yuan fruit might be stolen by other beasts? After running 1,000 meters, Xiao Yu glances back, realizing the crimson flame python is still hot on his heels, and he helplessly exclaims, I had no idea that it belonged to you. Is this truly necessary? If you continue to chase, I shall not hold back. Seeing that communication has failed, Xiao Yu threatens. However, the crimson flame python, unfazed by Xiao Yu's words, displays a fierce glint in its eyes and intensifies its pursuit. With negotiations and threats proving futile, Xiao Yu's patience wanes. He has yet to even touch the Pei Yuan fruit, and he had already taken the initiative to withdraw. What more does the beast want from him? With a fierce expression, Xiao Yu turns to confront the crimson flame python. Do you take me for a fool? I approached you calmly, yet you forced my hand. At that moment, Xiao Yu unleashes his full potential, torrents of energy erupting from him, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. With a surge of extreme ice flame, enveloping his right hand, the surrounding flora began to freeze, a scorching yet frigid aura radiating outward. Xiao Yu ignited his true fire. Having spent over a month in the Beast Mountain range, he had never encountered such provocation. Every magical beast he had faced had retreated in fear. If you wish to play, then I shall indulge you. Clenching his fist, the extreme ice flame surged with formidable power, and he struck with a punch towards the crimson flame python. The creature, taken aback by the sudden counterattack from the previously fleeing human, was caught off guard. With a resounding crash, Xiao Yu's fist landed squarely on the python's jaw. The immense impact sent the beast flying several meters away, accompanied by the python's agonized hiss. One could see burns forming on its jaw, surrounded by shards of ice. Enraged, the crimson flame python writhed wildly and launched another attack at Xiao Yu. Its bloodthirsty intent more pronounced than before, as if vowing not to rest until Xiao Yu was slain. A thick column of fire erupted from its mouth, laced with highly toxic venom, shooting toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu regarded the defiant crimson flame python with a cold, expressionless gaze. A wave of icy blue flames enveloped him, with blue and silver lightning swirling around, an intense chill erupting, transforming the surroundings into a frozen expanse. The air was filled with an amalgamation of cold, heat, and destruction. Raising his right hand, he pointed at the python. As the fire column made contact with his fingertip, an overwhelming cold surged forth. The fire column instantly froze, spreading rapidly. Before the python could react, the biting cold coursed through the fire it had projected. In an instant, the crimson flame python was encased in ice. Even the fire column was frozen, as if time itself had stopped. Chapter 24. The Marvelous Applications of Source Fire and Divine Thunder. Stepping upon the lightning. Xiao Yu positioned himself beside the crimson flame python and flicked his finger, causing the massive beast to shatter into ice shards, scattering across the ground. Suddenly, Xiao Yu slapped his forehead in regret, exclaiming, "What a blunder. In doing so, I've lost the magical core, a tremendous loss." It dawned on him then that magical beasts possessed cores, akin to the human Dantian energy vortex, serving as the source of their power. A core from a fourth-tier magical beast could fetch tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Caught up in his display of prowess, he had completely overlooked this crucial detail. Though impressive, this had resulted in a significant loss. The icy aura swiftly receded, the surrounding snow melting as Xiao Yu retracted the blue-silver lightning and extreme ice flame, heading back in the direction he had come from. Fortunately, he still had a spirit-enhancing fruit, so his endeavors were not entirely in vain. Arriving at the spot where the spirit-enhancing fruit had grown, Xiao Yu collected it and began his return to the camp. Having wasted considerable time, he had yet to practice. He was determined to make up for lost time. Currently, Xiao Yu found that fourth-tier magical beasts posed little threat to him. The surrounding area, within 100 miles, had been thoroughly scoured for medicinal herbs over the past month, leaving only those that were either unripe or of inferior quality, which did not pique his interest. Since this locale no longer met his training needs, he resolved to venture deeper into the Beast Mountain range, where dangers lurked at every turn, and a single misstep could prove fatal. Xiao Yu was reluctant to embark on this journey, yet he had not yet transcended to the Douling stage. Leaving the Beast Mountain range at this juncture would be premature, compelling him to confront the internal regions with trepidation. Nevertheless, he was not without means of self-preservation. Even if he were to encounter a fifth-tier magical beast, he was confident in his ability to escape, although he had effortlessly dispatched a fourth-tier magical beast. Such attacks were exceedingly taxing on his Douqi. That previous strike had consumed 1/5 of his energy, indicating that he could only execute such an attack 5 times before exhausting his reserves. While facing fourth-tier beasts was manageable, he feared that a similar attack against a fifth-tier beast would likely not yield fatal results. However, this did not imply that Xiao Yu would be at a disadvantage against fifth-tier magical beasts. He possessed other strategies that would enable him to evade danger. This brings us to the discussion of divine thunder and source fire. Having lived alone in the back mountains of the Xiao family for over a decade, Xiao Yu had yet to engage with Dou techniques. After his coming-of-age ceremony, he had not practiced any techniques, instead opting for practical training. Dou techniques can be regarded as skills that harness Dou Qi. The higher the tier, the greater the potency of the unleashed energy. Some advanced techniques even brush against the realm of rules. It is evident that Dou techniques are essential for every practitioner within the Douqi Continent. A fighter who is not trained in Dou techniques would undoubtedly be unable to defeat an opponent of the same level who has. This principle has long been accepted in the annals of the Douqi Continent. Among practitioners of the same rank, the one with the higher level of Dou technique and deeper comprehension will invariably emerge victorious. However, Xiao Yu had not trained in any Dou techniques. How then could he slay fourth-tier magical beasts? The answer lies in the divine thunder and source fire. Each manifestation of divine thunder and source fire possesses unique characteristics and effects, and since they are born from within Xiao Yu, he wields them with unparalleled finesse. Each strike of divine thunder and source fire exhibits different performances, akin to Dou techniques, which vary in power and manifestation. One could consider every instance of source fire and divine thunder as Xiao Yu's innate Dou techniques, which would mean that at his current level as a 9-star great fighter, he possesses 6 distinct techniques. Moreover, the effectiveness and strength of these abilities will increase in tandem with his understanding and cultivation progress. With the extreme ice flame and blue-silver lightning alone, Xiao Yu can achieve invincibility within his rank, even fighting and triumphing against those of higher tiers. Of course, both blue-silver lightning and extreme ice flame are highly offensive forms of source fire and divine thunder, which account for their remarkable efficacy. However, the transformative flame and true return thunder serve a different purpose. Both are more auxiliary in nature, contributing less to combat power. Additionally, the divine thunder and source fire that Xiao Yu manifested upon breaking through to the great fighter stage are focused on control and disruption. One such technique is the 3000 puppet thunder. This dark red lightning can attach to any object, manipulating its form and transforming it into a puppet. In essence, it allows the wielder to control various entities, rendering them into obedient slaves. However, this requires a high level of strength. The stronger the practitioner, the more entities they can control, and it is only effective against those with weaker spiritual power. Should it be used against someone with greater spiritual strength, the practitioner risks backlash that could harm their own soul. The other technique is the heart flame of the blazing sun. This crimson fire can penetrate the hearts of others, creating mental disturbances that disrupt their resolve. Unlike the fallen heart flame, which accelerates the cultivation speed of practitioners, the heart flame of the blazing sun magnifies any flaws or demons within the target's heart, plunging those unable to overcome them into a lifetime of shadows. This technique is exceedingly insidious, effectively severing one's path to cultivation. Thus, Xiao Yu would only resort to it in dire circumstances. At present, Xiao Yu possesses 6 formidable techniques, and with his impending breakthrough into the Douqi realm, he will command 8. However, given that he has yet to fully master the initial 6, how could he possibly delve into the study of combat skills? Wouldn't that be akin to picking up sesame seeds while discarding watermelons? Having perused countless novels, Xiao Yu surely understands the folly of overreaching. Merely harnessing the full potential of Lan, Yinlong Dian, and Ji Pabing Yin would be sufficient for him to dominate the Douqi Continent. Therefore, combat skills hold no merit for him. In fact, they would only serve to diminish his cultivation speed and combat prowess. Engaging in the study of combat techniques would rob him of the time needed to comprehend Shun Lei Yuan Hua, consequently undermining his strength. Thus, the stronger he becomes, the more Xiao Yu realizes the sheer terror of the innate advantages he possesses. There seems to be no other prodigy like him in the entire Douqi Continent. If not for Xiao Yu's steady mindset, he might have already lost his way. In the past, he occasionally pondered whether his journey to the Douqi Continent was a product of fate or mere happenstance. But now he is nearly certain that it was not a coincidence. The perfect synergy between his otherworldly soul and the native body, yielding such extraordinary talent, is hardly something he could attribute to mere chance. The question remains, why? Why does his soul harmonize with Xiao Yu's body, rather than with someone else's soul or body? It feels as though everything has been meticulously orchestrated, rendering his transmigration inevitable. However, at this moment, Xiao Yu does not dwell on these thoughts. His current strength is evident, and understanding more is beyond his reach. Perhaps when he stands at the pinnacle of the Douqi Continent, some answers will reveal themselves. To uncover the origins of this enigma may even require Xiao Yu to ascend to the rank of Dou Emperor. Nonetheless, even if there exists but a sliver of hope, Xiao Yu is unwilling to relinquish it, for it is his sole path home. No matter how arduous the journey, he shall persist. Chapter 25, Within the Mountains. The Galehawk. On a bright and sunny day, in a location adorned with a small waterfall, the river's crystal-clear waters reveal the playful fish and visible pebbles beneath. Surrounded by lush greenery, vibrant flowers bloom with fragrant allure, while the occasional chirping of birds and the distant roars of beasts create an idyllic sanctuary. Upon a slab of green stone by the riverbank, a handsome young man sits cross-legged in meditation, drawing in waves of Douqi that swirl around him. This individual is none other than Xiao Yu, who has meticulously scheduled his cultivation time. In pursuit of an early advancement to Douqi, he dedicates 2 full hours daily to his practice. Rising at dawn, he immerses himself in a variety of texts for half an hour, followed by a modest breakfast, then engages in his 2-hour cultivation session. After that, he ventures out in search of herbs and sustenance, spends the afternoon concocting potions, contemplates the mysteries of Shun Lei Yuan Hua in the evening, and finally retires for the night, his days filled to the brim. With a deep exhale to release stagnant energy, Xiao Yu concludes his training for the day. As he awakens to the explosive power coursing through his body and the dense Douqi in his dantian, a smile graces his lips. He has reached the pinnacle of the 9-star Great Dome Master stage, and it seems that his ascension to Douqi is imminent. Stretching his limbs, he stands and yawns. Truth be told, sitting cross-legged for 2 hours daily is quite uncomfortable, and he often feels a slight soreness in his body post-training. Even with the prowess of a 9-star Great Dome Master, prolonged stillness wears on him, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Surveying his surroundings, Xiao Yu leaps from the stone, shaking off the tension in his shoulders. They say high-level magical beasts abound within the Monster Beast Mountains, yet I've been here for several days without encountering a single one. He muses. After vanquishing the Scarlet Flame Python, Xiao Yu deemed it unnecessary to linger at the borderlands. Thus he ventured into the heart of the Monster Beast Mountains a few days prior. The environment here mirrors that of his previous location, rich in medicinal herbs, yet devoid of beasts. This lack of excitement leaves Xiao Yu feeling somewhat bored, while he is not inherently combative. A few encounters with magical beasts would certainly enliven his experience. Previously, while on the outskirts, he would amuse himself by provoking the beasts, causing them to chase him for sport, a delightful distraction during his herb gathering. Now, however, after several days without a single beast sighting, whether high tier or low tier. He finds himself conversing with no one but himself, the monotony proving utterly unbearable. He wonders why, during his solitary time at the Xiao family's rear mountain, he could withstand the silence. Yet here, in this unfamiliar territory, he feels compelled to seek amusement, lest he succumb to ennui. This behavior is wholly uncharacteristic of his usual reclusive nature. Yet, it is understandable. Previously, he was comfortably ensconced at home, while now he finds himself in uncharted territory. Utterly alone, glancing at the sky, he notes that it is time to venture out in search of herbs. Grasping a water flask beside the stone, Xiao Yu departs. As he strolls through the forest, his eyes scan the surroundings like a radar, determined not to overlook any potential treasures. Suddenly, a piercing cry resonates from above, accompanied by a fierce gale that howls through the trees. Dust and debris scatter, branches bend, and leaves swirl. Xiao Yu squints against the sudden onslaught of wind. What on earth is causing such a tempest? Shielding his eyes from the gust, he focuses and sees a massive eagle soaring above, its sharp gaze fixated on him as if he were prey. In an instant, Xiao Yu halts and turns to flee. He chastises himself for his imprudent chatter. Now that he faces a formidable foe, running is his only option. Having encountered the scarlet flame python previously, he had retained his wit. But this colossal bird leaves him no choice but to escape for his life. The Gale Hawk, a mid-tier magical beast, is born as a second-tier creature, with most adult Gale Hawks reaching the 5th tier. Renowned for their speed within the monster beast mountains, these wind attribute beasts are unparalleled in their ability to harness the wind, making them the swiftest among their peers. An adult 5th-tier Gale Hawk's speed rivals that of a 6th-tier beast. Such a creature is clearly beyond the capabilities of a mere Great Dome Master like Xiao Yu. As Xiao Yu attempts to flee, the Gale Hawk remains poised, seemingly unperturbed. Only when Xiao Yu's figure is nearly out of sight does the beast unfurl its wings. With a resounding whoosh, the Gale Hawk transforms into a black streak of lightning, hurtling toward Xiao Yu with astonishing velocity. The air crackles as it breaks the sound barrier, and Xiao Yu's silhouette rapidly grows distant. The Gale Hawk swiftly closing in, its razor-sharp talons reaching for him. With formidable soul power, Xiao Yu immediately sensed the danger lurking behind him and abruptly came to a halt, reversing his retreat. The Windbreaker Eagle was taken aback by Xiao Yu's unexpected maneuver, struggling to come to a stop as it glided through the air for 100 meters before finally regaining its composure. However, rather than feeling anger, its eyes sparkled with mockery, as if it were relishing a game of cat and mouse. Indeed, that was precisely the case. The intelligence of a 5th-tier magical beast was comparable to that of an adult human, albeit it lacked the ability to articulate speech. In the eyes of the Windbreaker Eagle, the fleeing Xiao Yu was merely a morsel that could run quite well. Should it choose to pursue him, it could easily catch up in mere seconds. Yet, it preferred to toy with its prey before indulging in a meal, a habitual practice of the Windbreaker Eagle. It derived immense pleasure from the struggles of its quarry, relishing the thrill of soaring through the skies during the chase. Observing Xiao Yu pulling further away, the Windbreaker Eagle leisurely followed suit. As the sharp claws loomed closer, a cold sweat trickled down Xiao Yu's brow. At present, he remained a great fighter, facing a 5th-tier magical beast that was akin to a battle king, leaving him with scant opportunity to contend. Setting aside the efficacy of his attacks, the sheer consumption of fighting spirit rendered him incapable of engaging in a protracted battle. Had he been a battle spirit, he would not have fled. Instead, he would confront the Windbreaker Eagle head-on. The disparity between a great fighter and a battle spirit was vast, particularly in terms of fighting spirit reserves, which differed immensely. The total fighting spirit of a 1-star battle spirit exceeded that of a peak great fighter by more than 5-fold. Moreover, a battle spirit could freely detach their fighting spirit to manifest attacks, while a great fighter was limited to transforming their spirit into armor. It was not that Xiao Yu feared 5th-tier magical beasts. It depended on the species. If it were an ordinary 5th-tier beast, as long as he could evade its line of sight, he could employ the 10,000 transformations flame to completely conceal his presence, rendering him undetectable. However, the Windbreaker Eagle was different. Xiao Yu had to escape its sight for his concealment to be effective. If it was watching him, what good was his attempt to hide? He was not invisible. At his size, how could he possibly go unnoticed? Although the 10,000 transformations flame could indeed provide invisibility, Xiao Yu's insufficient strength and comprehension rendered him incapable of leveraging it for such purposes. Feeling the fierce gusts of wind behind him, Xiao Yu contemplated executing a counterattack. But it was too late. The sharp claws embedded themselves firmly into his back, sliding downwards, sending a wave of excruciating pain through him, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Fortunately, due to his relentless consumption of body-refining pills, his physical constitution had significantly improved. His skin had become resilient, impervious to blades, and the eagle's talons only managed to slice open a deep gash on his back without damaging any vital organs. Otherwise, that strike could have pierced him completely. Chapter 26. The Life and Death Escape. To prevent the claws from snagging flesh, Xiao Yu instinctively crouched in the direction of the talon's descent and executed a roll, swiftly vacating the area. A sharp sting radiated from his back, igniting his nerves as the flesh tore, eliciting a sharp intake of breath. He could not afford to assess his injuries. Instead, he summoned all his strength to dash into the distance, summoning a tempest of thunder beneath his feet, transforming into a streak of lightning. The windbreaker eagle, however, was in no hurry, following closely behind without overtaking or attacking. This revelation confirmed Xiao Yu's suspicion of its intentions. Is it treating me like a mouse? The intense pain coursing through him, combined with the windbreaker eagle's taunts, ignited a furious fire within Xiao Yu, prompting him to curse in frustration. Yet, anger would not resolve his predicament. It would only serve to confuse his mind further. Inhale. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, calming the fires that had flared in his eyes. He could not afford to prolong this chase, even if his fighting spirit were to dwindle. He could not escape the eagle's gaze. A strategy needed to be devised. As he pondered his options while sprinting with all his might, attempting to widen the gap between himself and the windbreaker eagle, it became evident that the eagle had no intention of allowing that distance to grow. It desired to see him succumb to despair and become its meal. Just as the windbreaker eagle drew closer, a viable escape plan formed in Xiao Yu's mind. The eagle, overly confident in its speed, could be turned against itself. By utilizing the chilling properties of the blue-silver cold lightning and the extreme ice flame, he could slow its pace, then employ the 3,000 puppet thunder to obstruct its line of sight. The Sunfire Heart Flame would assault its mind, while the 10,000 Transformations Flame would weave illusions based on its inner fears. If he could obstruct it for but a few seconds, he might find the opportunity to conceal his presence and flee. With no other means of escape available, he resolved to act, pivoting swiftly as powerful inertia propelled him forward. His left foot dug into the earth, causing the ground to shatter and clouds of dust to erupt as he skidded to a halt after several meters. The blue-silver cold lightning and extreme ice flame coalesced in his hands, an intense chill radiating outward, freezing the surrounding trees and shattering flowers and plants into icy shards. Pushing the blue-silver cold lightning and extreme ice flame to their utmost limits, Xiao Yu waved his hands toward the approaching windbreaker eagle. "Hey, look over here," he shouted, not forgetting to distract the eagle with his words. As the lightning and fire surged forth, the frigid air rushed toward the windbreaker eagle. With an indignant screech, the eagle was insulted by the audacity of such a diminutive prey daring to retaliate. It surged forward, gathering wind blades around its body to strike at the blue-silver cold lightning and extreme ice flame. Xiao Yu felt a surge of excitement. This arrogant creature had unwittingly increased his chances of escape. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued as thunder erupted, flames scattered, and the sky was painted with a hue of blue-silver. The blue-silver cold lightning and extreme ice flame struck the windbreaker eagle, and only then did it realize its folly. The bone-chilling cold seeped into its body, causing it to tremble as frost spread across its form. The windbreaker eagle attempted to utilize its internal fighting spirit to combat the frigid invasion, but it could not expel it immediately. Nonetheless, it was not without preparation. Despite its arrogance, it had a contingency plan. Its rigid body hindered its ability to accelerate and attack Xiao Yu, yet the wind blade surrounding it could still be unleashed. With a powerful flap of its enormous wings, the condensed wind blades soared toward Xiao Yu. Swish, swish, swish. Xiao Yu had no time to evade. The wind blade struck him relentlessly, opening gaping wounds that bled profusely, and the force of the impact sent him tumbling. Uffed. He spat out a mouthful of blood, barely managing to react as he urged the 10,000 Transformations Flame and the Sunfire Heart Flame toward the still stiff windbreaker eagle. The formless 10,000 Transformations Flame and the fiery red Sunfire Heart Flame erupted forth, racing toward the windbreaker eagle. In an instant, the searing heat and biting cold converged upon the beast's body, engulfing it in a duality of sensation. Within its depths, memories from its youth surfaced, moments of being bullied and toyed with by other magical beasts, the overwhelming despair and fear of death crashing back into its mind. In the sky, the environment surrounding the windbreaker eagle began to transform, as the fears emanating from its heart transmitted from the blazing heart of the sun's fiery essence into the myriad flames. Xiao Yu, commanding the myriad flames, conjured an illusion of the hardships endured by the windbreaker eagle during its youth. Chirp! This overwhelming sense of terror caused the windbreaker eagle to flail wildly, frantically beating its wings and screeching in distress. Observing that the windbreaker eagle was too preoccupied with its own turmoil to notice him, Xiao Yu felt a surge of elation and promptly made his escape. Dark crimson lightning surged from his body, penetrating the surrounding trees without encountering any resistance, causing the branches to bend and the dense foliage to obscure Xiao Yu's form. By the time the windbreaker eagle dispelled the chill within itself and regained its composure, Xiao Yu had vanished from sight. Enraged and humiliated, the windbreaker eagle began to unleash its fury and murderous intent upon its surroundings, severing countless trees with its razor-sharp wind blades. Even the nearby small animals and magical beasts fell victim to its wrath, leaving the land riddled with cracks and in utter disarray. Once free from the windbreaker eagle's gaze, Xiao Yu immediately summoned the myriad flames, completely concealing his presence, leaving no trace behind. Cough, cough. A tickle in his throat compelled Xiao Yu to cough up a mouthful of blood. In his current state, his garments were tattered, adorned with gaping wounds left by the wind blades, and blood flowed freely, staining his clothes crimson. The recent encounter with the eagle's talons and wind blades had left his body marred with scars, although his physique had become resistant to ordinary blades. That was only against mundane weapons. The claws of a fifth-tier magical beast could easily rend stone, let alone the wind blades capable of slicing through iron. Fortunately, Xiao Yu had timely utilized his battle energy to shield his vital organs. Otherwise, he might not have escaped far before meeting his demise. Despite his grievous injuries, Xiao Yu pushed himself to the brink, desperately squeezing the last remnants of battle energy from his dantian, flickering through the jungle. Pain and fatigue gradually enveloped him, and his mind became a haze, the depletion of his battle energy causing his steps to waver. Was he destined to perish here today? This was the final thought that crossed Xiao Yu's mind before losing consciousness. Even in his unconscious state, his body continued to move forward due to the inertia of his rapid motion. Ahead, the trees suddenly opened up to a brilliant ray of sunlight, and as Xiao Yu's form burst forth, he plummeted downward. It turned out that he had stumbled upon a cliff. Having lost consciousness, his uncontrolled body, propelled by inertia, could not halt its descent and instantly fell off the edge. Whoosh! The sound of rushing wind filled his ears as he fell at breakneck speed. Yet Xiao Yu did not so much as flutter an eyelid, clearly unable to awaken before hitting the ground. Thud! A resounding impact echoed, sending dust flying. Yet beneath the cliff, not a single splash was stirred. Chapter 27. Surviving Calamity. Falling from the cliff. Medicine Sect Fei Huang. Drip drop, drip drop. Beneath the shadowy cliff, on a protruding ledge, water droplets condensed from the vines above, falling one by one. A handsome young man lay upon the ledge, his clothes in tatters, and beneath him, a sizable pool of blood, now dried due to the passage of time. The young man's fingers twitched, and he let out a soft groan as he slowly regained consciousness. As his vision cleared, he felt something clinging to his face and instinctively reached out with his sore hand to wipe it away. Before his eyes appeared a smear of blood, and with a roll, he returned to his previous position, gazing up at the twinkling stars in the pitch-black sky. The young man seemed to exhale in relief. He was alive. The young man was indeed Xiao Yu, who, after losing consciousness and falling from the cliff, had landed on the ledge of the cliff wall, though he had no idea how long he had been unconscious. His mind gradually cleared, and with the return of consciousness, he realized he was still alive, prompting his exclamation, "I thought I was done for. That was truly perilous." A smile graced Xiao Yu's lips. Being alive was worth celebrating more than anything else. After resting for a moment, regaining some strength, Xiao Yu dragged his aching body upright to survey his surroundings. He discovered that he had fallen from the cliff, but, fortunately, had landed on the protruding ledge and had not plunged further down. Gazing into the unfathomable depths below, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Had he fallen all the way down, he would have been reduced to mere pulp. After a moment of relief, Xiao Yu noticed a cave in the cliff face behind him, the ledge extending from within. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a passage from the original novel. Given the vast expanse of the Battle Energy Continent, there existed many unknown hermits who, in their twilight years, often chose to hide their life's work in secluded places, waiting for a fated individual to discover it. A saying circulated through the continent: if one day you fall off a cliff and into a cave, do not panic. Take 2 steps forward, and perhaps you will become a strong warrior. Could it be that he was in such a situation? A cave lay beneath the cliff, and he had miraculously survived, landing right at the cave's entrance. Was this not the quintessential experience of a protagonist in a novel? Cough, cough. After a few coughs, Xiao Yu attempted to stand, but the moment he moved, an overwhelming pain surged through him, as if his body were being torn apart. Hiss! He quickly examined his body, discovering numerous gashes, deep enough to see bone, and the wounds appeared pallid due to blood loss. Fortunately, he was still intact. Phew! These injuries unnerved Xiao Yu, prompting him to check between his legs, relieved to find that his vital organ remained unharmed. Feeling a semblance of battle energy returning, he retrieved a rejuvenating pill from his storage ring and consumed it, experiencing a slight improvement. Sitting cross-legged, he began to circulate the energy of the pill to gradually heal his wounds. The third-tier rejuvenating pill was potent and ideal for treating such flesh wounds. But due to the severity of his injuries, Xiao Yu had to consume 2 of them, spending nearly 3 hours to fully mend his wounds. Afterward, he ingested several energy-replenishing pills to restore his battle energy before finally rising and making his way into the cave. No one knew what awaited him inside. What if there were hidden traps, mechanisms, or magical beasts? He was dragging his injured body, and with his battle energy nearly depleted, entering would be tantamount to courting death. After this ordeal, Xiao Yu had grown to cherish life even more, learning to be cautious. After all, without life, there was nothing left. How could he hope to find his way home? Summoning the specialized battle energy armor of a grand battle master, he called forth the blue-silver cold lightning and the extreme ice flame, cautiously traversing the cave's passage. Contrary to his expectations of encountering traps, he sensed no presence of magical beasts, causing him to wonder, could he truly be this fortunate? Was this really the resting place of a powerful being? Eager to uncover the truth, Xiao Yu quickened his pace. After navigating through a narrow passage, the space opened up dramatically. Inside was a cavernous chamber, with a sizable stone platform at its center, upon which lay a skeleton. The cave was dimly lit, but not damp. Instead, it felt surprisingly refreshing. The light from the extreme ice flame illuminated the interior, allowing Xiao Yu to take in the surroundings, further reinforcing his belief that he had encountered an extraordinary stroke of luck. In search of a source of illumination, Xiao Yu ignited a flame and commenced his investigation of the surroundings. The place was rather rudimentary, lacking any remarkable mechanisms. The only notable feature was the skeleton resting upon the stone platform at its center. Approaching the remains, Xiao Yu observed that the bones exhibited a lustrous sheen, their brilliance ebbing and flowing, still harboring considerable energy within. The sound of a hollow echo resounded as he gently tapped the bones, revealing their remarkable hardness, causing a twinge of pain in his fingers. Gazing across the stone platform, he noticed a piece of parchment lying before the skeleton, inscribed with numerous characters. Curiosity piqued. Xiao Yu picked it up and began to decipher the information contained within. I am Fei Huang, known as the Master of Medicine. The document chronicled the identity of the deceased and the notable events of his life. Xiao Yu gleaned a general understanding, feeling a renewed sense of fortune. The owner of the bones, Fei Huang, was a dozong and a 7th-grade alchemist hailing from the central state. The parchment also detailed his journey to the remote land of the Jiama Empire in the northwest. After attaining the rank of dozong, he had spent several centuries in pursuit of an elusive breakthrough to dozun, wandering for over 100 years across half the Douqi Continent without success. Ultimately, feeling the weight of time upon him, he relinquished his ambition for advancement and chose to spend his twilight years in the Jiama Empire, where he had established a formidable reputation. Legends of him permeated the region, and it was noted that he had once guided a certain Yunpatian, though the veracity of this claim remained uncertain. If true, it would indeed elevate Fei Huang's status, as Yunpatian was the founder of the Yunlan sect, possessing the level of dozun in his lifetime and leaving a mark even in the central state, a fact known to even Ling Ying. However, Yunpatian had faded into history, having lived 400 to 500 years ago, and the authenticity of such tales was shrouded in mystery. As for Fei Huang, little was known about the era he belonged to, save for the fact that he had lived for over 7 centuries, ultimately choosing to enter a state of meditation in this modest cave. Based on the timeline of his mentorship of Yunpatian, it could be inferred that this had occurred approximately a millennium ago. Ironically, while Fei Huang himself never ascended to dozun, the disciple he guided achieved that very rank and garnered acclaim in the central state. Xiao Yu sighed, lamenting the fate of this master of medicine. The path of cultivation is often riddled with such ironies. One may devote an entire lifetime to their craft, only to find themselves stymied at a particular juncture. This individual stood as a living testament to that truth. Over 700 years of cultivation culminating in a solitary demise within a forgotten cave. Driven by an insatiable thirst for advancement, he left no descendants behind, departing this world in solitude. Such is the nature of cultivation, fully aware of the bleak prospects, yet willingly sacrificing everything for the faintest glimmer of a higher realm. The thought stirred within Xiao Yu, prompting reflections on his own potential choices. If he were in a similar situation, would he persist or surrender? He mused that he would likely concede upon realizing the futility of further progress, opting instead to relish his remaining days and perhaps raise a few healthy children, thereby ensuring the continuation of his family line in this foreign realm. Had he not possessed such exceptional gifts, he might have long since resigned himself to a life of ease, forsaking the arduous path of cultivation in favor of returning home to protect Xiaozhan. Yet, absent a relentless drive for advancement, and relying solely on his prodigious talent, he would have likely peaked at Dozong or Dozun, lacking the ambition to aspire towards becoming an emperor. It was this remarkable aptitude, combined with an unwavering commitment to protect his loved ones, that forged the Xiao Yu of today, each element indispensable to his journey. Perhaps this encapsulates the essence of life itself. In that moment, Xiao Yu felt a profound elevation of his mindset. Chapter 28, A Bounty of Discoveries. Xiao Yu set the parchment aside and resumed his search for other items. Upon examining the skeleton's right hand, he discovered a ring on the index finger. A spatial ring? This ring appeared unassuming and ancient, yet it could not escape Xiao Yu's discerning gaze. Channeling his true thunder, he dispelled the years of accumulated dust, revealing its true form. It was adorned with intricate engravings, and as the true thunder surged through it, ripples of spatial energy emanated forth. It was undoubtedly a spatial ring, and it seemed to possess extraordinary qualities. Carefully, he removed it, channeling his Douqi to ascertain its contents. As he probed with his spiritual power, the entirety of its contents unfolded in his mind. WOC. Even with Xiao Yu's typically composed demeanor, he couldn't suppress an exclamation. The interior was vast, with items organized into multiple categories, dazzling the eyes with their abundance. There were 6 distinct areas. One for cultivation techniques, another for dough techniques, a section for medicinal pills, a realm for herbs, a space for pill recipes, and finally, a miscellaneous area. The sheer volume of items made Xiao Yu's breath grow heavy. Low-level Xian tier techniques. Intermediate Xian tier technique. Intermediate earth tier techniques. An abundance of Xian tier dough techniques, including a low-level earth tier technique. Though Xiao Yu had no need for techniques, the sheer number of high-ranking ones compelled him to gasp in astonishment. He estimated that there were over 20 volumes of Xian tier techniques alone, alongside 1 low-level earth tier technique and 1 intermediate earth tier technique. Such a depth of resources would likely eclipse even the Yunlan sect, a colossal entity within the Jiangma Empire. He had never encountered any earth tier techniques or dough techniques within the original text concerning the Yunlan sect. Moreover, among the Xian tier techniques, he recognized one he was quite familiar with, the advanced Xian tier dough technique, Great Wind Palm. It appeared that this predecessor indeed had some connection to the Yunlan sect. If not, how could Fei Huang's spatial ring contain the Great Wind Palm technique? Setting the techniques aside for the moment, Xiao Yu turned his attention to the other areas. Upon reaching the medicinal pill section, he utilized his spiritual power to perceive the contents of the jade vials holding the pills. Recovery pills, blood refinement pills, qi gathering powder, Xian Yuan pills. Sighing, he surveyed the assortment of medicinal pills. Most had lost their potency due to the passage of time, and even though the jade vials sealed them, they could not withstand the ravages of the years. The herb section was similarly disappointing. Any herbs he touched crumbled to dust, revealing that only their exteriors remained. However, after a brief moment of regret, Xiao Yu dismissed the notion, for even if these pills had retained their efficacy, he would not consume them. The pills crafted by his thunder fire alchemy technique far surpassed others in both potency and purity, with negligible toxicity and no adverse effects. It was merely a pity for the herbs. Turning his gaze to the recipe section, this was where Xiao Yu placed the utmost significance, silently hoping not to be let down. Thus, he began his exploration. Initially, the available alchemical recipes were of a low grade, merely first and second tier, utterly incapable of captivating Xiao Yu's interest. However, as he delved deeper, he finally stumbled upon some valuable finds. There were third-tier recipes for blood refinement pills, fourth-tier recipes for qi gathering powder, third-tier recipes for bone growth pills, fourth-tier elixirs like the purple heart barrier breaking pill, and the 3-pattern blue spirit pill. not to mention the green spirit blood-building pill, as well as top-tier 4th-tier recipes for the Xianyuan pill, 5th-tier top-tier recipes for the Douling pill, and 6th-tier top-tier recipes for the royal grade pill. To his astonishment, he even discovered a recipe for the transformation pill. The collection of this elder was indeed bountiful, boasting an impressive array of 7th-tier alchemical recipes. Upon counting, there were over 50 recipes in total, the majority being 4th tier or below, with 10 4th-tier recipes, 7 5th-tier recipes, 5 6th-tier recipes, and 3 7th-tier recipes, all of which could be revisited. How delightful! The potential profit from these recipes left Xiao Yu utterly astonished. Such a collection, if known by others, would surely attract the attention of Dozong or even Dozun, potentially leading to fatal consequences. After marveling for a while, Xiao Yu's gaze shifted to the miscellaneous area. Here, there was little of notable value, merely some clothing, weaponry, and everyday items. Among them, a massive sword and a set of white robes caught his eye. The gigantic sword measured nearly 2 meters in length and over 20 centimeters in width. Its surface adorned with intricate patterns, and the hilt embedded with a mysterious magic core, the grade of which remained unknown. The white robes, despite the passage of years, still shimmered with radiance, boasting an elegant design that perfectly aligned with Xiao Yu's aesthetic, suggesting they had been specially enhanced. Exhaling softly, Xiao Yu withdrew from the spatial ring, realizing that the contents within were the most valuable he had encountered since arriving in this world. This revelation made him reflect on how narrow-minded he had previously been. As he donned the ring on the index finger of his right hand, Xiao Yu bowed respectfully to the skeletal remains upon the stone platform. Today, I inadvertently intruded upon the resting place of the esteemed elder and, in doing so, have caused offense. I sincerely apologize. The treasures within your spatial ring are far too tempting, and I shamelessly accept them. Thank you, esteemed elder. After completing his bow, Xiao Yu offered another salute, gently lifting the bones with his Douqi and relocating them to a safer place. He then summoned his lightning attribute Douqi to blast apart the stone platform. With a resounding explosion, the stone shattered, leaving a deep pit beneath. He had no intention of searching for further treasures. Having acquired the spatial ring was already a tremendous satisfaction. Using his fire attribute Douqi, he smoothed out the jagged edges within the pit, placing the bones inside and carefully stacking the fragmented stones atop, solidifying them with fire attribute Douqi to form a slight mound. Subsequently, he inscribed a stone tablet on the wall, etching the words Tomb of the Alchemist Fei Huang, and positioned it before the stone pile. A makeshift grave was thus completed. Bowing once more before the tombstone, he spoke, "Esteemed elder, there is little I can offer. The only thing I can do is ensure your peaceful rest by constructing a proper grave. I hope you do not take offense. May you rest in peace." Having settled these matters, Xiao Yu retrieved the white robes and changed out of his tattered attire. Originally strikingly handsome, the addition of the elegant robes transformed him further, enhancing his allure and imparting a refined grace to his demeanor. Perhaps it was the experience of life and death that contributed to this change. But now he exuded an aura distinctly different from before. Venturing to the elevated area, Xiao Yu utilized his Douqi to obliterate the cave entrance. A massive stone sealed the opening, and he seamlessly smoothed over the traces, rendering the entrance undetectable. Having taken the best treasures, there was no reason to leave anything for future visitors. It was better to erase the traces of this cave. One reason was to prevent others from disturbing the resting place of Elder Fei Huang. Another was the concern that if someone did come and found only a grave, they might desecrate it. The potential consequences ranged from grave robbing to the destruction of Elder Fei Huang's remains. He could not guarantee that the next visitor would possess the same respect as he did, having received such great kindness from Elder Fei Huang. Xiao Yu naturally wished for the elder's remains to rest undisturbed. Looking up, he noted that the elevation was still some distance from the cliff's edge. However, given his current strength, ascending posed no difficulty. With a thunderous crash, he stomped down with his left foot, unleashing an unparalleled force that caused the elevation to collapse into the abyss below. Xiao Yu propelled himself upward, claws of his hands digging into the stone surface. Inching upward with determination, once atop the cliff, he let out a sigh of relief, gazing down into the unfathomable depths of the chasm. After pausing for a moment, he departed. Chapter 29. The Breakthrough to Douling. Upon leaving the cliff, Xiao Yu became exceedingly cautious due to his previous near-fatal encounter with a magical beast. He constantly emanated the Wan Hua Yin to mask his presence. At the slightest rustle of leaves, he would swiftly retreat, not out of fear, but to avoid unnecessary conflict. What if he encountered another beast like the Gale Hawk, or even a 6th-tier magical creature? He had no desire to experience another harrowing escape from death. Finding a secluded natural cave to serve as his refuge, Xiao Yu planned to leave the Beast Mountain range after achieving a breakthrough to Douqi. With an abundance of alchemical recipes and several spatial rings filled with medicinal ingredients, he intended to return to the human city, select the useful recipes, procure the necessary materials, and thus cultivate to the Douwang realm. Activating a layer of Wanhua Yin, he completely concealed the cave before entering. Inside, the cave was uneven and disordered, clearly untouched by humans or magical beasts. After tidying it up, it appeared much more comfortable. After toiling through the night, Xiao Yu decided to rest before commencing his cultivation, even though the sun had already risen. After sufficient rest, Xiao Yu awoke from the stone bed, stretched lazily, rubbed his eyes, and prepared to cultivate. First, he consumed some provisions, taking out the prepared jerky from his previous spatial ring and indulging heartily. Once satiated, he seated himself upon a stone and began to meditate. The surrounding Dou Qi began to stir, converging towards him, creating swirling vortices around his body. An influx of Dou Qi entered him, circulating along its designated path and ultimately transforming into lightning fire Dou Qi within his dantian. This cycle continued, and Xiao Yu entered a state of profound meditation, oblivious to the passage of time. Eventually, he opened his eyes, concluding his cultivation. Sensing his strength nearing Douling, a smile graced his lips. First, let us examine those alchemical recipes to identify the elixirs capable of elevating the Douling level, thereby preparing for future cultivation. Otherwise, given my current pace of advancement, it would indeed be quite challenging to attain the status of Douwang within a year. Previously, due to the presence of the Ningyuan pill, I was able to leap 3 stars even within the Great Dosha realm. However, once I reached Douling, the absence of such potions would render rapid ascension rather unrealistic. Relying solely on my cultivation speed, progressing from Douling to Douwang would require at least 2 years, barring any fortuitous encounters with miraculous elixirs. By then, the opportunity would have long passed. As my soul power probed into the advanced spatial ring, I began to search within the area designated for potions. Last time, I had merely glanced at the grades of the elixirs without taking the time to examine their effects. As my perception traversed the numerous recipes, it ultimately settled upon a 4th-tier elixir, the Xian Yuan pill, a top-tier 4th-grade elixir. Rivals that of 5th-grade elixirs and can assist a Douling in ascending 3 stars in a short period. However, it can only be consumed once in a lifetime. Required ingredients include Earth Yellow Spirit Flower, Purple Spirit Ancient Flower, Xian Yuan Fruit, Qingling Seed, and Han Lotus Seed, along with 3 4th-tier magic cores. The method of refinement. Details. The control of flame. Details. Remarkably detailed in the refining process, it saves me considerable effort. No wonder it allows for such a leap in rank. The fact that it requires 3 4th-tier magic cores for its creation is indeed astonishing. With a single 4th-tier magic core representing the lifetime energy of a 4th-tier magical beast, the necessity of 3 cores for the Xian Yuan pill and the ability to elevate 3 stars becomes comprehensible. However, I'm currently unable to refine it and must wait until I advance to Douling before considering such endeavors. With my current soul power, it would be rather arduous to neutralize the energy of 3 4th-tier magic cores using the available materials. Once I break through to Douling, my soul power will increase, allowing me to attempt the refinement. The Xian Yuan pill is precisely the elixir I require at this moment. The others are either too low in grade to be of use or too high for my current capabilities. This indicates that for the foreseeable future, I will not need to engage in alchemy. Nonetheless, this does not hinder my memorization of these recipes. Understanding them now will prepare me for smoother refinement in the future. Thus, I delve into the intricacies of the Xian Yuan pill S recipe, striving to comprehend the refining techniques and the requisite control flames, while also adapting certain aspects to align with my own thunder fire alchemy method. This remains a considerable undertaking. Days passed, 1 day, 2 days. In the ensuing days, I either practiced cultivation or studied alchemical recipes, leading a relatively tranquil life. Soon, after 20 days, I approached the threshold of Douling. Outside the mountain, countless streams of Douqi surged violently through every crevice, flooding into the cave. The once serene cavern began to tremble under the onslaught of Douqi. Aware of these occurrences, I hastily activated the Wanhua flame to envelop the entire mountain, preventing detection by high-tier magical beasts. Thus, the mountain seemed to vanish entirely. Unless one possessed formidable soul perception, they would hardly notice its presence. Having completed this, I felt an intense pain coursing through my meridians, letting out a pained groan. A plethora of modeled Douqi surged into my body, while I simultaneously maintained the Wanhua flame, which only exacerbated the discomfort in my meridians. Typically, while cultivating, even if I absorb erratic Douqi, it is purified within my dantian by the essence of the true thunder, leaving only the purest energy. However, breaking into the Douqi realm necessitates the absorption of vast energy. Given my absorption rate, it fully suffices for my advancement. Yet, with such tumultuous influx of modeled Douqi, I could hardly keep up with the purification of impurities. Failing to refine and purify this energy before it entered my dantian could significantly impact my foundational strength. At this juncture, the true thunder proved invaluable. Enduring the pain in my meridians, I channeled the true thunder, allowing it to flow through my meridians, purifying the incoming Douqi energy before it reached my dantian. As time gradually passed, the pain in my meridians began to dissipate, not due to a successful breakthrough, but rather because my meridians had expanded to accommodate the torrent of three energies converging. It was akin to a narrow forest path that widened into a broad thoroughfare after countless footsteps had traversed it. Consequently, my meridians became sturdier and more expansive, capable of accommodating greater volumes of Douqi energy. This presents a significant advantage. In future manifestations of Douqi, my efficiency will increase remarkably due to the wider, smoother pathways capable of handling more energy with greater speed. A full day passed before the absorption rate began to slow. At this point, the discomfort in my meridians had vanished. I surmised that even with two energy torrents flowing through, I would feel no discomfort. My meridians had effectively doubled in width. Henceforth, the duration required to channel Douqi would likely be reduced by 2/3. As dawn approached on the second day, the absorption finally reached its conclusion. At this moment, the diamond-shaped dojing within my dantian had transformed into a sea urchin-like structure, a hallmark of doling, a sea urchin dojing. However, the spines upon my dojing were notably shorter. Suddenly, the sea urchin dojing began to spin rapidly, and the small spines gradually vanished, causing the entire dojing to take on a more rounded appearance. When the dojing ceased its rotation, the spines had completely disappeared, the surface smooth and flawless, resembling a glass orb radiating a golden red light, pure and transparent, yet imbued with profound energy. Boom, boom, boom. With a powerful roar, I unleashed an overwhelming aura, causing the Douqi to erupt chaotically within the cave, resulting in multiple explosive sounds. Finally, I had reached doling. This sensation is truly exquisite. A powerful sense of strength enveloped my being, rendering me somewhat entranced. This exhilarating breakthrough was simply intoxicating. One craves more once having tasted such ecstasy. Chapter 30. Purple Extreme Thunder, Dark Ashen Flame. Before I could fully relish the euphoria, an extraordinary sensation surged within my heart. A wave of joy washed over me. This feeling was incredibly familiar, occurring each time I advanced to a significant tier. I quickly focused my energy, retracting my Douqi and awaiting the transformation of my body. A potent essence of extreme yang and rigidity emanated from within me, as purple energy began to radiate outward, enveloping my form. Within this purple aura, flashes of intense purple lightning flickered, dispersing waves of purple energy. A tremor originating from my soul coursed through me, causing my eyes to widen uncontrollably. Purple energy surging from my left eye as lightning intertwined. Purple extreme thunder. A voice resounded within my mind, and in an instant, the cavern was filled with the sound of purple thunder, illuminating the area as if I were submerged within a tempest of lightning. At that moment, an opposing, corrosive essence surged forth, dark gray energy emanating from within me. Deep gray flames ignited from this malevolent energy, engulfing my entire body, with sinister flames erupting from my right eye. Dark ashen flame. The purple lightning crackled and thundered against every corner of the cavern, while deep gray flames reduced the massive stone upon which Xiao Yu sat to nothingness. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed before the two forces began to retract back into Xiao Yu's body, and his eyes returned to their normal state. Gasping for breath, Xiao Yu finally emerged from that extraordinary condition. Once he regained his composure, he turned his attention inward to assess his physical state. He adeptly summoned his Douqi, drawing forth two distinct powers, one purple and one dark, from the golden core of Douqi in his dantian, condensing them in his hands. His left hand was enveloped in purple lightning, illuminating the left side of his body and the surrounding space in a brilliant violet hue. Meanwhile, the deep gray flames ignited in his right hand rendered the area to his right devoid of color, leaving behind an abyss of gray. Purple Extreme, Thunder. Dark Ashen Flame. These were the new divine thunder and source fire birth from Xiao Yu's ascension beyond the Dou spirit realm. Xiao Yu began to comprehend the essence of these new divine thunder and source fire, extracting pertinent information from within. The purple extreme thunder, resplendent and fearsome, could shake the heavens and terrify the earth. It was the ultimate celestial lightning capable of transforming into purple extreme chi. Under its divine might, souls would falter and spirits would scatter. This unique thunder specifically targeted the soul, and beneath its overwhelming celestial authority, all living beings trembled in fear. The thunder would strike the soul directly, causing instant disarray. Its potency surpassed that of the previous 3 divine thunders. For even the blue-silver cold lightning could not match its lethal capacity against living beings, as it was capable of inflicting devastating damage to the soul. While other divine thunders could only inflict physical harm upon enemies, the purple extreme thunder was capable of both physical and magical attacks on the soul. The dark ashen flame, born from the depths of the underworld, could transform into dark ashen chi, eroding all it touched and corrupting others' powers, creating chaos throughout their bodies. This fire was characterized by its destructive essence, and under the shadow of the underworld's dark embers, nothing could escape its corrosive grasp. Even the slightest contact posed a mortal threat. Beyond the inherent nature of burning everything, it could inflict irreversible corrosive damage, and unless Xiao Yu voluntarily retracted it, even time would not suffice to counteract its erosion. Regrettably, even with these new divine thunder and source fire, Xiao Yu was still unable to unleash their full power. Thus far, the only source fire and divine thunder he had mastered comprehensively was the first one, while the others remained at a mere fraction of their potential. It was only to be expected. After all, Xiao Yu had only just attained the Dou spirit level, even if he possessed the most extraordinary treasures. Harnessing their might would remain a challenge akin to placing a sharp blade in the hands of a 3-year-old child, who could barely hold it steady, let alone wield it effectively. In the realm of divine thunder and source fire, he had a long journey ahead. Yet, he believed that should he ever fully master these forces, there would be little left in the Douqi Continent to threaten him. Even if he ventured into the vast worlds beyond, he would likely remain unmatched. Once he had stowed the divine thunder and source fire, Xiao Yu exited the cavern. Outside, the sun shone brightly, the mountains were lush, and the air was filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. If not for certain attachments, seclusion in such a place would be quite delightful. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Xiao Yu praised the enchanting environment of the Beast Mountain Range. Then, he soared into the distance. His speed was now several times greater than before. The disparity between Dou Spirit and Great Dou Master was profound. At present, his Dou Qi reserves exceeded those he had as a Great Dou Master by more than tenfold. Should he encounter the Gale Hawk again, even if he could not defeat it, he would not be as helpless as before. With the newly acquired divine thunder and source fire, turning the tables on the Gale Hawk was not out of the question, even without employing the purple extreme thunder and dark ashen flame. The blue-silver cold lightning and extreme breaking ice flame alone would suffice to give a run for its money. Reflecting on his current Dou Qi reserves, the capability to unleash an attack powerful enough to freeze the Gale Hawk could be performed repeatedly, not less than a dozen times. Unleashing blue-silver cold lightning and extreme breaking ice flame toward the target without restraint would create a sensation of a duality of ice and fire that would be unparalleled. Xiao Yu, harboring a slight grudge, mused that if he were to encounter the Gale Hawk again, he would relish the opportunity to confront it, ensuring it experienced the pain of injury. Next, he planned to gather medicinal herbs, hoping to find those necessary for refining the Xianyuan pill before departing the Beast Mountain Range. As he traversed the forest, Xiao Yu meticulously outlined his forthcoming plans and commenced his endeavors. With only a year remaining until the 3-year agreement, achieving the rank of Dou Wang was paramount, and the Xianyuan pill was indispensable. As Xiao Yu, now a newly ascended Dou spirit, roamed within the Beast Mountain Range, he was truly at ease. 5th-tier magical beasts no longer posed a threat to him. As a lightning attribute Dou fighter, he was not only formidable in strength, but also unmatched in speed, rivaling even wind attribute Dou fighters, and perhaps even surpassing them. Ordinary lightning attribute Dou fighters might be faster in explosive speed, yet they would lack in stamina. However, this limitation did not apply to Xiao Yu. His immense Dou Qi reserves were unmatched by typical Dou spirits. Perhaps only those of the Dou Wang rank could be compared. Hence, with his speed, even if he encountered a 5th-tier magical beast, he could effortlessly escape. Should he face a Gale Hawk, it would merely require some clever tactics. Moreover, he was not devoid of combat capability. As for whether he could win, he was uncertain, having never tested his mettle against such foes. And he had no intention of taking unnecessary risks. In the days that followed, Xiao Yu utilized his 3,000 thunder puppets to control over a dozen troublesome fourth-tier magical beasts, sending them forth to gather medicinal herbs. It must be said that having a dozen subordinates made the search for herbs significantly more efficient. Within a mere 10 days, they gathered more than he had in the previous 2 to 3 months. During this time, he also faced the pursuit of a fifth-tier magical beast, the explosive ape, provoked by Xiao Yu's enslavement of its capable subordinate, the fourth-tier treasure-seeking monkey. For a magical beast adept at sensing treasures, Xiao Yu could not afford to let it slip away. Thus, a chase ensued. However, how could the explosive ape hope to catch Xiao Yu? He cleverly concealed his presence and that of the 10 magical beasts under his control, using the 10,000 transformations flame, effortlessly leading them away from the territory of the explosive ape. While Xiao Yu reveled in his cleverness, he remained oblivious to the fact that a sovereign of the Beast Mountain range had already taken notice of him. Chapter 31. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King. In the eastern part of the Beast Mountain range, within a cavern, a colossal magical beast lay resting with its eyes closed. This beast was immense, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, its surface adorned with a layer of purple crystal. Its head bore a fearsome lion visage, with crimson eyes shimmering with an unusual purple light, and a mouth filled with sharp fangs. Atop its lion head was a fiery red spiral horn, around which swirled clusters of purple flames. On the side of its massive lion body were a pair of purple wings, from which bursts of purple flames erupted as they flapped. Its 4 sturdy limbs were also encased in a layer of purple crystal, exuding an aura of the extraordinary and the majestic. Such distinct markings would undoubtedly render it recognizable at first glance. It was one of the rulers of the Beast Mountain range, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. Beyond the cave, a singular cry of a monkey echoed, its sound waves gradually diminishing as if to avoid disturbing the sovereign of the Beast Mountain range. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King, with its violet beastly eyes slightly unclosing, astonishingly uttered human words, "Enter." The voice was soft yet resonated clearly within 100 meters. With the Lion King's permission, a gust of wind surged through the cave entrance, heralding the arrival of a colossal magical ape, sprinting into the space. Its fur bristled, standing erect like steel needles, shimmering with sharp glints that indicated their lethal sharpness. Upon its head, fiery crimson eyes glimmered, accentuated by 2 prominent fangs pressing against its lower lip, presenting a fearsome visage. This magical ape, known as the spiked berserk ape, was one of the 5th-tier beasts residing beneath the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. However, despite its larger stature than the Lion King, upon encountering its sovereign, it immediately subdued its ferocity, retreating into a more humble demeanor. "How? You say there are humans enslaving magical beasts?" The spiked berserk ape let out a low growl, seemingly conveying a troubling message to the Lion King. The Lion King, evidently understanding its plight, sought confirmation of the matter's veracity. The ape nodded, its tone imbued with fury and a hint of grievance as it roared, "Howl." The Lion King narrowed its eyes, the violet hue within them intensifying, a dangerous glimmer flashing through, as it coldly inquired, "You claim that this human not only enslaves magical beasts, but also over a dozen 4th-tier beasts?" "How? And they're all subordinates of my 5th-tier beasts," it bellowed. A formidable aura emanated from the Lion King, the immense pressure shattering the debris beneath. As it rose to its full height, coldly fixing its gaze on the spiked berserk ape, startled by the sudden surge of energy. The spiked berserk ape trembled and prostrated itself, silenced by fear. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King's violet flames blazed from its eyes, a murderous intent saturating the air. As it uttered frostily, "That cursed human who enslaves my magical beasts deserves a fate worse than death. Should another beast have slain its own kin, the Lion King might have remained indifferent." The world of magical beasts was vastly different from that of humans. Numerous species coexisted, engaging in conflicts not solely between humans and beasts, but also amongst themselves. In the realm of magical creatures, the principles of morality and righteousness were non-existent. Only the primal law of survival of the fittest prevailed, as long as the slain were not of the same species or closely related. The Lion King would typically not intervene. For a dominant creature like the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, with innumerable subordinates, seeking vengeance for each fallen beast would be an exhausting endeavor. Yet, the situation was different now. Someone audacious enough to enslave its subordinates on its own territory was akin to a slap at its face, especially when these were fourth-tier beasts. It was reminiscent of a gang leader whose trusted subordinates were suddenly abducted by rival factions. Upon learning of this betrayal, how would the leader react? Would it simply overlook the affront? Certainly not. It would wield its weapon and retaliate. The amethyst-winged Lion King stood in a similar predicament. Gather all fifth-tier magical beasts. Scour the Beast Mountain range with utmost vigor. Dig to the very depths to uncover that human. I shall dismantle him piece by piece, commanded the amethyst-winged Lion King coldly, its robust violet claws striking down with such force that it carved a crater into the stone floor below. The spiked berserk ape quickly bowed its head, not daring to meet the Lion King's gaze, and respectfully growled in response. Howl. It then hurriedly exited the cave, its massive form retreating. Once the spiked berserk ape departed, the amethyst-winged Lion King reclined once more, closing its eyes as if oblivious to the tumult that had just unfolded. Only those familiar with its nature would comprehend that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm. Should that human fall into its clutches, it would surely wish for a fate far worse than death. Achoo! At that moment, Xiao Yu sneezed, marking the first time in a long while he had done so. He rubbed his nose and remarked with an involuntary grin, "How delightful." It had been so long since he had experienced such a sensation. Subsequently, he leisurely reclined atop a bovine magical beast, basking in the sunlight and relishing the moment. This bovine creature, its eyes flickering with dark crimson lightning, bore the unique mark of the 3,000 puppet thunder he had used to enslave it, an enslavement conducted solely for the comfort of a resting place. This nostalgia reminded him of his childhood days spent tending to cattle. Each morning, after washing up and having a bite to eat, he would leisurely take his water buffalo out to graze. Fields of rice surrounded him as he rode to his usual pasture, where he would lie atop the beast and doze in the warm sun, inhaling the fresh air, a blissful moment indeed. At this juncture, he remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation, indulging in sunbathing while simultaneously commanding the magical beast to search for medicinal herbs through the 3,000 puppet thunder. Concealed by the myriad of transformations, his presence remained undetectable to the fifth-tier beasts under the Lion King's command. This outcome incited the Lion King's furious roars, sending waves of anxiety rippling throughout the Beast Mountain range, leaving many beasts bewildered by the Lion King's wrath. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, the instigator of the chaos, found himself troubled by the Lion King's bellowing, frequently muttering and complaining. Who on earth is that, incessantly shouting and causing such a ruckus? Little did he realize that the current state of the Beast Mountain range was a direct consequence of his enslavement of over a dozen fourth-tier magical beasts. Outside the Beast Mountain range, a mysterious figure with pale azure wings of fighting spirit was hastily advancing towards the depths of the mountains. As this figure traversed the azure sky, it left behind a long azure trail, indicative of its extraordinary speed. Those who caught a glimpse of it on the ground couldn't help but display reverence, lowering their heads in cautious acknowledgement as they watched it depart. Chapter 32. The Battle Between Emperors, Yun. Unaware of the unfolding events, Xiao Yu sat atop a massive rock in the forest, gleefully counting his gains for the day. One by one, formidable magical beasts lined up, presenting the herbs they had gathered for his inspection. After meticulously examining each specimen, Xiao Yu stored them in his interdimensional ring and, upon completion, couldn't help but exclaim, "This method is truly efficient. Why hadn't I thought of it before?" Just as he lamented his past oversight in utilizing the 3,000 puppet thunder to command magical beasts for herb gathering, the sky suddenly darkened. Boom! Two beams of light shot into the heavens, one violet and the other azure, cleaving the sky into two distinct realms. The azure energy swirled into a colossal tornado, with lightning crackling within, while the violet flames permeated the atmosphere, distorting the void with their ferocious might. In an instant, the winds howled, thunder rumbled, and the earth trembled. The tempestuous gales uprooted trees, scattering debris as the two energies rampaged, their violent energy waves radiating for thousands of meters, enveloping the Beast Mountain range in an overwhelming pressure that forced numerous beasts to prostrate themselves, immobilized in terror. Xiao Yu was also swept away by the sudden surge of energy. Once he regained his balance and managed to repel the overwhelming force, he realized that the hairpin atop his head had vanished, leaving his long, jet-black hair to dance wildly in the tempest. A deafening lion's roar reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, filled with a wrath that sent shivers down one's spine. When a sovereign is enraged, countless lives are lost. Frowning, Xiao Yu rubbed his ears and muttered, "That nearly deafened me." Such a commanding roar could only belong to the amethyst-winged Lion King. There was no other beast in the Monster Mountain range capable of such might. He wondered what had provoked this creature to such fury. Turning his gaze towards the source of the energy wave, his expression grew grave. Judging by the intensity of the energy and pressure, it was undoubtedly a 6th-tier magical beast on par with a Douqi. In this region, aside from the amethyst-winged Lion King, no other creature possessed such power. Yet, who could this audacious entity be that dared to provoke the amethyst-winged Lion King within its territory? Stroking his chin and contemplating the azure energy that stained the sky, Xiao Yu felt a flicker of recognition. After a moment of reflection, he smacked his forehead, realizing, could it be Yin Yin? The only individual from the Jiao Ma Empire with the capability to engage with the amethyst-winged Lion King is her. Pondering deeply, he occasionally glanced in that direction, displaying a hint of hesitation. Finally, gritting his teeth, he resolved, I must investigate. If danger arises, I'll make my escape at once. With that, he enveloped himself in the myriad transformations of fire, completely masking his presence, and rushed towards the dispersing energy. Having watched battle through the heavens, he held an indelible impression of Yafei, Yun Yun, and Medusa. After viewing the animated adaptation, his admiration only deepened. He would never admit that his fondness for mature women was the reason for his fascination with these 3 characters. Nor would he concede that his attraction stemmed from their beauty, as they embodied the very essence of his aesthetic ideals. He certainly wouldn't confess his disinterest in younger girls. Now that he had arrived in the Douqi Continent, while he could overlook many, these 3 were an exception. He simply had to catch a glimpse of them. It wasn't that he harbored any ulterior motives. He had intentionally avoided Yafei's affections back in Wutan City. However, that didn't preclude him from stealing a furtive glance from a distance. For he believed a mere glance would not lead to any significant consequences. Yet, was reality truly so benign? Xiao Yu was unaware that even an unintentional action could yield profound repercussions. As the sounds of clashing erupted, bangs and clashes resonating through the air, 2 figures, almost indistinguishable in their speed, darted across the sky. The air crackled with explosive energy, resonating with the clang of weapons in relentless succession. Each collision unleashed a cataclysmic force, devastating the surrounding peaks. Waves of energy shattered mountains, uprooted the earth, and snapped trees as dust swirled in the air, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic wasteland. The 2 figures collided once more before dispersing in opposite directions, standing their ground. To the east stood the amethyst-winged Lion King, its body engulfed in violet flames. To the west was a human woman, her striking azure battle wings prominently displayed, showcasing her prowess that surpassed even that of a Douqi. Clad in a light blue gown that accentuated her voluptuous figure, she wielded an unusual long sword emanating a cerulean glow. Her dark hair was elegantly styled into a regal phoenix adornment, and her serene, captivating visage radiated a dignified aura that even her simple gown struggled to conceal. At that moment, she fixed a cold gaze upon the amethyst-winged Lion King, her crimson lips parting slightly with a hint of chill. Lion King, though I have intruded upon your domain, I have not provoked you. Why, then, have you chosen to assault me? Umph. The Lion King snorted disdainfully, its voice icy. Human woman, my mood has been quite foul of late. While you may not have initiated hostilities, your presence at my lair, accompanied by your unleashed aura, is tantamount to a challenge against me. Since the Lion King's subordinates had been enslaved by humans, it had been unable to locate the perpetrator, which had exacerbated its agitation. Now, with Yun Yun brazenly encroaching upon its territory, its fury ignited, and it attacked without hesitation. In the past, it might have inquired about Yun Yun's purpose, but now, it was consumed by rage at the sight of a human. Had Yun Yun not been formidable, the Lion King would have already torn her to shreds. Even the typically placid Yun Yun felt a surge of anger. She had released her aura outside its lair to draw the Lion King out and to demonstrate her strength, hoping to compel it to engage in an equal dialogue. Yet, to her astonishment, the Lion King had reacted with madness, attacking before she could utter a word, forcing her to retaliate. Hearing such self-righteous words from it only fueled her ire, and she retorted coldly, Amethyst-winged Lion King, do you truly believe me to be an easy target? The Lion King regarded her with contempt, its tone dripping with scorn. What can you do about it? Human woman, depart quickly. I may overlook your transgression today, but if you persist, you shall not leave unscathed. Despite recognizing her strength, the Lion King preferred not to engage in a protracted conflict, opting instead to issue a warning. Such arrogance. I came here to negotiate for the purple spirit crystal, which you have hoarded for 20 years. But given your unreasonable demeanor, I shall have no choice but to take it by force. If you wish to keep me here, then by all means do try." Upon hearing that Yun sought the coveted purple spirit crystal of its kin, the Lion King was enraged. With no hope for negotiation, the prospect of forceful acquisition was truly an affront to its authority. Its beastly eyes glowed with a fierce purple light as it bellowed, "Human woman, you seek death." With that, it lunged at Yun, its razor-sharp claws gleaming ominously. Oomph. Yun was no pushover either. She unfurled her battle wings and nimbly evaded, countering with her sword. At this moment, Xiao Yu was hidden behind a nearby rock formation, observing the fierce battle unfolding in the sky. So this is Yun? Truly as stunning as depicted in the anime. Watching the duel between the two formidable beings, he could hardly resist the urge to grab some seeds and savor the spectacle of this clash between Do Huang-level powers. Chapter 33. The Siege, the Great Battle. Not far away, 5 fifth-tier magical beasts were fixated on the battlefield. They were all subordinates of the Lion King. The 5th-tier beast, Explosive Mad Ape, the 5th-tier beast. Gale Hawk, the 5th-tier beast, Howling Moon Wolf King. The 5th-tier beast, Fong-Toothed Wild Boar. And the 5th-tier beast, Silver Spirit Snake King. They merely observed the fray, showing no inclination to intervene, not out of desire, but out of fear. The Lion King, with its regal pride, would not tolerate any interference in its battles. Any unwarranted intrusion would be met with unrelenting wrath, not gratitude. Thus, the five-headed beast remained in perfect harmony, refraining from intervening and quietly awaiting the conclusion of the battle. The struggle above continued unabated, waves of energy radiating outward. In a moment of misfortune, the windbreaker eagle was inadvertently struck by the residual force, causing its head to tilt slightly. It was precisely this movement that allowed it to catch sight of a long-cherished human figure. With a shriek of fury and murderous intent surging within, the windbreaker eagle could not restrain itself from letting out a piercing cry. This action drew the attention of the other four beasts. Following the gaze of the windbreaker eagle, they beheld a human stealthily peering from behind a colossal rock, quietly observing the battle above. The spiked berserker ape immediately recognized this human as the one who had enslaved its formidable subordinates. It could not forget the insufferable grin of that human, who had managed to escape its grasp while looking back with a mocking smile. That smile had been indelibly etched into its memory, causing it immense frustration for an extended period. With a furious howl, the spiked berserker ape communicated this revelation to the other beasts. Alongside the windbreaker eagle, the four beasts were momentarily taken aback by the information concerning the human. Soon, a palpable wave of murderous intent surged within their eyes. It turned out that this was the very human who had abducted their subordinates during this time. The windbreaker eagle's rage intensified, for this despicable human had not only evaded its claws, but had also enslaved one of its fellow beasts. Truly, it was a matter that could not be tolerated. Without waiting for the other beasts to act, the windbreaker eagle flapped its wings and, with overwhelming force, dove towards Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, who had been observing the unfolding drama, suddenly felt a sense of impending danger deep within his soul, akin to Spider-Man's spider sense. Turning his head, he beheld a colossal falcon hurtling towards him, accompanied by a tempestuous wind. To his astonishment, he had not anticipated encountering the familiar adversary here. In an instant, memories of their previous encounter, where he had barely escaped the windbreaker eagle's clutches, surged back. "I haven't even sought you out, yet you dare to come after me?" Xiao Yu seethed, recalling that encounter as one of his most harrowing moments since arriving in the Douqi Continent, where he had nearly met his demise at the claws of the windbreaker eagle. This was a matter of life and death. He had originally planned to confront it only after achieving the rank of Do Wang or Do Huang, yet fate had deemed their paths to cross once again. Without further ado, Xiao Yu unleashed his Douqi, summoning the blue-silver cold lightning and the extreme breaking ice flame, releasing an aura that surpassed a Doling yet fell short of a Do Wang. The windbreaker eagle disregarded this aura, charging forward with hundreds of wind blades slicing through the air. Xiao Yu, channeling the blue-silver cold lightning and the extreme breaking ice flame, surged towards the windbreaker eagle, determined to make the beast pay for its transgressions. However, just as he was about to strike with a blue-silver flash, he swiftly pivoted, unleashing a burst of lightning beneath his feet and sprinting away with all his might. The windbreaker eagle was momentarily stunned by this unexpected maneuver. How could this audacious human, who had approached with such ferocity, suddenly turn tail and flee? With confusion in its eyes, the eagle glanced behind, only to realize that 4 other beasts were rapidly closing in, their target clearly Xiao Yu. Its gaze hardened with cruelty as it pursued the fleeing human. Above, Yin Yun and the crystal-winged Lion King remained oblivious to the unfolding events below as the battle between Do Huangs demanded their full attention. Xiao Yu, unaware that 4 fifth-tier beasts were now in pursuit, cursed the Windbreaker Eagle for its lack of honor. He was relieved he had not engaged in a prolonged confrontation. For had he done so, he would have faced the daunting prospect of battling 5 fifth-tier beasts alone. The thought of such a dire outcome sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to hasten his escape. Before long, a piercing eagle cry echoed from behind, accompanied by razor-sharp talons aimed at his head. Xiao Yu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the beast would catch up to him, proving itself worthy of its title as the King of Winds. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the incoming claws and, using a powerful kick, propelled himself upward, narrowly dodging the whistling wind blades. Well, there's no escaping now, he murmured bitterly to himself, realizing that the Windbreaker Eagle's interference had sealed his fate. As he felt the oppressive presence of the other beasts closing in from all directions, it was evident that he was surrounded by 5 fifth-tier beasts. Taking a deep breath to quell his rising fear, Xiao Yu exhaled a puff of warm air, contributing yet another surge of energy to the land. He had initially intended to leave the Beast Mountain range after breaking through to Douqi, but his own greed had ensnared him in this perilous predicament. Yet, none of that mattered now. What was done, and regret would not aid him. It was time to rely on his own strength. Realizing escape was futile, he resolved to fight with all his might. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yu launched an offensive against the Windbreaker Eagle. To extricate himself from this dire situation, he needed to eliminate the Windbreaker Eagle first. Otherwise, escape would be impossible. Once the Windbreaker Eagle was vanquished, the other beasts would be unable to pursue him. With a surge of ice-blue energy, Xiao Yu bent his legs and propelled himself towards the Windbreaker Eagle's face, unleashing a relentless barrage of blue-silver extreme breaking punches. Empowered by the blue-silver cold lightning and the extreme breaking ice flame, his strikes gained formidable potency, leaving the Windbreaker Eagle struggling to defend itself against the onslaught. Compelled to retaliate with wind blades from behind. Having previously experienced the ferocity of the wind blades, Xiao Yu is not one to fall prey easily. At that moment, the explosive speed of a lightning attribute Douqi revealed itself. He swiftly ducked beneath the wind blades, returning to the ground with a thunderous shadow, and in a flash, he dashed behind the Windbreaker Eagle, aiming for another strike. The Windbreaker Eagle, having suffered from the previous blows, would not underestimate this human again. The instant Xiao Yu vanished from sight, it took flight, evading his attack effortlessly. All of these events transpired in the blink of an eye. However, just then, the other 4 beasts caught up. They wasted no time, launching themselves at Xiao Yu en masse. Sensing impending doom, he dodged their onslaught with a series of nimble evasions. Finally, he forcefully propelled himself off the ground, momentarily suspending himself in midair. His left hand brushed against the spatial ring on his right index finger, and a magnificent great sword materialized in his grasp. Grasping the hilt with his right hand, Xiao Yu channeled his energy, unleashing a torrent of formidable Douqi from his meridians. Extending from his right hand into the greatsword, the magic core within the hilt glowed brilliantly, radiating an icy blue light as frost clung to the blade, with arcs of lightning and flames swirling around it. With a flick of his left hand, purple energy erupted, dyeing his entire left arm a deep violet, a formidable aura of celestial majesty emanating forth. The hues of the 2 eyes transformed. The left eye radiated a violet luminescence, while the right shimmered with an intricate blend of blue and silver. Ready for battle, Xiao Yu summoned every ounce of his strength, determined to seize a fleeting chance for survival amidst the fray. The 5 magical beasts, sensing the unparalleled might emanating from him, recognized that he was on par with their 5th-tier ranks. Cautiously, they unleashed a ferocious onslaught. With a piercing cry, the Windbreaker Eagle summoned hundreds of razor-sharp wind blades, all aimed directly at Xiao Yu. In response, the spike-burst ape, emboldened, charged forth with its spiky physique, accompanied by the fang-tusk boar, both intent on engaging in a brutal melee. Meanwhile, the howling moon wolf king unleashed a crescent energy slash, its blade glistening with moonlight, sharp enough to sever flesh from bone. The silver spirit serpent king, in a more straightforward manner, opened its maw and expelled a noxious liquid straight toward Xiao Yu. With his formidable soul perception, Xiao Yu discerned the attacks of the 5 beasts with crystal clarity in less than a second. Not daring to be complacent, he unfurled his right hand, wielding his colossal sword, and harnessed his fighting spirit to spin it, creating a circular sword barrier that repelled the wind blades. As they struck, the blades were annihilated by the combined forces of lightning and fire, dissipating into the air. With a surge of gray energy coursing through his right foot, Xiao Yu propelled himself upward, landing atop the crescent slash, the deep gray flames consuming it within moments. Once the wind blades had been exhausted, Xiao Yu swiftly withdrew his sword and turned to deliver a downward strike, just as the spike-burst ape and fang-tusk boar reached his rear. The spike-burst ape, having witnessed the wrath of the lightning flames upon the colossal sword, dared not to confront it head-on. Instead, it crossed its arms, causing the barbs on its arms to stand even sharper. The collision produced a thunderous sound, the resulting force propelling both combatants backward several meters. However, Xiao Yu, momentarily stunned by the recoil, was caught off guard as the fang-tusk boar lunged forward, its tusks piercing through his abdomen. With a pained grunt, Xiao Yu was unable to evade the ensuing assault of venom that surged towards his face. In a desperate attempt, he raised his arm to shield himself. The toxic liquid splattered against his left arm's white sleeve, hissing ominously, indicating its potent nature. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he kicked the fang-tusk boar in the head, leveraging the force to extricate himself from its grasp. He quickly retreated, creating some distance. Chapter 34. Desperation. Once a safe distance was established, Xiao Yu hastily retrieved a rejuvenation pill from his storage ring and swallowed it. With his fighting spirit coursing through his veins, the medicinal effects surged, repairing the wound in his abdomen as a faint green light flickered, staunching the flow of blood. The magical beasts, however, afforded him no respite, intent on exploiting his vulnerability. Before they could strike, a horrific and piercing squeal from the fang-tusk boar interrupted their movements. Fixating on the source of the sound, they beheld a deep gray flame engulfing the boar's head, dark energy seeping into its body through the searing wound. The boar felt its very flesh and fighting spirit being gradually devoured, causing it to writhe in agony upon the ground. The other four beasts, taken aback, could hardly comprehend how the once formidable creature was now in such a weakened state. Seizing the opportunity of their distraction, Xiao Yu, disregarding the pain in his abdomen, sprinted away. The four beasts, now alert, quickly pursued him, leaving the fang-tusk boar to roll in torment. As he ran, Xiao Yu inadvertently strained his abdominal wound, a sharp pain shooting through him, causing blood to surge forth. Clutching his injury with his left hand, he felt every heartbeat intensify the agony of the gaping hole in his abdomen, rendering him nearly incapacitated. His speed faltered due to his injuries, and before he could cover 100 meters, the four magical beasts caught up to him, forcing him to face them once more. With his right hand gripping his sword, the lightning flames flickering, he swung it forcefully at the first pursuer, the Windbreaker Eagle. Recalling the fate of the fang-tusk boar, the Windbreaker Eagle dared not engage directly with Xiao Yu, opting instead to take flight, evading the colossal sword and unleashing a barrage of wind blades in retaliation. Xiao Yu countered with his own sword, enveloping his left hand in purple lightning as he hurled a punch at the approaching howling moon wolf king. The wolf, realizing the danger of a direct confrontation, released a beam of moonlight to collide with Xiao Yu's fist. The explosion of purple lightning and moonlight sent the wolf king staggering back several dozen meters, while Xiao Yu braced himself against the shockwave. For the spike-burst ape was now merely 10 meters behind him. With his left foot ignited by dark embers, he propelled himself toward the spike-burst ape, delivering a swift kick. The ape, filled with trepidation, attempted to evade but was too late, relying solely on its sharp arms to defend itself. The keen spikes, consumed by the dark flames, disintegrated into ashes, leaving Xiao Yu unharmed. Instead, the spike-burst ape's arm was engulfed in a deep gray fire. Feeling the searing heat and corrosive nature of the flames on its skin, the ape instinctively tore away the singed patch of fur. The howl of agony that ensued echoed through the air. Meanwhile, the Silver Spirit Serpent King, lurking nearby, saw Xiao Yu overwhelmed by the three beasts' relentless assault. Seizing the moment, it lunged toward Xiao Yu's neck, aiming to deliver a fatal bite with its venomous fangs. Xiao Yu, sensing the imminent danger, let out a cold snort. His formidable soul power was far too keen to miss the serpent's approach, yet he found himself unable to respond in time. With a desperate twist of his body to avoid the lethal strike, several of his ribs fractured in the process. Gathering purple lightning into his left hand, a spear of electric energy manifested, which he hurled towards the serpent. He bellowed, the spear slicing through the air with lethal speed, aimed directly at the ambushing serpent. Upon contact, the spear erupted into a multitude of lightning bolts, piercing the silver spirit Serpent King. The overwhelming force and paralyzing sensation coursed through it, causing its body to convulse as dark smoke billowed forth. It realized with terror that its very soul was fragmenting beneath the might of the celestial lightning. The agonizing torment of its disintegrating essence rendered it incapable of further attacking Xiao Yu, as all its strength was devoted to resisting the soul-shattering energy. With the serpent's threat neutralized, Xiao Yu exhaled a sigh of relief and refocused on the remaining 3 magical beasts. The others, witnessing the sheer ferocity of Xiao Yu's combat prowess against 5 fifth-tier magical beasts, began to waver in their resolve. They had never anticipated that a mere human would possess such terrifying combat abilities, holding their ground against 5 formidable foes while inflicting severe damage on 2. Thus, the standoff ensued, with 1 human and 3 beasts locked in a tense stalemate. Xiao Yu remained motionless, his gaze as cold as ice, standing steadfastly in place while fervently channeling his fighting spirit to catalyze the rejuvenating effects of the recovery pill, healing his injuries. In the sky, the windbreaker eagle's eyes reflected a struggle. It hesitated, pondering whether to continue the relentless battle. It too feared death for standing against such a formidable human. It dreaded being driven to madness and dragged down in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. However, upon further reflection, it realized that if this human were to ascend to a higher realm in the future, even with the protection of the amethyst-winged Lion King, it would likely still meet its demise. Thus, it seemed prudent to take advantage of the human's current state of injury, to pay a certain price and ensure his permanent entrapment within the Beast Mountain range, eliminating any future threats. With a sudden surge of murderous intent, the windbreaker eagle let out a piercing cry. The Moonhowler Wolf King and the explosive Mad Ape discerned the eagle's intentions. Envisioning the grim scenario that would unfold if they allowed the tiger to return to the mountain, they shuddered at the thought. They resolved that, even at a heavy cost, they must ensure Xiao Yu remained forever ensnared within the Beast Mountain range. Xiao Yu keenly sensed the murderous aura emanating from the trio of beasts. Evidently, they intended to eliminate him once and for all. Despite the exchanges they had shared, their caution stemmed from their respect for his source fire Divine Thunder. Should they choose to disregard the consequences and seek his death, they could undoubtedly achieve it. At this juncture, he could only resign himself to fate. Sighing, he reflected on his situation. Having exhausted all his means, he still found himself unable to escape the encirclement of these 5th-tier beasts, and they likely harbored even greater hidden powers. He could already envision the inevitable outcome, his demise, while the 5 5th-tier beasts would be severely injured, allowing them to depart unscathed. Yet, as he faced this life-threatening crisis, Xiao Yu discovered an unexpected calmness within himself, devoid of the initial terror he had felt. At this moment, perhaps life and death no longer held significance, for they were beyond his control. The only course left was to take a few down with him, lest he die in solitude. I am a passionate son of the flower family. Even in death, I shall drag a few down with me. Just as Xiao Yu prepared for a final desperate struggle, a flash of insight struck him. He suddenly recalled a passage from the original text where Xiao Yin fused exotic flames to defeat enemies far beyond his level. If exotic flames could merge to form the Buddha's Wrath Fire Lotus, could his Divine Thunder and Source Fire not also fuse? Might they create something even more lethal? This thought flared in his mind in an instant. Xiao Yan's formidable soul power and his adept control over fire had allowed him to merge exotic flames and create a devastating technique rivaling heavenly tier combat skills. Was it beyond his capabilities? Although he lacked exotic flames, his Source Fire and Divine Thunder were no less potent. His soul power was comparable to Xiao Yan's. And in terms of familiarity and control, the Source Fire Divine Thunder originated within him, cultivated over a long period of time. Xiao Yu believed he could master it as well as Xiao Yin had with his exotic flames. Perhaps it was feasible. After all, the outcome of this battle remained uncertain. It was better to take the plunge and see if a bicycle could indeed turn into a motorcycle. Xiao Yu was always one to act decisively. He promptly drew the other Source Fire Divine Thunder into his Dantian and channeled all his energy into cultivating the blue-silver cold lightning and extreme shattering ice flame. Why choose these 2 forms of Divine Thunder? Because they were the earliest manifestations birthed from within him and had been his primary means of combat in the past. They were the ones he was most familiar with and adept at controlling. He had no desire to be torn to shreds by uncontrolled, violent energies due to a lack of mastery over other forms of Divine Thunder. With a colossal sword plunged into the ground, Xiao Yu ignited the blue-silver cold lightning in his left hand and swirled the extreme shattering ice flame in his right, pouring his fighting spirit into both hands, driving them to the utmost limit of his control. He then brought his hands together before his chest, striving to merge the two forms of divine thunder. A tempestuous energy radiated from Xiao Yu's hands, causing the temperature within 100 meters to plummet sharply. The frigid collision of extreme cold illuminated him in a blue ice glow, rendering him akin to a deity emerging from a frozen realm. Chapter 35, Blue Ice Thunderflame. A destructive, searing aura emanated from Xiao Yu's hands, the icy blue light swelling, encasing the surrounding area within a kilometer in ice. As sunlight struck this land, it reflected off the ice, creating a bizarre mixture of heat and cold. Mirje. Xiao Yu pressed his hands together with all his might, finally uniting the two powers, and the flickering and swirling lightning and flames vanished from sight. In his fervor to meld the source fire divine thunder, Xiao Yu willingly drained a significant portion of his fighting spirit, forcefully consuming his soul power, all to complete the fusion before the beasts could react. The three beasts were no fools. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu's intent to unleash a grand technique, they immediately charged at him, but it was too late. In the brief moments of their hesitation, Xiao Yu had already completed the fusion. Despite the rapidity of this process, the energy expenditure was staggering. His fighting spirit, tenfold that of a grand fighter, was reduced to a mere tenth, while his soul power was severely depleted. Without restorative pills or materials for his soul, it would take nearly half a year to recover from such a drain. The Windbreaker Eagle and the other two beasts were struck with shock and dread. They had never anticipated that this human could unleash a combat technique in under 3 seconds. The terrifying aura emanating from him sent shivers down their spines, a power capable of ensuring their demise. At that moment, thoughts of killing Xiao Yu were abandoned. Their only desire was to flee, lest they truly perish. The three beasts, displaying their cunning, scattered in 3 different directions. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback by the fleeing beasts, but he quickly regained his composure, a cruel smile spreading across his face. You think you can escape after what you've done? I never said you could leave. Raising the colossal sword from the ground, Xiao Yu extended his left hand, where a cluster of ice blue lightning flames blazed fiercely. I shall name you the Blue Ice Thunderflame. He stroked his left hand down the sword's blade, allowing the lightning flames to cascade down, dyeing the massive sword in an icy blue hue. With the sword in his right hand, Xiao Yu cast a sharp gaze in the direction of the fleeing beasts, suddenly lifting the colossal sword skyward. The blue ice thunder flame erupted from the sword, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. A sword of lightning and flame, a kilometer long, manifested in the sky, emanating a temperature that reached absolute zero, freezing the surrounding air. Behold, taste my blue ice thunder flame great sword. Gripping the sword's hilt, Xiao Yu swung it forcefully in a horizontal arc toward the direction of the fleeing beasts. Whoosh! The kilometer-long sword of thunder and flame arced through the sky, severing the trees in its path, racing toward the three beasts still darting in different directions. Wherever it passed, everything was encased in ice, the colossal sword slicing through all, shattering all that lay before it. The Windbreaker Eagle was the first to suffer, having sprinted the fastest, almost escaping 1,000 meters, yet ultimately failing to evade the retribution of the colossal sword. The tempestuous sword of lightning surged forth, encased in a frigid chill, and as the blade cleaved through the air, it shattered its target into a myriad of fragments. The remaining berserk monkeys and the howling moon wolf king met a similar fate, all perishing beneath the wrath of the lightning sword. A cataclysmic aura of extreme cold and heat emanated from the distance, a force so formidable that even the Do Huang would retreat in trepidation. In the heavens above, Yun Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King, embroiled in their fierce battle, sensed the terrifying chill and beheld the colossal sword extending for miles, prompting both combatants to halt their skirmish. With a piercing eagle's cry that resonated nearly a kilometer away, the amethyst-winged Lion King's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the sound. Roar! Human, I shall rend your body to pieces. You will wish for death. With a furious roar, the Lion King disregarded Yun Yun entirely, its wings flaring with resplendent purple flames as it charged toward Xiao Yu's direction. Clearly, it discerned something profound from the dying call of the Gale Wind Eagle. Who, indeed, could incite such ire in the amethyst-winged Lion King? Yun Yun stood poised in the sky, her sword held aloft, pondering the retreating figure of the lion. Subsequently, her gaze sharpened, and she veered toward the lion's lair. Since the lion had departed, she resolved to secure the amethyst spirit crystal first. Upon entering the cavern, guided by the sensing stone, she located the amethyst spirit crystal and encountered a young amethyst-winged lion, which she swiftly incapacitated. after leaving behind a predetermined item for exchange. She exited the cave. Emerging from the Lion King's den, Yun did not vacate the Beast Mountain range, but instead spread her azure wings, pursuing the direction in which the amethyst-winged Lion King had fled. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, having eradicated the imminent threats, found himself somewhat fatigued, collapsing to the ground as the icy expanse around him rapidly melted. "I'm utterly exhausted," he gasped, laughter escaping his lips, not merely due to the annihilation of the beast, but also for having acquired a formidable new technique. The fusion of source fire and divine thunder had birthed an immensely powerful skill, one that could serve as his greatest trump card in desperate times. As long as he refrained from provoking individuals of a higher realm, he would face little danger. After a brief respite to regain some strength, Xiao Yu rose, dusting off his garments, intending to depart this perilous locale. To his astonishment, his attire proved remarkably resilient, exhibiting an automatic restoration feature. He suddenly realized the extraordinary nature of the white robe bestowed upon him by the esteemed Fei Huang. Upon closer inspection, the sleeves that had withstood the venom of the silver spirit snake were now flawless, showing no trace of damage, indicating that the poison had no effect on this remarkable garment. Furthermore, the gaping wound in his abdomen, once pierced by the tusked boar, had vanished entirely. When he touched the area, he found the fabric soft and supple. However, there was no time for such musings. Xiao Yu stowed the gigantic sword into his storage ring, preparing to vacate the area. He knew he needed to avoid detection by the amethyst-winged Lion King. Otherwise, escape would be impossible. Lost in thought, he set forth to flee, unaware that his thoughts were manifesting. A streak of violet light sliced through the sky, hurtling directly towards him. A chill ran down Xiao Yu's spine, prompting him to swiftly evade the spot. Boom! The violet light struck the ground, creating a massive crater 10 meters in diameter and 5 meters deep, sending a spray of sand and ice shards into the air. Steadying himself, Xiao Yu glanced skyward to behold a colossal figure materializing above. Adorned with wings and encrusted in amethyst crystals, the lion's head bore a sharp, radiant horn, and its enormous, ferocious eyes glared down at him with murderous intent. Xiao Yu's expression stiffened as he breathed out, "The amethyst-winged Lion King. Human, prepare to meet your end." The amethyst-winged Lion King had no intention of engaging in further dialogue with Xiao Yu. A beam of violet light erupted from its maw, hurtling directly toward him. Infused with the Lion King's wrath, the violet beam was terrifyingly potent and incredibly swift. Xiao Yu, alarmed, cursed the Lion King for its lack of honor in combat. However, the events unfolded too rapidly for him to react. Win's ultimate setting sun. In that critical moment, a torrent of azure light surged toward the Lion King in overwhelming numbers, a display both magnificent and fearsome. Should the Lion King persist in its assault, the subsequent attack of the setting sun would surely inflict grave injury upon it. Bloodshot eyes filled with fury, the Lion King momentarily hesitated, its instinct for survival overriding its wrath as it flapped its wings and soared away from the impending danger. The Lion King, regaining its senses, realized that should it remain and suffer injury, it might well fall prey to the human Douhuang. With the crisis averted, Xiao Yu swiftly distanced himself from the scene, only to hear a soft call. Glancing upward, he beheld a stunning woman clad in pale, azure garments. Yun. Xiao Yu had not anticipated her to be his savior, yet the moment was not one for lengthy exchanges. He bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you," without a backward glance. He sprinted away at full speed. "Human, where do you think you're going?" The amethyst-winged Lion King, witnessing Xiao Yu's attempt to flee, sought to pursue him but was intercepted by Yun. With her sword drawn, she flickered into position before the Lion King, her icy gaze fixed upon it. Enraged, the Lion King bellowed, "Human woman, I respect your status as a Douhuang, a title earned through arduous training. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to slay you?" In response to the Lion King's threat, Yun remained unfazed, her demeanor calm as she replied, "Should the Lion King truly wish to detain me, then act upon it. However, I must advise you to return home. After all, you have young ones to consider." It was then that the Lion King remembered its offspring still remained within the lair, its earlier fury having clouded its judgment. Whoosh! With a rush of wind, the Lion King transformed into a violet streak, racing back toward its cave. No longer concerned with Xiao Yu and Yun, its thoughts were solely on its progeny. Should anything befall them, it would surely descend into madness. Simultaneously, it regretted leaving its three-tiered young alone in the cave. The amethyst-winged Lion King was indeed powerful and intelligent, yet it shared the common flaw of many beasts. When pushed to the brink of fury, it acted recklessly. Given Xiao Yu's enslavement of beasts and a prolonged search for his whereabouts, the Lion King had accumulated considerable rage. Today, upon finally confronting Xiao Yu and witnessing the slaughter of its 5 fifth-tier minions, its wrath erupted uncontrollably. In truth, it was not only beasts that exhibited such behavior, even among humans. Many would act irrationally in a fit of rage, disregarding the consequences. With the Lion King now gone, Yun exhaled in relief. Despite her earlier calm demeanor, she harbored genuine concerns. Had the amethyst-winged Lion King insisted on detaining her, escape would have proven exceedingly difficult. Without the young man's intervention today, acquiring the amethyst spirit crystal would have been a considerable challenge. It was best to depart swiftly. Should the Lion King return, her escape would be hindered. Casting a glance in the direction Xiao Yu had taken, Yun unfurled her wings, transforming into a streak of azure light as she soared away from the Beast Mountain range. Master, how did the Do Huang and the amethyst-winged Lion King manage to escape? A youth clad in black and crimson attire, bearing an exceedingly conspicuous, sword-like black weapon upon his back, stood atop a grand tree, gazing at the departing amethyst-winged Lion King and Yun, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. At that moment, a plume of white smoke emanated from his being, coalescing beside him into a dashing, silver-haired middle-aged man. The middle-aged man playfully tapped the youth on the head, exclaiming, "What do you suppose they left for? Did you not witness that colossal sword in the sky just moments ago? They are undoubtedly heading to pursue it." The youth winced in pain, casting a resentful glance at the middle-aged man, who seemed unfazed by his discontent. With a stroke of his beard, the man advised, "We should hasten our departure. You have witnessed the battle of Do Huang powerhouses. Remaining here could lead to dire consequences." "As you say, master," the youth retorted with an eye roll. The middle-aged man transformed into a wisp of white smoke, drifting into the spatial ring upon the youth's finger, and together they vacated the area. 10 days later, along a bustling thoroughfare teeming with people and vehicles, a rather modest horse-drawn carriage bore a young man dressed in white, seated in a cross-legged position, emanating a faint green glow. Soon, the glow subsided into his body, and the young man opened his eyes. "At last, I have fully recovered. The sensation of being battered and bruised is far from pleasant. It feels as though the magical Beast Mountain range has taken a personal vendetta against me. Next time I venture there, I must have a proper chat with the amethyst-winged Lion King." The emphasis on chat was particularly pronounced, for during his time in the magical Beast Mountain range, he had sustained significant injuries, twice, both indirectly linked to the Lion King, who had ultimately sought his life. Such enmity could not simply be overlooked. He was not one to forget easily. "Once I reach Do Huang, I shall subdue the amethyst-winged Lion King and make him my steed," the young man thought grimly, clenching his teeth. This individual was none other than Xiao Yu, who had escaped the clutches of the magical Beast Mountain range. After his departure, Xiao Yu sought refuge in a small town to recuperate. Once he had regained much of his strength, he procured a horse-drawn carriage to Black Rock City. His next destination for training lay in the southern expanse of the Tagore Desert. That region, sparsely populated and vast, was ideally suited for his cultivation. It offered a tranquil environment for alchemy, free from disturbances, allowing him to practice the source fire divine thunder freely. Since merging with the source fire divine thunder 10 days ago, he had grown increasingly focused on its mastery. Thus far, he had only integrated blue-silver cold lightning and extreme breaking ice flame. Other forms of source fire divine thunder remained untested, with their proficiency inferior to that of the former two. In the southern Tagore Desert, even serpent men were exceedingly rare, providing him the liberty to unleash the source fire divine thunder without restraint, for the commotion it caused was too great to remain unnoticed elsewhere. However, reaching the Tagore Desert would necessitate a journey of at least 1 to 2 months on foot, as Xiao Yu, currently a Do Ling, lacked the ability to transform into wings of Do Qi. He would rather forego the journey than undertake it on foot. Moreover, with only a year remaining until the 3-year agreement, he had no time to squander. Hence, he made his way to Black Rock City to board an Imperial civilian transport fleet heading directly to the eastern border. Upon lifting the carriage curtain, Xiao Yu beheld the city gate of Black Rock City looming ahead. "Sir, we have arrived at Black Rock City," the driver announced with a smile upon seeing Xiao Yu pull back the curtain. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiao Yu disembarked, paid the fare, and proceeded toward the city. Standing beneath the city gates, he gazed at the walls constructed of black rock, bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun. After paying the entry tax, he strode through the gates, entering a dimly lit tunnel that opened into a scene of bustling activity. "I shall first find a place to rest for the night and seek the transport fleet tomorrow before departing for Tagore," Xiao Yu mused. wandering the streets until he discovered a tavern that appeared rather inviting. Once in his room, he called out to the departing server, "Could you kindly inform me where the civilian transport fleet is located in Black Rock City?" The server, exhibiting utmost courtesy, replied, "Esteemed guest, the civilian transport fleet is affiliated with the Flying Transport Company, located in the central square of Black Rock City. Simply head to the city center, and you shall find it." Xiao Yu nodded, tossing a silver coin to the server, saying, "Thank you, this is a small token of my appreciation." Surprised by the generous tip, equivalent to a month's wage, the server quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed guest. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. I shall take my leave and not disturb your rest." With that, the server departed. Lying on the bed, Xiao Yu began to rest, feeling fatigue from the long journey. He resolved to address the matters concerning his trip to the Tagore Desert after a good night's sleep. Chapter 37. Journey to the Tagore Desert early the next morning. Xiao Yu exited the tavern and made his way toward the city center. After traversing several streets for a good 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the expansive square. Within the square loomed a dozen enormous avian magical beasts, occupying much of the space. Each beast bore a magnificent structure upon its back, seemingly large enough to accommodate 100 individuals. Surveying the area, Xiao Yu located the ticket booth and proceeded to purchase his ticket. Observing the lengthy queue, he could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, the status of an alchemist is most esteemed. If only I could obtain an alchemist badge, I would not have to stand in this line." With his current strength and spiritual power, he was capable of refining fourth-tier pills and could qualify for an alchemist badge. However, his methods diverged significantly from those of traditional alchemists. A moment's carelessness could reveal his thunder-fire alchemy techniques, despite the apparent insignificance of merely differing attributes. The repercussions of exposure would be unimaginable. Traditional alchemists base their practices on fire and wood. Should a new alchemist emerge, using thunder fire as their foundation, one could only speculate on the traditionalist reactions. While it was rare for individuals to possess dual attributes due to soul mutations, the reality across the Douqi Continent was that several million individuals wielded both thunder and fire attributes, scattered among the continent's trillions of inhabitants. The probability of encountering them was minuscule, yet should all these individuals become alchemists, it would form a force not to be trifled with, even in the central continent. Moreover, the quality of pills refined using thunder-fire alchemy surpassed those created through traditional methods. This refers to the pills crafted by ordinary dual attribute practitioners. Xiao Yu, however, was an exceptional case. Thus, revealing his thunder-fire alchemy would inevitably pit him against the majority of alchemists on the road. Although this was merely a conjecture, even a 1 in 10,000 chance of it materializing was not a risk he was willing to take, for the stakes were far too high. Though Xiao Yu spoke in hushed tones, a middle-aged man behind him caught wind of his words. "Young man, the status of an alchemist is far too lofty. I advise you to abandon such fantasies. You would do better to contemplate how to enhance your strength. Becoming a formidable figure will afford you similar privileges and respect. You are still young. There is potential for growth. Unlike me, a man in his 40s, barely a one-star douceur. Returning to the matter at hand, my young friend, how many stages of Douqi have you attained?" The middle-aged man smiled warmly as he patted Xiao Yu on the shoulder, his demeanor radiating kindness and encouragement. Startled by the sudden gesture, Xiao Yu turned to see the jovial face of the uncle behind him, and upon hearing his motivating words, he was momentarily taken aback. Soon, a smile graced his lips. "You are right, uncle. The requirements to become an alchemist are indeed excessively stringent. It would be far better to strive for strength. A powerful warrior is not significantly inferior to an alchemist." The young lad, not lacking in talent, was 17 this year and already a 5-star fighter. Just as he finished speaking, it was his turn to purchase a ticket. Xiao Yu hastily handed the prepared coins to the ticket clerk, a young woman in uniform. The beauty, taken aback, accepted the gold coins with surprise and presented Xiao Yu with a specially crafted bee skin ticket. Given that Xiao Yu's voice had carried, the ticket clerk had naturally overheard his earlier conversation. A 17-year-old 5-star fighter was indeed a rare genius, and his handsome appearance made him the ideal partner in the dreams of many ordinary women. Her astonishment was palpable, and she couldn't help but wish to inquire about Xiao Yu's place of residence. Xiao Yu accepted the ticket, oblivious to the clerk's expression. "Thank you. Goodbye, uncle." He expressed his gratitude to the ticket clerk and departed, following the information on the ticket to the designated location of the thick-winged bird. The middle-aged uncle stood there dumbfounded, watching Xiao Yu leave. A 17-year-old 5-star fighter, truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the ticket clerk gazed longingly at Xiao Yu's retreating figure, lamenting inwardly, Why hurry away? I had not even asked you where you are from. Before long, Xiao Yu arrived at the designated area for the thick-winged bird, ascending to a tall building to locate his room. The room was modest in size, for the thick-winged bird's capacity was limited, and all the rooms were designed to be relatively small. However, they were exquisite and clean. It certainly could not compare to the conditions of a flight-capable magical beast exclusive to alchemists. Yet, Xiao Yu did not mind. There were advantages to both exclusivity and ordinary, less hassle. He recalled that Xiao Yan had encountered bandits attempting to seize alchemical pills from the old alchemist during a flight. Those second-tier alchemists acted as if they were true powerhouses, brazenly attempting to rob a room where someone was concocting pills of the fourth tier or above. Xiao Yu's greatest fear was encountering such fools. They were not only troublesome, but also relentlessly persistent in their foolishness. Yes, it is well known that Xiao Yu is averse to complications. Seated quietly on the bed, Xiao Yu's consciousness delved into his spatial ring to begin sorting the materials needed for the Xian Yuan pill. Upon acquiring the formula, he had collected all the necessary ingredients from the magical beasts in the Beast Mountain range, using over a dozen fourth-tier magical beasts. He gathered 5 sets of materials, as this was a top-tier 4th-grade pill, and he feared any mishaps during the refining process, thus preparing extra supplies. As for the magic cores, he was not lacking, having encountered several reckless 4th-tier magical beasts during his time in the Beast Mountain range, resulting in a dozen 4th-tier magic cores now residing in his spatial ring. Of course, these cores were not from the magical beasts he controlled. After leaving the Beast Mountain range, he had returned the 3,000 puppet thunder to freedom, as it would be unjust to enslave them for gathering materials only to then slaughter them, akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Given the substantial quantity of materials required for the Xian Yuan pill, Xiao Yu utilized his spiritual perception to conduct a thorough check, knowing he needed to balance 3 4th-tier magic cores. Confirming the materials were sufficient, he settled into a meditative position on the bed, beginning his cultivation, not wishing to waste a single moment. Ordinary, thick-winged birds required 7 to 8 days to reach the border, which was significantly slower compared to the exclusive, flying magical beasts of alchemists. However, the journey was relatively uneventful, with no significant incidents occurring. Due to the fact that thick-winged birds were not classified as high-tier beasts, they encountered several strong winds along the way, causing them to sway perilously. Nevertheless, these seasoned thick-winged birds persevered, ultimately arriving safely at Desert City. This further solidified Xiao Yu's resolve to tame the amethyst-winged Lion King. Possessing a 6th-tier flying mount would grant him unparalleled freedom of travel. Chapter 38. Cultivation in the Desert, Fusion of Thunder and Flame. Upon the thick-winged bird's arrival at Desert City, Xiao Yu disembarked, this time avoiding the entrance tax he had faced in Black Rock City. Once inside the city, Xiao Yu commenced preparations for his expedition into the Tagore Desert. First and foremost, he needed to secure drinking water. Although Xiao Yu now possessed Do Ling's strength, he was far from being able to survive without sustenance. While he could forego food, a small amount of water was still essential within a limited time frame. Next, he sought a map of the desert. The Tagore Desert was vast, and without an accurate map, one could easily lose their way amidst the endless dunes. Additionally, he needed to gather information regarding the desert to avoid unnecessary complications. After inquiring with a passerby, who appeared impatient, Xiao Yu managed to glean the information he sought. Based on this intel, he located a shop selling detailed accounts of the Tagore Desert, spending several gold coins to make a purchase. He had to admit, it was exorbitantly priced. For a thin booklet, he had to part with multiple coins. Following this, he made his way to the bustling water reservoir in Desert City, where a significant supply of water was available for sale, albeit at prices tenfold higher than elsewhere, a true profit-making endeavor. Yet, in the desert, water was an invaluable resource, so such pricing was to be expected. Finally, Xiao Yu arrived at the last stop, a store specializing in maps. According to the passerby, the maps sold here were the most precise and expensive in the entire Desert City. As he gazed at the quaint, unassuming shop with the words ancient map inscribed on the sign, Xiao Yu felt an odd sense of familiarity. Dismissing the feeling, he entered the establishment. The interior mirrored the exterior's antiquity and was rather quiet, with only a couple of patrons perusing the maps. 2 moonlight stones embedded in the ceiling provided ample illumination. And behind the counter, an elderly man clad in blue with a full head of white hair was diligently sketching maps. Upon seeing the old man, Xiao Yu paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind, but chose not to disturb him, instead beginning to select from the maps displayed on the other counters. As the passerby had indicated, the maps were indeed exquisite, clearly marking nearly every location within the desert. As for their authenticity, Xiao Yu had no doubts. Each map bore a price tag, so he did not bother to inquire about the cost with the shopkeeper. He simply placed down the gold coins, took the map, and departed. After Xiao Yu left, the old man's pen hesitated briefly before he resumed his cartography. Exiting the ancient map shop, Xiao Yu planned to leave the city and head towards the Tagore Desert, as there remained considerable distance to traverse before fully entering the desert, necessitating the crossing of several large mountains. Stowing the map in his spatial ring, Xiao Yu officially embarked on his desert journey. 2 days later, at the edge of the Tagore Desert, Xiao Yu examined the map, confirming his intended destination. The southern region of the Tagore Desert was where he had chosen to go, a place sparsely populated. Even the snake men seldom ventured there. Upon leaving the desert city and entering the vast expanse of the desert, one could simply proceed southward to reach the intended destination. It appeared that several days of travel lay ahead. Xiao Yu stowed away the map, murmuring to himself. The atmosphere of the desert, rich with a potent and fierce fire attribute energy, caused the fire attribute battle chi within Xiao Yu to stir with excitement. It is no wonder that the desert is deemed suitable for practitioners of fire and earth attributes, as the ambient energy greatly benefits their cultivation. As he gazed upon the endless horizon of sand and the scorching winds that threatened to engulf him, Xiao Yu hurried southward, leaving behind footprints that were swiftly erased by the shifting sands. With his impressive speed, it took him 5 days to reach the southern edge of the Tagore Desert, and an additional 3 days to fully enter the southern region of the desert. Just as he had been informed, the south was indeed sparsely populated. Along the way, he encountered only a handful of mercenaries and serpent men at the outset, and as he journeyed further south, the presence of life dwindled even more. Upon selecting a spot to establish a base, Xiao Yu set up a large tent he had prepared to shield himself from the wind and sand, then retreated inside. Thus began his journey of cultivation in the desert. He first retrieved the alchemical furnace and the materials needed to concoct the Xian Yuan pill, then followed the recipe to attempt the refinement. After half a month, Xiao Yu successfully produced 3 Xian Yuan pills. The failure of the first 2 batches was primarily due to the recipe's reliance on fire and wood attributes. Xiao Yu needed to amend the wood energy catalysis, which led to the destruction of the 2 sets of materials. With the Xian Yuan pills in hand, Xiao Yu shifted his focus from alchemy to cultivation. As time flowed steadily by, a month passed, during which he successfully broke through to the 4-star Do Ling using the first pill. Subsequently, he did not continue his cultivation, but instead began practicing the fusion technique of Source Fire God Thunder. Under his relentless training, the fusion of blue-silver cold electricity and extreme breaking ice flame progressed rapidly, and his control became increasingly adept. The previous instance in the Beast Mountain range where he achieved fusion so swiftly was entirely due to his forceful approach. Such an aggressive fusion is fraught with peril, necessitating vast amounts of battle chi and imposing a tremendous drain on one's spiritual power, leaving him temporarily weakened. A mere 3rd-tier magical beast could easily vanquish him. However, the current method of fusion differed. As Xiao Yu's mastery of the 2 Source Fire God Thunders deepened, the required battle chi and spiritual power diminished significantly. In the end, he could fuse with ease, expending less than a quarter of the energy required for forceful fusion, yet achieving equivalent speed and power. Thereafter, Xiao Yu began to experiment with the fusion of returning True Thunder and 10,000 Transformations Flame. He had considered the fusion of God Thunders with God Thunders and Source Fires with Source Fires, but after numerous attempts that left him in a state of disarray, he was grateful that the Source Fire God Thunders originated from his own body. Otherwise, the situation would have been far more dire. Moreover, the God Thunder and Source Fire awakened in fighters could not fuse with those awakened in other realms, as they were perpetually repellent, lacking any balance point for fusion. Much like the blue-silver cold electricity and extreme breaking ice flame, which found harmony in their cold properties. The blue-silver cold electricity and 10,000 transformations flame had no such point of fusion. Thus, his initial success in merging blue-silver cold electricity and extreme breaking ice flame was merely a stroke of luck. He subsequently abandoned the notion of same source and cross-dire fusion. As time progressed, Xiao Yu discovered the fusion point between 10,000 transformations flame and returning True Thunder. The 2, one genuine and one illusory, balanced each other like the dualities of existence, akin to the interplay of yin and yang. To his astonishment, upon merging the 2, the resultant thunder flame could briefly create a realm that was both real and unreal. From a fundamental standpoint, this world was false, merely an infinite approximation of reality. Yet materially, it was strikingly authentic, with every flower, blade of grass, and tree existing in truth. This phenomenon echoed the transformative nature of 10,000 transformations flame and the essence-retaining quality of returning true thunder. However, the energy required to sustain such a realm was immense. And with Xiao Yu's current power, he could only manifest a world with a diameter of 1 kilometer, lasting a mere 10 seconds. Nonetheless, this was formidable enough, serving as an effective means for trapping foes or aiding in combat, as Xiao Yu wielded absolute control over this realm. He named it Illusory World Thunderflame. In contrast to the surprise brought by the fusion of 10,000 transformations flame and returning true thunder, the fusion of fiery sun heart flame and 3,000 puppet thunder yielded far less excitement, as Xiao Yu remained uncertain of its potency. Based on the characteristics of the two source fire god thunders, he speculated that the resulting thunder flame would target the mind, though its effectiveness against enemies remained unknown. Yet, Xiao Yu was filled with anticipation, naming it Heart Puppet Thunder Flame, hoping it would yield unexpected results. Lastly, he turned his attention to the fusion of Purple Extreme Violent Thunder and Dark Ash Annihilation Flame. These two source fire god thunders proved exceedingly challenging to merge, and Xiao Yu invested considerable time before discovering a method to successfully fuse them. They could not merge in their thunderflame forms. Instead, Xiao Yu accomplished the fusion in their gaseous forms. Likewise, due to the lack of experimental subjects, he remained unaware of its power. But since they were birthed upon his advancement to Douqi, their might could be presumed to be no less than that of the previous types. He named this new manifestation Extreme Ash Annihilation. After merging all existing source fire god thunders, Xiao Yu found that each attempt drained his battle chi, necessitating recovery thereafter, leading to a significant elevation in his strength. Over the course of 2 months, he ascended to 5-star Douqi. Subsequently, he consumed another Xian Yuan pill for further cultivation, and within a month, he advanced to 9-star Douqi, only to find his body developing resistance to the pill, rendering further consumption ineffective. Recently, strange occurrences have been reported in the southern desert. The sky in the south transformed first into an icy blue, then into red, followed by a purplish-gray hue. Despite the sparse population in the south, occasional humans or serpent men would pass through. The overwhelming energy radiating from that area was perilous, prompting onlookers to merely glance from a distance before hastily departing. They speculated that great opportunities might lie within, yet lacked the strength to investigate. For even the residual energy waves at the periphery were beyond their capacity to bear, making treasure hunting impossible. This phenomenon became a topic of casual conversation among some desert mercenaries and serpent men, with many speculating about the cause of such anomalies in the south. The news eventually reached Shire, one of the 8 leaders of the serpent men tribe, who, to ascertain the truth, made a special trip to the south. Initially intending to approach, he was deterred by the terrifyingly violent energy within, sensing that even as a Do Wang, entering would likely lead to certain death. Thus, he deliberately journeyed to the sacred city of the serpent people to report this matter to Queen Medusa. Within the grand hall of the sacred city, an elderly man, adorned with a crimson cap and clad in red robes, his lower body resembling a serpentine tail, with bony limbs and white hair, was bowing respectfully before an elevated dais. Upon the high steps sat a woman in an exquisite and imposing chair. This woman, crowned with gold, donned a red and gold-trimmed corset, her shoulders, arms, and wrists adorned with golden armor, her voluptuous figure resembling a ripe peach exuding a subtle allure. Her lustrous black hair flowed freely over her shoulders, cascading down her slender waist, while beneath her red gown, a segment of a purple serpent tail swayed gently, emanating a wild and seductive charm that inexplicably ignited warmth throughout one's being. Her nearly flawless visage bore an excessive coldness, exuding an enchanting yet noble grace that was utterly captivating, an aura undoubtedly cultivated from years of residing in power. With an expression devoid of emotion, the woman did not deign to glance at the old man below. Instead, she lifted her delicate right hand to examine it, her golden gauntlets on her thumb and pinky gently caressing the air. "Speak. What brings you to my presence?" At this, the old man began to speak. "Your Majesty, I must report that in the southern desert, a tremendous anomaly has emerged. The sky alternates between icy blue, dark red, and grayish purple. I have personally investigated the matter. Yet the immense energy emanating from that location poses a significant threat, deterring me from entering. Thus, I have come to inform your Majesty." Upon hearing this, the woman responded with interest. The leader of the underworld is indeed a battle king, yet even he cannot enter? The old man, known as Shire, was one of the 8 leaders of the serpent people, while the majestic serpent woman was none other than Queen Medusa. Shire nodded respectfully, indeed. The energy radiating from that place is so potent that even a battle spirit level individual would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand. The intensity of this energy has reached a level capable of slaying a battle king. And your purpose in reporting this is? The queen inquired. Inshur clasped his hands and replied, "The strength of this energy is unprecedented in my lifetime and may very well be caused by the emergence of a rare treasure. Even if that is not the case, neglecting it will inevitably impact the Tagore Desert and potentially pose a threat. I have come to seek your majesty's judgment, for this matter exceeds my capacity to handle." Queen Medusa lightly nodded. "Indeed, it is a threat. As there is little to attend to recently, I shall personally address it." "Very well. I shall not disturb your majesty's rest," Inshur said, bowing his head before respectfully exiting the grand hall. Once outside, Queen Medusa's enchanting eyes shimmered with a glint of contemplation as she murmured, "A stroll may be beneficial." Recently, she had been troubled by a particular issue, one concerning the rise and fall of the serpent people and her own life and death. This predicament weighed heavily on her mind, leaving her in a quandary about whether or not to act. If successful, the serpent people could escape their current plight, enabling her to lead them to a more suitable habitat instead of the scorching desert that conflicted with their nature. However, should she fail, her demise would follow, and without her imposing presence, the surrounding nations and factions would swiftly consume the serpent people. The serpent people had always been regarded as outcasts, not quite beasts and not entirely human due to their serpentine forms. While those of great power might overlook them, factions of comparable strength would seize any opportunity to eradicate the serpent people, coveting both their treasures and their women. With the appearance of such anomalies, Queen Medusa felt an urgent need to clear her mind and deliberate on her choice. The queen rose, exiting the temple and soaring forth from the sacred city, heading southward. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu remained blissfully unaware of the impending calamity, engrossed in his urgent cultivation. Ever since breaking through to the 9-star battle spirit, he had remained in a state of rigorous training, seemingly intent on achieving a breakthrough to Battle King. Within his tent, Xiao Yu sat cross-legged, fervently absorbing the surrounding energy. Scattered around him were various medicinal herbs and gleaming silver stones, occasionally sparking with tiny currents of electricity. The energies of thunder and fire surged into his tent, merging with his body and transforming into battle energy that flowed through his meridians and coalesced within the smooth battle crystal in his dantian. The magnitude of the disturbance was such that it affected a radius of 1,000 meters. After all, even as a 1-star battle spirit, his energy reserves had far surpassed those of an ordinary individual, and at 9 stars, he was nearing the levels of most low to mid-tier battle kings, almost reaching high-tier battle king status. Now, the energy required for his progression from battle spirit to battle king was immense, perhaps rivaling that needed for an ordinary person's ascension to battle emperor. The gap between Xiao Yu and the battle king was gradually closing. As time passed, the thunder attribute energy within 1,000 meters had nearly depleted, yet the fire attribute energy continued to influx, a troubling sign indeed. Given his dual affinity for thunder and fire, if the two could not progress in tandem, his breakthrough was likely to fail. He did not worry about a lack of fire attribute energy, as the desert was abundant in it. As for the thunder attribute energy, he had prepared well, having collected numerous thunder attribute herbs and energy-infused spirit stones during his time in the Beast Mountain range. Thunder attribute herbs were scarce, yet still available, while the spirit stones had fortuitously been discovered atop a very high peak. Xiao Yu did not delve into the specifics of their formation, but he surmised it was likely due to relentless lightning strikes on a mountaintop over the years, creating these peculiar stones brimming with thunder attribute energy. To avert a deficiency of thunder attribute energy during his cultivation, he had arranged all his thunder attribute herbs and treasures around it beforehand. Utilizing his spiritual power, Xiao Yu meticulously extracted the thunder attribute energy from the herbs and stones, channeling it into his body. As the thunder attribute energy surged back into him, his realm began to rise incrementally. At a certain moment, the influx of energy and the transformation into battle energy reached a critical threshold. Boom! A muffled sound resonated within Xiao Yu, prompting a transformation in the battle crystal of his dantian. Though the size of the crystal remained unchanged, its golden red hue deepened, imparting a sense of vastness akin to the ocean. The source fire divine thunder surrounding the battle crystal began to swirl joyfully around it. Suddenly, with a resounding cry, Xiao Yu sprouted twin wings, one formed of golden flames, the other comprising black and white lightning. Under the radiance of these wings, Xiao Yu is enveloped in golden light, harmonizing the yin and yang, resembling a deity commanding the heavenly tribulations. Chapter 40. The Rise of Divine Flames and Thunder, a Fateful Encounter. Golden Light, Divine Flame. 5 Chi Thunder Surge. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded Xiao Yu's mind. Names and attributes of the newly birthed source fire, Divine Thunder. Golden Light, Divine Flame radiates golden brilliance, embodying both offense and defense. The golden light is a manifestation of the Tao, a divine illumination. The essence of gold embodies strength and resilience, radiating brilliance sufficient to dispel malevolent spirits, vanquish demons, and command divine generals. Like the unwavering fortitude of gold artifacts. Tempered by rigorous refinement, it shines with a dazzling luster, known as the Golden Light Path Flame. The most remarkable characteristic of the Golden Light Path Flame lies in its dual capabilities of offense and defense, akin to gold itself. When retracted, it offers protection, and when unleashed, it strikes at foes. The 5 energies ascend like thunder, cycling through the 5 elements, manifesting divinely. The cardinal directions reveal the prime numbers: 3 in the east, 2 in the south, 1 in the north, and 4 in the west, with the central 5 as the progenitor of this great numeral. The 5 energies converge towards the source, untainted by any impurity, capable of purification and clarity, hence termed the flawless. The liver represents the wood of the eastern soul. The lungs signify the metal of the western spirit. The heart embodies the fire of the southern deity. The kidneys symbolize the water of the northern essence. And the spleen corresponds to the earth of the central palace. Thus, the heart and lungs manifest as yang thunder, while the liver and kidneys resonate as yin thunder. With the spleen balancing the two, this constitutes the yin-yang 5 thunders. Within lies the thunderclap, concealing the name of the thunder god, with profound insight intertwining. As the 5 energies surge forth, the 5 energies rising like thunder represent the yin-yang thunder, where their cyclical movement ensures the integrity of life. Not only possessing formidable offensive power, but also capable of purging the essence, forging an unparalleled foundation. Xiao Yu felt the newly birthed source fire thunder and couldn't help but smile. Truly, what one lacks is often what one receives. Over the past year, his strength had indeed escalated rapidly. A year ago, he was merely a 6-star great fighter, yet now he had ascended to the realm of a fighter king. The leap from great fighter to fighter king is not a comparison easily made with that from fighting energy to great fighter. It took Xiao Yu 4 years of relentless effort, fueled by his exceptional talent, to solidify his foundation. However, this past year, he had forcefully surged to his current realm through the use of medicinal elixirs. Even though the pills he refined were extraordinarily pure, his foundation inevitably bore some superficiality. Now, with the awakening of the 5 energies thunder, it would gradually cleanse Xiao Yu's essence, forging an unassailable foundation. Henceforth, with its presence, Xiao Yu no longer feared the side effects of overindulgence in medicinal enhancement. In other words, he could consume pills freely, knowing that the 5 energies thunder would cushion any potential fallout. Moreover, the Golden Light Path Flame was crucial among all the source fire thunder Xiao Yu had awakened before. None possessed defensive properties. Now, with its existence, Xiao Yu would no longer find himself grievously wounded at the slightest provocation. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yu felt a slight tremor in his shoulders as his wings retracted into his body, and within his dantian, 10 strands of source fire thunders encircled the fighter crystal. Feeling his current strength, Xiao Yu could confidently assert that if he were to encounter the Amethyst Wing Lion King again, even if he could not dominate, he could certainly emerge victorious. Should Xiao Yu unleash his full arsenal without regard for consequences, he could only imagine the magnitude of his combat prowess, likely unrivaled beneath the fighter sovereign, and he could even contend with a fighter sovereign. Now in this Jiama Empire, he finally possessed the means to ensure his self-defense, no longer needing to act with the same caution as before. Next, he would head towards the imperial capital, awaiting the 3-year agreement. If the Yinlan sect continued to act as in the original narrative, he could safeguard the entire Xiao family under its banner. Contemplating this, Xiao Yu's gaze sharpened. Should Yinling act against the Xiao family as depicted in the original story, he would not hesitate to eliminate her. Though Xiao Yu's worldview was shaped by modern sensibilities, in this alternate realm, if his existence or that of his loved ones were threatened, he bore no reservations about taking lives. Exiting the tent, Xiao Yu took a final glance at the encampment where he had resided for nearly half a year. Let it remain here, a trace of my passage through this place. Enveloped in the myriad flames, he altered his appearance. adopting the guise of the enigmatic alchemist he had embodied while selling elixirs in Mytel. Having spent a considerable amount of time here, he had undoubtedly made quite a stir. He was uncertain if anyone had taken notice. To be cautious, he chose not to retain his original visage. He did not wish for news of a young fighter king under 20 to spread throughout the entire Jia Ma Empire upon his exit from Tagore. As for his fighter king aura, he deemed it unnecessary to conceal. Should he encounter any individuals on his journey, it would serve to intimidate them, and moreover, he would need this identity in the months to come. Subsequently, Xiao Yu's wings unfurled, though this time they were not composed of the golden light path flame and 5 energies thunder, but entirely of fire attribute fighting energy. With a powerful flap, Xiao Yu soared across the sky at an exhilarating speed, heading north. "Woo!" he exclaimed, feeling the rush of air against his face. The sensation of soaring through the heavens was sublime, a feeling Xiao Yu had never experienced in either of his lifetimes. Throughout his life, he had yearned for the vast sky, akin to his fondness for the sword-flying escapades in fantasy novels, the fighting energy wings in battle through the heavens, or other methods of flight. Who does not long to glide through the skies? Since leaving the holy city, Medusa had been moving intermittently, silently observing the desert where her serpent tribe had resided for countless years. The scorching winds and swirling sands caused her considerable discomfort. In her ire, she had annihilated several mercenary teams that captured and sold serpent women. This place had never been suitable for the survival of the serpent tribe. Yet no leader had emerged to guide them out of their predicament. Though Queen Medusa was cold-hearted, she was still flesh and blood, possessing emotions, particularly a bond with her people that nothing could replace, even if it meant sacrificing her life for the serpent tribe. The circumstances she had encountered in recent days solidified her resolve to lead the serpent tribe beyond the desert in search of a more habitable environment. Thus, she decided that after this journey, she would harness the power of foreign fire to evolve and strive for the fighter sovereign realm. For now, she would take one last look at the world, as opportunities may not present themselves again. Days later, Queen Medusa finally arrived at the southern region of the desert. Here, traces of unique energy remained, encompassing not only searing fire attribute energy, but also immensely destructive thunder attribute energy. Sensing the energies in the air, Queen Medusa discerned something unusual. Evidently, these energies emanated from the bizarre phenomenon. Suddenly, a streak of fiery red light streaked across the sky above her, racing towards the distance. Medusa looked up and saw a figure, one that belonged to a fighter king level human. The appearance of a human fighter king within the desert, regardless of the reason, warranted her investigation, particularly fueled by her recent encounters with slave traders capturing serpents, igniting a flicker of fury within her. Should this fighter king harbor ill intentions, Medusa would not hesitate to detain him. With a swift motion, a crimson fighting energy wing unfurled, and Queen Medusa ascended into the sky in pursuit. The human fighter king was none other than Xiao Yu. Sensing someone trailing him, he turned to glance back, noting an intense aura emanating from the pursuer, which piqued his curiosity. However, what he saw left him astounded. Behind him, a serpent woman adorned with crimson fighting energy wings was rapidly closing the distance. This serpent woman wore a golden crown, her attire a striking red, with glossy black hair cascading down her back and a purple serpent tail swaying beneath her slender waist. Her exquisitely beautiful face radiated an air of aloofness, exuding an aristocratic grace, her presence both regal and captivating, far surpassing that of Yun Yun and the amethyst-winged Lion King. In the Tagore Desert, there was only one being possessing such beauty and strength. Queen Medusa. Chapter 41. The first encounter with Queen Medusa, Xiao Yu's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of discomfort. He never anticipated encountering Queen Medusa in this desolate expanse. His primary motive for venturing to the southern desert was its remoteness from the dwelling of the serpent people, where even the most cacophonous disturbances would scarcely rouse their formidable warriors. Yet, he was still very much naive, failing to account for the possibility that his actions could attract unwanted attention. Thus, through a series of unfortunate coincidences, the peculiar phenomena produced by his cultivation techniques had captured the attention of Queen Medusa, a scenario he desperately wished to avoid. However, it was too late for regrets. His immediate concern was to ascertain whether he could elude her grasp. Boom! With that thought in mind, Xiao Yu elevated his speed to an entirely new echelon, unleashing a wave of energy that radiated from his being. His afterimage lingered momentarily as he propelled himself over 1,000 meters away in the blink of an eye. Queen Medusa, on the verge of pursuit, was taken aback, How could this Duke of Fighter's speed have surged so dramatically? This velocity was not characteristic of a mere Duke. Even most low-ranking emperors would find it challenging to achieve such swiftness. This revelation piqued Medusa's interest, compelling her to discern the source of this astonishing speed. Subsequently, she unleashed her true prowess, matching the peak velocity of an emperor in her pursuit. Xiao Yu harbored great confidence in his speed. He believed even Queen Medusa would struggle to match his pace. Yet, when he cast a glance behind him, he was dismayed to find Medusa had closed the distance. This is bad. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Yu swiftly channeled his lightning attribute energy, transforming his fiery wings into wings of thunder. He was prepared to unveil his ultimate speed. Upon witnessing the metamorphosis of Xiao Yu's wings, Queen Medusa murmured in disbelief, "Is there room for further enhancement?" If this human duke could indeed amplify his speed once more, she might not be able to catch him after all. To thwart such an eventuality, she promptly raised her hand and unleashed a combat technique. Thousand Serpent Cage. This intermediate mystic combat skill, unique to the serpent people, manifested as crimson energy serpents that swiftly encircled Xiao Yu, obstructing his path. In an instant, countless red serpents intertwined, forming a cage that ensnared him. Gazing at the serpentine heads protruding from the gaps of the cage, their tongues flickering as they eyed him with predatory ferocity, Xiao Yu was compelled to halt. He was thoroughly ensnared, and even if he managed to break free, escape would be a near impossibility, for Queen Medusa had already positioned herself before him. The human duke is quite the sprinter. Care to demonstrate another feat for this queen? Medusa observed him from her elevated stance, her tone laced with arrogance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's countenance darkened further as he cursed inwardly. What rotten luck to encounter this calamity here. However, his expression swiftly transformed into one of polite respect as he smiled and inquired, "Queen Medusa, what brings you here? I am unaware of any offense I may have caused. If I have, I'm willing to offer my apologies. As the adage goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Sometimes, a touch of courtesy can prevent unnecessary conflict." Medusa, noticing his sudden change in demeanor and his polite discourse, felt a flicker of amusement within, though her expression remained impassive. "As a human duke, you have secretly infiltrated the territory of my serpent people in the Taggart Desert. What do you believe I should do with you?" "Damn," Xiao Yu silently cursed. This rationale was flimsy at best. The Taggart Desert was replete with dukes, and emperors were not absent either. Didn't the Ice Emperor Hebedong meet a rather unfortunate fate over 20 years ago? Though the thought of Hebedong's imprisonment for over 2 decades did not bode well, Xiao Yu maintained a smile, retorting, "That explanation is rather hard to swallow." Medusa's lips curled into a slight smirk. "Indeed, it does not provide a sufficient basis for my leniency. I desire to uncover the cause of the phenomena that have recently transpired here. Surely, you must possess some knowledge, or perhaps you have obtained something? It is quite possible that the strange occurrences are linked to you. Am I correct?" It became evident that Queen Medusa had been drawn to him due to the peculiarities of his cultivation. A headache began to form for Xiao Yu. It seemed Medusa was convinced of his involvement in the matter and would not easily let him go. If he claimed ignorance, she would undoubtedly dismiss it as untruth. If he admitted to some connection without revealing the whole story, she would likely not relent. Noticing Xiao Yu's sudden silence, Queen Medusa became even more convinced of the depth of his connection to the events at hand. "What? Are you devising a deceitful narrative to mislead me?" Medusa's disdainful gaze pierced through him, clearly discerning his thoughts. Xiao Yu's eyes flickered momentarily before he gritted his teeth and declared, "Queen Medusa, this matter pertains to a secret of mine that I cannot divulge. Should you insist on detaining me, then we shall have no choice but to engage in combat." "Oh, you wish to challenge me?" Medusa replied, intrigued. "Then I shall witness the extent of your capabilities and the audacity with which you speak." It appeared that a confrontation was inevitable. Since Queen Medusa refused to allow his departure, Xiao Yu saw no further need for pleasantries. He had already shown her the courtesy of respect. Besides, he was confident in his ability to hold his own against her. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from Xiao Yu's being as his thunderous wings transformed into hues of ice blue and silver blue, replaced by the frigid flames of ice and the cold currents of blue lightning. The temperature within 100 meters plummeted as if winter had descended. Under such frigid conditions, the Thousand Serpent Cage rapidly froze, and Xiao Yu raised his hand, shattering the icy prison with a surge of energy. Although the Thousand Serpent Cage was not the most advanced of combat techniques, it was formidable when wielded by Medusa, and most dukes would find it challenging to escape. "Is indeed you." The ice blue flames were identical to one of the colors mentioned in the reports brought to her from the underworld regarding the strange phenomena. She could not believe this was mere coincidence. Upon witnessing Xiao Yu's effortless escape from captivity, Medusa recognized that he was no ordinary duke. Yet, despite his impressive abilities, he remained merely a duke. Queen Medusa raised her delicate hand and pointed forward, unleashing a beam of red light that surged toward Xiao Yu. With a flash, Xiao Yu summoned a massive sword from his storage ring, its ice blue energy swirling around it. He swung it forward in a horizontal arc, obliterating the red beam. Seeing this, Medusa gathered her energy into her hands, forming two uniquely shaped red short swords that hurtled toward Xiao Yu. Clang! The massive sword collided with the short swords, producing a resounding explosion. Both combatants were taken aback by the force. Medusa had not anticipated such strength from a duke, while Xiao Yu was astonished by the overwhelming power of Queen Medusa's assault. After a fleeting encounter, the two withdrew a distance, transforming into streaks of light in the sky, interweaving like two distinct colored lines. Each clash resonated with a thunderous sound, a testament to their formidable strength. The energy surges from their strikes stirred the dust within a 1,000-meter radius, whipping the air into violent whirlwinds that ravaged the boundless desert. In that moment, it was impossible to discern a victor. Chapter 42. The Fulsa Bloodline. The Queen Medusa, increasingly astonished as the battle progressed, never anticipated that a mere Do Huang could possess such power, rivaling even the most formidable 1- or 2-star Do Huangs. Realizing that continuing in this manner was unwise, she unleashed her prowess as a high-tier Do Huang. With a resounding clash of weapons, Xiao Yu suddenly felt the force of Medusa's strikes had intensified significantly, causing him to struggle to maintain control of his massive sword, his palms throbbing with pain. Following this exchange, they distanced themselves, hovering in the sky, poised against one another. Human, I underestimated you. I did not foresee that a mere Do Huang could wield such strength, Medusa remarked. Xiao Yu responded, the prowess of Queen Medusa is indeed legendary. I hold great admiration for it. However, his flattery did little to please Medusa. Instead, she perceived it as an affront, her tone laced with ire. Human, do you truly believe that I cannot kill you? Unfazed by her fury, Xiao Yu replied, while it is within your capabilities to slay me, it would come at a great cost. I harbor no desire to be your enemy, should you allow me to depart. I assure you, I shall never return to the desert to disturb your majesty. He had no intention of becoming entangled with Medusa, though he once admired the character. It was merely an appreciation for the portrayal of a fictional figure. He was not Xiao Yan and did not belong to this world. Eventually, he would leave. Excessive entanglement with its inhabitants would distract him from his primary objective of returning to Earth, a goal that had fueled his cultivation. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Medusa coldly declared, today, I shall witness how you intend to make me pay the price. The overwhelming aura of a 9-star Do Huang surged through the heavens, an imperial pressure bearing down upon Xiao Yu. While an ordinary Do Huang might have knelt before such might, Xiao Yu stood resolute. From Medusa's delicate hand, Crimson Do Qi coalesced into an energy bow, radiating a deep crimson brilliance. With her left hand holding the bow and her right drawing the string, the energy of the heavens rapidly converged upon the arrow, forming a red projectile aimed at Xiao Yu. His expression grew grave as he recognized the potency of Medusa's assault. Even a low-tier Do Huang would struggle to withstand it. To avoid calamity, Xiao Yu began to unleash his own formidable techniques. Blue-silver cold lightning and extreme ice flame spiraled together in his left hand, a fire and electricity intertwining in his palm. As Do Qi and spiritual power surged, he clenched his left hand, revealing an icy blue lightning flame. He then swept his left hand across the blade of his massive sword, infusing it with a terrifying chill and destructive force. Raising the sword high, he brandished a colossal energy sword of ice blue, stretching thousands of meters into the sky. Medusa's gaze shifted to one of caution. She sensed that Xiao Yu's strike was extraordinary. A low-tier Do Huang might meet their demise here, and even a mid-tier Do Huang could suffer grievous injuries. Yet, she deemed it insufficient. Although the power of his attack was formidable, it posed no real threat to her. Was this the reason for the unusual phenomena? It seemed his cultivation techniques were indeed remarkable. Without hesitation, Medusa released the gathered energy, sending the arrow hurtling through the air toward Xiao Yu. With a whoosh, the red arrow, imbued with the terrifying power to slay low-tier Do Huangs, surged forward with unmatched ferocity. Xiao Yu swung his lightning flame greatsword, cleaving through the air with the force to shake mountains. The collision of sword and arrow unleashed a cataclysmic explosion of energy, ice-blue lightning flames and red energy erupting, sending shockwaves of sand and dust soaring, enveloping both combatants. Despite the formidable nature of this attack, Medusa was no ordinary opponent. She had already brushed against the threshold of Dozong. Xiao Yu understood this well. Yet he still wielded the blue ice lightning flame, prepared for this very moment. Illusory world lightning flame. The myriad flames and primal lightning coalesced in his hands, giving birth to a transparent lightning flame. He hurled it forth, and the illusory world lightning flame swiftly enveloped the space within 5,000 meters. As the illusory world lightning flame continued to morph, the area began to separate from reality. Every blade of grass, every tree, the sun, moon, and stars. The cycles of the 5 elements, and the balance of yin and yang intertwined, forming an independent realm. When Xiao Yu was a Douling, he could create a phantasmal world with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Now, as a Douwang, he expanded its radius to 5,000 meters, prolonging its existence for roughly a minute. However, Xiao Yu was not so naive as to believe this small world could slay Queen Medusa. While he could control its destruction, annihilating everything within, it remained a mere illusion, sustained by his strength. Even if he drained his Douqi, it would be difficult to inflict fatal harm upon Medusa. Moreover, he had no intention of harming the queen. The use of the illusory world lightning flame was solely to confine her, buying himself time to escape. Once the illusion was formed, Xiao Yu unfurled his thunderous wings and soared westward at an astonishing speed. Medusa, amidst the swirling sands. Since the Dou Wang's presence vanished the instant the illusory world lightning flame took shape. With a wave of her right hand, the suffocating dust dispersed, revealing an absence of Xiao Yu's figure in the sky. To vanish beneath the very gaze of the queen was indeed extraordinary. Having lost his presence, Medusa understood that finding him again was impossible. Yet, surprisingly, she did not feel anger. Instead, she observed her surroundings with quiet contemplation. The atmosphere felt entirely transformed from before. As she descended to the ground, the oppressive yellow sands had vanished, replaced by vibrant flowers and grasses, the desert now a lush forest teeming with life. The sun that hung in the sky was no longer scorching but radiated a gentle warmth, reminiscent of spring. Though she recognized this was not the Tagore Desert. The tranquil environment stirred a yearning within Queen Medusa, astonished by Xiao Yu's remarkable capabilities. Bending down, she plucked a vivid flower from the grass, inhaling its fragrant aroma that filled her senses. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented peace within, as though all her previous worries had dissipated into nothingness. Subsequently, Medusa meticulously immersed herself in this realm, which was astonishingly real, yet bore an ethereal quality, akin to a fleeting dream. Soon after, she pointed a finger towards the space before her. Crack! The fabric of reality fractured, with fissures radiating like a spider's web, causing this realm of thunder and flame to commence its collapse. The scorching sunlight poured in, and in the blink of an eye, the illusion of thunder and flame dissipated entirely, leaving behind only a few scattered remnants. Medusa grasped the fragments of thunder and flame, and at the moment of contact, an indescribable thrill surged from within her heart. She trembled, staring in awe at the translucent flames and lightning transformed into star-like specks in her palm. This was no mere combat technique. It was an extraordinary entity that could rival the exotic fires. Medusa then clenched her fist, absorbing the myriad flames and the remnants of thunder into her being. An overwhelming yearning emanating from her bloodline filled her with joy. This wondrous object had evoked such profound desire from her very essence. It promised immense benefits for the evolution of her bloodline, potentially surpassing even the effects of exotic fires. If she could absorb these two extraordinary entities in abundance to refine her bloodline, it would undoubtedly lead to her evolution, breaking through the barriers of Dozong, and possibly endowing her bloodline with boundless potential. Chapter 43, Jamma Sacred City, Alchemist Guild. With the thunderous wings of speed augmenting him, Xiao Yu soared swiftly, rapidly escaping the Taggart Desert. His next destination was the Imperial capital, where he intended to await the impending 3-year agreement while simultaneously gathering materials for the Douling Dan, preparing for the forthcoming cultivation at the Douwang level. Since acquiring numerous alchemical formulas from the esteemed alchemist Fei Huang, Xiao Yu had indeed collected some materials for the Douling Dan within the Monster Beast Mountain range. But while he had gathered plenty of supplementary herbs, he had only managed to procure a couple of the main ingredients, and they were insufficient. In the Jamma Empire, the most abundant precious herbs could undoubtedly be found at the Alchemist Guild and the middle auction house. He possessed several low-grade spatial rings brimming with herbs, along with over 1,000,000 gold coins, sufficient to exchange for the necessary materials. Moreover, he required extensive pharmacological knowledge. After all, he lacked the guidance of a top-tier alchemist like Yao Lao and had to rely entirely on himself. Previously, many of the herbs he encountered in the Monster Beast Mountain range were unfamiliar to him. At present, at least half of the herbs in his spatial ring were unknown to him, both in name and properties. Thus, he was in urgent need of pharmacological knowledge to facilitate both alchemical processes and material exchanges. Most importantly, as Xiao Yu broke through to the Douqi realm, not only did his strength experience a significant enhancement, but his spiritual power also saw considerable growth, allowing him to master the myriad flames with greater finesse. This meant he could manipulate the myriad flames into lifeless objects devoid of consciousness, stones, flowers, and grasses, and could obscure the spatial aura and scenes within a certain radius. Individuals whose spiritual power did not vastly exceed his own would remain oblivious to the circumstances within. Although he was unsure of the exact strength of his spiritual power, he could confidently assert that it was at least of high quality within the mortal mirror. When refining the top-tier 4th-grade Xian Yuan Dan, he had done so with ease. Now, as a Douqi, 5th-grade elixirs would be within his grasp, and 6th-grade elixirs were not beyond his capabilities, albeit with only a 50% success rate. While he could not boast a near 100% success rate like that of the 4th and 5th grades, he was justified in claiming the title of 6th-grade alchemist. According to the original text, the refinement of 8th-grade elixirs necessitated a spiritual realm soul, thus allowing him to refine 6th-grade elixirs, which could be deemed as high quality within a mortal mirror. After all, the disparity between spiritual realm souls and mortal realm souls was not insignificant. Presently, the only individual in the Jama Empire whose spiritual power could rival his was Gu He, with the myriad flames at his disposal. Even if Xiao Yu were to refine elixirs in his presence, he would not discern anything unusual. This also implied that, within the Jama Empire, he no longer needed to conceal his thunderfire alchemical techniques, for no one could perceive them, rendering any concealment unnecessary. On this journey to the imperial capital, he aimed to visit the Alchemist Guild and, under the guise of a mysterious alchemist, obtain the Alchemist Badge, which would greatly facilitate his future endeavors. After several days of swift travel, Xiao Yu soon approached the imperial capital of the Jama Empire. However, he refrained from recklessly flying directly into the city. Instead, he sought a nearby location to land and proceeded on foot towards the capital. He had no desire to attract the attention of the old guardians of the Jama Empire's royal family the moment he entered. Before the city gates of the Jama imperial capital, Xiao Yu gazed at this bastion of the Empire's most formidable forces, where the headquarters of the Jama royal family stood. And he couldn't help but marvel. Truly, it was resplendent and grandiose, an extravagant sight to behold. Having traveled to numerous places, he could assert that Jama's sacred city was unparalleled in magnificence and expanse. After paying the entrance fee, Xiao Yu stepped into the sacred city. However, he couldn't help but grumble about the necessity of paying an entrance fee each time he entered a city. It was not that he was unwilling or unable to pay, but rather that the process was excessively cumbersome. Entrance fees were never straightforward, and one had to endure long queues and deal with change, an exceedingly bothersome affair. Upon entering the city, Xiao Yu intended to rest for the night, with plans to visit the Alchemist Guild the following day to procure his badge and exchange materials. He casually chose an inn, and one could not deny that the prices in the capital were significantly higher than those outside. The cost of lodging in the inn was 2 or 3 times that of other cities. After a restful night, the morning sunlight streamed into Xiao Yu's room, waking him not long after, at a time akin to 5 o'clock in the morning back on Earth. Exiting the inn, he found the streets bustling with activity, teeming with people and the sounds of carriages. He was surprised to see so many workers industriously toiling from dawn to dusk, even in this foreign realm. As he observed the shops opening for business and the many vendors setting up stalls, he couldn't help but shake his head in contemplation. Had he not traversed to this Douqi Continent, he would still be an ordinary office worker back on Earth. No different from these individuals, only fortunate enough to have encountered such a bizarre turn of fate, alongside an extraordinary talent. After inquiring about the location of the Alchemist Guild, passers-by, perceiving him as an extraordinary middle-aged man, readily provided directions. Since departing from the Taggart Desert, Xiao Yu had not altered his appearance, still embodying that of a mysterious middle-aged alchemist. One must commend the guards at the gates of Jama's sacred city. Even upon seeing his remarkable demeanor, they remained impassive, demanding the same entrance fee without any change in expression. Nevertheless, they treated him with professionalism, which left Xiao Yu with a favorable impression of Jamma Sacred City. Following the directions provided, Xiao Yu swiftly located the Alchemist Guild, its magnificent structure resembling a colossal medicinal cauldron, unmistakably prominent and difficult to overlook. One could truly say that the Alchemist Guild lived up to its reputation. As he drew near, the aromas of herbs and elixirs enveloped him. Upon entering the Alchemist Guild, the fragrant scents of herbs and pills assailed his senses, invigorating him. Standing before the entrance of the Alchemist Guild, Xiao Yu was halted by a guard. "Are you an alchemist, esteemed sir? If that is the case, please present your badge. If not, kindly provide a recommendation letter. Alternatively, if you have any matters to discuss, feel free to share, and I shall relay your message." A middle-aged man of formidable stature, exuding the strength of a 5-star dome master, courteously stated as he obstructed Xiao Yu's path. His appearance and demeanor were refined, suggesting he was no ordinary individual, and the fact that he could not discern the strength of the newcomer naturally led him to be polite. Such treatment was not afforded to the average passerby. Xiao Yu, lacking any alchemist badge or recommendation letter, responded straightforwardly, "I am here to undertake the alchemist assessment." Upon hearing that Xiao Yu sought to acquire alchemist credentials, the man immediately adopted a more deferential tone, stating, "If you wish to proceed with the alchemist examination, you must present a recommendation letter from an alchemy mentor, and only then may I allow you entry." Without a mentor's recommendation, Xiao Yu raised his hand, unleashing a surge of yellow Douqi flames. The guards, witnessing his gesture, instantly altered their expressions, suspecting he was about to cause trouble. However, upon seeing the flames manifest, their expressions shifted yet again. The flames have materialized? Could it be that you're a 4th-tier alchemist? Observing the rapid changes in their countenances, akin to a traditional face-changing performance, Xiao Yu smiled and inquired, "Is this sufficient?" The guard promptly nodded, of course. "Please enter, esteemed sir. Once inside, you will find a reception desk in the main hall, where a dedicated attendant will assist you. Just inform her that you are here for the alchemist assessment, and she will guide you accordingly." The guard, sensing that Xiao Yu might be unfamiliar with the workings of the Alchemist Guild, presuming it to be his first visit to the imperial capital, kindly provided this explanation. "Thank you." Xiao Yu nodded and proceeded into the grand entrance, heading towards the reception desk in the hall. Chapter 44, Alchemist Assessment. The hall was spacious, adorned with a carpet imprinted with a medicinal cauldron motif, encircled by 8 reception desks, each manned by a dedicated attendant. "Is this the reception desk?" Xiao Yu mused as he approached. Noticing his arrival, an attendant at one of the desks promptly approached, bowing respectfully. "May I assist you, sir? I wish to undertake the alchemist assessment, but I am uncertain of the procedure." Xiao Yu articulated his intent, prompting the attendant to become even more deferential. "Ah, so you are an esteemed alchemist. I can certainly guide you through the process." She gestured invitingly and led Xiao Yu to the designated assessment area within the guild. "Sir, the alchemist assessments are typically conducted in the assessment hall, where a 3rd-tier alchemist is present daily to oversee the proceedings. You'll need to explain your situation to the supervising alchemist, who will arrange your examination." The attendants of the Alchemist Guild were meticulously selected, renowned for their beauty and poise. As the attendant elaborated, she led the way, her graceful figure accentuated by a slender waist and alluring curves, captivating in her own right. However, Xiao Yu, following behind, was oblivious to the charming scenery, preoccupied with thoughts on how to navigate the situation without appearing ostentatious. As he was preparing to be assessed as a 5th or even 6th-tier alchemist, once word of his abilities spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir, especially given that the Gamma Empire boasted only one 6th-tier alchemist, and even the president of the Alchemist Guild was merely a 5th-tier practitioner. The emergence of an unfamiliar alchemist would surely attract attention. He anticipated that various factions would vie for his allegiance, including the royal family and the Yaman sect. The prospect of impending complications left him little inclination to admire the beauty before him. After all, he had already encountered the likes of Yun Yun and Medusa, and maintained favorable relations with alluring women such as Yufei. Thus, the reception attendant held little interest for him. After traversing numerous corridors and turning several corners, they arrived before a large door. "Sir, this is the assessment hall, but the guild stipulates that we may not enter, so you must proceed alone." The attendant maintained her professional demeanor, her smile unwavering in respect for the alchemist. "Thank you. I can manage on my own," Xiao Yu affirmed, nodding as he pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Such a congenial alchemist. I've never encountered one like him before," the attendant mused, chuckling softly as she observed his retreating figure. Upon entering the assessment hall, Xiao Yu found it spacious, with numerous private chambers surrounding the perimeter and several alchemy platforms positioned centrally. At the front of the hall sat an elderly man, clad in the distinctive garb of an alchemist, adorned with a third-tier badge, dozing languidly. Guarding the alchemist assessment hall was indeed a tedious affair, as alchemists were exceedingly rare, and not everyone was eligible for examination. It was only during the assessments of many guild disciples that the hall witnessed any bustle. Typically, a third-tier alchemist would oversee proceedings here, merely fulfilling routine obligations. Moreover, these supervising alchemists were often older, their prospects dimming, while those of fourth or fifth-tier status possessed little time for such trivial duties. This role was a mere sinecure, offering financial compensation without exertion, appealing to those alchemists resigned to their stagnation. Most third-tier alchemists possessed the strength of great dome masters, thus they could sense when someone entered. And Xiao Yu made no effort to conceal his aura. As he entered, the elderly man stirred, peering with mild interest. But upon seeing a middle-aged man he did not recognize, promptly returned to his slumber. The arrival of a middle-aged man he did not know suggested that this individual was no significant figure, and the absence of youthful vigor indicated he was unlikely to be a prodigious alchemist. "Are you familiar with the rules?" The old man inquired lazily from his reclined position. Xiao Yu, unfazed by the man's indifference, replied, "I possess a basic understanding, but I would appreciate your guidance." "What tier of alchemist are you?" The elder continued. "So I may prepare for your upcoming assessment." Xiao Yu shook his head. "I have not yet undergone an assessment, hence I possess no tier." "Then it appears you will be assessed as a first-tier alchemist. Select any alchemy platform. Within the hidden compartment, you will find recipes for first and second-tier elixirs, along with a spatial ring containing the necessary ingredients. Simply choose a first-tier elixir to concoct. Once completed, place it in the designated slot on the platform. If it glows green, you shall have passed. After the assessment, you may collect your badge and attire." Having recited the rules, the elderly man resumed his slumber, offering no further commentary. Xiao Yu smiled, dismissing the old man's demeanor as he approached the alchemy platform, discovering the recipe and ingredients within the compartment. A first-tier elixir. The strengthening pill. This will suffice. He examined the recipe, noting that it was not overly difficult among first-tier concoctions, and promptly commenced the alchemical process. This first-grade pill formula requires no prior modifications for the Thunderfire alchemy. He merely needs to visualize it in his mind to directly employ the Thunderfire refining technique. It is exceedingly simple, so much so that even if an unexpected occurrence arises during the process, he can easily maintain control, thus encountering no issues whatsoever. He tossed all the medicinal materials into the two cauldrons on the platform, igniting a yellow aura of energy that flowed into the cauldrons. Under Xiao Yu's adept fire control, the materials were completely refined in a remarkably short time. The elder on the platform remained oblivious to Xiao Yu's ability to materialize flames, firmly believing him to be at best a second-grade alchemist, and thus did not pay much attention, instead dozing off comfortably. As he reached the fusion phase, Xiao Yu utilized the ever-changing flame to obscure the aura and conditions within the cauldron, while silver lightning manifested. Under the refinement of the lightning, the elixir became increasingly pure. However, at the opportune moment, Xiao Yu ceased the refinement and transitioned to fusion. He had no desire to elevate a first-grade pill to second-grade status. He intended to adhere strictly to producing a first-grade pill. The process of concocting a first-grade pill took Xiao Yu only a few minutes, resulting in the creation of a vigor pill. Placing the pill into the designated recess, a vibrant green light emanated, capturing the elder's attention. The elder rose and gazed down at the radiant green beam emanating from the alchemical platform. He then leaped down from the high platform and approached Xiao Yu's station, picking up the pill for a meticulous examination, subsequently exclaiming in admiration, "This vigor pill possesses an astonishingly pure quality." Glancing at Xiao Yu, the elder rarely smiled. "It appears you have mastered the refinement of medicinal materials quite adeptly. Congratulations, you have successfully crafted a first-grade pill. You may now proceed to obtain your alchemist badge and attire." Xiao Yu shook his head. "Esteemed elder, I cannot leave just yet. I wish to undertake the assessment for second-grade alchemist next." The elder scrutinized Xiao Yu before nodding. "Indeed, based on this vigor pill, you certainly possess the capability to refine second-grade pills and may proceed with the assessment. Your only task now is to concoct a single second-grade pill to achieve advancement." Chapter 45. Assessment for a sixth-grade alchemist? Xiao Yu retrieved the formula and medicinal materials once more from below the platform and commenced his alchemical endeavors. This time, the elder did not recline on the high platform, but stood a short distance before Xiao Yu, ensuring his presence did not disrupt the refining process. Upon witnessing the yellow flames erupting from Xiao Yu's hands, the elder was immediately taken aback. A fourth-grade alchemist? Xiao Yu disregarded the elder's exclamation and continued with his alchemy. Infusing the flames into the cauldron, he added the materials and began the refining process. This time, he was concocting a second-grade protective pulse pill, an exceedingly common second-grade elixir used to safeguard meridians during breakthroughs in cultivation. The elder was acutely aware that he had breached a cardinal rule of alchemy. One must never interrupt another during the refining process, lest the elixir be destroyed, resulting in grave consequences. However, the elder could hardly concern himself with such matters, as Xiao Yu's ability to materialize flames indicated that he possessed power at the doling level or above. Typically, alchemists with doling capabilities are predominantly 4th grade or higher, never below 3rd grade, for the elder himself could not materialize flames, initially believing it to be an ordinary assessment. The elder now recognized that the individual before him was an alchemist on par with, or even surpassing his own capabilities. Consequently, he deemed himself unfit to oversee the assessment any longer. Attempting to remain silent, he discreetly made his way toward the exit, quietly departing the examination hall. Xiao Yu, of course, noted the elder's actions but paid them no mind, surmising that he had likely gone to summon a higher-ranked alchemist. He had anticipated this reaction upon employing his Douqi flames, hence was not surprised. Typically, alchemists below the doling level cannot materialize flames, as they have yet to separate their Douqi from their bodies. Thus, where their flames originate. This brings us to the cauldron. Every cauldron is equipped with special settings at the fire outlet. By supplying fire attribute Douqi to the outlet, flames can be generated for the needs of alchemy. It is akin to releasing a dough technique. One merely needs to provide Douqi without requiring it to leave the body. This is why most lower-ranked alchemists rely on cauldrons for their craft. However, it does not imply that 4th grade and above alchemists do not require cauldrons. Those ranked from 4th to below 7th still need cauldrons to assist them, as their spiritual power is insufficient to control flames outside the cauldron. Yet, alchemists of 7th grade and above can master the alchemical process without a cauldron, as they approach the spiritual realm, possessing sufficiently potent spiritual powers, control, and an uncanny ability to gauge the fire's intensity. Nevertheless, it is not to say that cauldrons become entirely obsolete. They significantly enhance the alchemical process beyond merely generating flames, facilitating easier manipulation of the flames, reducing the expenditure of spiritual power, and increasing the success rate of the elixirs. Exceptional cauldrons are immensely coveted by alchemists, particularly those that can boost the success rate of alchemy, which explains the existence of the Tianding rankings. Furthermore, not only 4th grade alchemists can materialize flames. Those with unique flames can also condense them externally, such as beast flames or exotic flames. The most typical examples include Xiao Yin and Yao Yululing, who either possess exotic flames or beast flames, allowing them to achieve flame materialization. However, it is not entirely accurate to describe it as flame materialization, for both exotic and beast flames, when utilized, require Douqi expenditure to activate, unlike Xiao Yu, who directly converts fire attribute Douqi into flames. After 10 minutes had elapsed, Xiao Yu successfully completed the protective pulse pill. At that moment, the examination hall's doors swung open, revealing the previous elder accompanied by a snow-haired elder. This elder donned an exquisitely crafted alchemist robe, and his wrinkled visage bore a hint of mirth, his slightly squinted, murky eyes radiating calmness and warmth. At first glance, apart from the robe denoting his status and the 4 shimmering silver ripples adorning his chest, he appeared to be an ordinary old man, lacking any extraordinary aura. Esteemed elder, I have completed the protective pulse pill, but I wish to continue with the assessment for a 3rd grade alchemist, Xiao Yu said with a smile. The elder, taken aback, did not expect Xiao Yu to have concocted the protective pulse pill so swiftly. However, he refrained from commenting, instead introducing the white-haired elder beside him. This is Lord Chamir, the vice president of the Alchemist Guild. He will personally oversee your upcoming assessment. Upon being introduced, Chamir smiled warmly at Xiao Yu, saying, "My friend, may I take a look at the pill you have crafted?" Xiao Yu, upon hearing this, promptly handed the pill over. "Please, esteemed elder." Receiving the pill, Chamir carefully sensed its essence before smiling broadly. The quality of this pill is remarkably high. It is a level that an ordinary 2nd grade alchemist would find difficult to achieve. I wonder, after you complete the assessment for the 3rd grade alchemist, will you also pursue the assessment for the 4th grade alchemist? Xiao Yu nodded with a smile, for his intentions extended beyond merely achieving the status of a 3rd grade alchemist. Seeing Xiao Yu nod, Chamir stroked his beard and smiled, saying, "Since my friend wishes to be assessed as a 4th rank alchemist, I shall take the liberty to exempt you from the 3rd rank examination." allowing you to proceed directly to the 4th rank assessment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu inquired, "Is it permissible to bypass the ranking examination?" Ha ha ha. My friend's prowess undoubtedly surpasses that of a 3rd rank alchemist. Hence, why squander time? Rules are established by humans, and in exceptional circumstances, exceptions can certainly be made. Hemir chuckled, affirming that as the vice president, he held the authority to waive unnecessary alchemical assessments. Xiao Yu, seizing the opportunity, promptly remarked, "In that case, may I also bypass the 4th and 5th rank assessments and directly undertake the 6th rank examination?" He had always found the sequential assessments cumbersome, but lacking connections within the Alchemist Guild. He had no justification to ask others to facilitate his bypassing these evaluations. However, with the vice president's arrival and his willingness to overlook certain assessments, Xiao Yu was inclined to pursue the 6th rank evaluation directly. To undergo the assessments one by one would be utterly pretentious. It would be as if he were drawing all the air from the hall. He certainly did not wish to bear the blame of being the cause of the entire continent's warming. Unbeknownst to him, his words only served to amplify the impression of arrogance. "Of course, I can arrange for you to take the 4th rank examination." Hemir had been laughing when he suddenly realized the implications of Xiao Yu's statement about skipping the 4th and 5th rank assessments in favor of the 6th. The nearby 3rd rank alchemist was already bewildered by Xiao Yu's declarations, his mind in a state of disarray. Regaining his composure, Hemir cautiously asked, "Are you truly saying that you wish to undertake the 6th rank alchemist examination?" "Indeed, progressing through each rank is too tedious. I wish to attain the 6th rank rating as swiftly as possible," Xiao Yu answered with calm assurance. Observing Xiao Yu's demeanor, which was devoid of jest, Hemir gasped in astonishment, and then, with a serious expression, cautioned, "You do realize that the 6th rank alchemist examination is not easily undertaken. If you lack the requisite strength and insist on attempting the 6th rank assessment, it could lead to significant complications." Such a shocking proposition compelled Hemir to alter his address toward Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was well aware of the potential complications Hemir alluded to. He contemplated the scenario. If someone were to declare themselves a billionaire in an upscale restaurant, demanding the finest private room and dishes, only to be unable to settle the bill, what would ensue? Moreover, the Douqi Continent lacked stringent laws, and deceiving a formidable individual could indeed result in fatal repercussions. Yet, was Xiao Yu intimidated? Not in the slightest. Fear was a sentiment reserved for those lacking power, and Xiao Yu possessed ample capability. Thus, he maintained his composed smile and replied, "I am fully aware of the consequences. Vice President, please proceed with the arrangements. Should any issues arise, I shall bear full responsibility." Seeing Xiao Yu's unwavering demeanor, Hemir found himself at a loss, uncertain whether the young man truly possessed such strength or was merely posturing. The 6th rank examination was of great significance and not something to be taken lightly. It was worth noting that the only 6th rank alchemist in the Gamma Empire, Gu He, had only reached that rank after numerous assessments, while even the president of the Alchemist Guild remained a pinnacle 5th rank alchemist. "Very well. I shall notify the president to arrange your 6th rank examination. I sincerely hope you possess the requisite strength." Hemir's expression fluctuated, but he ultimately acquiesced. After all, it was unclear whether Xiao Yu could indeed concoct 6th rank elixirs. Summoning the president would allow for a definitive judgment, and any resulting fallout would not implicate him. After all, the sky could always be supported by a higher power. With that thought, Hemir turned and departed the hall to find the president. Chapter 46. Forces of Gamma Assemble. After a wait of about 10 minutes, movement was finally discernible outside the main door, indicating that Hemir had located Fa Ma. Xiao Yu couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of the guild's operations. As the door swung open, a large medicinal cauldron, inverted, entered the room. Xiao Yu was taken aback, only to look down and see that beneath the cauldron stood a diminutive old man. His long, white eyebrows and beard concealed his eyes entirely, rendering them invisible. He wore a small-sized alchemist's robe adorned with 5 silver waves, signifying his esteemed status as a 5th rank alchemist. Despite his short stature, Xiao Yu could sense the formidable aura emanating from that frail body, unmistakably indicating he was a Do Huang powerhouse. The familiar attire confirmed it was indeed Fa Ma, as only he would don his beloved cauldron as a hat. Recalling the scene from the anime, where Fa Ma removed the cauldron to assist Xiao Yu in alchemy, Xiao Yu nearly choked on his surprise. As Fa Ma approached, Xiao Yu clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "You must be President Fa Ma of the Alchemist Guild. It is an honor to meet you." Observing proper etiquette was a habit that Xiao Yu had long cultivated. Recognizing the courtesy of the young man claiming to be capable of crafting 6th rank elixirs, Fa Ma returned the gesture, saying, "Indeed, I am he. You're the one mentioned by Khmer, seeking to undertake the 6th rank alchemist examination. Truly a remarkable young talent." Xiao Yu nodded, acknowledging his intent to pursue the 6th rank examination, and then inquired, "Might I ask what the protocols are for this assessment? I have never undergone such an examination before and would appreciate your guidance, President." Seeing that the young man remained determined to pursue the 6th rank examination, Fa Ma found himself uncertain. Allowing a deviation from the norm was not out of the question. If Xiao Yu truly were a 6th rank alchemist, it would be a boon for the Alchemist Guild. However, if not, the responsibility for any losses incurred would fall squarely upon him. Contemplating this, Fa Ma nodded, signaling his agreement to allow Xiao Yu to undertake the 6th rank examination. The 6th rank alchemist assessment was exceptional, typically requiring the guild to provide both materials and formulas, as the ingredients for 6th rank elixirs were exceedingly rare, unlike those for the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd ranks. A failure in this endeavor would result in substantial losses for the guild, which is why such assessments were generally reserved for well-established alchemists. Xiao Yu, being an alchemist without a prior assessment history, was certainly an anomaly. Furthermore, in the past century, the Gamma Empire had conducted only one 6th rank examination, that of Gu He, who had also progressed through the ranks one at a time, never attempting to leap directly to the 6th. Xiao Yu's reputation in the Gamma Empire was not particularly noteworthy, so no one would dare take such a risk. Yet, Fa Ma was different. His obsession with alchemy surpassed all else, and he placed immense value on the guild's reputation. If Xiao Yu were indeed a 6th rank alchemist, Fa Ma would do everything in his power to retain him within the guild, even if it meant granting him the honorary title of elder. It was well known that Gu He was infatuated with Yun Yun, the head of the Yunlan sect, and as an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild, he had little presence within the guild, instead becoming an elder of the Yunlan sect. Thus, the addition of another 6th rank alchemist elder to the guild would undoubtedly yield numerous advantages. Since you were so determined to undertake the 6th grade assessment, I shall make the necessary arrangements for you. The required herbs and the formula for the elixir shall be procured by me personally. Please wait a moment. With that, Fa Ma made his way to the storage of precious herbs and formulas, leaving Khmer to attend to Xiao Yu. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, news of his impending assessment as a 6th grade alchemist had already circulated within the Alchemist Guild. The source of this revelation was none other than a 3rd grade alchemist, who had received Fa Ma's endorsement. This was intended to allow various factions to witness the assessment. Should Xiao Yu succeed, it would bolster the guild's reputation. Moreover, with so many forces observing, if Xiao Yu failed to produce a 6th grade elixir, or even if he lacked the prowess of a 5th grade alchemist, he would face dire consequences. To dare deceive the Alchemist Guild would lead to a most unfortunate outcome, thus serving to prevent such occurrences in the future. Today, the city of Jamma was destined for unrest, as numerous factions, including the Jamma royal family, the Yunlan sect, the Mu clan, the Nalan clan, and the Middle Auction House, rushed to attend. Even Gu He was on his way, for the emergence of a second 6th grade alchemist in the Jamma Empire was indeed a significant event, warranting their attention. Fa Ma, holding the formula and herbs, handed the spatial ring to Xiao Yu and cheerfully inquired, "This contains the formula and herbs for your assessment. Do take care of it. By the way, may I inquire your esteemed surname?" Xiao Yu accepted the spatial ring and replied, "My surname is Zhou. You may call me as you please, Elder Fa." Fa Ma nodded and said, "Very well, then I shall take the liberty of addressing you as Brother Zhou." Brother Zhou, concocting a 6th grade elixir is no trivial matter. It would be prudent to do so within the alchemy chamber to avoid any disturbances that might affect the process. Seeing the secluded room Fa Ma indicated, Xiao Yu nodded. Indeed, crafting a 6th grade elixir must be undisturbed, for even the slightest noise could lead to failure. "Thank you, Elder Fa," he said, bowing in gratitude before making his way to the chamber. Fa Ma stroked his beard, then led Khmer to the high platform, activating the array above to observe the situation within the chamber. Before long, a voice echoed from outside. "Elder Fa, where is the one being assessed for the 6th grade?" A distinguished elder with white hair, clad in resplendent attire and exuding an imposing aura, entered. His right eye was adorned with spectacles, and his presence was far superior to that of Fa Ma, clearly indicating he was a Do Huang-level powerhouse of no small stature. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Fa Ma instantly smiled and exclaimed, "Old Jia, I did not expect you to arrive first." The elder was none other than Jia Xing Tian, the supreme emperor and guardian of the Jamma royal family. With a smile, Jia Xing Tian flickered and promptly seated himself beside Fa Ma. Such a momentous occasion as the assessment of a sixth-grade alchemist naturally compels me to attend. I merely arrived a tad earlier than the others. See, they're arriving now. Jia Tan remarked just as he sensed two formidable auras approaching, smiling as he spoke to Fa Ma. Soon after, two individuals entered the assessment hall. A man and a woman. The man, dressed in a luxurious white robe, was strikingly handsome, embodying the essence of a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, exuding a gentle and refined demeanor. The woman, adorned in a cyan white dress, possessed a stunning visage and a graceful figure, her hair styled in a phoenix ornament, cascading elegantly in the breeze. Radiating an air of noble elegance and aloofness, none other than Yun Yun, whom Xiao Yu had encountered in the Monster Mountain range. Accompanying her was the handsome middle-aged man, undoubtedly Gu He, the king of elixirs. They ascended the high platform and bowed in greeting President Fa, Elder Jia. Ah, it is Elder Gu and Sect Master Yun. Please, take a seat. Fa Ma welcomed them with a smile. After settling down, Gu He inquired with curiosity, President Fa, is the one in the alchemy chamber the candidate for the sixth-grade assessment? Indeed, it is, Fa Ma replied while stroking his beard. Should this individual truly manage to concoct a sixth-grade elixir, Elder Gu will find himself with an additional competitor. Gu He, unfazed by Fa Ma's jest, smiled and said, the addition of a sixth-grade alchemist is a boon for the guild. For me, it presents an opportunity to exchange alchemical experiences with a fellow practitioner. Not a matter of competition, as President Fa jestingly suggests. Fa Ma regarded Gu He with a sense of regret. After all, he was once the champion of the alchemy conference, yet he had allowed him to join the Yunlan sect, leaving only an honorary elder title within the guild. Yun Yun remained silent. Her purpose for attending today was to witness the birth of a sixth-grade alchemist, hoping to see if he might be recruited into the Yunlan sect. For no faction would ever turn away an alchemist. The addition of a sixth-grade alchemist would be a momentous occasion for any faction. The Yunlan sect had flourished in recent years largely due to Gu He's involvement. Before long, Nalan Su, the head of the Nalan clan, Mu Chun, the head of the Mu clan, and Middle Tang Shan, the spokesperson of the Middle clan, had all arrived. The major factions of the Jamma Empire were now gathered, all seated upon the high platform, quietly observing the projection of the chamber. Chapter 47. The Nine Lotus Elixir, Uncommon Flame? Upon entering the alchemy chamber, Xiao Yu did not immediately commence the concoction, but instead began to study the formula. The formula Fa Ma provided was for a relatively ordinary sixth-grade elixir, the Nine Lotus Elixir. While it was considered ordinary, it was certainly not comparable to fifth-grade elixirs. Its efficacy lay in its ability to swiftly heal both external and internal injuries within a remarkably short time, though the duration of treatment depended on the severity of the injuries. For injuries that would lead to immediate death, its effect would be minimal, merely prolonging life for a brief period. Thus, those in need of such an elixir were typically individuals with latent injuries. Additionally, it had a further function. It could bolster one's foundation and replenish energy. Once injuries were healed, the residual potency would seep into the body, subtly nurturing the flesh. Consequently, while it was regarded as average among sixth-grade elixirs, it was not particularly difficult to concoct, boasting a success rate of 70 to 80% for proficient sixth-grade alchemists, and even a 50% success rate for those newly entering the sixth grade. Choosing this elixir indicated that Fa Ma genuinely hoped for Xiao Yu's success in the assessment. Xiao Yu smiled, then began to revise the formula in his mind. Thousand-year snow lotus, purple lotus, golden lotus, seven-color lotus, white jade lotus, ice crystal jade lotus. Concoction techniques, control of heat. Time passed gradually as Xiao Yu remained unhurried, meticulously revising all necessary aspects. After all, this was the crafting of a sixth-grade elixir, and even the slightest misstep could lead to catastrophic failure. Moreover, the time required for such a process would not be short, and he was not lacking in time. Meanwhile, the leaders of the various factions on the high platform watched intently, observing the situation within the chamber. Elder Fa, why has this individual yet to begin? Is he merely seated, studying the formula? Jia Tian inquired, puzzled by Xiao Yu's lack of action. Fa Ma, undeterred, replied, Old Jia, as your non-alchemist, you naturally do not comprehend. When concocting a pill with which one is not well acquainted, the foremost task for any alchemist is to thoroughly comprehend the formula. Otherwise, should any peculiar circumstances arise during the refining process, one may find oneself in a state of disarray, especially when dealing with a sixth-grade elixir. His demeanor exemplifies what it means to be a competent alchemist. I increasingly believe that he possesses the capability to refine a sixth-grade pill. Gui interjected, stating, Chairman Fama is indeed correct. Even I, when preparing a 6th grade elixir, must meticulously study the formula and mentally traverse it before commencing the refinement. After all, when it comes to a 6th grade pill, one can never be too cautious. Observing that the two most authoritative figures in the Jama Empire regarding alchemy shared this sentiment, Jia Xingtian also relinquished his impatience and fell silent. After an hour and a half, Xiao Yu finally completed the meticulous revision of the formula and committed it to memory, thus preparing to commence his alchemical endeavors. Upon retrieving the medicinal ingredients, he discovered that Fama had thoughtfully prepared 2 sets of materials for him, indicating that he was not overly optimistic about Xiao Yu's ability to succeed on the first attempt. Taking out a complete set of ingredients, Xiao Yu made his way to the 4 cauldrons positioned within the secluded chamber. These cauldrons were intended for assessing 4th and 5th grade alchemists, and the chamber itself was constructed for the evaluation of those above the 3rd grade level. In truth, for a truly high-ranking alchemist, even a single cauldron could suffice for the refinement of 6th grade pills, provided it could withstand the formidable temperatures required. For Xiao Yu, utilizing one of these 4 cauldrons for crafting a 6th grade elixir was quite manageable, far superior to his previous experience with a 2-cauldron setup. Reflecting on the past, when he used a mere cooking pot for alchemical purposes, Xiao Yu could not help but chuckle at his former naivety. Soon after, he focused his mind, raising his right hand, and summoned the extreme ice flame, causing the temperature in the alchemical chamber to plummet dramatically, even affecting the outdoors. This time, he chose not to utilize martial energy flames, but rather the source fire. The time required to refine a 6th grade pill was considerable, and any opportunity to expedite the process was invaluable. He also bore no fear of exposure. An alchemist wielding extraordinary fire would garner greater respect and alliances. For such a fire foretells a future that transcends mere 6th grade aspirations. The source fire, being no less potent than extraordinary fire, would undoubtedly be perceived as such by any onlookers. As Xiao Yu directed the extreme ice flame into the cauldron ignited with an icy blue glow, prompting him to cast the first ingredient, the Millennium Snow Lotus, into the mix. The extreme ice flame was both frigid and fiery, exuding an aura of extreme cold. Yet within the flame, an intense heat resided. Thus, upon contact with the ingredient, it began to emit wisps of snow-white sap. Approximately 2/4 of an hour later, under the scorching embrace of the source fire, the Millennium Snow Lotus was reduced to ash, leaving only a concentrated essence. As the alchemical process continued, the liquid essence diminished while growing increasingly potent. After the refining was complete, Xiao Yu carefully placed it into a jade vial. The Millennium Snow Lotus was relatively easy to extract, but the remaining ingredients promised to be far more challenging. Glancing at the other materials, Xiao Yu murmured to himself before promptly proceeding to refine the second ingredient. Fama and the others observed in silence as the projection unveiled Xiao Yu's actions. When he unleashed the extreme ice flame, the chilling aura seeped through the minuscule cracks of the secluded chamber and into the hall, momentarily startling everyone. What is happening? How is there a surge of cold air emanating from the alchemical chamber? Is he not concerned about causing the cauldron to explode? Jia Xingtian remarked, bewildered. Although he lacked knowledge of alchemy, he recognized that such an intense cold during the refinement process was highly irregular, significantly increasing the risk of an explosion. Fama, equally perplexed, pondered what this alchemist had done to invoke such chilling temperatures during the process. But this coldness feels peculiar. Guhi, relying on the spiritual prowess of a 6th grade alchemist, discerned an unusual sensation within the icy aura. There's a hint of searing heat concealed within this cold. Upon hearing Guhi's revelation, Fama paused, as if a realization struck him, and exchanged an insightful glance with Guhi. Could it be extraordinary fire? Fama exclaimed in astonishment. Having lived a long life, he had encountered many phenomena, and, as the saying goes, an old man has consumed more salt than a young man has eaten rice. In the realm of martial energy, this is no mere jest. After all, these formidable beings often possess lifespans spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, and the salt consumed certainly outweighs that of the youth. Yet, throughout his life, Fama had never witnessed extraordinary fire, a coveted dream for every alchemist. Guhi clenched his fists tightly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the flame in the figure's hands. He had long sought extraordinary fire, but had been thwarted by its rarity, to the extent that he had yet to uncover even a single lead. Were someone to present him with a form of extraordinary fire in exchange for his entire fortune, he would not hesitate to comply, illustrating the immense allure it held for alchemists like him. It must be extraordinary fire, Guhi mused, staring intently at the projection. The others, though not alchemists themselves, wore expressions of astonishment. The reputation of extraordinary fire was known throughout the martial realm. It is an exceedingly rare and divine object, and for people from lesser regions, merely witnessing it is a rare fortune. Jia Xingtian expressed his amazement. Who would have thought that an assessment would grant us the privilege of encountering extraordinary fire? This individual is undoubtedly remarkable. Others nodded in agreement. Fama further asserted, I am now even more convinced that he is a 6th-grade alchemist. Gui shook his head, offering a rueful smile. Even if he is not yet a 6th-grade alchemist, he is destined to become one, perhaps even a 7th-grade alchemist. The very thing he has long sought, he unexpectedly encounters here. When he confirmed that the flame he wielded was indeed extraordinary fire, for a fleeting moment, he contemplated seizing the alchemist's life to claim it. However, that thought was swiftly extinguished. Though Gui was not a paragon of virtue, he could not commit such an act of murder for fire, and thus sighed inwardly, lamenting his own misfortune in never having a connection with extraordinary fire. When Gui suggested that this individual might one day ascend to the ranks of a 7th-grade alchemist, the others' eyes brightened, their expressions varied, clearly reflecting their diverse thoughts. Chapter 48, The Refinement, concludes. Xiao Yu remained blissfully unaware of the discussions unfolding outside. Even if he were to learn of them, he would likely remain unfazed. The process of refining a 6th-grade elixir is incredibly time-consuming. Merely extracting the medicinal ingredients can consume an entire day, and the subsequent amalgamation of various essences takes even longer. Theoretically, a typical 6th-grade pill would require 2 to 3 days for an alchemist of that grade to refine. However, thanks to the assistance of source fire, Xiao Yu was able to significantly reduce this time. After 6 hours, he successfully extracted the 9 rare lotus essences. As the 9 lotus pill is crafted from 9 distinct and precious lotus flowers, thereby earning its name. While somewhat laborious, Xiao Yu finally found a moment of respite as he gazed upon the array of jade vials, each containing essences of varying colors. For an alchemist of lesser rank, particularly those at the level of a battle king, the task of crafting a 6th-grade elixir would have been utterly impossible, as most alchemists at this tier are typically 5th grade. Without an extraordinary soul that distinguishes him from ordinary alchemists, it would be utterly impossible for one to attain the 6th rank within the Douwang realm. Gui, possessing remarkable talent, has managed to reach the 6th rank at the 7th or 8th star of Douwang, yet he can only be regarded as an average 6th rank alchemist. Currently, he stands at the pinnacle of Douwang. To reach the peak of the 6th rank, he must either break through to Douhuang or acquire some rare treasures to enhance his soul power. Otherwise, it remains an impossibility. Xiao Yu, being merely a 1-star Douwang, can concoct ordinary 6th-rank pills, but is by no means an effortless task. Without the aid of source fire, his success rate would likely dwindle to a mere 20 to 30%. Hence, he refrains from indiscriminately pouring all the medicinal materials into the cauldron as he did with lower-grade pills. After a brief respite to restore some of his depleted soul power, Xiao Yu resumed his alchemical endeavors. This next step was crucial. Any miscalculation could lead to a catastrophic explosion of the cauldron. He poured the essence from 2 jade vials into the cauldron and commenced the fusion process. Thunderbolts flickered incessantly within the cauldron, gradually merging the liquids under their relentless strikes. Thanks to the protective veil of the Wanhua flame, the outside world remained oblivious to the tempestuous energy within the cauldron. Once the essences completely amalgamated, Xiao Yu introduced a 3rd essence, continuing the fusion. Time trickled by, and soon it was dawn. The assessment hall was filled with formidable beings of Douwang rank and above, their stamina unwavering, and their patience unyielding as they quietly observed the projection. President Fa Ma, might I inquire how much longer the alchemical process will take? Nayland Su suddenly posed the question. Fa Ma did not glance at him, but remained fixated on the projection. Responding, you have inquired of the wrong person. I am merely a 5th-rank alchemist. However, I speculate it may take 3 to 4 days. He added, this is merely conjecture. You should consult Elder Gui. Elder Gui was also engrossed in the projection and remarked, typically, a 6th-rank alchemist indeed requires 3 to 4 days for such a task. However, the 6th-rank pill provided by President Fa Ma can be completed in just 2 days. Nayland Su nodded and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Gui and President Fa Ma, for clarifying my doubts. No need for such formalities. Fa Ma waved his hand, still entirely absorbed in the projection. Though he was not observing up close, the mere sight of the projection warranted his undivided attention. After all, this was the crafting of a 6th-rank pill, a dream he might never realize in his lifetime. Did he not notice that Gui, also a 6th rank, was equally captivated? Whether he was observing the alchemy or the unique fire remains uncertain. At that moment, the humanoid figure within the projection abruptly halted its actions, striking the cauldron, causing a minute speck of light to burst forth from within. The onlookers were momentarily bewildered by this spectacle. Fama exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that the alchemical process is complete? He was equally stunned. Could this individual's alchemical skills surpass his own? Alas, I had prepared 2 sets of materials for this individual, fearing a potential failure on their first attempt. To my surprise, my apprehensions were unfounded. Fa Ma lamented, shaking his head in disbelief. The humanoid figure, holding the tiny speck of light, proceeded towards the exit. This action confirmed the spectator's suspicions. The alchemical process had indeed reached completion. With a soft click, the door to the alchemical chamber began to open slowly. As the door swung wide, an enticing fragrance wafted through, sending ripples of energy cascading towards the elevated platform. Once the stone door fully opened, an array of colorful energy lotus flowers floated out, accompanied by the delightful aroma of lotuses. Xiao Yu, gently pinching a 9-color pill between his thumb and index finger, stepped out of the chamber. In that moment, the 9 energy lotus flowers radiated brilliantly, swirling around Xiao Yu. With each step he took, a lotus imprint appeared on the floor, embodying the notion of each step births a lotus. Upon the moment Xiao Yu's fingers touched the pill, the 9 energy lotus flowers surged into the pill, transforming into various lotus-shaped imprints corresponding to their colors. This phenomenon marked the completion of the 6th rank pill's refinement. All present were entranced by the sight of Xiao Yu emerging, lost in admiration. His strikingly handsome visage, adorned in white robes, with lotus blossoms at his feet and a gentle smile, imbued him with an ethereal grace that even other men found compelling. Yun Yun's exquisite eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet she quickly regained her composure. A fleeting sense of familiarity washed over her as she observed Xiao Yu's attire, but after pondering, she concluded she had never encountered him before and dismissed the thought. Before Xiao Yu could reach the base of the platform, the enchanted onlookers leaped down to stand before him. With a warm nod to everyone, Xiao Yu smiled and extended the pill to Fa Ma, saying, "Elder Fa, I am fortunate to have succeeded in the refinement. I humbly request your appraisal." Fa Ma carefully accepted the pill, beginning to scrutinize it with great attention. Though the preceding phenomenon had unequivocally indicated the pill was indeed a 6th rank one, he could not resist peering closely. This is undoubtedly a 6th rank 9 lotus pill, and its quality is exceptional, truly the most perfect 9 lotus pill I have ever encountered. Fa Ma marveled as he examined the pill, simultaneously expressing his admiration. He then handed the pill to Guhi, saying, "Elder Guhi, do take a look as well." Guhi nodded, accepting the pill. Upon sensing its quality, he couldn't help but voice his astonishment. The pill's purity was indeed remarkable. He had crafted the 9 lotus pill himself, yet none had ever matched the caliber of Xiao Yu's work. Its quality is indeed rare. Even I find myself lacking, Guhi admitted, shaking his head with a touch of self-deprecation as he returned the pill to Fa Ma. Fa Ma then returned the pill to Xiao Yu, cheerfully declaring, "Congratulations, Brother Zhou. You have successfully passed the assessment and are now officially a 6th rank alchemist. Shortly, I shall present you with your badge and attire." Xiao Yu graciously accepted the pill. Although the materials and formula were not his own, it would be improper to disregard the generosity of others. "I appreciate your efforts, Elder Fa," Xiao Yu expressed with gratitude. Fa Ma waved his hand and began introducing Xiao Yu to the others. "Brother Zhou, allow me to introduce you. This esteemed individual is the former emperor of the Jiamat Empire and its guardian, Elder Jia Xingtian. This is the current sect leader of the Yunlan sect, Sect Leader Yun Yun. This gentleman is the chief alchemical elder of the Yunlan sect and an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild, Master Guhi. This individual is the head of the Nalan family, Nalan Su. This gentleman is the head of the Mu family, Mu Chun. And this esteemed elder is the grand elder of the Maitel family, Maitel Tung Shan." After listening to Fa Ma's introductions, Xiao Yu offered a respectful bow. "I am honored to meet you all. My surname is Zhou, and you may address me as you wish." However, the others were too astute to take Xiao Yu's words lightly. The individual before them was a bona fide 6th rank alchemist, and to address him casually would be sheer folly. As the crowd bowed in reverence, Jia Xingtian took the lead in speaking. "Are you jesting, my esteemed guest? As a distinguished 6th grade alchemist, you should not address me so casually. Please, allow me to refer to you as Mr. Zhou." Xiao Yu chuckled lightly, replying, "You may call me as you wish." "Zilao," he then continued, "However, I have matters to discuss with Brother Zhou." Before Jia Xingtian could respond, Fa Ma interjected, turning to Xiao Yu. Brother Zhou, now that you have successfully passed the assessment and are recognized as a 6th grade alchemist, might I inquire if you have any interest in joining the Alchemist Guild? I would bestow upon you the highest rank of Elder within the Guild. Should you not mind, after I conclude this session of the Alchemist Conference, I intend to step down and allow you to take the position of President of the Alchemist Guild of the Jaimar Empire. What say you? Chapter 49. The Conclusion. Honorary Elder. Upon hearing F.A. Ma's proposal, astonishment flickered in the eyes of those present, followed by a myriad of expressions. F.A. Ma is indeed generous. Willing to relinquish the presidency, they thought. Jia Tian furrowed his brow, momentarily uncertain. He had originally intended to recruit Xiao Yu into the imperial court, for a 6th grade alchemist would certainly draw the interest of any power. With the Yunlan sect already possessing Guhi, having another alchemist of equal caliber within the Jaimar royal court would significantly bolster their standing against the Yunlan sect. However, F.A. Ma's words had completely disrupted his plans. He lacked any offer superior to that of F.A. Ma to entice Xiao Yu. It was implausible to propose Xiao Yu as the emperor of the Jaimar Empire. Anything less than the position of guild president paled in comparison. Sighing, Jia Xingtian resigned himself to the fact that even if he could not recruit Xiao Yu, it sufficed that he did not join the Yunlan sect. He exhaled a sigh within, abandoning thoughts of recruitment. Yin Yin and Gu He also wore frowns, for the only forces currently capable of contending with them were the royal family and the Alchemist Guild. As for the Mu family, the Nalan family, and the Middle family, they were utterly insignificant. F.A. Ma's sudden unveiling of such a momentous offer truly left the two feeling flustered. They had come, firstly, to ascertain the veracity of the news regarding someone passing the 6th grade assessment, and secondly, to endeavor to recruit that individual if they could indeed concoct 6th grade pills. Now, with F.A. Ma's intervention, the hope of enticing Xiao Yu had dwindled to almost nothing. It appeared that today, the Alchemist Guild would gain another 6th grade alchemist. All present shared this sentiment, as they could hardly fathom anyone turning down such an invitation. The Alchemist Guild stood as a top-tier force, on par with the royal family and the Yunlan sect. Becoming its president equated to wielding the pinnacle of power within the Jaimar Empire. Yet, to their surprise, Xiao Yu shook his head. After hearing F.A. Ma's words, Xiao Yu resolutely declined, expressing his regret. Thank you, Elder F.A., for your kind offer. But I have roamed freely for many years, accustomed to my independence, and I have no desire to join any faction, especially not as president. The very thought of dealing with the myriad of tedious affairs that come with that title gives me a headache. I must decline your generous offer. Xiao Yu's rejection of F.A. Ma's goodwill left the assembly in astonishment, with F.A. Ma momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that Xiao Yu would spurn such a generous proposition. The position of president of the Alchemist Guild was a temptation few could resist. However, considering that this individual had only come forth to participate in the assessment after acquiring the ability to concoct 6th grade pills, it was evident he was no ordinary person. Well, if that is your decision, I shall not press you. F.A. Ma sighed, expressing his disappointment. He then shifted his tone, saying, since Brother Zhou is not inclined to assume the presidency, how about taking on the role of an honorary elder within the guild? I must assure you, this position differs from others. It is merely a nominal role that will not confine your freedom. Elder Gu, he is also an honorary elder of the guild. And see how he has likewise attained the position of elder in the Yunlan sect? Moreover, as an honorary elder of the guild, when seeking medicinal materials, the guild would assist in the search, and one would enjoy a 20% discount when purchasing materials through the guild. Brother Zhou has already declined my offer once. You cannot turn me down again, F.A. Ma urged, a smile gracing his face. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yu finally nodded in agreement. Accepting the title of honorary elder was not an unappealing prospect. It would indeed facilitate his quest for medicinal materials without infringing upon his autonomy. In that case, I extend my gratitude to Elder F.A. Seeing Xiao Yu's acceptance, F.A. Ma's smile grew even broader. Excellent, excellent. I shall promptly present you with the alchemist badge and attire. As the crowd observed Xiao Yu's agreement to assume the honorary elder position within the Alchemist Guild, their expressions shifted slightly, as it appeared that his refusal of the presidency had rekindled their desire to recruit him. F.A. Ma produced the 6th grade badge and alchemist garments he had prepared in advance, presenting them to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu accepted the badge and robe, but he had no intention of changing his attire. After all, his current white garments were a treasured possession, impervious to fire and water, resistant to dust, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, boasting formidable defensive capabilities, and capable of self-repair, a far superior choice compared to the alchemist's robe. However, since so many from the Jaimar Empire had already seen this outfit. He could no longer don it in public, as he represented himself. Coincidentally, the alchemist's robe offered to him was white, clearly prepared by Fa Ma in consideration of Xiao Yu's own attire. He would later seek from Fa Ma a third-grade alchemist badge for his original identity, thus completing the matter. It seemed Fa Ma's attitude towards him as the Zhou alchemist would make requesting a third-grade badge for his disciple a trivial endeavor. Thank you, Elder Fa, Xiao Yu said, placing the items into his spatial ring and expressing his gratitude with a bow. Since Mr. Zhou has now become an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild, surely you, Elder Fa, will not be stingy with a banquet to celebrate Mr. Zhou's achievement? Jia Xingtian remarked with a playful stroke of his beard. Fa Ma chuckled as he stroked his beard, responding, naturally, 3 days hence, I shall host a grand banquet at the guild to celebrate Elder Zhou's achievement. You are all cordially invited to attend. Everyone proclaimed, we shall certainly be there. Xiao Yu, taken aback, thought to himself, a celebration for me? You ought to consult my opinion first, rather than make unilateral decisions. Jia Xingtian nodded, then bowed to Xiao Yu, saying, Elder Zhou, I shall take my leave for today. I have been away for too long and have many matters to attend to. I shall not impose further, but will return in 3 days. Indeed, Elder Zhou, we shall not intrude any longer. We will come to celebrate during the banquet. The representatives from the 3 families said as they bowed in farewell. Seeing how matters had unfolded, Xiao Yu could only concede in that case. I shall not delay you any longer. I look forward to sharing a drink with you all in the future. With that, Jia Xingtian and the 3 families departed. Yin Yin also bowed, gently speaking, Elder Zhou, we too shall take our leave, as there are matters to attend to within the Yunlan sect. Guhi smiled, adding, I must discuss alchemical experiences with Elder Zhou at a later date. For now, I shall take my leave. Xiao Yu nodded with a smile, of course. It is an immense honor to discuss alchemy with Elder Guhi. After the 2 departed, the vast examination hall was left with only Fa Ma and Xiao Yu. Noticing the absence of others, Xiao Yu turned to Fa Ma and inquired, Elder Fa, might I request an additional 3rd-rank alchemist badge? Fama, Takenabak, responded, Bradartsu. You're already a 6th-rank alchemist. What need you have for a 3rd-rank badge? If it is merely to conceal your prowess, such a course is unnecessary. The status of a 6th-rank alchemist is prestigious and brings numerous benefits. There's no need to hide it. Fa Ma assumed Xiao Yu sought the 3rd-rank badge for the sake of modesty. After all, he had only come to participate in the examination upon reaching 6th rank. Concealment would not be an unusual endeavor for someone of his caliber. Xiao Yu shook his head and chuckled. Elder, you misunderstand. I seek it for my sole disciple, who has recently begun to concoct 3rd-rank elixirs. He has grown accustomed to solitude and prefers the tranquility, much like myself, which is why he did not participate in the alchemist examination. I thought to procure a badge for him, for it would facilitate his travels in the future. Rest assured, I vouch for his ability to produce 3rd-rank elixirs. Upon hearing this, Fa Ma laughed heartily. Of course, with Brother Zhou's capabilities, nurturing a 3rd-rank alchemist is more than feasible. A 3rd-rank badge is but a trifling matter. I shall provide it to you shortly. Xiao Yu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Elder Fa. I shall ensure that my disciple comes to personally extend his thanks to you at a later date. Fa Ma waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was of little consequence. For him, as the president, a 3rd-rank badge was a minor issue. He was not concerned about Xiao Yu deceiving him. A 6th-rank alchemist had no need to engage in such trickery over a 3rd-rank badge. Moreover, being Xiao Yu's only disciple suggested that the young man possessed considerable talent, likely rivaling the likes of Lu Ling and other youths. Otherwise, Xiao Yu would not have lowered himself to solicit one from him. Had Xiao Yu been privy to Fa Ma's thoughts, he would have found them amusing, for he held no such notions. His request for the 3rd-rank badge was merely to facilitate his existing identity, and he was too disinterested to undertake the examination again as Xiao Yu. Chapter 50. A Reunion with Yafei. On this day, Fa Ma guided Xiao Yu through the Alchemist Association, elucidating all its intricacies. Xiao Yu gradually became acquainted with this unfamiliar organization, and it was not until dusk that he took his leave. Fa Ma's unrelenting hospitality was rather overwhelming. As he strolled back to the inn, Xiao Yu recalled Fa Ma's beaming visage and couldn't help but shudder slightly. Once back in his room, he retrieved the 9 Lotus elixir, gazing at the jade vial filled with blossoming elixirs. He smiled to himself. Today's gains are quite substantial. Acquiring a 6th-rank elixir, along with the materials and formula for another 2 badges and a low-grade spatial ring. His rewards were indeed bountiful. Fa Ma had not mentioned any of these items since the conclusion of the examination. So Xiao Yu refrained from bringing up the return of anything aside from the 2 badges. After stowing everything within the high-grade spatial ring he had received from the esteemed Fei Huang, Xiao Yu reclined on his bed and succumbed to slumber. After a day of concocting 6th-rank elixirs, he felt quite fatigued and had no intention of cultivating further that night. Before long, a steady rhythm of breathing filled the room. The following morning, Xiao Yu arose early, donned his alchemist robe and 3rd-rank badge, and made his way to the middle auction house. Today marked the beginning of his quest to gather materials for Douqi elixirs and various treasures that could expedite his cultivation. He had never forgotten the importance of enhancing his strength and was fervently dedicated to it. Though he was already among the elite in the Gamma Empire, it was not sufficient. Xiao Yu was acutely aware that formidable adversaries awaited him, particularly those standing against the Xiao Clan. Without delving too far back, one need only consider Yinlan's sect. With his current capabilities, he was still ill-equipped to contend with them. Yin Shan, now at the Douzong realm, was already a formidable challenge. While his combat prowess was undeniably strong, he had yet to reach the level where he could face Yun Shan as an ordinary Douwang. Despite Yun Shan's ascension via the Soul Palace's secret methods, which rendered him slightly inferior to typical Douzongs, a vast chasm still existed between Douwang and Douzong. Were he to attain peak Douwang strength, even if he could not dominate Yun Shan, he could at least stand his ground. As it stood, he could only exchange a few blows before retreating. However, he did not possess peak Douwang strength. To expect him to reach that level within 6 months was utterly unrealistic. Without extraordinary fortune, it was simply impossible. Moreover, beyond Yun Shan, there were other formidable foes awaiting him after the 3-year agreement, such as the Soul Palace's protector, Wu Hu, who loomed like a mountain before Xiao Yu. Wu Hu was not to be compared with Yun Shan. His abilities could rival those of 8 or 9-star Douzongs. And a mere Douwang like Xiao Yu would be foolish to challenge him. Thus, Xiao Yu found himself trapped in a vicious cycle. If he wished to save his uncle Xiao Zhan from Yunling's grasp after the 3-year agreement, he would have to confront the Soul Palace and Wu Hu. Yet, his strength was woefully inadequate. Ignoring the situation was not an option. Therefore, he was compelled to strive for greater power. He aimed to enhance his capabilities, however slightly, hoping to achieve as much progress as possible before the 3-year deadline. This was also why he refrained from using his original identity. Wu Hu was known for collecting the souls of powerful individuals. While he likely would not be interested in a mere Douwang, the prospect of a young Douwang from small locale would certainly pique his curiosity. Currently, the most expedient means to bolster his strength lay in Douling elixirs and certain rare items that could accelerate Douwang cultivation. He intended to first scour the middle auction house for such treasures, planning to inquire about medicinal materials at the Alchemist Association 3 days hence during the banquet. Navigating through the bustling streets, Xiao Yu ambled toward the middle auction house. Upon arriving, he gazed at the grand edifice and familiar insignia, prompting memories of his days in Wutan City. Though his strength had been lacking back then, life had been tranquil and carefree, with a few friends and caring elders by his side. Now, however, he found himself bereft of leisure, relentlessly occupied with training to enhance his strength, driven by the looming threats of the future. In essence, he felt no different from those who labor tirelessly from dawn till dusk, striving to save a little more for their families. The core of their existence was strikingly similar. Thus, whether in modern society or in this alternate realm, the need to strive for what one cherishes remains constant. At this moment, he found himself envying those who followed the paths of Taoism or Buddhism, who seemed to transcend emotions and achieve tranquility. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Xiao Yu joined the throng and entered the middle auction house. A surge of dou qi enveloped him, warding off those with thieving intentions. Indeed, such situations inevitably attracted pickpockets. Xiao Yu paid little heed to the pickpockets, feeling no need to be incensed by their presence. However, should he encounter a temperamental Douwang, the outcome of such an incident might very well involve a few casualties before matters were settled. As the thieves brushed against a formidable aura of dou qi, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily retreated into the crowd, vanishing without a trace. Upon entering the middle auction house, the cacophony of the outside world faded away, revealing a hall reminiscent of a crystal palace, exceptionally spacious, as if 2 worlds were separated by its threshold. Feeling the piercing gazes of the guards stationed throughout the hall, who stood upright in their middle auction house uniforms, Xiao Yu observed as their scrutinizing eyes roamed over every newcomer. Paying him no mind, his attention was captivated by the array of crystal display counters. Inside these counters lay a plethora of items, medicinal herbs, cultivation manuals, combat techniques, weapons, garments, and many other rare treasures he had never encountered before. Even alchemical cauldrons and formulations were on display. After surveying the surroundings, Xiao Yu discerned that the items were of little use to him, leading to a sense of ennui. It appeared that the contents of this hall were rather mundane. To find anything beneficial, he would need to delve deeper into the auction house itself. As he continued to ponder, he noticed a sudden stir among the crowd. Some men curiously bent down, as if attempting to conceal something unsightly. Xiao Yu quickly comprehended their behavior. Curious, he followed their gaze to discover the source of their fascination, a captivating woman, radiating charm, who was smiling and greeting those around her. She had flowing red hair tied back, adorned in a black dress, her alluring fox-like eyes glimmering with mischief, effortlessly engaging with the men who approached her. Her voluptuous figure swayed gracefully, accentuated by her curvaceous hips and long, sleek legs clad in black stockings, exuding undeniable allure. The rhythmic click of her black high heels resonated deeply within the hearts of all the men present, save for Xiao Yu. Yafiya, Xiao Yu instinctively called out, as he had done during the last months in Wutan City. Chapter 51. Casual Conversations and Conflicts. Yafiya, the woman, who had been cheerfully greeting her admirers, suddenly turned upon hearing her name. She spotted a dashing young man in a white robe standing a short distance away, gazing at her. The familiar visage momentarily stunned Yufei. Before her eyes sparkled with recognition, and she hastened towards him, disregarding the surrounding crowd. Xiao Yu, my dear brother, what brings you here? Yufei exclaimed, her face alight with surprise. Xiao Yu smiled at the ever-enchanting Yufei. I've come to procure some items, but I didn't expect to encounter you here. How have you been? Seeing Xiao Yu remains as affable as ever, Yufei took his hand and led him upstairs, saying, thanks to you, dear brother. I've been doing quite well. This isn't a place for conversation. Let us go upstairs where we can talk. It's been ages since we last spoke. Reluctantly, Xiao Yu was drawn upstairs by her. This woman retained her penchant for physical affection. Once inside a room, Yufei gestured for him to sit and poured him a cup of tea. Xiao Yu, dear brother, how have you fared over the past year and a half? Yufei leaned her left hand on the table, her delicate palm supporting her lovely face, her gaze fixed on him with a warm smile. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, Xiao Yu took a sip of tea, feigning nonchalance. It's been quite good, fulfilling even. Yufei continued, we haven't seen each other in a year and a half. Do share your experiences with me. You know how much I envy your talents. Your journey must have been extraordinary. Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Yufei seemed to have an inexhaustible desire to converse. Noticing her eagerness, he began to recount his adventures. When he mentioned the 2 instances where he faced life-threatening peril, Yufei's brow furrowed in concern, though she remained silent, her eyes betraying a hint of empathy. Unaware of the emotional weight of her gaze, Xiao Yu continued narrating his experiences in the Monster Mountain range, carefully selecting what he deemed appropriate to share. In that moment, he felt as if he had encountered an old friend in a foreign land, relishing the opportunity to reconnect and converse about life. They engaged in a harmonious exchange, with one speaking while the other listened attentively, absorbing every word. The speaker felt liberated, recounting tales as if confiding in a trusted confidant. Once he finished, Xiao Yu turned to Yufei and inquired, how has your past year and a half been? Yufei Jia, when did you return to the imperial capital? Yufei smiled, oh, I've been quite well. My family's training went exceptionally well, allowing me to return to the imperial capital sooner than expected. Currently, I serve as the acting elder overseer here, which is why I credited my good fortune to you. Without your medicinal pills, I might not have returned so swiftly. Xiao Yu responded with a slight smile. You jest, Yufei Jia. With your capabilities, even without my assistance, you would surely have attained this position. It won't be long before I find myself addressing you as Elder Yufei. This was indeed the truth, even without the pills provided by Xiao Yu. Yufei's exceptional auction prowess would have secured her current position, albeit perhaps with a delay. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's teasing remark, Yufei playfully shot him a look. Do not mock me, dear brother. I'm not so formidable. Alas, as a mere woman, how could I wrestle power from those old geezers in my family? Perhaps soon. Even my position as acting elder overseer will be rescinded. Yufei suddenly sighed, her expression momentarily clouded. Yet, in the next instant, her gloom dissipated, replaced by a radiant smile as she inquired, what brings you to the middle? Surely, I refuse to believe you have come solely to see me. Xiao Yu smirked. Of course, I didn't come just to see you, Yufei Jia. I had no knowledge of your return. I am here to procure some medicinal herbs and various items. Yufei rolled her eyes, playfully retorting, oh, you rascal. You only know how to boss me around. With that, her delicate hand gently tapped his shoulder. Ahem, Xiao Yu coughed. Perhaps unaware of how captivating her demeanor was, as he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Yafei Jia, please, let us not jest. I have serious matters to attend to. Since I have encountered you, I won't trouble anyone else. Yafei extended her hand, saying, very well then, hand it over. You simply love to take advantage of me. Xiao Yu chuckled lightly as he handed over the meticulously prepared list of herbs to Yafei, casually instructing, Sister Yafei, all the herbs I require are on this list. If possible, could you also help me procure some rare treasures that can expedite cultivation? Upon receiving the list, Yafei quickly scanned it, her expression turning to one of surprise. Brother, the herbs you seek are rather costly. Even with my family's resources, it would take time to gather them. As for those rare treasures that can enhance cultivation and strength, we do have plenty in the family vault. However, I am uncertain about the specific effects you desire. Xiao Yu replied, I need as many herbs as you can find. I can wait a few days. As for the treasures, I am looking for those that can elevate one to the realm of a fighting king. Yafei gasped, brother. Why would you need treasures of such caliber? Are you? Xiao Yu found himself both amused and exasperated by her line of thinking. Most would assume these treasures were for their elders, yet Yafei seemed to suspect he intended to use them himself. In a place like this, someone of his stature would typically only reach the level of a great fighter. He couldn't help but think how frighteningly perceptive a woman's intuition could be. Of course, it's not for me, it's for my master. He instructed me to procure these herbs. Yafei sighed in relief, realizing her earlier folly. At Xiao Yu's age, even if he had begun cultivating in the womb, he could not possibly reach the level of a fighting king. She then inquired, has your master arrived in the imperial city? Xiao Yu nodded, yes, I have been out on a journey, and my master has been accompanying me. Since your master is here, I must pay him a visit to express my gratitude, as he has assisted me greatly, she declared. Xiao Yu shook his head. It's best to refrain from that. He has been quite busy these days, which is precisely why he summoned me. Sister Yafei, you know my disposition. I would not have come if it weren't for my master's instructions. Feigning disdain, Yafei retorted, you are simply too lazy and enjoy solitude too much. Xiao Yu shrugged, acknowledging his nature with a hint of helplessness. With a playful glare, Yafei took the list and exited the room. Left alone, Xiao Yu picked up a teacup and savored a sip, quietly awaiting news from Yafei. Suddenly, the tranquility of the room was shattered by the sound of a door being kicked open. Frowning, Xiao Yu glanced towards the entrance, only to hear another kick resonate through the air. The door was flung open, revealing a young man clad in luxurious attire. The man appeared pallid, with pronounced dark circles under his eyes and a gaunt physique, reminiscent of someone who had indulged excessively. However, Xiao Yu could perceive a faint trace of fighting energy within him, indicating he had just entered the realm of a fighter. The young man surveyed the room with a menacing glare, and upon spotting Xiao Yu, approached with a hostile demeanor. Who are you, kid? Do you not know that outsiders are forbidden within the auction house? Where is Yafei? Tell her to come out. As a substitute elder, what authority does she have to bring someone in? He launched into a tirade, his tone aggressive and threatening, clearly seeking to instigate trouble with Xiao Yu. Before Xiao Yu could respond, a sharp voice rang out, Leeler, what are you doing? Yafei had just finished her business and returned, noticing the door ajar. Upon seeing the young man threatening Xiao Yu, her anger flared. The young man, named Leeler, turned at the sound of Yafei's voice, his gaze brazenly roaming over her alluring figure, swallowing audibly. With a heated glint in his eyes, he smirked, Yafei, this is family territory. How could you bring an outsider here? I see your status as a substitute elder is no longer secure. Feeling the weight of his lecherous gaze, Yafei's expression darkened, and she coldly retorted, whether I remain in this position is none of your concern. He is with me, and should anything happen, I will take responsibility. Please leave. Hey, Yafei, are you protecting him? Do you have a thing for him? No wonder you've been so cold to me. It turns out you prefer this pretty boy. I wonder if he is skilled enough to satisfy you. Leeler sneered, jealousy lacing his tone as he eyed Xiao Yu's handsome visage. Xiao Yu's expression turned icy at Leeler's words. Typically, he would dismiss such a spoiled brat, but with the affront directed at both Yafei and himself, he could no longer remain passive. Do you really think it's pleasant to have someone with a mouth like yours hanging around? Is this what you call thriving in such a place? Xiao Yu's voice dripped with coldness, and perhaps due to the icy energy within him. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. The sudden chill made Leeler shiver, but upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, his fury erupted. You little brat, do you have any idea who I am? How dare you insult me? Kneel and apologize, and perhaps I might spare you. Xiao Yu shook his head in disbelief, having thought such foolish villains only existed in novels. Indeed, no matter how many reasonable individuals one encountered, there would always be a fair share of delusional fools who believe themselves to be formidable. You're deluded, but you still choose to disgust others. That's your fault. Casting a dispassionate glance at Leeler, Xiao Yu declared, given your pitiful, hedonistic appearance, it's a wonder that Yafei would even consider you. Seeking you would be akin to seeking out a pig. Upon hearing this, Yafei shot him an incredulous glare. Who are you calling pig? Leeler felt his anger boiling over. His eyes narrowed maliciously at Xiao Yu. His teeth gritted as he attempted to respond. Before he could finish, Xiao Yu rose, unleashing a wave of pressure that bore down on Leeler, forcing him to his knees before Xiao Yu. This pressure was singularly directed at Leeler. Thus Yafei remained oblivious to the shift in dynamics. Yafei was momentarily taken aback by this sudden turn of events. Just moments ago, Leeler had been so brash. And now he was kneeling. Xiao Yu looked down at the pitiful figure before him, mimicking Leeler's prior mocking tone. Oh, weren't you just demanding I kneel? How is it that you are the one bowing now? Could it be that I spoke the truth? That you realize you are nothing but a pathetic wretch, and thus feel ashamed? Do you wish to beg for forgiveness? The formidable pressure left Leeler flushed with humiliation, rendering him speechless, as though uttering a word would cause him to shatter under the weight. Though he couldn't comprehend why he was being forced to kneel, Leeler understood this was the doing of the young man before him, and his eyes blazed with rage as he glared at Xiao Yu, observing the witless fool before him. Xiao Yu shook his head. No hope for you. You're buried. Just eat your fate. With a disinterested expression, Xiao Yu delivered a swift kick to Leeler's shoulder. Bam! As the sound echoed, Leal was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing straight through the door. Sister Yafei, please close the door. I have no desire to hear any more barking. Giggling softly, Yafei complied and shut the door. Clearly, she had grown weary of Leal's incessant pestering. Although she held the position of acting elder supervisor and Leal dared not act against her, his grandfather, Leo, was a spirit fighter and an elder of their clan. Thus, Yafei could only endure Leal's harassment, biding her time until she could wield real power to deal with him properly. Yet, could she truly wait for that day? Perhaps. In the interim, she would be used as a pawn in a marriage alliance with other families, becoming a victim of clan interests. Taking a seat beside Xiao Yu, Yafei's smile faded, replaced by a look of concern as she gazed at him, furrowing her brow. Brother Yu, is that guy all right? Xiao Yu smiled reassuringly. He'll be fine. It's merely a lesson for him. He won't die. Yafei exhaled in relief. If that guy really did manage to kill you, today's incident would surely not end well. Ha! Even if he survives, he'll be bettered in for a year or so. So, it's already beyond redemption. Yafei shot him a disapproving glance. You're such a brat. Why hit him so hard? Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. What, Sister Yafei, are you feeling sorry for that scoundrel? Puffed. Yafei scoffed lightly. Sister could never feel pity for that wretch. I'm worried about you. After you injured him so severely, his grandfather, that old Leo, will certainly not let this slide lightly. Xiao Yu chuckled. I'm not afraid of that Leo Dana. After all, I have a powerful backing. Yafei pondered for a moment and realized that Xiao Yu's mysterious alchemy teacher was indeed not someone Leo could provoke. During their earlier conversation, she had learned that this esteemed individual was a king of fighters. Even with 10 times the audacity, Leo would not dare to offend such a being. However, even without a backing, Yafei would not allow Xiao Yu to encounter any trouble at the middle auction house. Regardless of their relationship, she could not stand by and watch, especially since the situation had arisen due to her involvement. Today, she would ensure Xiao Yu left safely. Wait, Brother Yu, when did you become so formidable? That Leo, despite his shortcomings, is still a fighter. Have you already advanced to fighter status? Yafei suddenly recalled Xiao Yu's kick and asked curiously. Xiao Yu could not speak the truth, so he merely followed Yafei's lead. Well, over the past year and a half, my strength has fortuitously improved a little. In truth, he had indeed made a slight advancement. Yafei was astonished. In just a year and a half, he had progressed from a 5-star fighter to a fighter, and judging by Leo's utterly defenseless state, Xiao Yu was certainly not a novice fighter. By the way, how did that Leo suddenly kneel down? What did you do? Facing Yafei's question, Xiao Yu brushed it off. How would I know? My strength is evident. Could it be anything else? Perhaps he had simply overindulged and suddenly became weak, hence the kneeling. Seeing Xiao Yu's nonchalant demeanor, Yafei found it amusing. If it weren't for your little trick, I certainly wouldn't believe it. Though she thought this, she did not press the matter further. After all, everyone has secrets they cannot divulge, and their relationship was not close enough for such revelations. Knock, knock. Come in. The sound of a knock echoed from outside, and Yafei gestured for the person to enter. Anyone who knocked so politely was certainly not Leo and his grandson, so she welcomed them in. A maid entered, carrying a box, and approached Yafei. Upon seeing her, Yafei immediately understood the purpose of the visit. She accepted the box, placed it on the table, and slid it toward Xiao Yu. Here are the medicinal materials you requested, though it's incomplete. Those ingredients are quite precious, and the auction house cannot gather them all at once, so you'll have to wait a bit longer. Xiao Yu nodded, opening the box to reveal a low-grade storage ring. Transferring its contents into his high-grade storage ring, he then pushed the box back. Yafei casually glanced at the special pattern storage ring on Xiao Yu's finger and teased, "Who would have thought you possessed such a fine storage ring, brother Yu? It was a gift from my teacher, marking my formal apprenticeship." Yafei's eyes widened in surprise. "Brother Yu, you become an alchemist?" Xiao Yu nodded. "Yes. I managed to successfully concoct a finished elixir recently." Upon receiving confirmation, Yafei gazed at Xiao Yu in disbelief. She had not anticipated that in just a year and a half, he could become an alchemist while also advancing to fighter status. After all, when Xiao Yu left Wutan City, he had yet to become a true alchemist, or at least that was her understanding. Truly, he was a rare talent, a genius seldom seen in a century. Chapter 53, Celebration Banquet. "Today, I shan't keep you any longer. You can come back for your things in a few days." After chatting for a while, Yafei glanced at the time and began to usher him out. Xiao Yu understood her intention and shook his head. "I'll stay a bit longer. Otherwise, it would be difficult for you to explain." Yafei shot him an annoyed glare. "You brat, when I say to leave, you leave. What else with all this chatter?" Xiao Yu leisurely crossed his legs, ignoring Yafei and sipping his tea. Observing his rebellious demeanor, Yafei felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. When did this little brother become so brazen? He used to be such a little boy. Nevertheless, she was determined to have him leave if Leo arrived. He would find it much harder to depart. As the acting elder supervisor, she had no fear of Leo, who could only resort to reprimanding her during clan meetings. But Xiao Yu was different. If Leo forced him to stay, there would be little she could do, especially since her talent was lacking. She was merely a fighter. Thinking this, Yafei decided to employ her trump card. She feigned a pitiful expression, grasping Xiao Yu's arm and gently shaking it as she pleaded, "Good brother, I'm begging you. Could you please leave this place?" Xiao Yu immediately felt goosebumps and hurriedly shrugged off Yafei, standing up. "Sister Yafei, don't mess with me." A sly glimmer danced in Yafei's alluring fox-like eyes as she realized her brother was still susceptible to her charms, and she intensified her efforts. "Please, just this once. Cough. Cough. All right, I'll leave, you enchantress." Xiao Yu reluctantly rubbed his forehead. He truly could not resist the beguiling request of this little enchantress. Whenever she adopted this demeanor, he could only surrender. Having achieved her goal, Yafei's lips curled into a subtle smile as she playfully scolded, "You little rascal. Who are you calling an enchantress? Is that how you address your sister?" Xiao Yu remained silent, eager to depart quickly, not knowing what other mischief Yafei might concoct. However, as they reached the door, a cold, elderly snort echoed in their ears. "Oomph, where do you think you two are going? Yafei, you truly embody the qualities of an elder. It is one thing to take liberties by bringing outsiders into the family, but to conspire with them to harm our kin is a display of remarkable authority." Just then, an elderly man clad in a dark robe entered, accompanied by several individuals and a youth seated in a wheelchair. The young man, his gaze filled with venomous resentment, fixed a fierce stare upon Xiao Yu. He was none other than Leo, the one who had just been kicked out. Upon seeing the newcomers, Yafei's expression turned frigid, and she coldly remarked, "Elder Leo, as the acting supervising elder, do I not possess the authority to bring someone in? I have stated that if any trouble arises, I shall take full responsibility. Furthermore, do not forget that if the individual is a major client, they are entitled to enter this place." Leo cast a scrutinizing glance at Xiao Yu, his eyes sharp. "A major client? This brat? Pray tell, what status does he hold? Let me assess whether he is worthy of being here." Hearing this, Yafei hesitated momentarily. While Xiao Yu may not have an imposing background, he did have a formidable mentor. However, without evidence to substantiate this claim, it would be challenging to convince others. Observing her uncertainty, Leo concluded that the young man's standing was indeed insignificant and sneered. "Yafei, it appears you have been deceived. Truly foolish. This brat has severely injured my grandson. Even if he were a major client, he must pay the price." At this, Yafei grew anxious and stepped protectively in front of Xiao Yu, exclaiming, "Leo, how dare you?" In that moment, Leo weakly called out, "Grandfather, you must avenge me. I want to break this brat's limbs and then torment him mercilessly." The hatred and malice in his voice were palpable to all present. Xiao Yu, however, refused to cower. He placed a hand on Yafei's delicate shoulder, drawing her behind him. "Yafei, stay back," he whispered urgently. Yafei, feeling a sudden shift, found herself at Xiao Yu's back, her voice a mere whisper of concern. Xiao Yu turned to her, shaking his head to signal her silence, indicating that he would handle the matter. He then retrieved a badge from his robe and affixed it to his chest, stating calmly, Come now. I am quite eager to witness how you intend to make me pay the price. I also wish to experience what it feels like to have my limbs broken. In that instant, Leo was rendered speechless. What did he just see? A third-rank alchemist badge. Although third-rank alchemists were not uncommon in the capital of Gamma, a youthful one, seemingly no more than 20, was exceedingly rare. The only individuals he knew of who had achieved such a rank at that age were the royal princess and Master Gua's disciple, Lu Ling. Neither of them was someone a mere spirit fighter, like Leo, could provoke. It was evident that a third-rank alchemist of the same age must possess an extraordinary mentor. In that moment, Leo found himself wavering, uncertain whether to advance or retreat, his fists clenched tightly as his eyes widened in disbelief at the badge. Grandfather, what are you doing? Why aren't you making your move? Leo, oblivious to his grandfather's hesitation, urged Leo to act swiftly. Annoyed by the incessant prodding, Leo snapped back at Leo, "Be silent." With a huff, he cast a begrudging glance at Xiao Yu and gestured for his companions to leave. Xiao Yu chuckled softly. It seemed Leo had some semblance of sense, or else he would not have hesitated, as he had no qualms about treating Leo in the same manner as his grandson today. Behind them, Yafei had not noticed the badge on Xiao Yu's chest and looked on in astonishment, wondering when Leo had become so agreeable. Turning to Yafei, Xiao Yu said, "Sister Yafei, since the matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave for now and return to disturb you another day." At that moment, Yafei finally caught sight of the third-rank badge on Xiao Yu's chest, gasping in shock as she covered her mouth. A third-rank alchemist? Young man, did you not say you had only recently become an alchemist? How could you possibly be a third-rank alchemist? Anticipating her reaction, Xiao Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Just a stroke of luck. He could almost consider himself the lucky one. Bah, Yafei scoffed, pouting, "You've even deceived your sister. I shall not believe anything you say from now on." Xiao Yu smiled. "All right, my apologies. I promise never to deceive you again, Sister Yafei. Is that acceptable?" What a joke, Xiao Yu mused inwardly. Not wanting to dwell on the matter any longer, Yafei escorted Xiao Yu out of the middle auction house. As she watched him depart, she muttered softly, "What a remarkable little creature." Upon returning to the inn, Xiao Yu ordered a feast to savor, relishing the opportunity to indulge. For he had scarcely had time to eat of late. Though his current cultivation level diminished the necessity of sustenance, he still occasionally craved it. In truth, he had once been a bit of a glutton. Although he had not managed to gather all the medicinal materials during his visit to the middle auction house, he had still gained some valuable treasures from Yafei, containing immense pure energy that would aid his cultivation, albeit not significantly. Nevertheless, he felt satisfied, having not held high hopes for the venture. These items had cost him nearly all his remaining gold coins. Over 1,000,000 had vanished in an instant. To gather all the materials for the Spirit Fighter pill, he anticipated needing 2 to 3 million. So his next step will be to see if the Alchemist Guild had any available. After all, besides the materials for the Spirit Fighter pill, his spatial ring contained numerous precious herbs, many of which rivaled those suitable for 5th rank and even 6th rank pills. In 2 days during a banquet, Xiao Yu intended to ask Fama for some explanations regarding the medicinal materials. After all, since his ascension from a 1st rank alchemist, he had navigated this journey alone, and many materials remained unrecognized, cluttering his spatial ring. If he did not know their worth, exchanging them for other materials could lead to embarrassment. Moreover, he would encounter many more materials in the future, and ignorance could lead to regrettable missed opportunities. Time passed swiftly, and the day arrived. That evening, Fama had prepared a celebratory banquet for him in the reception hall of the Alchemist Guild. Failing to attend would create an awkward situation, especially since he had requests of them. Thus, as dusk fell, Xiao Yu transformed into his previous middle-aged appearance, donned a white robe, affixed a 6th rank badge, and set off toward the Alchemist Guild. Chapter 54. The banquet ends, the materials acquired. Upon arriving at the Alchemist Guild, Xiao Yu was readily recognized by the maidservants. After all, it was hard to miss such a conspicuous 6th rank badge. He was escorted into the reception hall, which was already filled with esteemed guests. The atmosphere vibrant and lively. "Elder Zhou, you have finally arrived. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting your presence." Fama greeted him with a broad smile. Xiao Yu clasped his hands in a respectful salute, replying, "I apologize for my tardiness. I hope none bear ill will." "Elder Zhou is too modest. You are the guest of honor, and it is only fitting that you make a grand entrance," Fama replied amiably. Indeed, others chimed in. "Elder Zhou, please take a seat. It would be discourteous for us to have you standing while we sit." The crowd promptly rose to pay their respects. It was indeed a lively gathering, featuring members of the royal family, including the esteemed Xingtian, Princess Yaya, Princess Yaoyue, Yunyan from the Yunlan sect, Gua, and his disciple Lu Ling, as well as Fama, the president of the Alchemist Guild, Vice President Kimir, and a host of alchemists. The Mu family, comprising Mu Jia, Mu Chun, and Mu Zhan. The Nailan family, represented by Nailan Su and Nailan Yanran, and the elder of the Middle family, Middle Tingshan, all arrived with 2 or 3 young scions in tow, evidently to cultivate familiarity with Xiao Yu. After all, this gathering presented an excellent opportunity for networking. And Xiao Yu even spotted Yu Fei among the Middle clan. The affable Fa Ma enthusiastically guided Xiao Yu to the principal seat. A host of eminent figures gathered around a grand table, while the younger generation scattered to other areas. El Ditsu, Come, allow this old man to toast you in celebration of your ascension to a 6th grade alchemist. Fa Ma, as the host, initiated the first toast. Xiao Yu promptly rose to reciprocate. Thus commenced the festive banquet, with the elite of the Jamma Empire raising their glasses in congratulation. As cups were exchanged and conversation flowed, the discussions were largely filled with pleasantries and trivial matters. Despite his preference for tranquility, Xiao Yu endeavored to engage with a warm reception, responding with smiles and kind. He pondered when he might reach the esteemed level of his mentor and elder Zhou. At a table reserved for the younger generation, Lu Ling took a sip of wine, casting an envious glance toward the main table. The little princess, Yao Yu, gleefully remarked, with Lu Ling's talent, he is surely destined to become a 6th grade alchemist. Lu Ling, fanning himself, chuckled, then I shall borrow the little princess's auspicious words. The younger crowd began enthusiastically discussing their cultivation techniques and alchemical practices, reveling in their camaraderie. Only Yu Fei remained silent, aware that she was the weakest among them, merely a fighter, with little to contribute, should she share techniques and experiences regarding auctions. Moreover, she noticed that Elder Zhou, the 6th grade alchemist, evoked a sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered him before. Thus, since the banquet's inception, she had been subtly observing him. Yu Fei, what are you looking at? Nailan Yanran, seated beside her, inquired, noticing her silent contemplation and frequent glances at the main table. Yu Fei's reverie was interrupted, and after a brief pause, she smiled and replied, It's nothing, I just find Elder Zhou somewhat familiar. As if I've seen him somewhere before. Nailan Yanran replied, nonchalantly, What is so strange about that? Yu Fei, you have presided over numerous auctions at the Middle Auction House, encountering countless individuals. It's only natural you might have crossed paths with Elder Zhou. Nailan Yanran's words prompted Yu Fei to recall the mysterious alchemist she had encountered in Wutan City. Although they shared a similar aura, she had never seen the mysterious alchemist's face, which contributed to her sense of familiarity. Children, come here, let me introduce you to Elder Zhou. At that moment, Jia Xingtian called out to the younger generation. This was a rare opportunity to meet a 6th grade alchemist, and the young ones eagerly rose, gathering behind their respective elders at the main table. Jia Xingtian, stroking his beard, smiled at Xiao Yu, saying, Elder Zhou, these are my 2 granddaughters, Yao Yi and Yao Yu. He then addressed the 2 princesses. This is Elder Zhou, a 6th grade alchemist and an honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild. Quickly, pay your respects. The 2 princesses curtsied. We pay our respects to Elder Zhou. Xiao Yu nodded with a smile. No need for such formalities. Subsequently, each family began to introduce their younger members, eager to establish familiarity with Xiao Yu. Observing the young individuals of similar age, calling him Elder Zhou with such familiarity, Xiao Yu felt a small sense of pride. Middle Tangshan, grinning, pointed toward Yu Fei and introduced, This is Yu Fei from the Middle Auction House. Yu Fei, please pay your respects. Yu Fei, being more socially adept than the other younger members, bowed gracefully. I pay my respects to Elder Zhou. At that moment, a mischievous thought crossed Xiao Yu's mind as he smiled and said, My dear, have you forgotten me? The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Yu Fei blinked her beautiful eyes and, uncertain, asked, Sir, I thought you had forgotten me. Xiao Yu replied playfully. Upon receiving confirmation, Yu Fei joyfully bowed again. I pay my respects, sir. I was just wondering when I might express my gratitude. I never expected to see you here. Yu Fei, you know Elder Zhou? Mu Qin asked, noticing their apparent camaraderie. Yu Fei nodded. I met sir while training in Wutan City. Xiao Yu interjected, Yes, during my travels to Wutan City. I took on a disciple with considerable talent. To teach him, I stayed for a while, and during that time, my disciple visited the Middle Auction House to purchase some items. Because of that, I had the opportunity to meet Yu Fei a few times. Yu Fei's cheeks flushed slightly as she respectfully replied, Yes, we have met. Since Elder Zhou has a disciple, why not invite him to join us and get acquainted with these young ones? They might have common interests to discuss, Guhi suggested. Xiao Yu waved his hand. That lad prefers solitude and avoids bustling gatherings, so he did not attend. I will certainly bring him along next time to meet you all and perhaps offer some guidance. By the way, I have a matter to request of Elder Tingshan. Upon hearing that Xiao Yu had a request, Middle Tingshan eagerly inquired, what does Elder Zhou need? Xiao Yu produced the 9 lotus pill and smiled. It's nothing major. I would like to ask the middle auction house to auction this pill. It holds no value for me, and since I am in need of a batch of medicinal materials and items, this is quite timely. Additionally, I would appreciate your assistance in gathering the items I require. Middle Tingshan was delighted as he accepted the 9 lotus pill, saying, auctioning a 6th grade pill is certainly advantageous for the middle auction house. There is no need for Elder Zhou to be so courteous. The onlookers gazed at Tingshan with peculiar expressions. This fortunate fellow had managed to secure a significant business deal merely by attending a banquet. Xiao Yu nodded, however. I would prefer that this auction be presided over by Yafei. I have witnessed her capabilities in Wutan City, and I trust her to handle it well. At that moment, it became apparent to everyone that Elder Zhou held a favorable disposition toward Yafei and desired to support her. Tingshan nodded in agreement, recognizing that regardless of who conducted the auction, it would benefit the middle family. Since Elder Zhou had specifically requested Yafei to preside, it would foster a friendly relationship between her and the middle family. Yafei was momentarily dazed by this unexpected opportunity. This was a 6th grade pill. If she were to preside over the auction, her status within the family would undoubtedly rise significantly, and she might even shed the title of acting overseer. Thank you, sir. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Yafei expressed her gratitude earnestly. As the banquet concluded and everyone departed, Xiao Yu sought out Fa Ma to discuss the procurement and exchange of medicinal materials. Upon seeing the materials Xiao Yu desired, Fa Ma quickly discerned that he intended to concoct the Douqi pill. This elixir is of the 5th tier pinnacle quality, and the ingredients are naturally difficult to procure. However, the guild does possess some stock. Thus, Xiao Yu acquired 2 sets of materials for the Douqi pill at a relatively modest price, a privilege befitting his status as an honorary elder of the guild. In addition to the ingredients, Xiao Yu also procured numerous items from the guild, such as books on medicinal herbs, alchemical cauldrons, and various specially crafted jade boxes for storing elixirs. Upon returning, he commenced the refinement of the Douqi pill. With 2 sets of materials, he anticipated producing 2 pills, especially since he had already modified the formula upon receiving it, thereby avoiding any unnecessary time wastage. After briefing the inn-s attendant, Xiao Yu closed the door and began his alchemical work. To ensure security, he reinforced the door with a Douqi barrier to prevent any intrusions. This time, he did not use the previous 2-pot cauldron. Instead, he exchanged some precious materials at the Alchemist Guild for a 5-pot cauldron, given that he was refining a 5th-tier pinnacle elixir. Xiao Yu was unwilling to spare any expense to ensure a high success rate. Over the next few days, the temperature in Xiao Yu's room plummeted, flames flickered, and thunder roared. However, concealed by the Wanhua flame, the outside world remained unaware of the tumult within. Recently, a significant event had transpired in the capital of Zhenli, prompting many factions to mobilize their resources. The reason was the announcement from the Mitre Auction House regarding an upcoming Earth tier auction. The Mitre Auction House is categorized into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow, with the Yellow tier being open all day and the Mysterious tier occasionally accessible. The Earth tier, however, is distinct. Whenever it opens, it showcases extraordinary treasures that reach the level of Douwan. The Heaven tier is a rarity, seen only once every decade or so, and anything that elevates it to open must be at the Douhuang level. Not everyone can participate in the Heaven tier auction. Only the foremost powers of Zhenli can bid there. Therefore, the Earth tier auction is regarded as the most prestigious event at Mitre, naturally drawing great interest. Have you heard? The Mitre Auction House is holding an Earth tier auction. Is that true? How come I haven't heard anything? You stay cooped up at home all the time. It's no wonder you're oblivious. Exactly. You're over 30 and still single, lying around at home like a corpse. Are you aiming for a life of solitude? Let's not digress. I know my boundaries. Let us discuss the auction instead. This Earth tier auction is no ordinary affair. I've received inside information that 6-tier elixirs will be featured. 6-tier? You can't be serious. Of course, I'm not mistaken. This news comes straight from Mitre's inner circle. It can't be false. Moreover, the auction will be presided over by Miss Yafei. Really? Then I must attend this auction. What for? Do you really think you can bid? Who says I'm going to bid? I just want to see Miss Yafei. Indeed, seeing Miss Yafei is a splendid idea. Haha. Such dialogues echoed throughout the streets and alleys. The news of Mitre auctioning 6-tier elixirs had spread across the entire imperial capital, even attracting factions from other cities to participate. Consequently, Zhenli was abuzz these days, with the Mitre auction house bustling with activity. Due to the previous celebratory banquet, Yafei had officially been elevated to the rank of Inspector Elder at Mitre, gaining some degree of authority. This auction would undoubtedly amplify her reputation in the capital. There was no denying it. Her connections with a sixth-tier alchemist and her rapport with their apprentice afforded her considerable clout. Amidst the fervor of the ongoing auction outside, Xiao Yu remained oblivious to the world beyond, wholly focused on refining the doling pill. After a day and a half of diligent effort, Xiao Yu finally succeeded in creating the doling pill. Exhaling deeply, he felt the powerful, pure energy surge through his body like a torrent. Truly, as a fifth-tier pinnacle elixir, its refinement posed a challenge only slightly less arduous than that of a 9-lotus pill. He placed the elixir into the jade box, along with the cauldron, and stored them in his spatial ring. Then, he sat on his bed to recuperate his Douqi. The process of refining the doling pill had consumed a significant amount of his energy, and he needed to restore himself to peak condition before consuming the elixir. When it comes to enhancing one's strength, it is imperative to do so in optimal condition to minimize the risk of unforeseen complications. With his state refined to perfection, Xiao Yu took out the doling pill and swallowed it whole. Upon ingestion, he felt a torrent of immense, pure energy coursing down his throat and flooding throughout his body. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he promptly employed the Guasian thunder to further purify the energy entering his body. He then guided it along his body's innate pathways, encouraging it to circulate rapidly through his meridians, transforming it into Lei Hui Do Qi and channeling it into his Do crystal. Within the Do crystal, the 5 Qi thunder source instinctively burrowed in, unleashing thunderous energy that relentlessly battered the incoming energy. As Xiao Yu's cultivation gradually ascended, the 5 Qi thunder source solidified his burgeoning strength. The notion that the 5 Qi thunder could cleanse the source and forge an unparalleled foundation was no mere jest. It genuinely left no opportunity for Xiao Yu's foundation to waver. In response, Xiao Yu could only exclaim, "Well done." As a day passed, a resounding thud emanated from Xiao Yu's Do crystal, unleashing an overwhelming aura that radiated outward. Were it not for the concealment of the Wanhua flame, this formidable pressure would have undoubtedly alerted others. He had achieved the rank of 2-star Do Wang. Exiting his meditation, he felt the newfound power coursing through him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. However, his expression soon darkened, and he muttered in frustration, why his resistance emerged. It dawned on him that his body had developed an immunity to the doling pill, rendering further consumption futile. He had hoped to consume several more to elevate his strength as before, yet now he was restricted to a single pill. Wasn't he that a calamity? While 2-star Do Wang was commendable, it ultimately depended on the opponent. Against the Do Zone, the distinction between 2-star and 1-star was negligible, and he would still be outmatched. Gazing at the jade box containing the doling pill he had originally intended to consume next, Xiao Yu shook his head in regret and stored it away in his spatial ring. Although he could no longer rely on the doling pill to enhance his strength, he merely felt a fleeting disappointment before redirecting his thoughts toward alternative methods of improvement. At this stage, there seemed to be no swift means to enhance his abilities. Perhaps an opportunity might arise, but with his current circumstances in the Jamadi Empire, such chances appeared scarce, and time was of the essence. As Xiao Yu pondered what other avenues might exist for elevating his strength, he found himself at a loss for ideas. After a prolonged period of contemplation, an unexpected thought struck him. Since rapid enhancement of strength is currently unattainable, could one not seek external assistance to augment one's power? While a substantial increase in strength in a short period may be implausible, leveraging external forces is indeed a viable strategy. There are numerous options available, such as enlisting the aid of external allies. As a 6th-tier alchemist, it would be quite effortless for him to find a few capable fighters. However, upon further reflection, not everyone is bold enough to stand against the Yunlan sect, even if they initially agree to assist him. What if they waver upon witnessing the might of the Yunshan Dozong? The human heart is a labyrinth, and who can truly fathom its depths? If reliance on people is fraught with uncertainty, what of magical beasts? He recalls that the Amethyst Wing Lion King once sought his demise. Yet now, his current strength is more than sufficient to contend with the Amethyst Wing Lion King. He had once contemplated capturing the Amethyst Wing Lion King as a steed. Perhaps now is the opportune moment? With the addition of a 6th-tier magical beast to their ranks, although it may not serve as a decisive factor, every bit counts, and it could potentially divert Yun's attention. Calculating the strength on their side, they possess the combined prowess of Xiao Yin and Yao Lao. The temporary Dozong strength of Medusa, Haibuodong S. Do Huang strength, his own capabilities rivaling the peak of Do Huang. along with a 6th-tier magical beast comparable to a Do Huang. Their odds of victory are not negligible. The only concern lies with the elusive Guardian Wu. Though his appearance is not guaranteed, the fear arises that he may head to the Xiao family to capture the second uncle. That would necessitate a preemptive retreat. The Guardian Wu, utilizing secret techniques, can achieve a dozong strength of 7 to 8 stars, capable of overwhelming their entire force single-handedly. However, surrendering the second uncle is out of the question. Some claim Xiao Zhan was taken by the Soul Palace for a guaranteed promotion to Do Huang. But such statements are mere jest. The strength of Xiao Zhan as a Do Huang is solely a result of his dread of being tortured, coerced into compliance through the use of medicinal pills. For over a decade, he has endured a vicious cycle of torment, where each time he nears death, he is revived by a pill, a harrowing ordeal both physically and mentally. To sustain such resolve for more than 10 years, awaiting Xiao Yan's rescue, is a testament to Xiao Zhan's indomitable will, ranking among the finest on the Douqi Continent. Chapter 56. Return to the Beast Mountain Range. With Xiao Yu's involvement, it remains uncertain if Ling Ying will make an appearance. One step at a time. If circumstances prove untenable, I shall take my second uncle and flee in advance. After all, with Yao Lao by Xiao Yan's side, there shouldn't be any major issues. 3 days later, Yafei arrived at the tavern, bearing the items she had gathered. Top, Gumin. Upon entering, Yafei approached Mr. Zhou, who was seated at the table. Sir, I have collected everything you requested. It is all here. Handing the spatial ring to Xiao Yu, she stood respectfully by his side. Thank you, Xiao Yu replied. Accepting the spatial ring, he was cautious not to reveal the advanced spatial ring, as Yafei had seen it before. After delivering the items, Yafei hesitated, lingering in silence. Noticing her demeanor, Xiao Yu inquired gently, Is there something you wish to ask? Yafei nodded, Yes, sir. May I inquire as to why Xiao Yan is not present? Ah, that lad. I have entrusted him with certain tasks. He is currently not within the holy city. What is this? Do you wish to see him? Xiao Yu teased with a playful expression. Huh? No, imarani. Xiao Yu, no longer teasing her, chuckled, all right. Matters of the youth are not for me to meddle in. When he returns, feel free to seek him out. Yafei felt her cheeks flush slightly and then respectfully bowed, saying, Then I shall not disturb you any further. Should you require anything from me in the future, please send word, and I shall do my utmost to repay your kindness. Xiao Yu smiled and nodded. Observing this, Yafei turned and exited the room, restoring tranquility within. Before long, another guest arrived at Xiao Yu's quarters. Inviting the similarly robed Gu He into the room, Xiao Yu inquired, What brings Elder Gu here? Just as Yafei departed, Gu He appeared, evidently with matters to discuss. Gu He, with a smile, politely stated, Indeed, I have a matter for Brother Zhou. Recently, I received word that an unusual fire has emerged in the Tagore Desert, and it has been acquired by the Serpent People's queen, Medusa. The Serpent People, with their cold-blooded lineage, will not consume the unusual fire. Thus, I have gathered a few individuals to venture into the depths of the desert to negotiate with Queen Medusa for an exchange of the unusual fire. I believe Brother Zhou would find this endeavor intriguing, and your assistance would significantly enhance our chances of success. I am willing to offer you a Douling pill and a 6-tier pill formula in exchange for your aid. As Xiao Yu had not concealed his cultivation aura, while assuming the identity of the alchemist Zhou, Gu He could naturally sense that Xiao Yu was no weaker than himself. A Do Wang expert. They had also invited several other formidable individuals, 1 Do Huang, 2 Do Wang, and several Do Ling. Adding Gu He and Xiao Yu to this mix would result in 4 Do Wang experts, considerably boosting their odds of success. Goodness, such a generous offer. A Do Ling pill and a 6-tier pill formula. This is aimed at solidifying his power and alchemical prowess. Any ordinary Do Wang or 6-tier alchemist would surely accept without hesitation. However, for Xiao Yu, these items held little allure. He still possessed 1 Do Ling pill and had just received several more from Yafei. Furthermore, Do Ling pills had become ineffective for him, rendering them unappealing. As for the 6-tier formula, he had no shortage, with 5 others already in his spatial ring, including some 7th-tier formulas. Thus, Gu He's proposal lacked significant temptation. To risk antagonizing Medusa over such trivial gains was hardly worth it. Moreover, he needed to venture into the Beast Mountain range to subdue the Amethyst Wing Lion King, leaving him no time to involve himself in this matter. Consequently, Xiao Yu resolutely shook his head in refusal. Sorry, Elder Gu. But I have pressing matters that require my attention outside. Therefore, I cannot accept your request. Upon hearing this, Gu He expressed regret, saying, Since Brother Zhou has matters to attend to, I shall not impose further. Rising, Gui prepared to depart, acutely aware of the urgency. A delayed arrival could jeopardize their plans. The rarity of the unusual fire meant they could not afford to be second in line to the Tagore Desert. Then I shall take my leave without further disturbing you, Brother Zhou. Gui bowed respectfully. Xiao Yu stood, smiling. I wish Elder Gu all the best. I shall not see you out. Gui nodded and subsequently exited the tavern. Watching Gui leave, Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile. That unfortunate fellow, in his quest to exchange for the unusual fire, unwittingly creates an opportunity for Xiao Yan, ultimately leading to his own wasted efforts. With Gui now en route to the desert, the 3-year agreement looms closer, with less than 4 to 5 months remaining. It appears I must hasten my preparations. Xiao Yu began to organize his belongings, intending to set forth towards the Beast Mountain range to engage in a heartfelt conversation with the little purple lion. A day later, a streak of icy blue light shot forth from the skies above Gamma Holy City, heading eastward. After a continuous day of flight, propelled by Xiao Yu's astonishing speed, he finally arrived at the Beast Mountain range. Recalling his previous memories, he swiftly traversed the skies above the mountains, soon reaching his destination. Gazing upon the familiar landscape, Xiao Yu held his breath and, with a voice imbued with fighting spirit, exclaimed, "Purple crystal-winged Lion King, come forth and receive your guest." The terrifying sound wave reverberated for miles, its powerful penetration capable of being heard even 100 meters underground. A roar, equally as formidable as Xiao Yu's shout, erupted from a cavern in a nearby mountain. Who dares to bellow in my territory? A rough, anger-laden voice emerged, clearly provoked by Xiao Yu's earlier outburst. In an instant, a flash of purple light appeared, revealing a massive and majestic purple lion not far from Xiao Yu. The Lion King's enormous eyes glared fiercely at Xiao Yu. "Human, why do you come to disturb me? If you cannot provide a satisfactory reason, I shall ensure you pay the price." Undeterred by the Lion King's menacing words, Xiao Yu stroked his chin and regarded it with admiration. Such a powerful and regal beast would undoubtedly make for an impressive mount. Noticing Xiao Yu's lack of response, the purple crystal-winged Lion King growled angrily. "Human, how dare you disregard me? Calm down, O Lion King," Xiao Yu replied with a smile. "I did not come to disturb you without cause. I truly have matters to discuss." "What matters?" the Lion King retorted. "If it is not an unintentional disturbance, then it must be intentional." Sensing the aura of a Dou Wang emanating from Xiao Yu, the Lion King seethed with fury, thinking it audacious for a mere human Dou Wang to demean it. "Human, I see you are tired of living." Xiao Yu maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Whether I am tired of living is not for you to concern yourself with. I have come today to settle a matter of karmic consequence between us." The intricacies of the karmic ties between Xiao Yu and the Lion King were far too complex to delineate who was right or wrong. It was akin to humans hunting beasts while beasts consumed human flesh. The distinction was merely one of differing races and positions, lacking any true sense of right or wrong. The immutable rule of survival of the fittest pervades all eras, and even in modern society, the principle of the strong prevailing over the weak remains. Xiao Yu's enslavement of the beasts stemmed from having suffered attacks from them. Otherwise, he would not have expended so much effort seeking them out for subjugation. Given his inherently lazy disposition, the dozen or so 4th-tier beasts he had previously enslaved had all approached him first. As for the 5th-tier beasts he later eliminated, they had come with the intent to kill him. Could he merely sit back and await his demise? And what of the purple crystal-winged Lion King? Its subordinates had been enslaved, and it naturally sought to reclaim its honor. Otherwise, it would lose face. Moreover, Xiao Yu had slain one of its 5th-tier beasts. If it did not seek revenge for such an affront, it would have no place left in the Beast Mountain range. Who was at fault? Neither. Merely a divergence of positions. Since the karmic ties had already been formed, Xiao Yu was determined to resolve this matter. One could not simply be struck and then allow the aggressor to seek one's life without retaliation. Furthermore, Xiao Yu merely wished to have the Lion King as his mount. He had no intention of eliminating it. In his view, he was already being exceedingly magnanimous and benevolent. Ah, the benevolent dandy. Chapter 57, The Great Battle. Ha ha ha, karmic consequence? You, human, are worthy of having a karmic relationship with me? The purple crystal-winged Lion King, filled with rage, laughed derisively, clearly underestimating Xiao Yu's strength. Xiao Yu smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten that he was still in his transformed appearance. An oversight indeed. Immediately, the myriad transformations faded away, revealing a youthful and handsome visage before the Lion King. The Lion King's eyes narrowed slightly. The handsome face seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not quite place it. This was not due to a poor memory, but rather because Xiao Yu had emerged from a fierce battle, his face smeared with blood, and his disheveled hair obscured much of his features. Besides, he had only been a mere Dou Ling at the time. Now, however, Xiao Yu stood clean and pristine, strikingly handsome, exuding an extraordinary aura and radiating the presence of a Dou Wang. Picture this. One had previously encountered a disheveled individual without seeing their complete visage, and now, a refined and ethereal figure stood before them. How could one possibly associate the two? Wait, why am I curious about who he is and where I've seen him? Shouldn't I be questioning how a person so young possesses such formidable strength? The Lion King was momentarily stunned, shaking his head to clear his thoughts, before exclaiming incredulously, "Human, how can you, at such a young age, possess such power?" Xiao Yu was taken aback. What was this Lion King's thought process? Should it be more curious about who he was? Should you be more interested in who I am and why I wish to settle this karmic consequence with you? Compared to that, I am more curious as to how you, at your age, can possess the strength of a Dou Wang. The purple crystal-winged Lion King scrutinized Xiao Yu, seemingly searching for what made him so remarkably gifted. Xiao Yu shook his head. I'm afraid I owe my current strength merely to some innate talent, coupled with a few fortunate circumstances, purely serendipitous. Since you do not recognize me, I shall provide you with a hint. With that, Xiao Yu spread his arms wide, and the blue-silver cold lightning and extreme ice flame surged forth, illuminating the area with flashing thunder and dancing flames, causing the temperature within 100 meters to plummet sharply. Upon witnessing these two elements, the purple crystal-winged Lion King's eyes widened in disbelief. The appearance of the blue-silver cold lightning and extreme ice flame triggered its recollections. It had not forgotten the first time it encountered these forces. All its fifth-tier beasts had perished in that encounter. The fury it felt back then was still fresh in its memory. It's you. Noticing that the Lion King had recalled him, Xiao Yu smiled. It seems the Lion King remembers me now. After a moment of silence, the Lion King did not exhibit the rage Xiao Yu expected. Instead, it spoke rather calmly. Human, you have come to settle our karmic consequence, I presume. Regarding the previous incident, you should not have returned. The Lion King's response puzzled Xiao Yu, prompting him to inquire further. What makes you say that? The Lion King's eyes gleamed coldly as it replied ominously. Human, do you think that by returning to find me, I will simply let you leave? Though unaware of what had emboldened Xiao Yu to seek revenge, the Lion King concluded, since you have come, you shall remain. This king would never be foolish enough to spare an enemy who has already become a nemesis and possesses boundless potential a second time. The Beast Mountain Range, with its pristine beauty, serves as a fitting grave for a talent such as yours. It would not be a waste of your gifts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu erupted into laughter. Lion King, I did not come here intending to let you go. I happen to be in need of a mount, and my purpose for this visit is to invite you to fill that void. With such words exchanged between man and beast, the time for direct confrontation had arrived. As a battle king engaging a battle emperor, Xiao Yu, naturally, did not adhere to the chivalrous code of combat and struck first. In an instant, he flashed beneath the Lion King, his right fist enveloped in the icy flames of destruction, delivering a formidable blow aimed at its abdomen. In battle, one must relentlessly exploit the enemy's weaknesses, and Xiao Yu would not be foolish enough to confront the amethyst-winged lion head-on. The Lion King, startled by Xiao Yu's sudden disappearance, was taken aback by the speed exhibited by this mere battle king. Sensing the chilling aura emanating from below, the Lion King dared not underestimate the threat and swiftly turned its body, its forepaw crashing against Xiao Yu's fist. Boom! The collision reverberated through the heavens, the terrifying shockwave sweeping across the surrounding peaks. Human, I never anticipated that not only do you possess extraordinary talent, but your combat prowess is equally remarkable. I have underestimated you. Today, this human had astonished the Lion King multiple times, intensifying its desire to eliminate him once and for all, no matter what. The Lion King was determined to ensure that this human would remain here forever. Otherwise, it feared it might become a ghost under his command in the future. With this thought, clusters of purple flames erupted from the amethyst-winged Lion King, swirling outward in a frenzy. The sky was painted purple, threatening to incinerate the very heavens. I shall demonstrate to the Lion King that being my mount is not a misfortune. Unfazed by the deluge of purple flames, Xiao Yu offered the Lion King a gentle smile, his tone brimming with confidence. The Lion King, no longer wishing to engage in further dialogue, surged forward, engulfed in a tempest of purple flames. In response, Xiao Yu withdrew the blue-silver cold lightning and the icy flames of destruction, enveloping himself in golden fire. Golden light flame. This marked the first time Xiao Yu employed it in battle since its inception. Golden light protection. The golden light of the flame seemed to possess a will of its own, rapidly forming a protective barrier within a meter around Xiao Yu. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Countless purple flames shot towards him, only to vanish without a trace upon contact with the golden light. A second flame of a different hue. The Lion King's pupils constricted, having already sensed the extraordinary depth of Xiao Yu's abilities through the icy blue flames and lightning. It was astonished to discover a second, even more potent flame. What manner of monstrosity is this? If Xiao Yu were aware of the Lion King's thoughts, he would calmly respond, I have 10 of these. However, the Lion King was far from ready to abandon its intent to slay Xiao Yu. Approaching him, the amethyst-winged Lion King unleashed its deadly claws, imbued with vibrant purple flames, striking fiercely against the golden barrier surrounding Xiao Yu. Screech! The claws grazed the barrier, sending ripples of golden light cascading, yet they failed to shatter it. Such a fearsome claw could not tear through the golden light. This prompted the Lion King to re-evaluate its understanding of the golden flame. Xiao Yu's lips curled into a smile. I've been awaiting this moment. The golden light that had shielded Xiao Yu swiftly transformed, morphing into a long golden thread that entwined around the Lion King's claw, binding it tightly. Realizing the precarious situation, the experienced amethyst-winged Lion King instinctively attempted to evade, teleporting away from Xiao Yu's vicinity before being fully ensnared. Yet, Xiao Yu would not allow such an opportunity to slip away. With his left hand, he conjured black and white thunder and pursued, delivering a powerful strike to the Lion King's head. 5-Chi Thunder. The black and white lightning split upon impact, engulfing the Lion King in a tempest of different currents. The black lightning, embodying the yin energy of the liver and kidney, was dense and murky, bizarre and capricious, sapping vitality and clouding the heart and mind. The yin lightning, akin to viscous mercury, enveloped the Lion King, chilling to the bone and penetrating every crevice of its being. Conversely, the white lightning, representing the yang energy of the heart and lungs, was clear and lively, dignified and radiant, forceful and unparalleled. The yang lightning flickered and surged, intertwining relentlessly with the yin lightning, scorching and searing the beast form, leaving numerous wounds from which blood flowed freely. Roar! The two distinctly different types of lightning ravaged the amethyst-winged Lion King, inflicting unbearable torment and eliciting a wretched howl. Lion King, becoming my mount will spare you from this suffering. Xiao Yu observed the Lion King ensnared by the 5-Chi Thunder, his voice cold and resolute. Silence. Human. My amethyst-winged lion tribe has never bowed to anyone. Do you think this will confine me? The Lion King's furious roar resonated from within the yin lightning, and suddenly, bursts of purple light erupted from the massive black thundersphere. Chapter 58, Heart Puppet Thunderflame, the Contract of Master and Servant. Feeling the brewing of a terrifying force within the 5-Chi Thunder, Xiao Yu's expression shifted, and he hastily intensified the golden light flame and 5-Chi Thunder. Crackling. The sound of thunder echoed relentlessly, but it was too late. Xiao Yu realized that the golden light restraining the Lion King had been shattered. Suddenly, the purple light split the yin lightning, and a colossal figure soared forth. The Lion King, adorned with wounds, stood amidst the sky, appearing rather disheveled, its massive wings fluttering. The blood-stained purple crystals shimmering ominously, its horn glistening with a hue of red, laced with purple under the sun, exuding an otherworldly aura. Huff, huff, huff. It gasped for breath, clearly having exerted considerable effort to free itself from the golden light flame and 5-Chi Thunder. Then the Lion King spoke. Human, I truly underestimated you, and I have thus paid a considerable price. However, from this point onward, I shall hold nothing back and will spare no effort to slay you. Before Xiao Yu could respond, the once unfettered purple flames began to coalesce, rapidly adhering to the Lion King's surface, forming clusters of purple crystals that enveloped its entire being. Its body grew exponentially, now towering over 5 times its original size, casting a shadow over the land, resembling an ancient beast of terror. The purple flames blazed fiercely upon the crystalline surface, emanating a terrifying heat that twisted the very space around it. The true form of the Lion King. The moisture in the air appeared to boil, enveloped in swirling white mist, rendering the situation within somewhat obscured to the naked eye. Xiao Yu's expression hardened as a sense of threat surged forth, the pressure mounting. He understood that the Lion King was now prepared to fight with all its might. In that case, he could no longer hold back. With a grave demeanor, Xiao Yu summoned the myriad transformation flames and the returning true thunder into his hands, applying pressure until a transparent thunder flame emerged, which he cast into the space around him, altering the surrounding atmosphere within a 10,000-meter radius without the Lion King's awareness. Subsequently, the fusion of the 3,000 puppet thunder and the scorching sun heart flame resulted in a crimson thunder fire, which Xiao Yu secretly concealed within his body. Finally, the extreme ice flame and the blue-silver cold electricity erupted. After a swift integration, he summoned a colossal sword and affixed the power to it. After ascending to the rank of Do Wang, Xiao Yu's speed in merging with the divine thunder source fire increased dramatically, completing the entire process in mere seconds. In stark contrast, the Lion King had already opened its massive beastly maw, within which floated a purple diamond crystal, a unique power wildly gestating. Countless violet lights coalesced upon its single horn, transforming it into a deep purple hue, exuding an eerie charm. The terrifying energy contained therein would compel even 8-star Do Huangs to retreat in fear. With a sudden, piercing flash, a beam of purple light, potent enough to annihilate 6-star and severely injure 7-star Do Huangs, erupted from the horn and hurtled toward Xiao Yu. Simultaneously, the purple diamond crystal released a column of purple light aimed at him. Xiao Yu raised his sword skyward, manifesting an immense ice-blue thunderfire greatsword, which he swung fiercely toward the purple crystal-winged Lion King. At this moment, both man and beast unleashed powers that transcended their respective realms. The ground trembled within a radius of 10,000 meters, as energy surged forth, turning the area into a desolate wasteland shrouded in dust and smoke. As the haze dissipated, Xiao Yu was revealed, blood trickling from his lips, a gaping wound perforating his arm, and a peculiar purple mark emblazoned on his chest. The wound was inflicted by the beam shot from the Lion King's horn, while the mark on his chest was a result of the purple light column emitted by the crystal. The purple extreme ray, the purple crystal seal. These two unique techniques of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, one being a terrifying attack with immense penetrating power and lethality, and the other a formidable sealing method, were unleashed simultaneously as the Lion King transformed into its true form, overloading its Douqi to elevate its strength to that of a 6-star Do Huang. It is important to note that the Lion King was merely an early-stage intermediate 6th-tier magical beast, comparable to a 4-star Do Huang among humans, and perhaps able to contend with 5-star Do Huangs due to its beastly physique. Yet now, it could unleash an attack capable of severely injuring a 7-star Do Huang, which was truly terrifying, despite Xiao Yu's prowess as a Do Huang allowing him to contend with Do Huangs. One should not underestimate the chasm that exists between the star levels of Do Huangs. This gap is akin to an insurmountable divide for ordinary individuals. Xiao Yu's ability to fight beyond his rank stems entirely from his extraordinary talent, solid foundation, and the assistance of the source fire divine thunder, granting him such formidable combat capability. Thus, the purple crystal-winged Lion King's ability to reach this level is indeed deserving of its status as the overlord of the Beast Mountain Range. Moreover, its meticulous strategy, executing the purple extreme ray alongside the purple crystal seal, was a precaution against the possibility that the purple extreme ray might not eliminate Xiao Yu. Should that occur, the purple crystal seal would serve to suppress his power. Coughing lightly, Xiao Yu hastily retrieved a rejuvenating pill and remarked, "I must ensure to stock more advanced healing potions in the future." The third-tier elixirs had negligible effects on the injuries sustained in battles of this caliber, serving merely to stabilize his condition and prevent further deterioration. Nonetheless, the injuries he suffered were not severe. When the two attacks from the purple crystal-winged Lion King struck, Xiao Yu had already enveloped himself in the golden light path flame for protection. His unparalleled defense was no idle boast. Although most of his energy and strength were devoted to executing that one strike, the golden light path flame still managed to block the majority of the assaults. Thus, Xiao Yu only sustained minor external injuries, with his power reduced by merely 1 star. The golden light path flame, having awakened most recently, meant that Xiao Yu's control over it was not yet refined. Had he achieved a level of proficiency akin to that of the blue-silver cold electricity or extreme ice flame, he would not have exerted such effort today. Indeed, had the Lion King's 2 attacks been unleashed earlier, they would have hardly harmed him in the least. After consuming a chi-replenishing pill to restore some of his Douqi, Xiao Yu spread his Douqi wings and soared toward the location where the Lion King had fallen. Upon nearing, he finally laid eyes on the purple crystal-winged Lion King. The creature lay within a massive pit, its horns shattered, its body covered in ice shards. The purple crystal fractured, blood flowing profusely, and its wounded form trembling uncontrollably, clearly suffering grievously from the ice-blue Thunderfire Greatsword's onslaught. Had it not assumed its true form and utilized those purple crystal scales to mitigate most of Xiao Yu's damage, the Lion King would have likely been reduced to mere dust. Observing the beleaguered Lion King, Xiao Yu's expression brightened as he extended his hand to inject the heart puppet thunder flame hidden within his body into its massive frame. Suddenly, the Lion King's colossal form began to writhe, kicking up the dust of the pit as the red thunder fire and a clear light battled within its beastly eyes. However, after a brief struggle, the clear light was suppressed, and Xiao Yu felt a peculiar connection forming between himself and the Lion King. Thus, Xiao Yu comprehended the precise function of the heart puppet thunder flame. By combining the enslavement of all beings through the 3,000 puppet thunder and the invocation of inner demons with the scorching sun heart flame, the heart puppet thunder flame could establish a master-servant contract-like bond with the enslaved beings. Xiao Yu could perceive the innermost thoughts of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Any thoughts of threat it harbored toward him would be immediately known. Moreover, should the controlled entity attempt to retaliate against the controller, its heart would be afflicted with inner demons, tormented by the heart's flames. Yet, for those of unwavering will and exceptional soul power, there exists a possibility to transcend these inner demons, leading to significant enhancement of their mental state and substantial benefits in future cultivation. In summary, if one fails to overcome these inner demons, they would be shackled for life, unable to progress. However, if they succeed, they could shatter their own constraints and advance further. Nevertheless, their body would remain under Xiao Yu's control unless their strength and soul power vastly surpassed his, enabling them to break free from binds. Xiao Yu grasped a handful of rejuvenating pills from his spatial ring and stuffed them into the Lion King's maw, then gave it a kick. "Get up, stop playing dead. Quickly absorb the medicinal power, or you'll truly perish." The Lion King, realizing it had been exposed, could only weakly roll over, prostrating itself on the ground to begin its healing process. Xiao Yu cast a fleeting glance at the Lion King before turning his attention skyward. At that moment, numerous fissures had inexplicably appeared in the sky. These cracks were certainly not a result of their battle. Without the strength of a dozone, it would be nearly impossible to tear the fabric of space, barring exceptional circumstances. The emergence of these fissures was actually due to the world created by Xiao Yu's illusory world thunder flame being shattered by the terrifying attacks of both man and beast. Retrieving the illusory world thunder flame into his body, the space began to collapse, quickly reverting to its original state. Thanks to the independent world conjured by the illusory world thunder flame, the original space bore no traces of their conflict, remaining a vibrant and flourishing mountain range. This explains why Xiao Yu opted to utilize the illusory world thunder flame. He had no desire to annihilate all living beings within a 10,000-meter radius due to this battle, for he was not that cold-blooded. Upon reaching the rank of Do Wang, he could draw upon the ambient energies drifting through the world. Thus, the majority of the energy expended in using the illusory world thunder flame came from the mixed thunder and fire attribute energies present in the air. The external energy that Xiao Yu can manipulate is, naturally, beyond the comparison of an ordinary Do Wang. Only a mid-tier Do Huang can be regarded as his equal. Moreover, Xiao Yu's mastery over his Do Wang prowess has surpassed his initial encounter with the Queen of Medusa. With the aid of external energy, he is capable of conjuring a Thunderfire illusion realm with a radius of 10,000 meters. Chapter 59. Subduing the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King, trapped in the pit, cast a furtive glance at Xiao Yu, its expression exceedingly complex. After being struck by a peculiar force from Xiao Yu, it sensed that its body had fallen under his control. Deep within, a unique flame had been implanted, forging a strange bond between them. The Lion King could feel that any ill thoughts directed toward Xiao Yu would be conveyed through this flame. This flame, it perceived, was far more terrifying than the icy blue flames. A moment's carelessness could lead to its utter demise. In essence, its life and fate were now entirely in the hands of this human. Should it provoke him, it would risk losing even the control over its own body. What manner of monster is this human? From what it could observe, this human possessed 3 distinct flames and 3 extraordinary thunders. Rarely does one encounter such profound capabilities. Having roamed the Beast Mountain range for years, it had never witnessed such an anomaly. What struck it with the greatest fear was the fact that this human could create an independent realm. When Xiao Yu dissipated the Thunderfire illusion realm, it was evident that such a feat was truly beyond the grasp of a mere Do Wang. As it prepared to engage in battle with Xiao Yu, it had already roared to command one of its subordinates, a 4th-tier magical beast, to escort its offspring away from the area, knowing that the ensuing combat could obliterate everything in its vicinity. However, it now seemed unnecessary. This human was indeed far more exceptional than others. Perhaps, becoming his mount would not be such a poor fate, aligning with a being of formidable strength, capable of defeating Do Huang despite being a Do Wang, and possessing an extraordinary talent. One who had not even harmed it despite having the opportunity seemed rather acceptable. Most importantly, this human exhibited a character that spared the innocent, evident from his actions in safeguarding the area within a 10,000-meter radius. Following such a principled master, it might find that its future existence could surpass its current state, perhaps even flourish. The Lion King pondered these thoughts, seeking to comfort itself, for the current situation left it with no choice. Its life and death now lay in another's hands. What options did it have? Whether it was suitable or not, it had to comply. Resistance would lead to death, and it had a child to care for, should it perish. What would become of its offspring? Having retracted the illusion realm, Xiao Yu sat at the edge of the pit, noticing the amethyst-winged Lion King gazing at him. Quickly recover from your injuries. Once you can move, lead me to where you store your treasures. I need to gather some medicinal herbs to concoct healing elixirs. After speaking, he disregarded the Lion King and began recuperating from the wounds sustained in battle. Though minor, they were quite painful. After some time, the Lion King was finally able to move. The effects of the rejuvenation pill had stabilized its injuries, preventing any further deterioration. The man and the beast entered the Lion King's lair. Truly, as a 6th-tier magical beast, the treasures it hoarded were abundant. Upon arriving at the Lion King's treasure trove, Xiao Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. A dazzling array of items, radiating brilliance, nearly blinded him. Among these treasures, medicinal herbs were the most plentiful, followed by various rare curiosities and several martial arts techniques, likely remnants left behind by those who had perished at the Lion King's hands. The magical beast clan seldom practiced human martial arts. They possessed their own inherited techniques. Even wandering beasts without a clan would not engage in such training, as their physical structure differed from that of humans. How could one possibly train in human techniques? Transformation into human form was the only circumstance under which they would consider it. Xiao Yu had little interest in these items, as he already possessed his own unique cultivation pathways and thus had no need for external techniques. Currently, his rate of absorbing and converting Do Qi, while not on par with heavenly-grade techniques, was certainly sufficient for earthly-grade ones, and it would only accelerate with the enhancement of his strength. As for martial arts, he would need to select a few to practice. He couldn't rely solely on Thunderfire during every confrontation. Though the merged power of the Source Fire Divine Thunder was indeed formidable, it should be reserved as a trump card. One should never reveal their strongest moves at the outset of a battle. Using the Source Fire Divine Thunder individually had its merits. Yet he felt his application was somewhat rudimentary. Perhaps he had overlooked this aspect in the past, but as his strength grew, this flaw became increasingly apparent. His attacks were either too simplistic, directly launching the energy or attaching it to his body, failing to fully unleash its potential. Perhaps employing martial techniques to manifest the Source Fire Divine Thunder would yield different results. This notion had crossed his mind during his ascension to Do Wang, yet he had lacked the time to pursue it. Aside from the initial 3 years of his arrival, when he was still bewildered, he had squandered the opportunity due to his own laziness, and the remaining time had been filled to the brim with daily endeavors. Now that he had subdued the amethyst-winged Lion King, he could afford some time to study martial techniques. Xiao Yu meticulously organized the treasures and, in the presence of the Lion King, stored everything in his spatial ring. The Lion King watched in dismay as all its possessions fell into the hands of this human, its eyes twitching in distress. Noticing the Lion King's demeanor, Xiao Yu offered what he believed to be a friendly smile. "Do not look at me like that. Frowning is quite unbecoming. Now that you are my mount, what else yours is mine? Come now, give me a smile." The Lion King inwardly cursed, feeling a surge of indignation, and then laid down with its head turned away, closing its eyes, choosing to ignore Xiao Yu. This fellow certainly had a touch of pride. Amused by its reaction, Xiao Yu reached out to stroke the Lion King's massive mane, saying, "Fear not, I will not take without giving in return. Once I have concocted the healing elixirs, you shall have your share. Stay by my side, and you shall enjoy a life of luxury. Serve me well, and perhaps before long, you will taste the transformation pill. Look, this is the formula for the transformation pill. Your master is indeed a 6th-tier alchemist, I do not deceive you." To illustrate his point, Xiao Yu produced the formula for the transformation pill along with his 6th-tier badge. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, the Lion King appeared visibly stirred. casting a casual glance at the items in his hands. Indeed, it was the formula for the transformation pill, and this human was truly a sixth-tier alchemist. Its jaw, slightly dislocated, hung open in astonishment and delight. The Lion King could not help but marvel once more at its new master. Not only did he possess terrifying strength and talent, but he was also a prodigy in alchemy. Observing the Lion King's eyes sparkling with excitement, Xiao Yu smiled with satisfaction. He had always believed in winning others over with kindness, and he certainly did not wish for his mount to entertain thoughts of harming him. First, he would subdue it, then offer a sweet reward. This was a tactic he had learned from novels on how to manage subordinates. Follow me, and you shall not regret it. In time, you will realize that becoming my steed is not a misfortune. With that, he instructed, now, find me a quiet place to concoct some potions. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee when you will recover. The Lion King nodded in response, and although it remained silent, its demeanor had markedly improved compared to earlier, clearly beginning to accept the reality of becoming Xiao Yu's mount. Subsequently, Xiao Yu was led by the amethyst-winged Lion King to a secluded cave. Once inside, he commenced the preparation of healing elixirs. Among the formulas acquired from the esteemed Elder Fei Huang were numerous remedies with significant healing properties, encompassing both 5th and 6th-tier potions. Additionally, he possessed a 6th-tier 9 lotus pill along with a complete set of medicinal ingredients. Coupled with the herbs he had previously gathered and those stored by the amethyst-winged Lion King, he had enough to produce 1 or 2 high-tier healing potions. Meanwhile, the Lion King stood guard outside, ensuring that no one would disturb Xiao Yu. During this period, the Lion King had summoned back a 4th-tier magical beast and its offspring, patiently awaiting Xiao Yu's emergence. Days swiftly passed, and after 3 days of diligent effort, Xiao Yu, eager to expedite the concoction process, utilized the golden light Dao flame and the 5 Qi rising thunder to refine the potions, while simultaneously familiarizing himself with these 2 divine flames. By the end of this period, he had successfully crafted 1 6th-tier 9 lotus pill, 2 5th-tier healing potions, and a plethora of 4th-tier recovery pills. With his materials secured, Xiao Yu exited the cave, only to find the young amethyst-winged lion licking its father's wounds, seemingly attempting to staunch the bleeding with its saliva. Upon noticing Xiao Yu's approach, the young lion bristled, adopting a wary and fierce demeanor. However, upon seeing Xiao Yu, the Lion King opened its eyes and gently nudged the young lion with its head, soothing its agitation. Xiao Yu produced a 6th-tier pill embossed with 9 lotus blossoms from his storage ring and tossed it to the Lion King. Consume this. It is a 6th-tier potion sufficient to mend your injuries. Without hesitation, the Lion King opened its mouth and swallowed the pill, reassured by the fact that its life was currently in Xiao Yu's hands, thus untroubled by the fear of poison. A gentle, pure, and vibrant surge of energy coursed through the Lion King's body, gradually healing its wounds. Chapter 60. A sudden enlightenment as the amethyst-winged Lion King recuperated. The young lion remained closely beside its father, its previous ferocity tempered, yet still maintaining a vigilant watch over Xiao Yu. With nothing pressing to attend to, Xiao Yu settled down and laid out all the combat techniques he had acquired, sifting through them to focus on those pertaining to fire and lightning attributes. The more he engaged in battle utilizing the divine flame of source fire and thunder, the more he perceived the inadequacies in his approach. While these 2 divine elements were undeniably powerful, their simple application proved insufficient in potency. For instance, during his encounter with the amethyst-winged Lion King, he had relied solely on a fusion of thunder and flame. Utilizing the golden light Dao flame and the 5 Qi rising thunder independently had only inflicted minor injuries on the Lion King, failing to harm its core vitality, which allowed it to still assume its true form. This inadequacy stemmed not only from his insufficient mastery, but also from a singularly crude method of application. Previously, his limited strength had rendered his perspective narrow. However, with his rising power, such flaws had become increasingly evident. To address this issue, Xiao Yu resolved to study the combat techniques that had evolved over countless years on the continent of Douqi. Each technique represented the crystallization of wisdom in the application of Douqi by its creator, to maximize the potential of the divine flame of source fire and thunder. The most effective route was to learn these techniques and their applications by assimilating the insights and experiences of predecessors. He aimed to incorporate a wealth of knowledge into his own practice. Perhaps, as his strength and experience grew, he might even create a unique and formidable combat technique tailored to the divine flame of source fire and thunder. Thunder Spirit Flash, a low-level Xian rank technique that stimulates the major acupoints in the legs with lightning attribute Douqi, significantly enhancing speed. At its pinnacle, one moves as swiftly as lightning, akin to a thunderstorm. Explosive Thunder Elemental Spear, a high-level Xian rank technique that harnesses one's own lightning attribute Douqi to channel and guide external lightning energy, transforming it into a silver spear of thunder that obliterates all life in its path. Flame Blade Fury, a technique of scorching intensity. Burning Heart Technique. Each of these combat techniques left Xiao Yu in awe, marveling at the intricacies of Douqi manipulation. Indeed, he had previously been akin to a frog in a well, oblivious to the vast wonders of the world. Having never delved into combat techniques before, and later acquiring the divine flame of source fire and thunder, he had underestimated the treasures that had evolved over countless years on this continent, remaining blind to their profundities until now. Before long, Xiao Yu became immersed in these techniques. Even those not directly related to thunder and fire attributes captivated his interest, as he sought to deepen his understanding of the essence of combat techniques. When one concentrates intently on a single endeavor, time seems to pass swiftly, and Xiao Yu found himself in such a state. Unbeknownst to him, an entire day slipped by quietly. By this time, the wounds on the Lion King had vanished, and its once broken horn had regrown, albeit appearing somewhat juvenile compared to its former self. It had regained most of its health, with the residual effects of the 9 Lotus Pill slowly continuing the healing process. It seemed that within 3 to 4 days, it would be fully restored to its original state. Sensing movement, Xiao Yu ceased his study of combat techniques and approached the Lion King, now seemingly unharmed. Just as the young amethyst-winged lion began to utter a word, it was silenced by a stern glance from Xiao Yu, causing it to close its mouth, though a hint of struggle danced in its eyes. Ultimately, it relented and spoke with deliberate respect. "Master, how do you intend to arrange for us?" Seeing the shift in its address, Xiao Yu nodded in satisfaction. It was not due to any peculiar preference he held, but rather an assertion of his newfound role as the Lion King's master, necessitating a demeanor befitting such a position. The Lion King's attitude needed to be appropriately adjusted. If it continued to refer to him merely as a human, it would blur the lines of their relationship. Should their bond evolve into one of mutual respect, Xiao Yu would not mind being addressed by name in the future, but for now, that was not feasible. Currently, without the restraint of the heart puppet Thunderflame, the Lion King might never so easily submit. Even if it did, Xiao Yu could not guarantee that it would not plot treachery behind his back. At present, Xiao Yu needed to ensure that the Lion King comprehended the master-servant dynamic between them, subtly altering its attitude until it genuinely submitted to him, a task not easily accomplished. The heart puppet Thunderflame merely served to impose control. It was not a testament to Xiao Yu's fondness for such measures. Once the Lion King had truly submitted, he would withdraw it, for he harbored no desire for a mount that was merely a puppet under his command. Continue to reign as the sovereign of the magical Beast Mountain Range. Should you require assistance, I shall inform you, Xiao Yu commanded. The intent behind subduing the amethyst-winged Lion King was merely to bolster his own strength, and removing it now would likely provoke scrutiny from various factions. Such a magnificent lion, devoid of any spatial treasures capable of housing pets, and with a ring that cannot contain living beings, leaving with such an obvious presence would undoubtedly attract attention. Observing the Lion King, now brimming with renewed vigor, Xiao Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. Calling you Lion King feels rather peculiar. Since you have now become my steed, how about I bestow upon you a name? What do you think of Little Purple? The amethyst-winged Lion King stared in disbelief with widened eyes. Little Purple? I, the formidable ruler of the Beast Mountain Range. A 6-tier magical beast whose renown echoes throughout the Gamma Empire. You dare to name me thus? Absolutely not. A more formidable name must be chosen. The Lion King, visibly flustered, insisted that Xiao Yu find a name more befitting its grandeur. With a heavy heart, Xiao Yu was left to contemplate once more, tentatively proposing, "How about Wealthy?" The Lion King's expression soured further, clearly unsatisfied, leaving Xiao Yu in a quandary. Naming was not his forte, and he struggled to conjure a name of imposing stature. Fortune? Prosperity and health, what do you think? Dog Egg? A silly name that's easy to remember. After a series of attempts, the Lion King began to reassess its master's naming abilities. Indeed, such talent must have come at a price. Ultimately, it resigned to Little Purple, finding within that name a certain degree of acceptance amidst the alternatives. Xiao Yu chuckled. Exactly. Little Purple is simple, memorable, and harmonizes beautifully with your hue. Henceforth, should I need you, I shall summon you through the heart fire. For now, focus on recuperating in the Beast Mountain range. The Lion King nodded, at least relishing the prospect of some carefree days ahead. By the way, do unbind the seal you placed on me. It's rather uncomfortable. At this juncture, Xiao Yu recalled the seal that had suppressed his strength to a single star, while his shoulder wound had long since healed, even the holes in his attire restored. The Lion King replied, the amethyst seal, once cast, cannot be undone by me. Only you, master, can resolve it. Faced with the inability of the caster to lift the seal, Xiao Yu had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Very well. Guard me as I expedite its dissolution. Commanding the Lion King to protect him, Xiao Yu settled into a meditative posture, commencing his efforts to break the amethyst seal. During this process, he discovered that the source fire could incinerate and dissolve the seal, allowing him to expedite the task, and in merely half an hour, he successfully lifted the confinement. The seal melted into a pure energy that remained within Xiao Yu's body, a delightful surprise. After absorbing this energy, he sensed that he was now not far from attaining the rank of a 3-star Douqi. Once the seal was resolved, Xiao Yu exited Little Purple's cave, intending to devote time to honing his thunder and fire attribute combat techniques. Eager to discern if he could indeed manifest Source Fire Divine Thunder in the form of combat skills. Should this prove successful, his combat prowess would see a significant enhancement, thereby bolstering the hope of preserving the Xiao family after the 3-year agreement. In truth, he had contemplated relocating the Xiao family from the Gamma Empire, but upon reflection, it felt impractical. Firstly, while the Xiao family was modest, their numbers were considerable, and orchestrating a full exodus from the Gamma Empire would be exceedingly slow. Secondly, even if they were to escape the Gamma Empire, evading the pursuit of the Protector Wu would not be guaranteed. The original narrative reveals that after the 3-year agreement, Yun Lingye attacked the Xiao family, yet it was not Xiao Zhan who was captured, but rather by the Protector Wu, who had a specific target in mind, Xiao Zhan himself. Even if they managed to escape the Gamma Empire, the Protector Wu would still pursue the Xiao family. If Xiao Yu were to conceal only Xiao Zhan, the Protector Wu might not find them, as the target would be too small. Searching for 2 individuals amidst the vast Douqi Continent would be like finding a needle in a haystack. But would Xiao Zhan agree to such a plan? He would likely prefer to sacrifice himself rather than flee, for escape would mean abandoning the entirety of the Xiao family. Given the nature of the Soul Palace members, if they failed to capture Xiao Zhan, the entire Xiao family would likely suffer the consequences. Should Xiao Yu forcibly take Xiao Zhan away, what would follow? Xiao Zhan might sever ties with Xiao Yu, an outcome Xiao Yu wished to avoid, as it was never his intention. Thus, the idea of relocating from Gamma was dismissed. Although he possessed the ever-changing flame of transformation to obscure his aura, it could only be employed by himself. If he were to attach the flame of transformation to another being of lesser strength, it would merely incinerate them into nothingness, utterly vanishing from the Douqi Continent. The flame of transformation, while indeed versatile, is fundamentally of fire. Thus, it embodies extreme heat, far from ordinary flames. Previously, he had used the flame of transformation to mask the presence of enslaved magical beasts, but those creatures all bore a fragment of the 3,000 puppet thunder, a part of Xiao Yu himself. These beasts, having a trace of Xiao Yu's essence, were immune to harm from the flame of transformation, allowing them to withstand its onslaught. The members of the Xiao family, however, were not so fortunate. Furthermore, could Xiao Yu truly control the entirety of the Xiao family with the 3,000 puppet thunder? Even if they consented, Xiao Yu would not resort to such measures. He could not perpetually enslave all the members of the Xiao family. Even if he could, Xiao Yu's current power was insufficient to fully conceal the auras of so many individuals. After all, it was an entire family, not a large one, but still considerable in number. Xiao Yu was merely a Douqi. Hence, the notion of utilizing the flame of transformation to mask the Xiao family's presence and evade the Protector Wu's scrutiny was also dismissed. Even if it were feasible, should the Protector Wu report the matter, the Soul Palace would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to seek out the Xiao family. Would Xiao Yu be expected to hide for a lifetime from such a formidable force? Is there another way to ensure the Xiao family's safety without alerting the Protector Wu? There is, indeed, and the likelihood of success is substantial. First, one must understand why the Protector Wu would know that the Xiao family is a remnant of the ancient 8 clans. Previously, Xiao Yu had encountered a theory online, suggesting that the emergence of the ancient clan Lingying led the Protector Wu to affirm that the Xiao family descended from the Xiao Clan. As for how the Protector Wu became aware of Lingying's ancient lineage, it could be due to cultivation techniques, prior encounters, or other reasons. Had the Soul Clan known that the Xiao family was the descendants of the Xiao Clan long ago, It is likely that the Xiao family would have ceased to exist by now. The ancient jade of the Emperor Toasha in their possession is a coveted treasure, a fragment of the key to unlock the tomb of the last Dou emperor from ancient times. If the other 5 clans were to learn of this, they would likely engage in underhanded schemes. A clan whose strongest member barely ranks as a Douling Grandmaster. The Zhou Clan possesses countless methods to ensure its silent disappearance. Why would they wait until now? As for how the ancient clan came to know that the Xiao family is of the Xiao Clan lineage, that is because the Xiao family itself is the bloodline promised by the ancient Yuan to Xiao Xian. The Xiao family's presence in the Gamma Empire is likely orchestrated by ancient Yuan, sending Gu Suner to the Xiao family, partly to gently acquire the ancient jade and partly to ensure a pleasant childhood for her. It was merely a miscalculation that allowed that young lad, Xiao Yin, to carry away both the pot and the flowers. Thanks to the protection of the ancient clan, the existence of the Xiao family remained unknown to the other 6 clans. They might have assumed that the Xiao clan was already extinct, even if they were aware of the descendants' existence. Locating them in this vast continent would be no simple task. The emergence of Ling Ying, a member of the ancient clan, to assist Xiao Yan within the 3-year agreement is intriguing. The presence of an ancient clan member alongside someone of the Xiao surname, aiding in their resistance against the Yunlan sect, inevitably evokes thoughts of the long-gone Xiao clan, especially given the amicable relationship between the ancient clan and the Xiao clan, a fact well known to the other 6 ancient clans. As the Soul Hall, a faction of the Soul Clan in Zhongzhou, operates through the Guardian Wu, a level Earth protector, it is evident that he has heard whispers of these events. After the 3-year agreement, uncovering the Xiao family secrets would be as easy as pie. Even the news of the Xiao family possessing a generationally inherited jade pendant could very well be within Wu's knowledge. Should he manage to bring the ancient emperor's jade back to the Soul Hall, the merit would undoubtedly elevate Wu's status substantially, yielding immense benefits. Such temptation is not one he could easily resist. However, having found no trace of the ancient emperor's jade on Xiaozhan, Wu was unable to derive any tangible advantages and could only persist with his prior scheme of supporting the Yunlan sect in gathering souls across the northwest continent. It was only after Xiao Yan's 3rd venture into the Yunlan sect and the capture of Yao Lao that Wu departed the northwest continent, returning to Zhongzhou. Perhaps his only regret was failing to capture Xiao Yan as well. Yet, the credit for apprehending the esteemed Yao would suffice to bring him considerable rewards. This explains why Xiao Yu is so determined to ascend to the Yunlan sect. If Wu's motive for capturing Xiao Zhan is indeed as such, then as long as Xiao Yu can safely escort Xiao Yan away from the Yunlan sect before Ling Ying appears, Wu would never recognize the Xiao family, thus preventing Xiao Zhan's capture from occurring. Even if Yun Ling were to launch a nocturnal assault on the Xiao family, Xiao Yu would be prepared. As for the urgency to enhance his strength and seek external assistance, it stems from Xiao Yu's lingering doubts regarding this narrative. He must also brace for the worst-case scenario, confronting Wu directly. Chapter 61, The Explosive Thunder Element Gun and the Injured Woman. What was once a clear blue sky over the Beast Mountain range suddenly became shrouded in dark clouds, with flashes of lightning and booming thunder, as if a heavenly tribulation had descended. Thick bolts of lightning, as wide as barrels, struck down violently, targeting a specific spot in the sky. From a distance, one could discern a small black that at the sight of the lightning strike. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a young man with wings sprouting from his back. The young man's face was smooth and pale, with sharp features, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. His lips red and teeth white. Within his deep, dark eyes flickered a mysterious purple light, and his long, straight black hair flowed freely behind him. Swaying in the gusts of wind, clad in white garments, he appeared even more striking under the flickering lightning, resembling a celestial being. The energy wings on his back lent him an air of formidable strength. In his right hand, he wielded a purple thunder spear, upon which the heavenly lightning incessantly struck, each hit further solidifying and sharpening the spear. The explosive thunder element gun. Energy coalesced to a terrifying degree as the young man focused intently, exerting force to hurl it forth. The purple thunder spear shot out, infused with boundless, furious electricity, leaving a series of afterimages in its wake. Trailing like a comet as it hurtled towards the ground. Where the thunder spear traversed, the space warped and lightning raged. Boom! In an instant, the ground was engulfed by the purple thunder, transforming into a sea of lightning, the explosion resonating like a thunderclap. As the thunder dissipated, the targeted area had become scorched earth, leaving behind a massive crater, smoke billowing, and life extinguished within a kilometer radius. This realm, ravaged by such a terrifying attack. Lay in tatters, fragments drifting aimlessly. The young man surveyed his handiwork and broke into a satisfied smile. Indeed, my previous methods of wielding the source fire divine thunder were far too rudimentary, unable to unleash its true potential. Now, applying it within combat techniques has elevated its power to an entirely new level. The young man was none other than Xiao Yu. Ever since subjugating the purple crystal wing Lion King, Xiao Yu had resolved to practice combat techniques within the Beast Mountain range, experimenting with releasing the source fire divine thunder through martial arts to further amplify its might. After a month of diligent training, the results were self-evident, truly terrifying. The advanced Xian-level combat technique, when executed with the purple extreme thunder, proved to be even more formidable than some low-tier Earth-level techniques. And Xiao Yu had merely scratched the surface of mastering the explosive thunder element gun. Over the course of this month, he had also trained in numerous combat techniques, including both Huang-level and Xin-level techniques. Yet he had yet to practice the low-tier Earth-level technique preserved by the esteemed Fei Huang. An advanced Xian-level technique had consumed him half a month. Surely, he would not have sufficient time for Earth-level training, especially since his exposure to combat techniques had been scant. To grasp the intricacies of combat techniques, one must begin with the fundamentals. Only with a solid foundation can one comprehend the more profound aspects, a truth as old as time itself. Nevertheless, the results of this month indicated that pursuing the application of source fire divine thunder within the realm of combat techniques was indeed the correct approach. Xiao Yu flapped his battle chi wings, transforming into a streak of light as he descended to the ground. Here, all remnants of the previous devastation had vanished, leaving behind the usual symphony of birdsong and the fragrance of blossoms, with verdant forests teeming with life. To avoid significantly disrupting the ecological balance of the Beast Mountain range, Xiao Yu conducted his experiments within the realm of his created thunder fire illusion. During his battle with the purple crystal wing Lion King, he had discovered the remarkable utility of the thunder fire illusion. Not only could it ensnare foes, aiding in combat, but it could also serve as a training ground for combat techniques. With his current strength, he could conjure an independent world of 10,000 meters through the illusion, maintaining it for about a minute. However, the smaller the thunder fire illusion, the longer its duration. Now, having discovered the correct method to utilize the thunder fire, coupled with the pure energy left by the purple crystal ceiling and a month of arduous training, he had also ascended to the rank of 3-star Douqi. Truly, a double blessing. In any case, with little pressing matters upon returning to the imperial capital, he decided it would be more advantageous to remain in the Beast Mountain range to hone his combat techniques and bolster his strength. Xiao Yu contemplated. With approximately 3 months remaining until the 3-year agreement and no significant events anticipated, returning to the imperial capital might only subject him to the disturbances of those drawn to him. Thus, remaining here to cultivate his combat skills seemed far more liberating. Now, a bona fide 6-tier alchemist, he would undoubtedly receive numerous requests for alchemical assistance. However, his immediate priority was enhancing his strength. Aiding others with alchemy would hardly assist in dealing with the Yunlan sect, would it? He would rather avoid being betrayed behind his back, and with his current wealth, he lacked the need for the meager rewards gained from assisting others with alchemy. Lost in thought, Xiao Yu suddenly sensed an approaching presence. Scanning the sky, he spotted a dark dot aloft. Though it was too distant to discern clearly, he could tell the dot was drawing closer. Xiao Yu squinted. The black dot grew larger and clearer. As Xiao Yu's vision became clearer, he discerned that the dark figure was, in fact, a person, a woman he recognized. Her eyes were tightly shut, indicating she was not in a state of consciousness. She was descending rapidly, devoid of any wings of combat energy, falling in a manner that evoked a sense of urgency. With a powerful beat of his wings, Xiao Yu swiftly approached her, catching her midair and cradling her in his arms. The force of her fall caused a slight tremor in his body, but he quickly steadied himself, dissipating the impact with a gentle flow of combat energy, securely holding her in a princess carry. Once he reached the ground, he laid her upon a large slab of blue stone, allowing himself a moment to assess her condition. Her pale visage was smeared with a grimy mixture of blood and dirt, her dark hair matted in patches. The delicate azure garment that enveloped her supple form was tattered, with a portion torn away at her chest, revealing a ghastly wound and deep blue armor beneath. A gaping hole in her shoulder bled profusely, staining her attire of vivid crimson. Her long legs, smooth as jade, were marred with slender cuts, oozing blood. Though gravely injured, the woman's beauty was undeniable. Her porcelain skin and elegantly shaped limbs, coupled with her tightly furrowed brows, evoked a profound sense of protectiveness. Xiao Yu gulped involuntarily at the sight, particularly at the glimpse of her exposed figure. What am I thinking? He chastised himself. Rescue her first, shaking his head vigorously to dispel those errant thoughts. He lifted the woman and sought refuge in a nearby cave. After clearing the space, he carefully laid her on a flat area, frowning at the severity of her injuries. How could she be so gravely wounded? Upon channeling his combat energy to inspect her, Xiao Yu discovered that her internal organs were severely damaged, and her breath was faint, teetering on the brink of oblivion. With no time to ponder further, he hastily administered a 5th-grade healing pill he had previously concocted, then pressed his hand against her smooth, exposed back, channeling his energy to activate the medicinal properties. During this process, he sensed a unique energy within her, but since it posed no threat to her body, he chose to disregard it. After the medicinal effect had sufficiently permeated her wounds, stabilizing her critical state, Xiao Yu finally exhaled in relief. Her life was preserved. Now he could only wait to see how her recovery progressed. He resolved to fully unleash the medicinal energy within her, ready to administer another pill if needed. Supporting her upright, Xiao Yu placed his hands against her back, allowing his fire attribute energy to flow into her, refining the residual medicine and healing her internal injuries. The gentle warmth radiating from his palms stirred something within him, and he found his thoughts drifting. Calm your heart and remain unperturbed, he recited to himself, attempting to quell the tumult of emotions within. As he focused intently on his mantra, he redirected his concentration solely to her healing. A day passed, and after administering a second 5th-grade healing pill, he finally pulled her back from the brink of death. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite her wounds no longer posing a lethal threat, she remained unconscious. Xiao Yu, feeling helpless, continued to administer rejuvenating pills at intervals and facilitate the dispersal of their energy. Since she was unable to circulate her own combat energy to sustain her life, he had to venture out to hunt for food to nourish her. Having ascended to the rank of Douqi, it had been quite some time since he had engaged in such activities, reminiscent of his days in the Beast Mountain Range. 3 days later, after Xiao Yu's diligent care, the woman's injuries had largely healed. Aside from the scar on her chest, her exterior was restored. The internal injuries were mending as well, but the wound on her chest remained unhealed due to a chaotic surge of red energy within. He pondered when she would awaken. Sitting not far from her resting place, Xiao Yu tended to a fire, roasting rabbit meat while stealing glances at the woman. The meat sizzled and glistened golden brown, releasing a tantalizing aroma. As he tore off a piece and savored its flavor, he reflected on the circumstances that had led to her grave injuries. With her strength as a 3-star Douqi, it was hard to fathom who could have inflicted such harm upon her in the Jiao Ma Empire. There were hardly any adversaries capable of doing so. Recently, Gui had ventured to the Serpent Man clan to procure a rare flame, and she likely accompanied him. In the original narrative, Queen Medusa was in the midst of her evolution at this juncture, making a confrontation improbable. Who could have been responsible for her plight? Perhaps one of the 8 leaders of the Serpent Man clan? Yet, that didn't seem right. Xiao Yin and Yao Lao were still in the desert at this time. Surely they wouldn't neglect her? It dawned on him that the woman was none other than Yin Yin, who had accompanied Gu He to the Tagore Desert. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, Yin Yin had not been sealed by Xiao Zi due to his interference. Thus, she had never encountered Xiao Yin. Suddenly, Yin Yin let out a soft groan, prompting Xiao Yu to rush over to investigate. He leaned down, and to his surprise, saw her eyelids fluttering before she slowly opened her eyes. Perhaps taken aback by his close proximity, she froze momentarily. Xiao Yu, equally astonished by her sudden awakening, met her gaze, and an awkward silence enveloped them. Sensing the tension, Xiao Yu quickly retreated to the side, leaving Yun Yun in a state of bewilderment. After a brief interval, she struggled to rise, inspecting her injuries with a cold demeanor. Observing her expression and movements, Xiao Yu felt a pang of guilt. After all, he had been in close proximity to her body during the past 3 days while refining the medicinal pills. Moreover, her garments were tattered in numerous places, exposing her figure to his gaze. What if she were to react violently? Despite her generally forgiving nature, it was unlikely she would hold a grudge. But it was impossible for her to be entirely indifferent to his earlier observations. In an effort to avoid any awkward situations, Xiao Yu subtly shifted his legs, hoping to slip away unnoticed. "Where are you going?" A clear, melodious voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Realizing he had been discovered, Xiao Yu turned with a faint smile and replied, "I saw you were awake and thought it best to give you some space." Yun Yun remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Xiao Yu, until his discomfort prompted her to softly inquire, "Did you see everything?" Noting her calm demeanor and indifferent tone, Xiao Yu could only respond with resignation. I did not wish for this either, but if I do not tend to your injuries, you may face dire consequences. Yun Yun's delicate nose twitched slightly, and her brows knitted together. She was acutely aware of the severity of her wounds, yet they had healed considerably. It was evident that this young man spoke the truth. The absence of any unusual sensations upon her body indicated that he had not engaged in any unsavory acts during her unconsciousness, which alleviated some of the coldness in her gaze. I hold no ill will towards you. I merely wish to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Yun Yun stated flatly, as if she truly did not mind that Xiao Yu had seen a considerable part of her body. Xiao Yu inwardly scoffed, trusting you would be foolish. With that expression you wore earlier, it hardly seems you were unconcerned. Had you not saved my life, I would never have squandered 2 fifth-grade elixirs on you. Despite his thoughts, he would have still assisted Yun Yun in her recovery, albeit with far less diligence than he currently exhibited. Perhaps I might offer her a rejuvenation pill, but no more than that. The notion of 5th-grade elixirs is out of the question. Feeling somewhat haughty, he considered this, yet upon observing Yun Yun's furrowed brows, he cautiously inquired, "How do you feel now?" "I am no longer in critical condition," Yun Yun replied, forcing a calm tone, though the tension in her tightly locked brows betrayed her facade. Her left hand pressed against her chest, clearly indicating that the pain there was troubling her. As he slowly approached her, Xiao Yu caught a glimpse of the wound on her chest and remarked, "This injury harbors a peculiar force that obstructs healing. The medicinal effects of the healing herbs are ineffective, and I am unable to investigate the cause. Hence, I could not treat it successfully." "Indeed," Yin Yin responded with a blank expression, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. Xiao Yu nodded and said, "Since you have regained consciousness, I shall take my leave. Here are some healing elixirs for you. Consider them a gift. You may recuperate at your own pace." With that, he retrieved a bottle of rejuvenation elixirs from his spatial ring, having produced a fair quantity previously, and after dropping the elixirs, he prepared to depart. Having saved each other, they were even in their debts. Wait a moment. Just as Xiao Yu took a few steps, he was halted by Yun Yun's call. Her eyes reflected a struggle before settling into a calm resolve, as if she had made a decision. "I cannot utilize my fighting spirit at present. Could you assist me in examining something?" Xiao Yu paused, astonished at her request. "Me? Help you with that?" Yun Yun's expression remained as placid as before. She nodded. "Yes, I currently lack the power to dispel the strange energy afflicting me, and I must trouble you for assistance." Hearing her ethereal voice, Xiao Yu found it difficult to believe that she would request his help with such a private matter. Seeing his silence, Yun Yun assumed he feared she might turn against him after recovering, and she reassured him gently, "Rest assured, I am not so petty as to bear a grudge against my savior simply for having seen my body." It was not that Xiao Yu feared Yun Yun's potential retaliation. Rather, he mused that if she were to seek vengeance, she would need to be capable of overpowering him first. He had glimpsed much of her body in the name of saving her. Yet if he were to touch her in such an intimate manner while she was conscious, the ensuing awkwardness when he next encountered her and Xiao Yin would be unbearable, as it would appear as though they were engaged in a clandestine affair. That scenario would indeed be quite thrilling. Xiao Yu was unaware that Yun Yun had never had any contact with Xiao Yan, and thus their relationship was devoid of any ambiguity as depicted in the original narrative, leading to his current thoughts. Observing Yun Yun's pained expression as she furrowed her brows due to the injury at her chest, Xiao Yu felt a pang of sympathy and wavered in his resolve. "I am merely assisting her in healing. I harbor no ulterior motives." After a tumultuous internal struggle, Xiao Yu ultimately decided to help Yun Yun. Taking a seat beside her, he added, "I'm willing to assist you, but this matter must remain between us. It cannot be disclosed to anyone." Yun Yun was taken aback. Such a statement should have originated from her, not him. Did he consider it shameful to touch her? Or did he feel that aiding her in such a manner was beneath him? Nevertheless, keeping this matter between the two of them was beneficial for Yun Yun, and she nodded in agreement. Sensing her acquiescence, Xiao Yu felt relieved and instructed, "Now, please remove your inner garments and lie flat. I will examine you." Yun Yun's delicate form trembled, clearly uncomfortable with the prospect of disrobing in front of Xiao Yu. It was entirely understandable. As the esteemed leader of the Yunlan sect, and a woman who had yet to experience romantic entanglements, shedding her garments before a stranger was inherently distressing. Xiao Yu, recognizing her unease, quickly removed his outer robe and draped it around her shoulders. "Here, use this to cover yourself. I will turn around and assure you I shall not look." Yun Yun gently tugged at the garment, wrapping it around her form. Observing her, Xiao Yu turned away. Embodying the principled gentleman he aspired to be, he would indeed uphold his promise not to peek. Chapter 63. The intimate treatment acknowledgement. As Yin Yun felt the lingering scent of masculinity from the clothing enveloping her, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, though it vanished almost instantaneously. The aroma was not unpleasant. Rather, it carried a subtle fragrance distinct from that of a woman. Yin Yun found the white robe somewhat familiar, as though she had seen it before, but at that moment, the memory eluded her. After ensuring she was adequately covered, Yin Yun attempted to remove the outer robe, only to realize that due to her injury, her arms lacked the strength to move. Even the effort to discard the robe induced excruciating pain whenever she attempted to make a significant motion. Having faced away for some time, without hearing Yin Yun call out to him, Xiao Yu inquired, "Are you ready yet?" Receiving no response, he tentatively probed, "Are you still unwell? I can turn around now. Have you made any progress?" Ugh, women can be so troublesome. After a considerable wait without any reply, Xiao Yu muttered under his breath. Turning back, he was met with the same sight. Yin Yun had not removed her garments. Exasperated, he exclaimed, "What is the matter with you? You asked me for help, yet you refused to cooperate?" Before he could finish his sentence, he sensed something amiss. He noticed that Yin Yun remained silent, her head bowed and lips gently biting her lower lip. Realization dawned upon him. Yin Yun had refrained from disrobing due to her injury, rendering her incapable of removing the outer robe and inner garments. Such a situation was not something she could voice. As a virtuous woman, would she shamelessly request a man to assist her in undressing? Xiao Yu, feeling quite helpless, walked up behind Yin Yun, turned his white outer garment inside out, and draped it over her front, muttering under his breath, "You woman, can't you call for me when you're in trouble? You're so prideful, still concerned about such matters at a time like this. Truly stubborn." Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Yin Yun's eyes flickered with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, her heart brimming with frustration. How could a woman like her possibly voice such a request? What a scoundrel. Yet, she did not throw a tantrum. After all, she was no child who would cry and fuss over a few words. Nevertheless, it was the first time someone had dared to speak to her in such a manner, leaving her with a strange feeling. Noticing Yin Yun's silence, Xiao Yu pressed on, "Hey, are you ready? I'm about to take it off." Yin Yun felt quite uneasy. It was her first experience with a man helping her remove her clothing, especially the inner armor, which felt decidedly peculiar. However, she nodded slightly, indicating her readiness. Observing this, Xiao Yu tightened the white outer garment before proceeding to remove Yin Yun's pale blue top from beneath. He silently recited the Ice Heart formula in his mind, hoping to suppress his desires lest he lose control and act recklessly towards Yin Yun. Whether on Earth or in the Douqi Continent, he was a complete novice. And faced with such temptation, a moment's carelessness could lead to a loss of reason, transforming him into a predatory wolf intent on devouring this pure lotus flower. Thanks to the restraint provided by the Ice Heart formula, Xiao Yu managed to maintain his composure, though his heart was anything but tranquil. His hands trembled slightly as they reached for Yin Yun's smooth back. He was careful not to touch her wounds, delicately unfastening the inner armor. However, as a novice, how could he possibly master the art of untying something akin to women's undergarments in one swift motion? After fumbling at the knots for a while, he finally succeeded. In that brief span of time, Xiao Yu's face had unintentionally flushed a deep crimson. Damn it, novices can't handle this, he thought, forcing himself to suppress the surging blood in his veins, though a subtle blush remained on his cheeks. Yin Yun sensed her chest loosen and realized that Xiao Yu had finally removed the inner armor. She gently held it with her hands and set it aside. Seeing this, Xiao Yu flipped the white outer garment back to cover her modesty, leaving only her wound exposed. "Lie down," he instructed, as Yin Yun slowly reclined. Xiao Yu's face came into her view. Gazing upon his handsome visage, slightly flushed, a flicker of amusement crossed Yin Yun's eyes. This little rascal, who had just acted so mature and reprimanded her with disdain, turned out to be quite the opposite. Xiao Yu noticed the corners of Yin Yun's mouth lift and instantly realized what she was thinking, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "What are you laughing at, you woman? I'm helping you, and you still mock me," he exclaimed in a flustered whisper. Realizing she had been caught, Yin Yun quickly masked her smile, reverting to her previous calm demeanor. Xiao Yu, witnessing this, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and fell silent. With red-hued Douqi rising in his hands, he gently pressed it against her wound, beginning to assess its condition. Humph! Yin Yun furrowed her brows, a hint of pain crossing her face, evidently caused by Xiao Yu's touch on her injury. Seeing her discomfort, Xiao Yu could only murmur, "Just bear with it. It won't take long." Yin Yun, hearing this, said nothing, simply closing her eyes and enduring the excruciating pain. After a thorough examination, Xiao Yu discovered that the red energy within Yun's chest wound was no ordinary force. It hindered the body's natural healing and repelled external energies. Thus, the efficacy of the medicinal pills he had administered was thwarted by this energy, rendering them ineffective. Furrowing his brows, realizing the situation was more complicated than anticipated, he inquired, "What happened to your injury? Who did this? What kind of formidable and peculiar power is preventing the healing of your wound?" In response, Yun softly replied, "The queen of the serpent people, Medusa. You should have heard of her name." Xiao Yu was taken aback, shock coursing through him. What on earth? Why would it be the Queen Medusa? Shouldn't she be evolving at this time? How could she possibly possess the ability to inflict such harm on Yun? Although filled with questions, Xiao Yu suppressed his curiosity. The immediate priority was to treat Yun's wounds. As Xiao Yu's Douqi engaged in a struggle with the foreign energy, Yun let out a pained sound. Xiao Yu nearly lost his focus of the sound, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Sister, didn't I tell you to endure a bit? How can I treat you like this?" Yun felt her face flush at the sound she had inadvertently made in front of a stranger. A wave of embarrassment washed over her as she gritted her teeth, striving to suppress any further sounds. At that moment, there was no trace left of the imposing aura of a Do Huang or the authority of the Yunlan sect leader. Thus, Xiao Yu continued to administer treatment amidst her soft gasps of pain. After a prolonged effort, he still failed to eliminate the troublesome energy, and his frustration grew. "Am I unable to treat this little thing?" He pondered, then cautioned her, "It's gonna hurt a lot now. You must endure it, or your injury could worsen." Yun nodded slightly, indicating her resolve to withstand the pain. Observing this, Xiao Yu's eyes ignited with an icy blue flame as a surge of ice blue Douqi flowed from his hand into Yun's wound. Sensing the chill, Yun opened her eyes slightly and was momentarily taken aback by the icy blue flames in Xiao Yu's gaze. This flame, so familiar. Is it that boy? Yun recalled where she had encountered this ice blue flame before, over half a year ago in the Beast Mountain range. It was during that incident when a boy capable of wielding ice blue lightning flames diverted the Lion King's attention, allowing her to safely acquire the purple spirit crystal. The sight of that colossal ice blue lightning sword was terrifying, etched firmly in her memory. No wonder this little rascal's attire felt familiar. It was indeed that same boy. Although she hadn't seen his face clearly at the time, she distinctly remembered the white garments he wore, which matched his current attire. Yet, a lingering curiosity nagged at her, as she felt she had encountered this garment before on more than one occasion. However, the pressing circumstances left her little time for contemplation, and she quickly composed herself, bracing for the upcoming treatment. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, who remained focused on his task, Yun had recognized him, and he was diligently employing the extreme ice flame to gradually approach the foreign energy. Upon encountering the source fire, the foreign energy reacted as if confronted by a nemesis, rapidly waning. This is promising, Xiao Yu thought, cautiously increasing the output of his source fire. The extreme cold and heat of the extreme ice flame began to roast the foreign energy, rapidly transforming it into pure energy that adhered to Xiao Yu's ice-type Douqi. Yun found herself increasingly perplexed by the unpredictable sensations that oscillated between warmth and chill. After a painstaking half-hour of meticulous effort, Xiao Yu finally managed to refine the energy completely, subsequently retracting his fighting spirit. The refined energy returned to Xiao Yu's Dantian's fighting crystal, yet due to its minuscule quantity, he felt nothing. Chapter 64. The Seal. After thoroughly eliminating the energy from the wound, Xiao Yu hastily retrieved a rejuvenation pill, crushing it into a fine powder before sprinkling it onto the injury. He rummaged through his spatial ring and eventually unearthed a white garment he had worn in Wutan City. After passing it through fire attribute fighting spirit for disinfection, he tore into strips to bandage Yun's wound. The process of bandaging was lengthy. To prevent any inadvertent exposure of Yun's modesty, he carefully wrapped it bit by bit. In the end, he helped her don her inner armor and clothing once more. "Are you hungry? Would you like some roasted meat?" After ensuring everything was in order, even with Xiao Yu's prowess as a Douwang, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Such tasks were truly not for the faint of heart. Upon hearing this, Yun realized she was indeed somewhat famished. Restricted by the seal on her powers, she could not utilize her fighting spirit, rendering her unable to even provide her body with basic sustenance. Yun replied softly. Xiao Yu pouted, thinking this woman seemed rather disinclined to engage in conversation. He then glanced at the rabbit meat he had previously roasted. Having been too engrossed in tending to Yun's injuries, the rabbit had been charred by the flames and emitted a plume of black smoke. He had only taken a single bite. Discarding the burnt meat, Xiao Yu retrieved some peeled and cleaned rabbit from his spatial ring and resumed roasting it. It appears you will have to wait a while longer for your meal. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance. Otherwise, I would have had to venture out again. Yin Yun replied nonchalantly. After a while, I have much to thank you for today. Xiao Yu waved his hand dismissively as he continued to roast the rabbit. Regaining a modicum of strength, Yin Yun sat cross-legged and began to attempt to break through the seal. A quarter of an hour later, the rabbit was ready. And thanks to Xiao Yu's past as a bit of a foodie and his experience in a monster mountain range, what he had roasted was indeed a rare delicacy. Unlocking the title of grilling master, he tore the rabbit in two and settled beside Yin Yun, offering her half of the roasted meat. Here, eat it while it's hot. It will lose its flavor if it cools. Yin Yun, too hungry to be picky, accepted the meat and took small bites. Noticing her acceptance, Xiao Yu returned to devouring his portion. As she observed the boy beside her relishing his meal, Yin Yun couldn't help but smile softly, akin to a blooming white lotus. As she savored the roasted meat, an unexpected thought crossed her mind. I must have been unconscious for quite some time. How did I sustain my energy when my body could not provide for itself? How long was I unconscious? Yin Yun inquired, feigning nonchalance. Xiao Yu, oblivious to any underlying tension, answered casually, 3 days. You have no idea how troublesome it has been to take care of you during this time. Did I eat anything during those 3 days? She pressed. Of course. Given your condition, how could you possibly manage without food? And how did you manage to get me to eat? Well, I had to pry your mouth open and crush the food, feeding it to you bit by bit. As he spoke, Xiao Yu sensed the atmosphere shift. Yin Yun was regarding him with a distinctly dangerous glint in her eyes. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, his voice dwindled. Yin Yun, with a seemingly innocent smile, asked, "Oh, what did you use to pry it open?" Despite her smile, Xiao Yu perceived an undercurrent of menace. In an instant, a flash of lightning illuminated the cave, and Xiao Yu's figure had vanished. I'm going outside to find some food. Be careful. A laugh escaped Yin Yun as she shook her head. This little rascal sure can run fast. With her powers sealed and the events of the past few days weighing heavily on her, the aloofness and detachment that had once defined her as the leader of the Yunlan sect seemed to have diminished, replaced instead by a newfound vitality and ease. It wasn't until nightfall that Xiao Yu returned. For Yin Yun's safety, he had deliberately erected a barrier of fighting spirit at the cave's entrance. Without the strength of a Do Wang, no one could enter. Upon entering the cave, Xiao Yu stealthily peered inside, and, seeing that Yin Yun had already succumbed to sleep, he controlled his legs to step inside quietly, making not a sound. You're back. Yin Yun suddenly sat up on the stone, startling Xiao Yu. Why are you still awake at this late hour? He asked. Yin Yun shook her head. My level, sleep, is no longer of consequence. She spoke truthfully. At the Do Huang level, sleep became an optional luxury, often replaced by cultivation. Xiao Yu settled on another stone, but you said you couldn't use your fighting spirit, right? By the way, why can't you utilize it? Yin Yun glanced at him and replied matter-of-factly, I am sealed by Queen Medusa's sealing technique, which prevents me from accessing my fighting spirit. Yet, beneath her calm facade lay a hint of gravity. Clearly, the seal imposed by Medusa was formidable, causing Yin Yun considerable distress. Medusa's seal? This triggered Xiao Yu's memories of Hai Buodong, who had also been sealed by Queen Medusa for over 20 years, stalling his progression at the Do Ling level. Otherwise, with Hai Buodong's talent, he would have easily reached the 7 or 8-star Do Huang level by now. Yin Yun nodded. Yes, the wound on my chest is a result of proximity to the core of the seal, which has left a peculiar energy lingering, preventing its healing. Is that so? That peculiar force is the seal? Xiao Yu recalled detecting that special energy within Yin Yun during his examination of her condition, now realizing it was akin to the energy at her chest. By the way, little one, what is your name? Yin Yun's inquiry broke Xiao Yu's train of thought. Since he was not called Xiao Yin, revealing his name posed no risk. After all, Yin Yun did not know him. I am Xiao Yu. What about you? Yunji. Yin Yun replied flatly, her expression devoid of emotion, as if lying was second nature to her. Not hearing Xiao Yu's response, Yin Yun looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Nothing. Yunji is a lovely name. Lovely indeed. Could it be that Yin Yun once truly bore the name Yunji? Deceiving Xiao Yan in the original story, now deceiving me. Xiao Yu feigned enthusiasm, all the while inwardly scoffing. Yin Yun paid no mind to Xiao Yu's insincere praise. Their relationship hardly qualified as friendship. She had saved him once, and he had saved her once. They were even now. Your special flame seems to possess an innate counter to this sealing power. I may require your assistance moving forward, but rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory reward. What do you say? Xiao Yu didn't know why his source fire had a restraining effect on Medusa's sealing energy. In the original work, Zhonghai Buodong broke the seal by breaking the 6th grade Erden. As for whether the strange fire had an effect on this seal, it was not mentioned. Mind him, as long as your own source of fire works. Xiao Yu nodded and smiled, saying, okay, but if the reward doesn't satisfy me, I won't give up easily. Listening to Xiao Yu's final joking words, Yun nodded seriously. If Xiao Yu can really help her lift this damn seal, it would be a great help. At this stage, he definitely cannot offer a fair reward and can only give him the precious items in the ring first. After the seal is lifted, inquire about their residence and provide compensation in the future. Okay, let's start tomorrow. You just woken up and need a rest. After finishing speaking, Xiao Yu fell asleep on the blue stone and said, go to sleep quickly. Upon seeing this, Yun also lay down. However, soon after, a slight and even breathing sound came from Yun. You're quite at ease with me. I fell asleep so quickly. Xiao Yu smiled, then closed his eyes and began flipping through martial arts in his mind. He has basically memorized all the fighting skills he possesses. For half a month, Xiao Yu has been studying fighting skills at night, gradually improving his understanding of them. Chapter 65, Gradual Relationships. In the following days, Xiao Yu will refine and seal the energy for Yun every day. And after repeated refining, Xiao Yu discovered that the sealed energy that had been refined would become extremely pure energy attached to his fighting spirit. With the withdrawal of fighting chi, he came into his own fighting crystal and was assimilated by the thunder and fire fighting chi inside, becoming a part of his power. So every time Xiao Yu refined and sealed the energy, his strength would significantly improve, and the distance between him and the 4-star fighting king would gradually increase. This is something he didn't expect. Is he so destined to be sealed? Previously hit by the little purple sealing technique, gained many benefits after refining, and advanced to the 3-star fighting king within a month. Now, refining the seal of Queen Medusa, look at the energy of that seal. After refining, won't we directly break through the 4-star Do King? Why did he encounter all the good things? It's really infuriating. Hey, their life in the cave was also extremely plain. Every day, Xiao Yu hunted Yun and others. After meals, they pressed their palms against their backs, refined and sealed them, and their chi and blood surged, making it difficult to fall asleep. That's right. Every time Xiao Yu uses the source fire refining seal, his palm must tightly adhere to the smooth and tender skin on Yun's back in order to reduce the difficulty of manipulating the source fire. There are some obstacles when manipulating the source fire into someone's body through a layer of fabric. Getting a trace of the source fire on it is extremely troublesome, let alone entering the body and being close to internal organs. We cannot tolerate any mistakes. Did you see that Xiao Yan had to take off his shirt to remove the branding poison for Nalanji? So it is necessary to take off Yun's top. And this is not what Xiao Yu requested. Yun herself was also afraid of being burned to ashes by this terrifying burning cold flame, which was related to her family and life. Naturally, she could not let any mistakes occur in this process. Therefore, every day, she had to press her hands against the smooth and tender skin, and during the process, due to the extreme ice and fire, Yunjiao gasped and moaned softly in pain. So when Xiao Yu completes the refining task at night, his chi and blood will surge, and his imagination will wander. Even the compulsory course of specialized combat skills cannot be completed with calmness, and the role of the ice heart technique is becoming smaller and smaller. Faced with a beauty like Yun, who had to do this every night, Xiao Yu believed that most people would be as restless as him. Perhaps some people were not as tolerant as him and would have rushed forward to eat it all. Yun was also very resistant at first, after all. The other person was not her lover. Touching her back like this every night was something that even a normal woman couldn't accept. However, in order to get rid of this damn seal, she gritted her teeth and persevered. In the end, with more attempts, she got used to it. There's no more shame and resistance like at the beginning. The relationship between the two is gradually deepening, from strangers who have saved each other's lives, to ordinary friends, to good friends who can talk to each other, and finally evolving into an extremely complex relationship. Perhaps Xiao Yu and Yun themselves did not realize that their relationship had surpassed the concept of friendship, whose opposite-sex friend can be like the two of them. Every day, the woman takes off her clothes on her own, while the man crazily outputs from behind, except for the one with head spin. This kind of plain and warm day, where men go out to search for food and women wait at home, makes Yun enjoy it to some extent. For her, power is not a necessity. Inheriting the position of the head of Yunlan's sect is also a teacher's mandate. For the teacher who raised her, Yun has genuine respect and admiration from the bottom of her heart. So she took on the responsibility of developing Yunlan's sect, and over the years, she has also devoted herself wholeheartedly to the growth of Yunlan's sect. But is this really the life she wants the most? Not necessarily, but the current mundane and peaceful life makes her feel very comfortable. For a few moments. She even felt that living her whole life like this was a very happy thing. By the way, what are you doing in the Warcraft Mountains? When mercenaries hunt monsters. I said I would catch the purple crystal-winged Lion King as a mount. Do you believe it? Why aren't you telling the truth? To be honest. You don't believe me and blame me for not telling the truth. Okay, you said you came to capture the purple crystal-winged Lion King as a mount. So what is your current strength? Why capture the purple crystal-winged Lion King? Okay, you're trying different ways to trick me, aren't you? What does it mean to deceive you? I just want to know your realm and see if I can recommend a good force for you. You have such a strange thing at a young age, and your talent is naturally not bad. If you don't cultivate it properly, wouldn't it be a waste? That may disappoint you. I have extraordinary talent and don't need to join any forces. He also said I'm stubborn. You little guy isn't the same. What are you whispering about? I didn't hear clearly. It's nothing, by the way. How did you get this flame? It's such a strange thing. Not like some kind of beast fire, but more like a strange fire. What craving? Never mind. Ah, little one, are you really not considering my suggestion? In the Gamma Empire, my identity still carries some weight. Even as the Yunlan sect, I can send you in. No need. I'm used to freedom. I can't stand constraints. And I don't want to join any sect. The ungrateful little one. Time flies. Without realizing it, 7 days have passed. Inside the cave, Xiao Yu is removing the seals for Yun Yun, and there are not many left. Yun Yun's strength has also been restored to 1 star to fight against the Emperor. Huh. As the ice blue Douqi withdrew from Yun Yun's body, Xiao Yu exhaled a long, murky breath. Habitually patting his backside, Xiao Yu rose to his feet and smiled at Yun Yun, saying, the ceiling has nearly been refined. With just one more attempt, you shall regain your full strength. Yun Yun, having donned her attire, gently lowered her chin and replied, thank you. Ah, you always say thank you. Don't you ever tire of it? I certainly do. Xiao Yu quipped playfully. At this, Yun Yun felt a flicker of embarrassment. Indeed, she had expressed her gratitude quite often in recent days. Yet her face bore a semblance of displeasure as she retorted, what is wrong with saying thank you? Am I in the wrong for expressing my gratitude? Ah, yes. You are quite right. However, it would be more fitting to offer some tangible benefits as well. Xiao Yu pouted, wearing a mischievous expression, his tone laced with jest. Yun Yun couldn't help but giggle as Xiao Yu's handsome face contorted into such a teasing grimace. However, realizing she had let her guard down, she quickly returned to her composed demeanor. Folding his arms, Xiao Yu remarked, TSK, you see, when you smile, you are truly captivating. Why must you maintain that aloof facade? Upon hearing this, Yun Yun's eyes glimmered with a mix of embarrassment and indignation, her expression growing colder as she retorted, mind your own business. If I choose to laugh, it's certainly ISNT for your amusement. Moreover, having refined the seal, you've undoubtedly reaped considerable benefits yourself. How dare you ask for more? Xiao Yu nodded vigorously, yes indeed. Yet, I wonder who truly lacks shame, with daily entreaties that make one's blood boil. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed O Huang? At his words, Yun Yun's face flushed crimson, her gaze fiery with indignation as she exclaimed, you little rascal, you're asking for a beating. She was not at all surprised that Xiao Yu was aware of her strength. After all, he was the one who had assisted in dispelling the seal, and it would have been peculiar had he remained oblivious. She then summoned her Douqi, launching an attack toward Xiao Yu. Are you serious? Xiao Yu exclaimed, dodging her strikes with animated agility. Yun Yun felt somewhat resigned. Over the course of these 7 days, their bond had deepened significantly. This little rascal, who had initially been so courteous, now spoke without restraint, as if he was certain she would not retaliate. Yet, this was the first time in Yun Yun's life that she engaged in such casual banter with someone, even sharing jokes that bordered on excessive. With her teachers and apprentices, she had never reached such a level of familiarity, yet she found herself enjoying it. Xiao Yu was indeed a curious character. He displayed great politeness with strangers, often remaining quiet, but with friends, he spoke freely. To outsiders, he appeared as a shy gentleman, while among his friends, he transformed into a loquacious homebody. This is what one might call an introverted extrovert. Such individuals are reserved yet not lewd, shy but with a passionate inner fire. Their only flaw is a lack of sunny confidence. However, once you become acquainted with them, they can become close friends, sharing everything without reservation. Furthermore, while they may seem quiet, it is not a genuine preference for silence. In unfamiliar environments, they may become reticent, disliking interruptions. Yet with true friends, they do not shy away from noise, often wishing to partake in the merriment. This explains the playful dynamic that developed between Xiao Yu and Yun Yun as they grew closer. Nevertheless, one thing remains constant. Once they grasp their friends' boundaries, they will never dare to cross that line, even in jest. Throughout these 7 days, Xiao Yu had thoroughly discerned Yun Yun's limits. knowing precisely what was permissible to discuss and what was not. After a playful chase, they eventually paused. Xiao Yu sat beside Yun, and they fell into a comfortable silence, gazing ahead. Dear sister, having unsealed your inner armor so many times, I must say it looks quite exquisite. May I inquire about the material from which it is crafted? Xiao Yu asked, a question he had long wished to pose. Upon first seeing Yun's deep blue armor, he had suspected it to be the famed high-sheen armor from the original tale. Yun found herself at a loss in dealing with Xiao Yu's curiosity and could only respond with resignation. It is called the Heart of the Sea armor. Made from a rare metal found within the body of a 6th-tier magical beast, the three-tailed blue whale. Its defensive power depends on the strength of the wearer. You wear this all the time? Confirming that it indeed was the Heart of the Sea armor, Xiao Yu pressed on for further confirmation. Yun shot him a weary glance. What else would I do with it? Am I to gift it to someone else? It was clear. Yun had not encountered Xiao Yan. Was this still the world of Douqi Continent? Could it be that the last time he interrupted Yun's battle with Xiao Zi led to this divergence? If that were the case, then the will of the world in the Douqi Continent seemed rather lacking, showing no corrective power whatsoever. If there truly existed something akin to a heavenly order or fate in the Douqi Continent, Xiao Yu felt a headache coming on. Whether due to his unintentional interference or other reasons, the established narrative of the Douqi Continent had begun to shift, leaving him uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, and what implications it might bear on the ultimate conclusion. Yun noticed Xiao Yu suddenly furrowing his brow. Puzzled, she inquired, what troubles you? Do you, too, wish for a piece of armor? Should you decide to join the Yunlan sect, perhaps I could gift you one. She speculated, thinking that Xiao Yu desired an armor of his own. Xiao Yu shook his head. No, I merely recalled some unsettling matters. Besides, who would want to wear the same armor as you, dear sister? Chapter 66. Encountering Queen Medusa again. On the 8th day, at noon, within a cavern, a beautiful woman stood with her back turned to a young man. Her upper garment hung at her waist, leaving only a white cloth to cover her alluring form. Her flawless skin exposed, revealing a breathtaking sight. In this moment, the woman resembled a delicate orchid in a secluded valley, accompanied by a gentle spring. Exuding an enchanting, ethereal aura, her partially revealed figure evoked a sense of yearning. The allure of her partially veiled visage created an exquisite mystery, igniting desire. This was the scene of Xiao Yu refining the seal for Yun. With both hands pressed against Yun's bare back, his brow furrowed in concentration, his expression grave. He dared not exhibit any negligence. Yun's exquisite face bore the marks of pain. The agony brought forth by the source fire's refinement of the seal added a touch of fragility to her already captivating beauty. The frigid source fire, under Xiao Yu's command, gradually refined the sealing power within Yun, her aura steadily ascending. After a considerable duration, the final seal dissipated, and the essence of a third star, Do Huang, erupted from Yun's graceful figure. The overwhelming pressure of a Do Huang sent gusts of wind swirling within the cave, causing the weeds sprouting between the stones to sway incessantly. Carefully withdrawing the source fire from Yun's body, Xiao Yu exhaled, standing up to regard the still meditative beauty with a complex expression. Once she regains her composure, they would part ways. She would return to her role as the leader of the Yunlan sect, while he would continue to prepare for the forthcoming 3-year agreement. After these 8 days of mundane existence, perhaps he himself could not clearly define his relationship with Yun. Had it not been for the traversing the 3-year pact and the looming crisis of the Soul Palace, he might have led a life of unremarkable simplicity, drifting through existence without grand ambitions. With the seal just lifted, Yun requires time to acclimate to her returning powers. Otherwise, it could adversely affect her foundation, hindering her future cultivation journey. Silently exiting the cave, Xiao Yu ventured to a relatively secluded spot outside, settling in a clean area to commence his training. The sheer magnitude of the sealed energy within Yun was formidable. Otherwise, she would not have been unable to manifest her Do Huang strength at all. However, this energy proved to be advantageous for Xiao Yu, as a refined pure energy enabled him to make significant progress in his strength daily. After 7 days, he had nearly touched the threshold of the 4-star Do Huang, only a step away from breaking through. On this 8th day, with the final seal to be lifted, Xiao Yu was poised to ascend to the rank of 4-star Do Huang. The potential commotion from this breakthrough could be considerable, which is why he had chosen to position himself outside the cave, wary of disturbing Yun. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Yu formed hand seals upon his knees, circulating the Do Qi within his body, guiding the newly refined energy along its designated meridian pathway, completing a full cycle before returning to the Do crystal within. A resounding thud echoed from within Xiao Yu, as a formidable aura, characteristic of a 4-star Do Wong, surged forth. The wildlife within 100 meters scattered in panic, fleeing from the overwhelming presence and pressure. 4-star Do Wong. With the oppressive aura fully reined in, Xiao Yu couldn't help but smile faintly, relishing his breakthrough. In any realm, achieving a leap in strength brings joy and a sense of elation. It must be said, the seals seem akin to my fortuitous encounters. Each time I face one, it brings forth delightful surprises. This is how Xiao Yu perceives the enhancement of his strength through the refinement of seals. Initially, he believed that relying on the Do Ling Dan would only allow him to reach 2-star Do Wong, and perhaps at best, 3-star Do Wong by the time of the 3-year pact. Little did he expect that a mere outing would lead him to encounter 2 seals, enabling him to ascend to 4-star Do Wong in less than 2 months. Indeed, venturing into the world accelerates the enhancement of one's strength far more than the methodical training at home. Just as Xiao Yu reveled in his newfound power, a terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the area. Taken aback by the overwhelming pressure, he looked up to find a figure with crimson wings hovering in the distant sky. The figure's beauty was so striking it bordered on the enchanting. Her elongated, pale violet eyes glimmered with an innate allure. Clad in red garments, her voluptuous form exuded a subtle seductiveness reminiscent of a ripe peach, with 3,000 strands of hair cascading casually over her shoulders, tapering down to reveal a purple serpent's tail beneath her slender waist. Beneath her mesmerizing exterior lay a regal and majestic air, akin to that of a queen. It was none other than Queen Medusa. Recently, Medusa had been irate. While traversing the desert, she encountered a human Do Wong possessing a myriad of unique flames and thunder. After their battle, she discovered remnants of energy that stirred her bloodline, a distinctive flame and thunder from that human Do Wong. Through her perception of the residual energy, Medusa was certain it was a divine substance that could facilitate her evolution, surpassing even the extraordinary flames. However, she could not capture the human Do Wong. The flames and thunder he wielded were astonishingly powerful, capable of creating an independent, vividly real world that ensnared her without her notice. Since then, Medusa had developed a profound interest in such extraordinary flames and thunder, commanding her subordinates to scour every corner of the Tagore Desert in search of that Do Wong. Ultimately, her efforts bore no fruit, leaving her exceedingly disappointed. Having witnessed such remarkable flames and thunder, Medusa found her resolve to evolve via extraordinary flames wavering. After all, how could she settle for less after experiencing something superior? Thus, she refrained from utilizing extraordinary flames for evolution, hoping to locate the human Do Wong. But if she could not even retain him, how could she possibly find him? Just as Medusa contemplated resorting to extraordinary flames for evolution, an unexpected group of visitors arrived in the desert, seeking to exchange for extraordinary flames. She would never acquiesce. After all, this was her sole hope for evolution. So she promptly rejected their proposal. At that moment, Medusa discovered that the aura of extraordinary flames in her secret chamber had vanished. Rushing back, she found no trace of the flames remaining. Assuming it to be the work of the accomplices of Gu He and the others who sought her flames, Medusa was consumed by rage and lashed out. The inability to find that human Do Wong had already ignited her ire, and now, the last glimmer of hope, extraordinary flames, had been stolen from her grasp. Such a betrayal, severing her path forward, was an unforgivable grievance. Thus, Medusa wasted no words before attacking Gu He and his companions. Consequently, Gu He and his group faced dire consequences, becoming scapegoats as Medusa unleashed her fury upon them. It was only thanks to Yun Yun that they managed to escape from the enraged Medusa. However, Yun Yun, being merely a 3-star Do Wong, was naturally no match for the queen of Medusa. After exchanging several blows, she sustained injuries. In the face of Medusa's peak 9-star Do Wong strength, Yun Yun exhausted her trump cards, barely escaping with her life. During her retreat, she even endured the terrifying sealing technique unleashed by the furious Queen Medusa. Later, Yun Yun, barely managing to fly to the monster beast mountain range, found her internal power entirely sealed. She plummeted from the sky, and had she not fortuitously encountered Xiao Yu, she would have surely perished this time. Upon returning to the temple, Medusa remained incensed. With the extraordinary flames stolen, her path to evolution and opportunity to break through to Do Zone were thwarted, necessitating immediate action. As for the prospect of searching for other extraordinary flames, it seemed far more pragmatic to seek that Do Wong instead. In a minor place like the Garma Empire, the emergence of a single extraordinary flame was already astonishing. Expecting to discover a second one within its borders was virtually impossible, a far lesser probability than finding that Douqi. For the future of the Serpent People, Medusa had no choice but to leave the desert and venture into the depths of the Garma Empire, seeking Gu He and his companions to reclaim the extraordinary flames. Given that Gu He and his group had only just arrived and the extraordinary flames had vanished, it was evident they were implicated. Should Gu He and his companions refuse to return the extraordinary flames, she would not hesitate to unleash a massacre at the Yunlan sect. However, to her astonishment, shortly after entering the Monster Beast mountain range, she detected a familiar aura. This aura was etched in her memory, and its owner was none other than that human Douqi. Hovering in the sky, Queen Medusa fixed her gaze intently on a distant human figure. Even though the aura had only manifested for an instant, she could ascertain that the presence of that human Douqi emanated from this young man, though their appearances differed. The shared aura indicated a profound connection between them. Observing the enchanting and aloof Queen Medusa in the sky, Xiao Yu felt utterly speechless. Why had he encountered Queen Medusa even within the Monster Beast mountain range? Was this truly reasonable? Xiao Yu felt a chill run down his spine, recalling the formidable strength of Medusa from their last encounter. Although his capabilities had significantly surpassed those he possessed during their initial meeting, defeating Medusa would still demand a considerable price. With the 3-year agreement drawing near, he bore no animosity towards Medusa and saw no reason to entangle himself with her. Thus, making a hasty retreat was indeed prudent. Given his current appearance, Medusa might not recognize him. Standing idly in place could lead to trouble, especially if that cold-hearted woman took a disliking to him and harbored murderous intentions. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yu, the aura of his breakthrough had drawn Medusa's attention, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Chapter 67. Assistance. Initially intending to conceal his presence with the Wanhua flame and depart quietly, Xiao Yu had barely taken 2 steps before he noticed Medusa soaring towards him with unmistakable intent. He was her target. A sense of urgency gripped him. Without hesitation, he unfurled his thunder wings, his form trembling slightly as he instantly appeared several hundred meters away. The cave was not far, and regardless of Medusa's purpose for being there, his priority was to divert her attention. Given that he had already been discovered, and that Medusa was approaching, it was clear that a stealthy escape was no longer feasible. If he fled at full speed, Medusa might sense Yun's aura, which would allow him to escape but would jeopardize her safety. Even in her prime, confronting Medusa could result in dire consequences for Yun. Thus, he refrained from unleashing his full velocity, choosing instead to lure Medusa away. Upon spotting Xiao Yu's wings, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Medusa's eyes. The realization that he too possessed lightning attributes only reinforced her suspicions regarding their connection. With a rare lead in her grasp, Medusa was determined not to let it slip away, pursuing him without delay. It was evident that she had come for him. Sensing the presence behind him, Xiao Yu remained unperturbed, contemplating. Her pursuit indicated that, the moment she laid eyes on him, she recognized him as a target. Otherwise, with Medusa's haughty nature, she would not waste interest on a mere passerby. What was it about him that captivated her? Logically, she should be encountering his true appearance for the first time. Could it be his aura? In his moment of breakthrough, he had neglected to shroud himself with the Wanhua flame. Was it possible that Medusa had sensed him at that moment and recognized him? Cursing his negligence, he lamented the irony of believing that with Xiao Zi subdued, he could navigate the Beast Mountain range unimpeded, only to have this woman appear. After clarifying his thoughts, Xiao Yu sighed inwardly, realizing that it was simply a matter of unfortunate coincidence. By intentionally slowing his pace to keep Medusa engaged, Xiao Yu remained within her line of sight. Noticing his astonishing speed and his ability to maintain distance, Medusa became increasingly convinced of the significance of Xiao Yu's identity and his unusual connection with the Douqi. In the Gamma Empire, there was scarcely anyone faster than her. After all, the Empire lacked even a single Douzong expert, and with her peak 9-star Douhuang prowess, who else could match her ease in maintaining distance? The only individual she had encountered who could do so was that human Douqi. Given their shared attribute and his terrifying velocity, the likelihood of them being 2 separate individuals was exceedingly slim. Yet, she could not fathom why he would choose to linger near her. Was there something here he valued that prompted him to divert her attention? A sudden realization flashed in Medusa's mind, and a subtle smile graced her cold, alluring visage. If that were indeed the case, then this time, he would not so easily escape her grasp. Recognizing that she could not catch up, and fueled by her earlier suspicions, Medusa abruptly halted, extending her perception to survey the surroundings within a kilometer radius. When Xiao Yu sensed the aura behind him coming to an abrupt stop, he hesitated slightly, his body instinctively pausing. Indeed, observing the human's reaction, Medusa was now certain that her previous conjecture was accurate. This time, she could not afford to let him slip away. Such fortuitous encounters were rare. Xiao Yu discerned a surge of soul power emanating from Medusa, causing his expression to shift dramatically. What was happening? Why had she ceased her pursuit and instead begun probing? Had she uncovered something? From a distance, Medusa detected a familiar presence, the Do Huang who had accompanied Gu He. Surprised, she mused, so resilient? To have been so severely injured by me and yet still survive. To confirm whether Xiao Yu was concerned for this Do Huang expert, Medusa directed her flight towards Yun Yun's location. Xiao Yu's expression darkened. He quickly surmised Medusa's intentions, realizing she had disowned his thoughts. It was evident that a queen was not easily trifled with. It seemed inevitable that he would have to confront Medusa today. At worst, he could delay until Yun Yun had recovered, allowing them to fend off Medusa together. With that thought, Xiao Yu flapped his thunder wings, increasing his speed as he positioned himself in front of Medusa. This path is blocked. Halt. He extended his hand to obstruct her passage, exuding a formidable aura of pressure as he spoke coldly. Medusa, having been impeded, regarded Xiao Yu with a frosty demeanor. It is indeed you, human Do Wang. This woman clearly remembered his aura. Her earlier actions had been a test of his identity. Listening to Medusa's cold, yet enchanting voice, Xiao Yu reflected on the folly of underestimating anyone, especially seasoned powerhouses like her. Today, he had received a valuable lesson from Queen Medusa. Having been recognized, there was no longer a need for pretense. Xiao Yu inquired, "What business does Queen Medusa have with me? Is it regarding the previous incident in the desert? Or have you come for something else?" Medusa understood precisely whom Xiao Yu referred to and gently shook her head. Previously, it was for her. Now, however, it is for you. Xiao Yu felt exasperated. Was this woman truly so vengeful? Was it so unforgivable to have trained in the desert for a time? Did she hold a grudge until now? "So, you intend to trouble me?" he stated. "I made it clear to your majesty that I harbor no ill will towards the serpent people. My journey to the desert was solely for training. If your majesty persists, then we shall have no choice but to resort to arms." A hint of amusement curled the corners of Medusa's crimson lips. This human believed she sought him out over past grievances. "I'm not here to discuss prior matters. Rather, I wish to request your assistance." Assistance? Xiao Yu was taken aback. What could he possibly offer Medusa? Indeed, since you have encountered her, you must already be aware of the circumstances that led to my injury at her hands. My reason for stepping out of the desert is directly linked to this. Medusa's words left Xiao Yu bewildered. He was unaware of how Yun Yun came to be injured and sealed by Medusa, as Yun Yun had not disclosed the details, and he had not pressed for answers. Thus, I could only utter, "I truly do not know. I beseech your majesty to elucidate." Medusa appeared somewhat perplexed. Given that Xiao Yu was evidently concerned for that Do Huang, he must have known him, yet he seemed oblivious to the reasons behind it. However, in order to secure Xiao Yu's assistance, Medusa continued, "Not long ago, this individual followed the Jiamaga River to the desert in search of me, seeking to exchange a rare flame. Yet, upon their arrival, the flame inexplicably vanished. What a remarkable coincidence this is. Consequently, I took action and inflicted harm upon him. The rare flame is of utmost significance to me, and thus I must retrieve it. This is the purpose of my visit. However, I did not anticipate encountering you, which has led me to abandon the idea of reclaiming the flame." The flame vanished? Although it was unclear why Medusa had not been devouring the rare flame when the ancient rivers party arrived, it was evident that within the Jiamaga Empire, few possessed the ability to completely conceal the essence of the rare flame from Medusa's senses. Apart from Yao Lao and himself, there were likely no others. It must have been that little fire starter's doing. No one else could be so reckless and desperate. Xiao Yu had already deduced the identity of the flame thief. Yet, why would Medusa relinquish her pursuit of the rare flame upon seeing him? Could it be the source flame? If this were indeed the case, it would make sense. During their previous encounter, she had witnessed the source flame and could ascertain that its power was not inferior to that of the rare flame. Medusa likely wished to utilize the source flame for evolution, which was entirely feasible. Xiao Yu quickly grasped the crux of the matter and inquired, "Might I ask, your majesty, how may I assist you? I wish to borrow your extraordinary flame and thunder for my own use. Would that be permissible?" Medusa replied, "Should you agree, all the treasures of my serpent clan shall be at your disposal, and if you ever require assistance in the future, I shall lend my utmost support." Medusa's cold and resplendent visage remained proud, yet her tone bore no hint of refusal. Rather, it conveyed a sense of entreaty. That extraordinary flame and thunder held immense significance for her lineage, far surpassing the rare flame in value. Moreover, she harbored no certainty of retaining this human. Thus, she could not adopt an imperious demeanor. One must exhibit the demeanor of supplicant when seeking aid. As the queen of the Serpent Clan and a peak 9-star Do Huang, her reputation for beauty and ferocity resonated across several surrounding empires. For one so haughty and aloof to lower herself and request assistance was indeed a rare occurrence. Xiao Yu was equally astonished by Medusa's willingness to humble herself in order to gain his help, and the terms she proposed were undeniably tempting. Chapter 68. The Transaction with Queen Medusa. Should you agree, I shall refrain from pursuing the matters concerning this individual any further. Observing Xiao Yu's silence, Medusa glanced towards Yun and added another condition. In truth, the first two conditions had rendered Xiao Yu unable to refuse. The last was merely an afterthought. Currently, Xiao Yin had not taken Medusa with him to evolve into the devouring sky python, and the original plot had undergone significant alterations. After the 3-year agreement, without Medusa's assistance, even dealing with Yunshan would be a formidable challenge, let alone the law protector. The catalyst for all this was the butterfly effect brought about by his presence in this foreign realm, perhaps since his arrival in the Douqi Continent. He could no longer remain an outsider. Weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Yu concluded that it would be wise to acquiesce. Firstly, he could peruse the Serpent Clan's collection for any rare treasures that might bolster his strength, and secondly, he could leverage this opportunity for Medusa's assistance against Yunshan and the Law Protector. If these items could indeed aid Her Majesty, he would be willing to give it a try, provided that afterward Her Majesty agreed to one request of his. Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Medusa inquired softly, "What is it you require?" One must maintain a degree of caution, for Medusa possessed her own pride. Any promises made would surely be fulfilled. Thus it was imperative to clarify Xiao Yu's request. If it were something beyond her capability, she would not foolishly acquiesce. In response to Medusa's inquiry, Xiao Yu remained unfazed. If she lacked such caution, Medusa would not have reached the pinnacle of Do Huang, having long since perished at the hands of others. I merely wish to request Your Majesty's assistance in dealing with a few individuals a few months hence. Of course, should Your Majesty find it unmanageable at that time, you may depart without hesitation. First, he would secure Medusa's agreement. As long as he could assist her in breaking through to Do Zone and evolving into the devouring sky python, given Medusa's nature, such a grand favor would compel her to assist him. Naturally, if even a Do Zone Medusa proved ineffective, Xiao Yu would not insist she remain to face death. Very well, Medusa nodded in agreement. With the transaction established, Xiao Yu inquired, "When does Your Majesty require my assistance?" "The sooner, the better. If you have no pressing matters, you may accompany me to the desert at once," Medusa replied softly. Feeling a slight relaxation in his heart after their encounter, Xiao Yu's demeanor grew more casual. "At present, I have no urgent business and can depart with the queen immediately." Upon hearing this, Medusa could not help but ask, "Will you not bid her farewell? It appears you care for her." Noticing Medusa's gaze directed towards Yun, Xiao Yu smiled and replied, "There is no need. She is no longer in peril. Even without Your Majesty's invitation, I would depart shortly." Parting was inevitable, and they might even find themselves on opposing sides in the future. Thus, leaving without a proper farewell might serve as a fitting conclusion. Medusa nodded in understanding. "If that is the case, let us be on our way." She then soared eastward, unperturbed by the possibility of Xiao Yu reneging on their agreement, allowing him to trail behind her. With his thunder wings trembling, Xiao Yu promptly followed suit. This journey was essential if he wished to protect Xiaozhan. By the time Yun had concluded her meditation, night had fallen. Upon opening her eyes and donning her attire, a smile graced her features. "The seal has finally been lifted, and I owe it all to that little one." Rising to her feet, Yun noticed Xiao Yu's absence, her expression tinged with a subtle disappointment as she murmured, "Where could that little fellow have gone?" Unbeknownst to her, in her current state, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a wife lamenting her husband's late return. After tidying up, Yun emerged from the cave. Now restored to her former strength, she faced no mortal threats within the Beast Mountain range. Seated atop a verdant boulder, she gazed at the moon and stars adorning the sky, patiently awaiting Xiao Yu's return. Tomorrow, they would part ways. It had been quite some time since she had last returned to the sect. Should the Ancient Rivers party return and speak of these events, it would likely draw the attention of her master. Following this farewell, she pondered whether she would ever see that little one again. That obstinate little fellow. If only he would agree to join the Yunlan zone. Sigh. After so many years of solitary cultivation, encountering such a troublesome little creature was a first. If the events of these past 8 days were to be revealed, many would surely be left agape. In Yunyun's eyes, waves of emotion flowed as memories of recent experiences surfaced, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she involuntarily immersed herself in reminiscence. Time trickled away, yet she found herself still waiting for Xiao Yu's return, which struck her as rather unusual. Typically, even when Xiao Yu ventured out, he would not remain absent until the midnight hour. Though he did not articulate his concerns, his behavior over the past few days revealed a deep-seated worry for her safety, as if he had momentarily forgotten that she was a genuine Do Huang powerhouse. Yun relished the treatment that disregarded her identity and prowess. As she anxiously awaited noon, her brow remained furrowed, her visage marked by worry. What could this little rascal be up to? Why was he taking so long to return? Where could he have gone? Growing increasingly restless, she began to pace. Would you believe me if I said I was going to capture the amethyst-winged Lion King as my steed? She recalled Xiao Yu's words from their previous conversation. Her expression shifted abruptly as she voiced her concern. Could he be serious? His strength is commendable, but at such a young age, how could he possibly contend with the amethyst-winged Lion King? Yun understood that Xiao Yu's abilities were formidable. She had witnessed the towering, thunderous sword of flame that soared into the sky, an assault that even some Do Wang would find challenging to withstand. For a youth to possess such power at his age, whether through secret techniques or other means, was a testament to his extraordinary talent. No one of his age in the Jiamar Empire could reach such heights. This was precisely why she had earnestly invited Xiao Yu to join the Yunlan sect, not only for the sake of the sect, but for Xiao Yu himself. The Yunlan sect represented the pinnacle of power within the Jiamar Empire, and apart from it, she could not conceive of any other entity within the empire as suitable to assist Xiao Yu in becoming a formidable warrior. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Yun murmured to herself, given this little one's temperament, he might indeed be contemplating such an endeavor. She resolved that waiting any longer was futile. She must venture out to search for him. With this determination, she summoned her Do Qi and manifested her azure-white wings, vanishing from her spot in an instant. Over the course of a day, Yun scoured the vicinity within 100 miles, yet still found no trace of him. There remained but one location she had yet to explore, with a glint of cold resolve in her gaze. She set her course toward the lair of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Upon arriving at the Lion King's abode, her voice, clear and melodic yet imbued with an icy undertone, surged forth with the might of her Do Qi and the howling winds, sweeping across the area. Amethyst-winged Lion King. Surrender Xiao Yu. Meanwhile, Medusa and Xiao Yu were nearing Mo City, soon to breach the edges of the Tagore Desert. Might I inquire, Your Majesty, if you intend to lure me into the Serpent People S tribe, only to utilize your entire race as strength to ensnare me? Xiao Yu jested. As a king, how could I stoop to such treachery? Do you doubt my integrity? Medusa retorted. Moreover, with your speed and prowess, do you truly believe there exists anyone among the Serpent People who could detain you? That does hold some truth, but may I boldly ask, what do you intend to do with the flames and thunder I shall lend you? Medusa replied enigmatically. You shall discover in due time. Are you not concerned I might employ underhanded tactics? If that were the case, I wouldn't sure to take you down with me. Feel free to test it. Chapter 69. The Serpent People and Their Secrets. Deep within the Tagore Desert, in the Serpent People S tribe, the holy city awaited. After 2 days of travel, the duo had finally arrived at the Serpent People's stronghold. The Serpent People were divided into numerous smaller tribes and 8 major clans. Encircling the holy city of the Serpent People, Medusa's residence was the most magnificent structure within the holy city, a temple of great sanctity. Typically, no one would dare disturb this place, for the temple walls were lined with numerous guards of the Serpent People. Medusa commanded a personal guard composed of Do Ling, capable of forming a unique formation that could spell doom for even the most seasoned Do Wang. Such a heavily fortified location was akin to a forbidden realm for humans, with few daring to intrude, excepting Xiao Yan, Gu He, and their companions. While the grandeur and opulence of this place paled in comparison to the capital of the Jiamar Empire, the mere establishment of such a tribe in the inhospitable Tagore Desert was an impressive feat. They soared directly into the holy city and approached the temple, unimpeded. As the guards regarded Medusa with a mix of respect and fervor, their eyes reflecting adoration and awe. Upon entering the temple, Xiao Yu surveyed the interior before turning to Medusa and stating, Now, Your Majesty, may I inquire how I might assist you? Medusa strode directly to the throne atop the dais, took her seat, and gestured for 2 serpent maidens to bring forth an exquisite chair. Let us converse comfortably, she instructed. Xiao Yu nodded and seated himself, awaiting the queen's subsequent words. How much do you know of my serpent people? Medusa inquired, her crimson lips parting. Xiao Yu's knowledge of the serpent people stemmed from the original text, yet it had been years since he last read it, and the details had largely faded from memory. He recalled only the general plotline and had only a vague understanding of the serpent people. To ensure the smooth progression of future events, it was essential for him to reacquaint himself with their lore. I possess only scant knowledge, having gleaned information merely through hearsay. Xiao Yu replied. Medusa blinked her beautiful eyes and responded, in that case, allow me to enlighten you about the serpent people, so you may grasp why I require your assistance. The serpent people differ from humans and magical beasts shortly after birth. They undergo a secretive ritual to infuse the soul of a serpentine magical beast into their bodies. As they age and grow in strength, this soul, serving as a symbiotic essence, gradually merges with them until they become indistinguishable. Upon achieving this fusion, they can summon forth their current forms, significantly enhancing their power. This is the serpent people's ultimate trump card. Once a serpent person ascends to the Dou zone level, their serpentine tail will shed, evolving into human legs, allowing them to shift freely between human and serpentine forms. Thus, they benefit from both the cultivation speed of humans and the prolonged lifespan of magical beasts. Their combat prowess far surpassing that of their peers. However, there exists a drawback. The rank of the serpentine magical beast infused at birth can hinder future advancement in power. Consequently, nearly all serpent people find themselves constrained by the tier of the infused beast, unable to break through for their entire lives. At this juncture, Medusa paused, leaning against her throne, her jade hand supporting her exquisitely beautiful face, continuing, yet exceptions do exist. If fortune favors one with a significant opportunity, it may activate the bloodline of the infused serpentine beast, allowing for ancestral evolution and the breaking of boundaries to attain a higher realm. Do you know the rank of my accompanying serpent spirit? Medusa queried. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu gained a deeper understanding of the serpent people, the descriptions aligning closely with what he had read in the original work. Given that Her Majesty is at the pinnacle of Dou Huang, yet has not yet broken through the Dou zone barrier, it stands to reason that her accompanying serpent spirit must be a 6th-tier magical beast, and indeed a top-tier one among them. Xiao Yu replied, in truth, he had long since gleaned the identity of Medusa's accompanying serpent spirit from the original text, yet he could hardly reveal this knowledge at such a moment. It was a deduction that any rational individual could make. Medusa continued, you speak true, my lord. My accompanying serpent spirit is a peak 6th-tier magical beast, the purple abyss flame serpent. This is why I've been ensnared at the pinnacle of the Dou Emperor for so long, unable to break through. However, there exists a record within my clan that states, should one possess sufficient fortune and acquire a strange flame, it could invigorate the bloodline of the accompanying serpent spirit, allowing it to evolve to a higher tier, thus enabling the individual to seamlessly ascend to the next realm. This is the reason I require the strange flame and seek your assistance. With the strange flame stolen, the opportunity for evolution through its power has become exceedingly bleak. Ever since our encounter in the desert, I have discerned that your flames and thunder are capable of stirring the tremors of my bloodline. Moreover, your flames are no less formidable than strange flames. Perhaps they're a variety of strange flame themselves? Xiao Yu shook his head. My flames are not strange flames. They're merely a stroke of good fortune. Yet, your majesty sharing such secrets with me, does it truly pose no risk? Medusa chuckled lightly. Why should it? I am the queen of the serpent people. What harm is there in sharing this with you? Furthermore, my evolution is contingent upon your assistance. If I do not clarify the relationship between us, how can you aid me? Xiao Yu nodded. Indeed, that is reasonable. I now comprehend the matter of evolution. Yet I remain uncertain as to how your majesty requires my assistance. The sensation of bloodline tremors that Medusa had previously felt was unmistakable, yet she still stated, at present, I hope you can unleash that wondrous flame and thunder. I need to perceive them to make a decision. Xiao Yu found himself in a quandary. His source fire divine thunder comprised over 10 variations, and during their last confrontation, he had only utilized 4. However, what if all source fire divine thunders proved beneficial? He was not averse to revealing these hidden cards. If he aided Medusa this time, he believed that given her nature, she would not treat him poorly, especially since she lacked the strength to threaten him. With his current strength as a 4-star Dou Huang, no one below the Dou zone could pose a threat to him. Moreover, he genuinely hoped for Medusa's successful evolution, as she was one of his trump cards against Yunlan's sect and the Guardian of the Duck. The plot had already shifted. Who could know if this evolution would proceed as smoothly as in the original narrative? Therefore, any increase in probability was invaluable. With this in mind, Xiao Yu summoned forth all of his source fire divine thunders. Boom! A formidable, terrifying, and destructive aura emanated from his body, causing the curtains within the temple to sway violently under the onslaught of energy. In an instant, streams of source fire divine thunder erupted from his being, cloaking the temple in a kaleidoscope of colors: ice blue, silver, red, gray, purple, and more. 5 types of undulating flames and 5 types of flickering thunder formed a circle, encasing Xiao Yu within. Turning to Queen Medusa, he inquired with a smile, "Might I ask which of these the queen requires?" Revealing all the source fire divine thunders was also to showcase his potential, to let her understand that allying with him was not a disadvantage. Medusa, initially with her cold and regal demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. The enchanting beauty of her features, coupled with her expression of astonishment, rendered her quite endearing. Medusa had assumed that Xiao Yu wielding 4 extraordinary flames and thunders was already impressive. Such depth and the rare talent of possessing Do Wang's strength at this age warranted her previous courtesy and desire for connection. Yet, she had never anticipated the profound depths of this youth's abilities. A total of 10 flames and thunders. Each radiated an extraordinary aura, not inferior to the rarest of strange flames, and she could even sense a faintly more terrifying quality within them. Throughout the countless epochs of the Serpent People's history, no such prodigious figure had ever been recorded. Regaining her composure from the shock, Medusa regarded Xiao Yu with newfound respect, her eyes shimmering with heightened interest. Such talent and depth assuredly foretold his rise to dominance. A place as insignificant as the Gamma Empire could not contain him. Only the central region of the continent, the middle state, would serve as his true stage. His future achievements, even at the level above Dozong, would undoubtedly afford him a place of prominence. This realization sparked within her the desire to forge a friendship with Xiao Yu. To ally with such a genius was undoubtedly an opportunity that could rival her evolution. As she curiously perceived the essence of these 10 flames and thunders, the more she understood, the more she marveled at the talents and foundations of the individual before her. What extraordinary fortune must one possess to wield such a plethora of terrifying divine artifacts? When Medusa sensed the Wan Hua flame, the Gui Zhun thunder, and the Zi Ji Gang thunder, her pupils suddenly constricted, the blood within her surged with tremors, her heart racing. And the soul of her merged, accompanying serpent spirit echoed with an insatiable longing, inducing profound shivers. The urge felt as though her very soul and blood yearned to break free and meld with those 3 divine artifacts. A potent Do Emperor pressure and aura uncontrollably permeated every corner of the temple, surpassing even the commotion Xiao Yu had previously stirred. Xiao Yu felt momentarily overwhelmed by the sudden surge of pressure. Were it not for his solid strength, he would have found himself in an embarrassing predicament. Oomph. Medusa's sultry voice suddenly resonated with a cold snort, quickly suppressing the tremors and desires, retracting her aura and pressure back within. After regaining her composure, even the proud Queen Medusa could not help but gaze eagerly at the 3 flames and thunders. Observing her reaction and gaze, Xiao Yu understood that she sought those source fire divine thunders. Retracting the other 7 source fire divine thunders back into his being, he brought forth the Wan Hua flame, Gui Zhun thunder, and Zi Ji Gang thunder, asking, "Are these the 3 that the queen desires?" Medusa's beautiful eyes shimmered with an unusual light as she regarded Xiao Yu intently, nodding lightly. "Yes, it is precisely these 3 extraordinary flames and thunders." A smile graced Xiao Yu's handsome face as he inquired, "Now that we have identified the means to assist the queen in her evolution, what shall we do next?" Medusa pondered momentarily before responding. "Might I ask if you could separate a portion of these 3 divine artifacts from your body? I require them to merge within me to trigger my evolution." Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment crossed Xiao Yu's face. He had never attempted to extract the source fire divine thunder from his body. This was his means of combat and the foundation of his strength. Who would think to extract such a vital asset? Furrowing his brows, he endeavored to separate a portion of the source fire divine thunder. The source fire divine thunder, which had remained stable under Xiao Yu's control, suddenly grew tumultuous. It was not that they resisted separation. On the contrary, he was indeed able to detach a small part of their essence. However, as Xiao Yu prepared for separation, he sensed the source fire divine thunder's palpable reluctance, almost like a petulant child imploring him not to sever their essence. This entity possesses consciousness. It was a revelation for Xiao Yu to discover that the source fire divine thunder could indeed experience emotions. This was an astonishing realization. as he had never encountered such a peculiar experience since its inception. Would separating the essence inflict significant harm upon you? If such an act would jeopardize the foundational integrity of the source fire divine thunder, Xiao Yu would undoubtedly refrain from proceeding. After all, these forces were integral to his journey across the Douqi Continent. Engaging in an endeavor that bore no benefits and only detriments would be the folly of a fool. As for how to assist Medusa in her evolution thereafter, that would require an alternative strategy. As if responding to Xiao Yu's unspoken inquiry, the source fire divine thunder trembled slightly, conveying a message into his mind. The sensation was oddly familiar, reminiscent of the sudden influx of knowledge regarding the names and characteristics of the source fire divine thunder each time he broke through a boundary. It dawned on him why such information materialized in his consciousness upon their birth. It was the source fire divine thunder autonomously communicating with him. Xiao Yu was momentarily taken aback, murmuring to himself, "So, you fellows possess a rudimentary form of intelligence? How vexing. Why had I not disclosed this sooner?" He had wasted considerable time in solitary study of their nature. Nevertheless, now that he comprehended each source fire divine thunder harbored a fundamental sentience, he would have ample opportunity to explore further. His immediate task was to determine whether he could separate a fragment of the essence. Upon reviewing the information that had recently flooded his mind, Xiao Yu understood the situation. The essence was indeed separable. Each source fire divine thunder could yield offspring fire seeds. These offspring bore identical characteristics and effects, albeit with diminished power. Furthermore, the separation would not harm the original essence. It would merely weaken it temporarily, during which Xiao Yu could nurture it with his Douqi until it recovered. This meant he could still utilize the source fire divine thunder to aid Queen Medusa in her evolution. Relieved, Xiao Yu felt a sense of calm wash over him. If he were unable to assist Queen Medusa in her evolution, facing the guardian of Yunsan would prove quite challenging. Moreover, to give Medusa hope only to be unable to aid her would likely prompt her to turn against him in an instant. Observing Xiao Yu's silence, his furrowed brow, expressions of surprise and astonishment, and ultimately his relaxed demeanor, Medusa could not help but inquire, "What troubles you? Is it not possible?" Upon speaking, her own delicate brows furrowed slightly. Xiao Yu, jolted back to reality by Medusa's words, shook his head. Witnessing his refusal caused a flicker of concern to cross Medusa's face. If separation were indeed impossible, would her evolution be devoid of hope? "It is possible," Xiao Yu finally affirmed. At his words, the troubled expression on Medusa's face vanished, replaced by a glimmer of joy. "Then I shall trouble you, my lord," she responded, her voice imbued not only with its usual allure and nobility, but also with a newfound gratitude. With a smile, Xiao Yu turned his attention to the three source fire divine thunders, retracting them into his being to initiate the separation within his dantian. In a brief span, one offspring fire seed and two progeny thunders manifested in his hands. However, as the offspring fire seed emerged, a pallid hue washed over Xiao Yu's face. He then tossed the offspring fire seed towards Medusa, who was seated upon her high throne. Catching the items, Medusa sensed the three divine objects hovering above her palm, and, satisfied, began to count them, deeming them sufficient for her evolution. Yet, upon observing the pallor of Xiao Yu's countenance, a complex emotion flickered in the depths of her beautiful eyes. This individual appeared to have expended considerable energy. The act of separation had likely affected his foundational strength. Indeed, Xiao Yu's demeanor was alarming. He looked as though he were on the brink of death. To sacrifice so much for a collection that was, in essence, inconsequential to him, despite a promise made, seemed unlikely to compel such a prodigious talent to bear such a cost willingly. Contemplating this, Medusa gracefully descended from her throne, her sinuous purple serpent tail swaying as she approached. With an undertone of concern she scarcely recognized, Medusa inquired, "How do you fare?" Xiao Yu shook his head. "It is nothing, merely a slight depletion of essence." Yet, it was not merely a trivial depletion. It was not his essence at stake. The reason for his condition stemmed from his apprehension that if he did not replenish the source fire divine thunder's essence promptly after separating the offspring fire seed, unforeseen complications might arise. Thus, he had expended the majority of his Douqi to restore the source fire divine thunder's essence, barely compensating for the depletion. His appearance was a direct result of this exertion. Yes, he was indeed fatigued. Of course, being in another's territory, he had retained sufficient Douqi to handle any unforeseen circumstances. "Your demeanor belies your words. It hardly suggests that all is well," Medusa remarked coldly, her gaze sharpening. She then summoned a handmaiden, instructing, "Escort our guest to rest." I shall join him shortly. Compliantly, Xiao Yu was supported by a serpentine handmaiden as he exited the grand hall of the temple. He wished to protest that he was not weakened to such an extent, but the authoritative gaze of Medusa left him speechless. Truly, a queen's demeanor was exceedingly commanding. As he departed, Xiao Yu could not resist a final quip. After Xiao Yu left, Medusa too exited the grand hall, making her way toward the treasure vault of the serpent folk. Queen Medusa was not one to owe favors. She had invited Xiao Yu to assist in her evolution and had compensated him accordingly. Yet, she had not anticipated that this endeavor would leave such a toll on the human. Moreover, if this matter resulted in the foundational injury of such a prodigious talent, it would not bode well for the serpent folk. Having resolved to cultivate a good relationship, it was imperative to avoid any rifts in their budding camaraderie. Otherwise, should enmity arise from such circumstances, it would spell disaster.